The Legend of the Tang Sect Heroes Chapter 1 to Chapter 83. Son. Xiaowu was jolted awake from her dream. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She had lost count of how many times she had been jolted awake. Her heart was pounding so hard that she couldn't breathe. For a first-tier god, such a situation was impossible. However, she really was sick. It wasn't easy for gods to fall sick, but once they fell sick, they would be in great danger. Tang San had predicted that a calamity would befall the god realm. Then, the god realm's defenses weakened as the god realm expanded. Then, the space-time turbulence struck. The Golden Dragon King revived and launched a sneak attack. In the end, the god realm was swept away by the space-time turbulence. Everything happened in a short period of time. Xiaowu and Tang San's son, Tang Wulin, had to stay in the Dolua continent because the Golden Dragon King had injected his essence into him before he died. This was to prevent him from absorbing too much immortal spiritual energy and triggering the Golden Dragon King's essence. As the saying goes, mother and child are connected by heart. After the god realm was swept away, Xiaowu washed her face with tears every day, which eventually led to her becoming seriously ill. Even as a god king, Tang San could only alleviate her illness. He couldn't cure her completely. It was difficult to untie the knot in one's heart. Furthermore, Dolua was still in the space-time turbulence. As a god king, Tang San and the other gods were mobilizing immortal spiritual energy to stabilize the god realm every day to protect Dolua. Therefore, he couldn't stay by Xiaowu's side all the time. Mother. A soft cry sounded. In the next instant, a figure walked in from outside. Her pinkish-blue hair flowed behind her, but her beautiful face was filled with worry. Xiaowu's heart palpitated a little when she saw her. She opened her arms and hugged her. She kissed her on the cheek and said gently, "Wutong, I'm so glad that you're by my side." Tang Wutong gently stroked her mother's back and said gently, "Mother, you're thinking about brother again, right? He'll be fine. We'll definitely find a way back. But I don't know how long that will take. I'm really worried about him being alone there." Xiaowu couldn't help but cry again. Lin Lin left us when he was born. He didn't even have a sip of milk from his mother. I'm not a good mother. I've let him down. Tang Wutong hugged her mother tightly. Mother, don't say that. You didn't want it to be like this. Furthermore, don't you have grandfather and grandmother to take care of the Dolua continent? Little brother will be fine. Xiaowu's breathing gradually calmed down, and the intense palpitations finally passed. She sighed softly. I hope everything is fine. I really want to go back as soon as possible and return to his side. Tang Wutong giggled. Mother, why do I feel like you're becoming more and more biased? You have to love me too. Looking at her daughter's sweet smile, Xiaowu was finally amused. She scratched her daughter's nose and said, "You're already so old, yet you're still fighting for attention." Tang Wutong snuggled into her mother's arms. No matter how old I am, I'm still your daughter. All right, help me comb my hair. Xiaowu swung her long hair as she got off the bed and sat in front of the dressing table. Tang Wutong stood behind her mother and combed her long hair. Father is really too much. He doesn't even comb your hair for you. Xiaowu shook her head. How can you blame him? He's under the most pressure. I've always known that without Lin Lin by his side, the pain in his heart wouldn't be any less than mine. However, he still has to take care of the safety of the entire god realm. He has to stabilize the god realm so that it won't be damaged by the space-time turbulence. As the god king, he has too many burdens on his shoulders. If it weren't for your father, the god realm would have collapsed long ago. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even have a chance of finding your little brother. Your father is the one who has it the hardest. Tang Wutong nodded. That's right. Sometimes, I really hope that father can have some time to rest. Divine Council. A huge ball of light exuded a gentle glow in the center of the hall. 6 people stood in each corner, injecting different types of energy into it. Tang San's expression was solemn as he stood in the center of the inner circle. His hands were emitting a blue and dark red glow respectively. That was the power of his Poseidon god puppet and Azura god puppet. On his left was the evil god Ji Dong, who was dressed in black and exuded a faint evil aura. On the other side was a woman in a long white dress who exuded a peaceful glow. This peaceful glow gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. It was the good god Blaze. Below the two of them stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and a burly young man who looked simple and honest. The blonde young man was naturally the previous god of emotions, Rong Yanbing, who had been preparing to leave the god realm to travel the world. The other person was the Herculean god, Zhou Weiqing, who had come from the heavenly jewel world. Back when Tang San and the god of destruction were facing off, it was because of Zhou Weiqing that Tang San was able to turn the tables and regain control of the god realm. In the position opposite Tang San, there was also a tall young man. His eyes were penetrating, as if they could reflect the universe. He was the legend of the Dolua continent after Tang San, the spirit ice Dolua, Hui Yuhao, who had founded the spirit pagoda. He had also inherited Rong Yanbing's god of emotions. After Tang San ascended to the god realm, he was the only one who had become a first-tier god. Of course, he had another identity. This identity was also the reason why Tang San didn't like him very much in the past. As a result, he had suffered a lot back on the Dolua continent. He was Tang Wutong's husband, Tang San's son-in-law. No father would be in a good mood when their daughter was married off. Tang San was no exception. Among the six of them, Tang San, Ji Dong, and Blaze were god kings. The god of life and the god of destruction had sacrificed themselves to protect the god realm from being destroyed by the spacetime turbulence. Rong Yanbing, Zhou Weiqing, and Hui Yuhao worked together to help Tang San and the others maintain the operation of the Divine Council. The giant ball of light was currently displaying the current situation of the god realm's barrier. If there was a weak spot, they would have to channel the immortal energy of the god realm through the center of the god realm to replenish it. This was to ensure that the spacetime turbulence couldn't destroy the god realm. They had already lost count of how many times they had done this. The energy of the god realm was constantly being depleted. If the god of destruction hadn't repented and sacrificed himself with the god of life to compress the god realm would have collapsed long ago. Finally, the light from the center of the god realm gradually dimmed, and it returned to its original state. Only then did the six of them slowly withdraw their divine power. Rong Yanbing chuckled. What's so hard about it? It's all for the god realm. Sigh, I regret it. If I had run away earlier, I wouldn't have been left behind. Tang San smiled. There's no use complaining. This proves that the god realm needs you. Rong Yanbing rolled his eyes. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not running away. It's up to you. I'm not as responsible as you are. Do you all want to come over to my place? I'll make something delicious for you all. Even though Rong Yanbing didn't have a god seat, he was still a first-tier god of the older generation in the godly realm. He had a strong foundation. Even though the culinary god seat belonged to Oscar, the title of the #1 chef in the godly realm would definitely belong to this demonic chef Icefire. I'm not going. It wasn't easy to stabilize. I'm going to accompany Xiao Wu. At the mention of Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes dimmed. His wife's poor health had always been the biggest pain in his heart. No matter how strong a person was, there would always be a weak spot in the depths of their heart. How could Tang San not be the same? Rong Yanbing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Ji Dong said, our god realm is still relatively stable at the moment. Although it's constantly being depleted, with the seeds left behind by the god of life and the god of destruction, we can still replenish some immortal energy with the core of destruction and creation. There's nothing to worry about for now. Brother Tang, shouldn't we think of a way to get the god realm out of the spacetime turbulence? Otherwise, we won't have any chance of returning. Tang San nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Now that the god realm's situation has stabilized, it's time for us to find a way out. According to our understanding of the outside world, the spacetime turbulence is a disaster for the entire universe. Now, we have to wait for the right time. For example, when the turbulence approaches a large star, we might be affected by the star's gravitational force. That's why we have to wait for the right time. Ji Dong said, I hope that day comes soon. Blaze glanced at Ji Dong. She understood her husband's feelings the best. After the internal strife in the celestial realm, Ji Dong had always blamed himself. He believed that if he and Blaze had not been in the celestial realm at that time, the god of destruction would not have rebelled because of differences in ideology. If the 5 great divine kings had worked together, they might have been able to stabilize the celestial realm and prevent it from being swept away. Therefore, Ji Dong had been doing his best to protect the celestial realm with Tang San, hoping that the celestial realm could be resolved as soon as possible. Alright, everyone go and rest. If they discover anything, the central command of the God realm will alert us. Thank you for your hard work. Walking out of the divine council, he was greeted by the immortal clouds outside. If he didn't know that the divine realm was currently in the midst of space-time turbulence, he probably wouldn't have felt anything different. At the very least, the ordinary gods were still living a peaceful life in the God realm. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Tang San's expression softened. All this time, his greatest wish had been to be with his family, to be together forever. If everything had been normal, and the God realm had not suffered this calamity, then he would have been able to live happily ever after. His children would surround him, and his wife would be by his side. Now, when he thought back to everything that had happened on the Dolua continent, he would feel warmth in his heart. He had done everything he could. Not only had he brought his family to the God realm, but he had also brought his companions, the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, to the God realm. However, a sudden calamity had separated him from his family. How could he not miss his son in his heart? However, he couldn't show it in front of Xiao Wu. He couldn't let Xiao Wu see his pain. Because she was already in a lot of pain. Light flickered, and space changed. In the next moment, he was back home. Alright, Mom, what do you think? My skills aren't any worse than Dad's, right? Tang Wutong said with a sweet smile. When Tang San entered, he saw that his daughter had finished combing his wife's hair. It was still that familiar scorpion braid. Tang San walked behind his daughter and reached out his hand. He silently covered her eyes. Dad. Tang Wutong almost blurted out. Tang San couldn't help but laugh. How do you know it's not Hua? Yuhao? Che, Hu Yuhao isn't that bored. Although Tang Wutong said that, she had already turned around and hugged her father's waist. She buried her head in her father's embrace. Tang San snapped, "You're so heartless. You're so outgoing now that you have a husband. Don't you know who dotes on you the most?" Tang Wutong giggled. Of course not. I love Dad the most. Tang San was satisfied. That's more like it. If you don't say something nice, I'll go and beat Hui Yuhao up. Xiao Wu couldn't help but turn around and roll her eyes at her husband. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Tang San said, this is called declaring sovereignty. This is my precious daughter. How are you? Are you feeling unwell today? Xiao Wu shook her head and smiled. No, I'm fine. Tang San let go of his daughter and walked forward. He hugged his wife and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. He knew that although his wife said that she was fine, it didn't mean that she wasn't. She was afraid that he would be worried. Ever since she separated from her son, the originally lively and cheerful soft-bone demon rabbit had disappeared. Now, she always had a faint look of worry between her brows. Xiao Wu's illness was a psychological problem. It wasn't something that could be cured by any herb. Psychological problems had to be cured by psychological medicine. Xiao Wu, let me tell you a piece of good news. Tang San smiled. You've contacted our son? Xiao Wu suddenly stood up and stared at Tang San with her beautiful eyes. Tang San's heart ached. Not yet, but the seed that I left behind should have already taken root and sprouted. Our son will be fine on the Dolua continent. Don't worry. There's no danger at all. The good news that I'm talking about is that the God realm has finally stabilized. We won't have to worry about being destroyed by the space-time turbulence for at least 1,000 years. This way, we can free up our hands and find an opportunity to escape from the space-time turbulence. As long as we escape from the space-time turbulence, we might be able to find a way back based on the location that I left on our sun. Although I don't know how long it'll take, trust me, we'll definitely be able to return. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. We'll definitely be able to. Tang San hugged her and said, "Then you have to promise me that you'll get better quickly. We still have to go back and play on the Dolua continent. We'll bring Wu Tong and Lin Lin along. Our family will also travel the universe. When the time comes, I'll resign from my position as the God King and accompany the two of you. Is that all right?" Yes, I'll definitely get better. It's just that when can we escape from the space-time turbulence? Yes, the God realm needed an opportunity. However, even Tang San himself did not expect that this opportunity would come so quickly. Over 100 gods were gathered around the Divine Council's center of the God realm. Tang San sat high up in the main seat. At this moment, whether it was him or the gods below, who were at least level 3 or above, all had excited expressions on their faces. Just a moment ago, not long ago, the center of the God realm suddenly felt a suction force coming from outside the space-time turbulence. This opportunity came so suddenly that it only lasted for a few seconds from the time it was discovered to the moment it disappeared. However, the instantaneous warning from the center of the God realm immediately made the gods, who had been waiting since the God realm stabilized, very excited. Tang San did not hesitate to summon all the gods above a certain level of strength. Ji Dong looked at Tang San somewhat nervously. "It can't be just that one time, right?" Tang San shook his head. "It can't be. The space-time turbulence has its own characteristics. It doesn't change in a straight line. Instead, it will fly in circles." The strength of the suction force was not small, so the center of the God realm felt it immediately. Then, it's very likely that there will be a second time, or even a third time. Let's make preparations first. We can't let go of any possibilities. The gods nodded. Tang Wolin took a step forward and arrived in front of the center of the God realm. "Everyone, get ready. Let's work together. Work together." The gods shouted in unison. Tang San pressed his hands on the center of the God realm in front of him. In an instant, his entire body lit up, and an enormous amount of God power was transmitted into the center of the God realm without reservation. Ji Dong, Blaze, Hui Yuhao, Zhou Weiqing, and Rong Yanbing followed closely behind. Around them were level 1 gods, then level 2 gods, and finally level 3 gods. The gods released their God power at the same time and poured it into the center of the God realm. Tang San's eyes turned golden. Through the center of the God realm, his perception was raised to the extreme. He was the number 1 God King, the paramount god of the Divine Council. At this moment, with the help of the gods, he seemed to have become the entire God realm. The entire God realm was like his body, under his control. The energy of the space-time turbulence was extremely vast. Otherwise, it would not have been able to sweep the God realm away. At this moment, relying on the full strength of the gods, Tang San controlled the entire God realm to shake slightly. The energy within the space-time turbulence was extremely viscous. It was like a spider web that stuck to the entire God realm. Even if they gathered all the power of the God realm, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of this enormous spiderweb-like energy. What Tang San was doing now was to loosen the spider web as much as possible. In this way, once an external force joined in, then he could immediately take the God realm out of its current control and escape from the space-time turbulence. Of course, all of this was a theoretical situation. Tang San did not know whether it could be done or not, and no one could give a definite conclusion. But at least, this was the only chance at the moment. The God realm swayed gently and struggled in the space-time turbulence. The gods also began to feel nervous. One must know that launching such a struggle would consume a considerable amount of energy for the God realm. If they could not break free, this consumption would weaken the God realm's resistance to the space-time turbulence. If they tried it too many times, then it would accelerate the collapse of the God realm. "It's coming, get ready!" Tang San suddenly shouted. As the controller of the God realm's center, his senses were the most sensitive. He suddenly realized that a suction force was coming from the side of the God realm. This suction force was not weak, so much so that the entire space-time turbulence appeared to be deflected and deformed. Under Tang San's control, the entire Dolua instantly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Thick divine power bloomed outwards, forcing the space-time turbulence, entangling his body away and quickly colliding with the suction force. The suction force was indeed very strong, almost instantly combining with the power of the God realm. A suction force came, pulling the god realm outwards. Tang San's eyes shone brightly, his soul power was released without reservation. Behind him, two rays of light flashed at the same time. The golden trident and the dark red azura sword appeared almost at the same time. The two superdivine weapons also shone brightly, injecting their own energy into Tang San's body. Boom, the god realm slammed into the edge of the space-time turbulence. The space-time turbulence itself was an existence filled with destructive power, so the outermost area was its toughest. Only by rushing out of this layer of encirclement could one escape the turbulence. The entire god realm shook violently, all the gods were shaken. As the center of the god realm, the 6 controllers, including Tang San, shone brightly at the same time. This was them doing their best to protect the god realm with their own power. One had to know that this kind of collision could possibly cause the god realm to collapse. Tang San suddenly frowned, because he clearly felt that the toughness of the edge of the space-time turbulence exceeded his expectations. This time, not only did the god realm not rush out, it was actually bounced back. Although it did not shatter, it was very obvious that this time, it could not rush out. This is bad, Tang San's heart clenched. This kind of opportunity might not come by again in the next thousands of years. But they really did their best, but still could not rush out. At this moment, Rong Yanbing suddenly shouted, "There's more." Tang San instantly woke up. Almost without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden red blood on the center of the god realm. Stimulated by the blood of the god king, the entire center of the god realm instantly shone brightly, and an incomparably huge energy wave was suddenly released. The entire god realm was instantly covered in a layer of golden halo. Inside the center of the god realm, the 2 seeds of life and destruction also shone brightly. The power of creation burst forth and merged with the center of the god realm. An even stronger suction force than before descended on the entire god realm at this moment. In the next instant, Tang San controlled the god realm, and like a burning meteor, it once again collided with the edge of the god realm. Rumble. The entire god world began to tremble violently. Even the center of the god world began to emit cracking sounds at this moment. This time, Tang San had already exploded with unprecedented power without hesitation. He even initiated this collision at all costs. Tang San and the other 5 almost simultaneously spat out blood, using their own god blood to stimulate the center of the god realm to protect the god realm. Success or failure depended on this one move. Suddenly, the originally chaotic halo in the center of the god realm suddenly changed, and everything suddenly became transparent. The boundless universe and the starlight that filled the sky were all projected in the center of the god realm at this moment. The feeling of seeing the universe again was so wonderful. The gods, who had exerted all their strength just a moment ago, almost all fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. They could even clearly see the enormous gray space-time turbulence flying into the distance from the center of the god realm. It was over. After being swept by the space-time turbulence for so long, they finally broke free from the shackles of the space-time turbulence and saw the light of day again. At this moment, many of the gods couldn't help but shed tears. War god Dai Mubai helped Tang Wulin up from behind. His eyes were also glistening with tears. Success, we finally succeeded. Even Tang San himself was in a daze at this moment. This day came much faster than expected. Although they didn't know where they were now, and didn't know how far away they were from the original Dolua world, at least they had escaped from the space-time turbulence that was filled with a destructive aura. In a normal universe, the god realm could absorb all kinds of energy to replenish itself and grow normally. He also believed that as long as he could sense the coordinates of the Dolua continent, then he would definitely be able to bring the god realm back. Tang San stood up, his eyes flashing. He suddenly bowed to the gods present. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for working together and giving us a chance to be reborn. Other than the few in the core circle, the other gods all bowed excitedly. Thank you, God King. At this moment, Dolua was unprecedentedly cohesive. Every god had witnessed everything that the members of the God Realm Committee had done ever since the calamity befell them. The elemental gods came to Tang San's side and injected their divine power into Tang San, who had exhausted the most, to help him recover his divine power. One had to know that spitting out that mouthful of divine blood previously had already injured Tang San's origin. He had to recuperate well. However, at this moment, whether it was Tang San or the other gods, they didn't care about the previous exhaustion. What could make them more excited than escaping from the space-time turbulence? This time, they were destined to have a chance to return. More importantly, the god realm would be able to exist forever. The lifespan of a god was long, or even endless, but the space-time turbulence turned their lifespan into a countdown. Now that he had broken free from the space-time turbulence, it was as Tang San had said, a new life. With the help of the elemental gods, Tang San gradually stabilized the state of his body. He adjusted his breathing and stabilized himself. A faint smile appeared on Tang San's face as he said, "Let's see where we have come to." He circulated his divine power and injected it into the center of the god realm. The starry sky in the center of the god realm suddenly became clearer. However, at this moment, Tang San subconsciously frowned. He urged his divine power to sense it further. Sensing that his expression was not right, Ji Dong, Blaze, Hui Yuhao, Zhou Weiqing, and Rong Yanbing hurriedly injected their divine power into the center of the god realm to sense the changes in the center of the god realm. This time everyone's expression changed. What's going on? Why is the energy consumption of our god realm accelerating? Zhou Weiqing almost blurted out. As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar among the gods. It wasn't easy to escape from the space-time turbulence. Why was the energy consumption accelerating? Shouldn't they be absorbing the energy in the universe to replenish themselves and the divine power of the god realm so that the god realm could gradually recover its original appearance? Tang San said in a low voice, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's first determine the situation here." Obviously, this was not a normal situation in the universe. As the supreme god of the entire god realm, Tang San was very calm at this time. He knew very well that he must not panic. Otherwise, it would immediately cause problems for the minds of the gods present. Internal strife was the most frightening thing. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness merge with the center of the god realm. He slowly released his consciousness and felt the situation around him. When his consciousness was released outside of the god realm, even if he was a god king, he could only guarantee his safety through the center of the god realm in this unknown place. After all, there were too many unknown existences in the universe. No matter how strong an individual's strength was, they could not fight against the entire universe. When Tang San's consciousness really left the god realm, his body suddenly trembled. He was surprised to find that the observation of the outside world through his consciousness and the starry sky of the universe through the center of the god realm were completely different. In other words, the center of the god realm had been confused to a certain extent. In the world of his consciousness, the first thing Tang San saw was a deep nothingness. Even though his consciousness was protected by the center of the god realm, he still felt like he was about to fall into it. In this void world, a huge suction force came. He could vaguely see that there was a ring of light at an unknown distance, and the god realm was now in this ring of light. Inside the ring of light was a void. There was a faint dust-like light fog, and outside the ring of light, he could vaguely see the starry sky of the universe. When he saw this, Tang San could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because he finally knew why such a powerful energy body in the god realm was actually being sucked in without moving. At the same time, it was constantly being swallowed and consumed. As a god king, he could read all the ancient books in the god realm. Tang San clearly remembered that there were some regions in the universe where the gravitational force was very strong, but no celestial bodies could be seen. The main characteristics of this strange astronomical phenomenon were, this region had a very strong magnetic field and gravitational force, and it was constantly swallowing a large amount of interstellar matter. Some of the matter's orbit around it would change, forming a circular ring of gas and dust. It had a very large amount of energy, and it could emit all kinds of radiation. Because of its strong gravitational force, light would also be bent in its vicinity. It was a kind of dark celestial body with a very high mass and density after a star collapsed. Its name was Black Hole. The black hole was like a hunter in the universe, hiding its whereabouts at any time and capturing all the matter that passed by. The black hole was not a kind of physical planet, but a kind of magnetic vortex phenomenon caused by the movement of celestial bodies in the universe. Its energy and radiation were mainly produced by the magnetic force. Because the density of the matter it was composed of was very thin, the light emission was extremely weak, so it was impossible to observe its shape from a long distance. According to its shape and nature, it was really a dark magnetic vortex hole worthy of its name. Yes, what the space-time turbulence passed by was not a star, but an existence with the strongest suction force in the universe, a black hole that was even more terrifying than the space-time turbulence. If it was not for the fact that the energy level of the God realm itself was extremely high, it was afraid that the moment it was sucked into the black hole, it would have been completely annihilated. Black holes were definitely more terrifying than space-time turbulence. Although space-time turbulence itself would consume the energy of the God world, it was not active, but the consumption of the God world's continuous impact. Black holes were different. Black holes had the ability to devour everything. In this black hole, even if the God world was protected by the gods and could be maintained temporarily, but after a long time, not to mention the possibility of breaking free, they would eventually be devoured completely. Therefore, falling into a black hole was not as good as falling into the space-time turbulence before. In the space-time turbulence, at least they could drag out an ignoble existence. In this black hole, the God world would probably be completely melted away in less than a year and a half. At that time, there was no possibility of the gods surviving. Just when Tang discovered that the God world was in a black hole and his heart sank, suddenly, some different feelings appeared in his consciousness. Vaguely, he clearly felt that several similar divine senses seemed to have swept over his own divine sense. There were consciousness in the black hole? Consciousness was something that only high-level life forms had. Could it be that there were other life forms in here? Just as Tang was hesitating, the few divine senses that had passed by his divine sense quickly returned, and all of them concentrated on his divine sense. Tang could clearly feel that the strength of these consciousness was not weak. Although it was not as strong as his, the gap was not too big. Newcomer? A thought was transmitted through a divine sense. Communication between consciousness was the simplest. There was no need for any language or words at all. One only needed to express their meaning clearly and the other party would understand. Who are you? Tang released his spiritual consciousness, simultaneously releasing his thoughts to the several spiritual consciousnesses that swept over. It seems that another God world was swept here by space-time turbulence. One of the voices sounded and said with some emotion. Tang was even more puzzled. You are also from the God world? Are you from different God worlds? Where are you? In the God world graveyard, even light can be swallowed, so you can't see us. Only consciousness, through the blessing of the God world, can barely sense each other. Our situation should be similar. To be precise, a series of catastrophes have appeared in the universe recently. Many universe turbulence appeared and many planes of the God world were shattered. Some stronger God worlds barely resisted but were swept away. We all belong to this category. It seems that you should be the same. May I ask, what is the God world you belong to? This time, it was a thought transmitted by a gentler divine sense. Tang pondered for a moment and said, You can call us Dolua. Our God world came from a distant place. In our place, the most important planet is called Dolua Planet. What about everyone? This black hole actually swallowed more than one God world. This made Tang mood slightly better. As the saying goes, people in the same boat are bound together. Since everyone is facing the same situation, maybe they can help each other. You can send a strand of consciousness. You can send a wisp of your consciousness to come over. It will be more convenient to communicate. That way, to send a consciousness to send it. Okay. Tang agreed without hesitation. He was not worried that this was a trap. He could afford to lose a wisp of his consciousness. More importantly, as long as there was a chance, he could not give up at this time. Retracting his consciousness, Tang consciousness returned to the center of the God world. When he opened his eyes, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Tang said in a low voice, The situation is not very good, but it is not so bad that it cannot be salvaged. We are in a celestial body with a gravitational force and are being sucked in. But in this celestial body, I found that there are other God worlds in a similar situation. They have already communicated with me through consciousness. Later, we will communicate in depth. Let's understand the situation here more before we do anything else. The gods looked at each other. This situation was obviously full of uncertainty, but at least it was not the worst result. After dismissing the gods, only Tang San and the other 5 were left in the committee. Rong Yanbing asked Tang San, "Is the situation not good?" Tang San nodded. "It is a black hole. We were sucked in by the black hole, but I did not lie to everyone. There are indeed other god worlds in this black hole. They will communicate with me later. I need to see what kind of situation they are in. I need to see if there is a chance for them to escape. Judging from their communication with me earlier, it should not be completely hopeless. Otherwise, they would not need to communicate with me at all. They could just wait for death." Hearing the 2 words black hole, everyone present was shocked. This was especially so for Jidong and Blaze, who were god kings and had also flipped through the ancient books. They knew very well what a black hole meant. "I will take a rest first. I will use my consciousness to communicate with them later." As he spoke, Tang San sat down and focused on his inner body. With the help of being in the Divine Council, he recovered the consciousness that he had expended earlier. Rong Yanbing said, "Let's work together and shrink the god world as much as possible to reduce the speed at which it is being swallowed by the black hole." "Okay." Jidong agreed. The 5 of them raised their hands at the same time and pressed their hands on the center of the god world, slowly injecting their divine power. Dense light once again appeared in the Divine Council, and a gentle halo spread outward. The entire god world trembled slightly and slowly shrank inward, increasing the density of its defenses. Only in this way would the speed at which it was being swallowed be slowed down. The god world itself was very strong, and the level of its energy surpassed that of the mortal world. It contained the power of creation and destruction at the beginning of the universe, so it could temporarily survive in the black hole. Inside the god world, there was no feeling for the time being. As long as the barrier of the god world did not collapse, the inside would not be affected. However, without an external source of energy, the god world's own energy would be exhausted sooner or later. At that time, everything would be annihilated in the black hole. Tang San's body rippled with a faint golden halo, and he sat there like a statue. On his forehead, a faint golden trident rune was faintly discernible. Using the superdivine weapon Poseidon's trident to condense his own soul power was undoubtedly the best result. Tang San sat there motionless, but the golden trident rune on his forehead suddenly flashed. A golden light was projected in midair, and the golden light condensed. In a moment, it had transformed into a small human figure. It was an existence that was exactly the same as Tang San, except that it was entirely golden and extremely solid, as if it was carved out of gold. Tang San's spiritual clone entered the center of the divine world. Immediately, he felt a warm sensation. The center of the divine world was the core of the entire divine world. It contained the purest immortal chi. At the same time, it was connected to every corner of the divine world. The guardian of the god realm also controlled the god realm. When the god of destruction rebelled, the first thing he did was to obtain the key to the center of the god realm. Otherwise, even if he was a god king, he would not be able to resist the center of the god realm. In the center of the god realm, Tang San's avatar was gradually dyed red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. It made the avatar look even more gorgeous. His consciousness was focused and the avatar's consciousness was withdrawn. Golden light burst out from its eyes and its body shrank by a third. It had completely withdrawn its energy. Then, the 9-colored halo condensed and shrank behind its head to form a 9-colored halo. In the next moment, Tang San's consciousness changed. Light and shadow flashed and he was already in the outside world. Outside the god realm was a black hole. The moment the avatar left the god realm, Tang San felt an extremely terrifying suction force suddenly coming from all directions. It was an indescribable energy. It was not destruction, but pure devouring. It was a voracious devouring. Tang San knew that in the black hole, even light would be devoured, not to mention other things. In such an environment, even a god would not be able to survive. The 9-colored halo behind the avatar's head flickered and transformed into a light shield that protected the avatar. Even so, the light shield continued to flicker as it resisted the devouring with its core divine power, which was at the pinnacle of the god realm. At this moment, a consciousness flew over and came close to Tang San's consciousness. Tang San pointed with his right hand and opened a gap to let the consciousness in. This strand of divine sense did not have any consciousness. It was like an invisible thread guiding Tang San's avatar. The consciousness was connected and the guidance was completed in an instant. At a certain level, many things were interconnected. With a flash of light, Tang San's spiritual consciousness flashed inside the black hole and disappeared without a trace. With the guidance of his consciousness, Tang San tried his best to retract the energy from the center of the God world. He tried his best to reduce the black hole's influence on him. To a deity, consciousness was an extremely precious existence. Even the slightest loss of consciousness would take a very long time to recover. Now that there was no external cosmic energy to supplement the divine realm, and there was no power of faith, Tang San didn't dare to let his divine sense be consumed. Therefore, not only did he not use less of his divine sense, he used more of it to make his divine sense more resilient. This way, it would be easier to return successfully. Tang San was not too worried about those who were guiding him. The reason was very simple. The black hole attacked indiscriminately, and it was the same for any existence. When Tang San communicated with those divine senses before, he could feel that the nature of these divine senses was very similar to his own. This proved that everyone's situation should be similar. They were all victims. In this case, there was no point in attacking each other now, let alone when it was just his avatar. Moving in a black hole was definitely an extremely difficult task. Even if it was just his divine sense without any physical body, Tang San could clearly feel that his energy consumption was gradually increasing during the high-speed movement. Almost every minute, every second, the energy consumption was increasing by several folds. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying thing. It was completely unimaginable before experiencing it. Ever since he became a god, even when he was imprisoned by the god of destruction, Tang San did not have such a feeling. This was a kind of real fear that originated from the origin. It was as if he would disappear at any time. Just as Tang San's sense of fear grew stronger and stronger, and the protective power given to him by the center of the god world began to crumble, suddenly, the stars moved and the sky and earth spun. The pressure suddenly lightened, and the suction force from the surroundings instantly disappeared. At this moment, Tang San could not help but feel a strong sense of release. The light wheel formed by the center of the god world condensed and formed again. A 9-colored halo shrouded him, causing his divine sense to become more solid in an instant. Tang San was surprised to find that it seemed that after the suction of the black hole, his divine sense had become more solid. One had to know that he was now a divine king. His cultivation and divine sense had long reached the pinnacle of the divine world. He didn't know how many years it had been since he experienced such a feeling of improvement. Before he could deeply feel this, everything around him suddenly became clear. It was no longer darkness, and when he saw everything in front of him, he could not help but be deeply shocked. It was a kind of shock that was almost touching because he saw a planet, and he saw more than one planet. Although these planets were of different sizes and their arrangement seemed a little strange, they were, after all, real. To be precise, they were not planets, but planets that were condensed into the shape of a god world. They were almost solid. The number of planets was a little strange. Among them, the most eye-catching were the 3 on the left. These 3 purple-black planets were the smallest in size, but they were gathered together to form a triangle. In the middle of the triangle, there was a pitch-black vortex-like existence, and it gave people the feeling that it was even more like a small black hole. The 3 purplish-black planets orbited around the small black hole in a slow rhythm. Next to it was a green god world. Among all the planet-like god worlds, this god world was the largest in terms of overall size. The green halo was faintly discernible, and there were faint golden lightning flashing inside. It looked very strange. All the god worlds were completely arranged in a ring, and it looked like a strange magic array. The space that Tang San had just entered was within their range of coverage. These planet-like god worlds each emitted their own light, and together, they supported a pure light shield. In this world of the black hole, it formed a small internal cycle. In addition to the first 2 god worlds, the third one was white. A white halo was faintly discernible, and there was a divine aura that Tang San was very familiar with. The surface of the god world seemed to be covered with a layer of clouds, quietly flowing, and faintly discernible. It gave people a sense of intimacy. The next two divine realms appeared to be rather similar. To put it more accurately, they were similar to the divine realm that Tang San resided in. In terms of overall auras, they appeared to be a lot weaker than the Dolua divine realm, but they were also similar in that they were both shrouded in rainbow light and mist, and resembled actual planets. The last realm of the gods was the most bizarre because it brought sound to this independent space. A pleasant buzzing sound came from this realm of the gods from time to time. The realm of the gods was the smallest in size, but in this small size, rings of light vibrated outwards. Among all the 6 realms of the gods in this independent space, it seemed to be the core. All the 6 types of divine powers in the entire space were perfectly harmonized under the effect of this buzzing sound, resisting the power of the black hole outside. It seemed like he really came to the right place, with Tang San's cultivation level. After a short period of shock, the first thing he could confirm was that the existence of this independent space was very strange. In this space, although the power of the realm of the gods was still gradually being devoured by the black hole, the speed of the devouring was much slower. It should be about the same speed as Dolua in the spacetime turbulence. In other words, there would not be much of a problem for a short period of time here. Welcome to the graveyard of the realm of the gods. A clear voice sounded. Compared to the previous transmission of thoughts through divine sense, it was much cleaner. A ray of light flashed, and a figure silently appeared not far in front of Tang San. He wore a white robe that was simple and unadorned. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was very handsome, and there was a mysterious charm surrounding him. A human? Tang San said with some surprise. After all, this was the universe. He originally thought that these beings who were also from the realm of the gods might be different types of creatures. He did not expect that the first thing he saw would be a human. This made him subconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. The young man in white smiled slightly. Yes. There are thousands of paths, but they all lead to the same destination. At the level of the realm of the gods, in fact, only humans can reach this level. Even if they are not human, they will eventually cultivate to look like us. Both sides were communicating through divine sense, so there was no language barrier. Tang San nodded slightly. That's true. However, this is the first time I've seen so many people of the same kind. What you said before was right. We were also swept here by the spacetime turbulence. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical world in this black hole. Hearing what he said, the young man in white's expression instantly became a little lonely. The current situation is a path that we found after sacrificing countless realm of the gods. It's just a struggle at death's door. I haven't asked for your name yet. Seeing how polite he was, Tang San naturally did not hide anything. My name is Tang San. The realm I'm in the past is called Dolua. My gods to Poseidon to begin with. The white-robed youth nodded slightly. I am Xianxia, and my deity seat is Qin. Everyone calls me the Zither Emperor. Earlier, he had already sensed that this white-robed young man came from the planet that he thought was the center of the planet. You. It's always good for us to have one more ally. And we'll have more chances. Tang San's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word chance. If they really had a chance, it would undoubtedly be the best thing for them. But he did not ask too much. He could not appear too anxious when he did not understand the other party at all. Xianxia, Emperor of Qin, made a gesture of invitation. With a shake of his body, he flew towards his own realm of the gods. A white light was released from his body and naturally led to Tang San's body. Tang San did not need to do anything and naturally flew along with him. His divine sense naturally absorbed the energy in this space formed by the 6th realm of the gods. The effects of the black hole had already quietly recovered during the flight. Just as they were about to reach the Emperor of Qin's realm of the gods, Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Tang San and said, "Your divine sense is indeed powerful. It seems that our previous senses were not wrong. The realm of the gods you are in is very powerful." Tang San laughed bitterly. But I still can't escape the fate of being swept here by the spacetime turbulence. Xianxia smiled faintly. His body flashed with white light. In the next moment, he and Tang San had arrived at a place. The surrounding grass was like a cushion and a faint fragrance wafted over. Compared to Dolua's palace, this place was much more simple. They were surrounded by a large bamboo forest, and the place where they were now was a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo fences. There were 7 or 8 bamboo houses in the courtyard, and everything looked like a rural setting. But if one looked closely, they would discover that all the bamboo was emitting a faint green color and seemed to contain an endless amount of life energy. The door of a bamboo house in front of them opened and a young girl wearing a light yellow dress with bright eyes walked out. When she saw Tang San, she didn't show any surprise. She just nodded to him and then said to Xianxia, "We have guests. I'll go prepare some bamboo dew and bamboo shoots to entertain them." When he saw her, Xianxia's eyes were full of gentleness. "Thank you for your hard work, Sula." Sula smiled sweetly and the two of them looked at each other affectionately. She turned around and left. Xianxia then said to Tang San, "This is my wife, Sula. Please." As he spoke, he made a gesture to Tang San. At this moment, the door of another bamboo house opened and a young girl who looked a little older walked out. She whispered to Xianxia, "Husband, we have guests." "Hello, I'm Anya." Anya's charm was no less than Sula's. What was strange was that her ears were pointed and she didn't seem to be an ordinary human. She had a kind of peerless beauty. The elegant beauty in the proud bamboo forest added a bit of moving spirit. Tang San's expression suddenly became a little strange. Xianxia walked forward naturally and gently hugged her. "Sister Anya, I'll entertain the guests." "Sister Anya, let's go see how the purple bamboo divine needle is going." The door of another bamboo house opened and a beautiful young girl walked out. She was wearing a palace dress and looked noble and elegant. However, she had a sweet smile and a bit of liveliness. Anya smiled and said, "Well, the ocean is already there. Let's go take a look." "But Xiangyuan, you have to change your bad habit of sleeping in." Xiangyuan stuck out her tongue. "Who told this body not to be mine? I always feel tired if I don't sleep enough every day." Anya walked over and took her hand. She turned around and nodded to Tang San. "Sorry for the neglect, guest. We have some matters to attend to, so we'll be going first." After she finished speaking, she pulled the girl called Xiangyuan and quickly left. Xiangyuan looked at Tang San curiously and whispered to Anya, "I don't think I've seen this guest before. The halo behind his head is quite beautiful." Anya pulled her and the two of them left the courtyard and floated away. After hearing Xianxia say that he had 4 wives, Tang San's mood became even stranger. He couldn't help but ask, "Can you love all of them equally?" He was a very emotional person, and he had only loved Xiaowu in his life. When he was still cultivating on the Dolua continent, he had many women by his side, but he had never been tempted. Back then, Hulaina and Xianxia were all stunning beauties, but Tang San was always able to keep his heart, and he only loved Xiaowu. Therefore, when he heard Xianxia say that he had 4 wives, he couldn't help but feel a little disapproving. Xianxia laughed bitterly. "That's a long story. Back then, I thought that I would only love one person for the rest of my life, but there are many times when I can't control myself. Sometimes, you can't stop loving just because you don't want to. A woman has almost given up everything for you, even her life. How can you abandon her?" Tang San shrugged and said, "Everyone has their own life, and this is your life. You don't have to explain anything to me." Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he said, "It's not that I want to explain, but it's because you'll see a few other people later. Some of them have more than my wives, especially." Just as he said this, Tang San's eyes moved slightly, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky. In an instant, thousands of strands of auspicious chi appeared, and a 7-colored auspicious cloud floated in the air. On top of the 7-colored auspicious cloud, there was a person standing proudly. This person wore golden armor and held a long staff in his hand. When Tang San's gaze landed on him, he immediately felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but be attracted to the long staff in his hand, which seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He's always an impatient person. Whoever he says will arrive. The rainbow cloud flashed, and in the next instant, a golden figure had already landed in front of Tang San and Xianxia. The appearance of the golden armor faded, and it turned into a man in a green robe. He looked about the same age as Xianxia, but he was taller and had a burly figure. There was a hint of arrogance between his brows, and there were faint immortal clouds on his green robe, as if he was a living creature. Compared to Xianxia, Emperor Qin's reserved aura, this person's aura was not only very strong, he didn't have any intention of hiding it, like a dazzling sun. As soon as he landed, he couldn't help but size up Tang San's divine sense. His voice was so loud that it seemed to echo, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Outsider, you dare to release so much divine sense? Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you here and shake your foundation?" Unlike Xianxia's gentleness, this person had just arrived, and he already had an aggressive aura. Tang San frowned slightly, and said indifferently, "Then you can give it a try. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." The newcomer laughed. "You do have some guts. I am Pipefish. Everyone calls me Shandy." Shandy Pipefish. Looking at this person, Tang San thought to himself, this person really does have a bit of a unique immortal spirit. "See God Tang San." Tang San said indifferently. Pipefish said, "You only have divine sense here, so I won't compete with you." "Xianxia, why don't you invite your guests in?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "You're turning the tables. If I didn't see you, we would already be inside. Please come in." Tang San and Pipefish followed Xianxia into the bamboo house. The bamboo house's interior was very simple. It was obviously a living room, with a small bracelet and a few bamboo chairs. It was obvious that this Emperor Qin's daily life was simple. Pipefish said, "Every time I come here, I feel ashamed. Sometimes, simple things are really quite good. It's not like where I come from, where it's not easy to hide and relax." Xianxia laughed and said, "That's because you have too many wives." Pipefish laughed bitterly. "Yes. I regret it. But there's no use in regretting it. To outsiders, my Shandy is like a high and mighty immortal. Every day, I have a jade palace and fine wine. But who knows the troubles in my heart? At home, I don't have any status at all. With Misty as the leader, they're really sincere and united. You don't know, but every night, where I sleep is arranged by them, and I can't go against it. Otherwise, no one will pay attention to me. What's the point of being a Shandy?" Tang San resisted the urge to laugh and said, "I don't have such troubles. I only have one wife. I just need to accompany her every day. Why don't we talk about proper business first? I heard you mention the graveyard of the God Realm. What's going on?" Xianxia and Pipefish looked at each other. Pipefish said, "You say it. Your thoughts are the clearest." The Zither Emperor nodded his head, and his expression became solemn. "Just like what we said when we communicated through divine sense before, for some unknown reason, a great disaster suddenly appeared in the universe, and the cosmic turbulence caused by this disaster swept across many star areas. We are all victims, and it seems that you should be the same." Tang San nodded. "That's right. The space-time turbulence came very suddenly. At that time, we only had time to protect the God Realm. Then, we were swept away by the space-time turbulence. We finally found a chance to escape, but we were sucked in by this black hole." Xianxia said, "Then our situation is similar. After I cultivated to a certain level, my body sublimated, and then I created my own God Realm. My God Realm as a whole is small, but there are few God puppets. The overall strength of its energy is not bad, so it protected itself. According to our later judgment, in this space-time turbulence, who knows how many weaker God Realms collapsed because of it. This is really a terrible disaster." Tang San asked, "I see that there are a total of 6 God Realms here. Don't tell me that no one knows where the space-time turbulence came from?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "I only have a vague guess. According to what we know and our guesses, there should be a huge change in an extremely powerful plane. It could even be a huge disaster. Then, a huge amount of energy was generated and formed turbulence. For some reason, this turbulence was strengthened in the universe. In the end, it turned into countless space-time turbulence that ran amok in the universe." "That's right. These space-time turbulence should gradually disappear in the universe after a certain period of time, but we were unlucky and became victims. Hearing him say this, Tang San quickly analyzed in his mind. The collapse of a large plane? How powerful must that plane be to be able to do this? Tang San said, your analysis is very reasonable. There are similar records in the ancient records of our God realm. Therefore, the purpose of the development of the God realm is to become a divine planet, or a super planet, that can stabilize in the universe. At this point, he couldn't help but think of the god of destruction. The reason why the god of destruction was so eager to expand the God realm was so that he could become a divine planet as soon as possible. If the Dolua divine realm could become a divine planet, then it wouldn't be swept away no matter how powerful the spatial turbulence was. When that happened, planets like the Dolua continent, as well as the planets where Blaze, Jidong, and Zhou Weiqing were on, would become satellites of the divine planet. The divine planet would become the center of these satellites. It was similar to a star, but not a star. It would become the pinnacle of the universe, comparable to a star, and self-controllable. Dolua's evolution speed was very fast. If not for the disaster this time, which allowed the god of destruction to complete his expansion, he might have become a divine planet in tens of thousands of years. The existence of a divine planet was enough to protect a star region. However, according to the laws of the universe, a divine planet was like a cultivator going against the heavens. To cultivate to become a god, one would definitely encounter many difficulties. Just like this time, the turbulence of time and space they encountered almost caused the entire god realm to collapse. Pikefish said, our situation is similar. We were swept in by the turbulence of time and space, and then pulled out by this black hole. When we first arrived, there were at least dozens of divine realms that had been annihilated in this black hole. Those who were able to survive were those who were strong enough. Everyone communicated through their divine senses and spontaneously organized together. It took a long time to reach the current scale. Although it still can't solve the problem and will still lead to destruction, at least it will take a little longer. Tang San nodded and waited for him to continue. Yi Yingzhu smiled. Since all of you are also victims, we would like to invite all of you to join our big family. At least, we can add some vitality to this graveyard of the God realm. Moreover, if everyone huddled together for warmth, they would be able to last longer. What do you think, brother Tang San? Tang San did not agree immediately. Thank you very much for your kind intentions, but first, I want to ask if there are any requirements for joining? Yi Yingzhu smiled. There are definitely some requirements. If your noble god realm joins us, you will have to listen to everyone's orders. Furthermore, you will have to release a portion of your god realm's power and integrate it into our god stabilizing array. Only by retaining the same level of divine power as the other divine realms in order to achieve a state of equilibrium, can the god stabilizing array remain intact. Tang San immediately understood the meaning of his words. In other words, if we join this place, we need to contribute some divine power to maintain our god realm and your god realm at the same energy level, right? Pikefish said, exactly. We tested the soul fixation array for a long time, and we lost quite a few of them. Only in the god realm did we manage to complete it. Furthermore, it had absorbed all of the damaged divine worlds in the black hole before it could finally take shape. During this process, everyone had paid a great price. After all, you are latecomers, so you will definitely have to pay a price. Furthermore, only when the god realms are in equilibrium can they become part of the god stabilizing array. Tang San asked calmly, then what if the god realm that joins us this time is inferior to your individual god realms? Will you be the one to reverse nurture it? Yi Yingzhu said seriously, exactly. As long as it can hold on until it integrates into our god stabilizing array and maintains its integrity, if the god realm is not strong enough, we will gather everyone's power to reverse nurture it. Even if the overall divine power is diluted, we will still allow it to join us. After all, an additional god realm will make the god stabilizing array more stable. Tang San looked at Yi Yingzhu with a burning gaze. Yi Yingzhu looked at him calmly. After the two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, Tang San nodded and said, I understand. However, this is a serious matter, so I can't give you an answer right now. I need to go back and discuss it with my companions. Yi Yingzhu said, of course. We are just telling you the basic situation. If you are willing, we will use the God stabilizing array to receive your God realms. After ensuring your own safety, we will talk about the separation of energy. Tang San said, I also want to know, who is in charge of this alliance that you have formed? Or is there an organization that is in charge? Yi Yingzhu said, the current situation on our side is that each of the 6 God realms will nominate a representative God King. There are a total of 6 God Kings, and they are jointly in charge of the entire God realm. If Brother Tang San is here, then he should be the 7th God King. When we encounter something, we will vote to decide how to deal with it. Tang San said, in other words, there is no one God realm that can control everything here? Of course. Pipefish said, do you think that everyone will be led by someone else? When Pipefish said this, his arrogant aura was clearly released again. Tang San sighed softly and said, if there is no one to lead, then there is no one to make decisions. If this continues, we can only wait for death. Yi Yingzhu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this outsider in front of him to be so insightful. In fact, there were indeed some problems with their temporary alliance. It was precisely because no one was willing to submit to anyone that they could only maintain the status quo. No one could convince everyone. In order for everyone to be able to make decisions in the near future and find a way to survive, they were now working on solving this problem. At this moment, a somewhat low voice sounded, we will naturally solve this problem, and we are in the process of doing so. If you are willing to join us, you will naturally become a part of us in solving this problem. I think that you do not have a choice. The door opened, and a tall man walked in from outside. Pipefish was not short, but this man was half a head taller than Pipefish, and was also taller than Tang San. Tang San's height was about the same as Pipefish's. He had a tall and sturdy figure, and broad shoulders. When he walked into the room, an invisible sense of pressure and heat instantly rose. This man had short red hair, and his gaze was so focused that it seemed to be solid. He did not have Pipefish's arrogance, but he naturally had a kind of majestic grandeur. Do you think that we do not have a choice? Tang San faced him, and his gaze did not waver in the slightest because of the pressure that this man brought. Yes, you do not have a choice. You can either be destroyed in the black hole, or join us and seek a way to survive, the red-haired man said in a low voice. A way to survive? Then I would like to know, what is this way to survive? Tang San asked. The red-haired man said, you will only have the right to know if you join us. Otherwise, you will only be an outsider. Ryukyu. It was indeed another divine king. Tang San could clearly sense that each of the 3 people present was extremely powerful and had a deep foundation. They were worthy of the title of divine king. I understand what you're trying to say. When we return, I will seriously consider your suggestions and give you a response as soon as possible. Tang San clearly did not intend to continue the discussion. Lei Xiang said indifferently, it's best to be quick. In this black hole, the devouring power will increase from time to time. In the process of you being consumed, it will also be a loss to all of us. Tang San said, I understand. Yi Yingzhu said, all right, then I won't delay Brother Tang any further. I'll send you out. At this moment, Sula walked in from outside. As soon as she entered, she sensed that the atmosphere was a little off. She smiled sweetly and said, I brought back the bamboo dew. Let's drink some together. Pipefish smiled and said, Sister-in-law, thank you very much. Sula rolled her eyes at him and said, how do you know that she's older than my Yingzhu? You should call her sister-in-law. Otherwise, there won't be anything to drink. Pipefish laughed and said, then I won't drink. I'm also leaving. After saying that, he shook his body and with a flash of light, he disappeared. Without a trace. Tang San saw all of this. It was very obvious that the relationship between the several divine realms that already existed in the soul-fixing array was not so harmonious. After flying out of Yi Yingzhu's divine realm, the Emperor of Qin saw the soul-fixing array again. The feeling was different from the first time he saw it. Tang San silently memorized the situation and feelings in the soul-fixing array in his heart. At the same time, he absorbed the divine power in the soul-fixing array to replenish himself. Yi Yingzhu brought him to the edge of the soul-fixing array and said calmly, Brother Tang, because you haven't become one of us, there are some things that I can't tell you too much about. However, there is one thing that your judgment is very correct. We do need a leader who can make decisions at crucial times. At the same time, everyone needed a more harmonious relationship. There was indeed a chance of survival, but it required everyone to work together. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you can join us. Tang-san nodded. I understand. I will make a decision as soon as possible. All right. Have a safe trip. With a slight thought, Tang-san's body shook, and he had already gotten out of the mind fixation array. With the help of the previous police officer, he was now able to face the powerful suction force of the black hole calmly. After all, this was different from when he came here. He was only returning to Dolua. Dolua's main body and the center of the god realm were both there. They were the most eye-catching targets, and there was no need to be on guard against them. Tang-san returned to Dolua in less than half of the time he used to come here. With his divine sense back in place, Tang-san stood up under the nourishment of the immortal spiritual energy in the center of the god realm. Rong Yanbing, Hui Yuhao, Zhou Weiqing, Blaze and Ji Dong were all waiting here. Tang-san recounted what he had seen and heard. Everyone, please consider whether we should join their mind fixation array. If we do, we will undoubtedly be restricted. Moreover, based on my observations, there are still some areas that are worth discussing. Tang-san said in a low voice. Rong Yanbing said, tell us your analysis first. You have observed it from a close distance. Tang-san said, first of all, the relationship between the 6 god realms doesn't seem to be that harmonious. This time, I have only seen 3 god kings, and it's already like this. There are still 3 more who haven't come. This is already very clear. It's very likely that none of them are willing to submit to each other, which is why this situation has occurred. Judging from the situation inside the soul-fixing array, each of these 6 god realms seems to be slightly weaker than us individually, but not by much. However, when I carefully observed that Yi Yingzhu would vaguely release some divine sense to interfere with me. At first, I didn't notice it, especially when I was about to leave. When I was about to observe more carefully, he purposely spoke to attract my attention. At the same time, he released his divine sense to interfere again. This is even more evidence for my judgment. If I'm not wrong, their situation is very likely not as good as it seems. The energy contained in the mind fixation array is very likely to be problematic. Hui Yuhao said, Dad, can we still join in this situation? Tang-san smiled and said, of course we can. At least this mind fixation array is very redeemable. Just like how we don't fully understand them, they don't fully understand us either. Our god realms were compressed by the god of life and god of destruction at the cost of their lives, so their energy is extremely condensed. Therefore, what they see on the surface is quite different from what we truly possess. Even if they want to deal with us, they have to absorb us into the mind fixation array. Once we're there, it's impossible for them to chase us away. Therefore, there are only 2 situations. One is that they accept us and let us become a part of them. The other is to destroy us, completely destroy us, and then absorb and devour us. Ji Dong said, isn't that very risky? Tang-san nodded and said, of course there are risks, but for us, we have no choice. That mad god is right. If we stay in the black hole alone, we will definitely be destroyed. Only by becoming a part of them can we struggle at death's door. Moreover, from what they said, they should have a way to get out of this situation. From the fluctuations of their divine sense, it should be true and not fabricated. Therefore, we really have no choice. No matter what, we have to try. It's just that we can't completely follow their requests. Rong Yanbing said in a deep voice, Tang-san, you decide. We will all listen to you. At this time, we don't have time to hesitate. The black hole's devouring power is too strong. The longer we delay, the less power we have to protect ourselves. If we want to act, we have to act quickly. Tang-san nodded and said, all right, gather all the level 1 gods. We'll do a final discussion. At the same time, mobilize all the level 2 and level 3 gods. Get ready for battle. Orders were continuously sent out from the Divine Council. The whole of Dolua was mobilized in a short period of time. Everything was going on in full swing. Emperor Qin's god realm. The cup in Yi Yingzhu's hand was made of bamboo. The green liquid inside emitted a faint fragrance. It was his specialty bamboo dew. What's wrong? Sula leaned on his shoulder and asked softly, you look very worried. Is this outsider difficult to deal with? Sula frowned, then what should we do? Will they come back? Xianxia said, they will definitely come, because if they don't, it will be very difficult for them to survive in the black hole. I believe they can see this clearly. But it's hard to say whether they will be friends or enemies. After all, I'm afraid they will hesitate if we ask them to contribute part of their energy to the fixed god formation. However, with the power of the 6 divine realms, even if we use most of our power to maintain the fixed god formation, it should be no problem for us to deal with a single divine realm. Let's wait and see, we can always adjust. I have a feeling that if we can get Dolua's help, then it will be the best opportunity for us. Sula said, what about the Central Command Center? How is Big Brother Longbow? He has always been in charge of the Central Command Center of the fixed god formation, and the leader will be chosen soon. He should also participate. Xianxia nodded, of course. In my mind, only he has the qualifications to be the true leader of the 6 divine realms. Sula nodded, and said in deep agreement, Big Brother Longbow has contributed the most to the fixed god formation. With him as the leader, I believe everyone will be willing to accept it. It's just that Pipefish and Xianxia are both arrogant and unruly. It won't be that easy. Xianxia said, it all depends on the effort. I've already convinced Scar to support Big Brother Longbow with me. Although Dum has a better relationship with Xianxia, Pipefish is independent. So, relatively speaking, Big Brother Longbow has more opportunities. The golden halo turned into rings of light, spiraling upwards around a huge pillar of light. Finally, it drilled into the air and turned into ripples of light. In front of this huge golden pillar of light sat a man. He was handsome and looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were closed, and a thick divine aura was released from his body, merging into the giant pillar in front of him. Above his head, a huge golden sword hung upside down. Halos flowed around the body of the sword, turning into beams of holy light that shone on his body, dyeing him with a dazzling golden color. If someone could look down from the sky, they would see that all the energy of the soul-fixing array was released from here. And Xianxia's Emperor Qin realm was the final destination. Not far behind the young man stood a woman. She looked to be about the same age as the young man. Her long hair draped behind her head, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. At this moment, the young man slowly raised his hands, and the holy light on his body suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling holy light instantly turned into a 9-colored light, and in an instant, thousands of auspicious chi shone on the light pillar in front of him. If Tang was here, he would realize that the essence of the 9-colored halo's energy was very similar to the essence of the energy in the center of the god realm. Golden light flashed, and the huge golden sword fell from the sky, piercing through the young man's head and disappearing into his body. The young man let out a long breath, and his body floated up. He relaxed his legs and stood up. He looked up at the giant pillar in front of him and nodded. With the support of this godly king's power, the soul-fixing array won't be a problem for a short period of time. Longbow. Are you okay? The girl behind him had already run to his side, and she looked at him with a worried expression. The man called Longbow smiled when he heard her voice, and he reached out to pull her into his arms. He said gently, Muzi, I made you worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Although I used up a lot of energy, I finally completed the stabilization. We've been fighting this black hole for so long. Now, we have some experience. When I was controlling the soul-fixing array, I seemed to feel an external divine consciousness coming in. Muzi nodded. Yes, another god realm has been dragged in. Moreover, it seems that this god realm's energy isn't weak. The Emperor Qin has already talked to them and wants to bring them in. We're still waiting for their reply. Longbow said, if it goes well, it'll be a good thing. I want to see Xianxia. Muzi said worriedly, you've worked too hard. Rest first, rest. Longbow shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not as weak as before. I'm the divine king of light. This consumption is nothing. As long as our god realm still exists, there won't be a problem. Back then, the king of gods sensed the world and felt that our god realm would encounter a great disaster. In the end, he dissolved himself and turned into protective energy, condensing the god realm and making me the godly king. No matter what, I have to protect our god realm and not let it be destroyed. Is the battle of the gods about to start? Muzi nodded. The time might be adjusted because of this outsider. Longbow frowned. We can't delay any longer. We have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might miss the best opportunity. Muzi said, that's what everyone thinks. It's just that the outsiders this time are very strong. The Zither Emperor means that if we can bring in the outsiders and help us, then there might be a greater chance. Chonggong said, that's why I have to go see Yinju first and ask him about it. Muzi said, then I'll go with you. I haven't seen Sula in a long time. Dolua. The Divine Council, Tang San stood in front of the God Realm's center. Many level 1 gods were sitting cross-legged around the center. Only the 6 members of the Divine Council were standing there. Tang San closed his eyes and felt the fluctuations of everyone's divine power. He said in a deep voice, let's start. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and slowly pressed it on the center of the God Realm in front of him. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the center of the God Realm, and gentle divine power spread out. The level 1 gods immediately released their powers and rushed toward the center of the God Realm. The 9-colored light inside the center of the God Realm suddenly became solid, like a huge 9-colored crystal. It was breathtaking. Strangely, the auras of the level 1 gods around him became weaker, and the fluctuations of their divine power began to weaken rapidly. Tang San's expression did not change. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes and shone on the center of the God Realm. Suddenly, his divine sense swept out from the God Realm. According to the communication he had with Yinju, it instantly swept toward the direction of the black hole. Vault Sheath. This was what all the first-level gods were doing. They poured all of their divine power into the center of the God Realm. One reason was to stabilize the center of the God Realm. When necessary, they could gather all of their power for Tang San to mobilize. Another reason was to weaken the aura of the entire God Realm on the surface so that the other party would not discover them. As the saying goes, first the villain, then the gentleman. They were about to face the God-stabilizing array formed by the 6 great God Realms. At this time, it was necessary to preserve some of their strength. In the distance, at the God-stabilizing array. Inside the God-stabilizing array, 6 figures floated in the air. They stood at 6 points. Beneath their feet was a huge hexagram array. The hexagram array emitted a dazzling golden radiance. The 6 people stood at each point. Other than Yinju, Emperor Qin, Ryukyu, and Shandy Pipefish, Tang San had seen before, there was also the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei, and 2 other men. One of them looked slightly thin and was covered in black armor. However, there were colorful halos flowing on the surface of the armor. He carried a huge sword on his back, which was the same color. The other person was dressed in black and had a pair of huge swords crossed on his back. However, the most eye-catching thing was the short sword hanging diagonally in front of his chest. The scabbard of the short sword was gray, like a black hole. If one looked at it, even one's gaze would be swallowed. The dead man, inside the God-stabilizing array, the 6 great God Kings gathered and looked into the distance. Shandy Pipefish looked at the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei, and said in a deep voice, prepare to receive them? Chonggong Wei glanced at him and nodded. He did not argue because of his tone. A golden light suddenly rose from Chonggong Wei's back. It was the super divine weapon Radiant Saint Sword. The Radiant Saint Sword flickered with brilliance as it pierced through the void. Immediately, a brilliant golden light shot out in a straight line. The entire soul-fixing array emitted a slight buzzing sound. At this moment, all 6 divine realms lit up. Even the divine powers of the 6 great divine kings started to surge. The hexagram array beneath their feet started to activate. The entire soul-fixing array instantly changed from its previous tranquility to a dazzling brilliance. Within the soul-anchoring formation, light radiated outwards. The streak of light from the Radiant Saint Sword shot outwards in a straight line under the cover of all the light, turning into a bridge that led into the distance. The 6 great divine kings had different expressions, but they were all calm. They didn't know what each other was thinking about. A strong light flickered, and Tang San's face revealed a faint divine light. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. Every time the light in his eyes changed, the air would slightly distort. He's here. The 6 people of the Divine Council pressed their hands forward at the same time. The 9-colored light in the center of the Divine Realm suddenly retracted. Immediately after, a 9-colored light rushed out in a spiral shape, heading towards the direction they sensed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden light and the 9-colored light linked together. The entire Dolua seemed to be pulled by a huge chain, finally starting to move after being imprisoned in the black hole. At this moment, within the soul-fixing array, the 6 great divine kings' expressions changed at the same time. What's going on? Ryukyu shouted in a deep voice. Yi Yingzhu said in a deep voice, they're not the only ones being pulled over. We're actually being pulled over as well. The strength and quality of this Dolua is much stronger than we expected. Big brother Chonggong, what do we do? He couldn't help but look at Chonggong Wei. Chonggong Wei looked at everyone and said without hesitation, continue to receive them. If we work together, we'll both benefit. When he said these simple words, even Shandy Pipefish, who had been wanting to argue with him, couldn't help but nod his head. Now was not the time to hesitate. In order to receive this Dolua, the entire soul-fixing array had expended a considerable amount of energy. If they abruptly stopped, the soul-fixing array would lose a lot of energy. Furthermore, it was very likely that it would affect their future operations. The 6 divine kings didn't say anything else and continued to receive them. The reason they felt that something was wrong was because the entire soul-fixing array had been pulled over. Although it was more to pull Dolua over, within this black hole, the soul-fixing array was actually being pulled over by Dolua to a certain extent. This meant that Dolua's strength was enormous. It was much stronger than any of the 6 divine realms that formed the soul-fixing array. There was no doubt that this Dolua had been formed for a longer period of time. It had more divine puppets, and its internal energy was also much greater. The fact that it was able to remain in such a state even after withstanding the attacks of both the spatial turbulence and the black hole was a testament to just how powerful it had been in the past. What they didn't know was that if it weren't for the betrayal of the god of destruction and the sudden attack of the sealed golden dragon king within Dolua, the spatial turbulence wouldn't have been able to sweep Dolua away. Everything had been a result of a freak combination of factors. Dolua was drawing closer and closer to the soul-fixing array, and as they drew closer, the light emanating from Dolua's surface also began to become brighter and brighter. Within the soul-fixing array, Chonggong Wei's eyes flashed, and he said in a solemn voice, I can sense an aura similar to that of the King of Gods. This Dolua is very powerful. Be careful, everyone, they may not allow us to break down the power of the divine realm as we wish. The black hole was still deathly silent. There was no sound, nor was there any light. Everything was frozen in a deathly stillness. The only thing that was drawing Dolua closer to the soul-fixing array was the invisible energy that was pulling him closer and closer to the soul-fixing array. During this process, because the black hole could even swallow light, they couldn't see each other. They could only rely on their divine power to sense each other's changes. The 2 sides were drawing closer and closer. Finally, within the soul-fixing array, the giant pillar that Chonggong Wei had been guarding all this time began to shine brightly, and the entire soul-fixing array shook violently. On the side of the soul-fixing array that was closest to the divine realm of his love rival, a huge 9-colored sphere came into contact with it. The 2 sides came into contact and collided. There was also a brief pause. Chonggong Wei's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, as expected. What a solid divine realm. Let them in. Within the soul-fixing array, the Emperor Qin's divine realm, only Immortal's divine realm, and the Death God's divine realm all lit up at the same time, and an opening appeared on one side of the soul-fixing array. This opening was very small at the beginning, and it was only at the position where Dolua was in contact with the soul-fixing array. As Dolua gradually squeezed into this space, the opening also began to slowly expand. It was as if the soul-fixing array had opened its mouth and was swallowing Dolua. At this time, the 6 divine kings could clearly see that the entire Dolua was a huge 9-colored sphere of light. The volume of this sphere of light was larger than they had imagined. It was more than twice the size of any of the divine realms in the soul-fixing array. Moreover, the nine-colored light was dense, revealing an extremely dense divine power. All of a sudden, a beam of nine-colored light shot forth from the Dolua divine realm. Just as the six godly monarchs were preparing to retaliate, the beam of nine-colored light quickly exploded and dispersed within the soul-immobilizing formation. Immediately, the aura of the entire soul fixation array rose. After the soul fixation array absorbed this divine power, it became much more stable. The previous consumption of divine power from the reception was instantly recovered. Changgang Wei revealed a faint smile on his face. He knew that the other party was expressing goodwill to them, indicating that they had no ill intentions. This divine power could not be said to be untimely. It was very beneficial for stabilizing the god formation. In this black hole filled with deathly stillness, every bit of energy was very precious. The other party was able to release it without caring about the gains and losses. This was enough to prove their goodwill. "Welcome to the soul fixation array," Changgang Wei said in a clear voice. "Thank you for your reception. Please wait a moment. After you've completely integrated, Tang-san will definitely come and thank you." Tang-san's voice came from Dolua. Hearing his voice, Ryukyu and Shandy Pipefish could not help but frown slightly. What they faced before was only Tang-san's divine sense. At this very moment, they really heard Tang-san's real voice. This time, the feeling was completely different from when they faced the divine sense. In their ears, Tang-san's voice was deep and solid. It was obviously gentle, but there was a faint indescribable sharpness. The strength of his aura was clearly not below their full strength. The six god kings left the six-pointed star almost at the same time. The huge six-pointed star in the sky also silently disappeared. The six of them floated in a row and watched Dolua from afar. For them, this was also a historical moment. They did not discuss anything with each other. Now that Dolua had begun to integrate, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only see what would happen after the powerful god realm integrated. To the god kings, time had no meaning at all. They could only wait silently. After an unknown amount of time, Dolua finally managed to fuse the last bit of energy into the soul fixation array. Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, sat down cross-legged in the air as a Guqin appeared on his knees. The Guqin had 7 strings and 13 emblems. The moment the Guqin appeared, Yi Yinzhu's aura immediately changed. His gaze was gentle, and his hands gently plucked the strings of the zither. The melodious sound of gold and jade immediately reverberated in the air. The entire soul fixation array buzzed under the influence of the zither music. Under the stimulation of the zither music, the soul fixation array was fully activated once again. Thus, the massive Dolua divine realm was engulfed just like that. A figure shot out from the Dolua divine realm and flew towards the 6 godly kings. It was no longer the divine sense, and naturally, it was no longer the golden body. Tang-san, with his long blue hair and a golden trident in his hand, arrived in the void. Seeing the golden trident in his hand, other than Yi Yinzhu who was focused on playing, the expressions of the other 6 great divine kings changed slightly. Without a doubt, it was a super artifact. In this soul fixation array, there were only a handful of super artifacts. Even among the 6 great divine kings, there were only 4 super artifacts in the truest sense. For example, the Jiao Xiao Huan Pei that Yi Yinzhu was playing now could only be considered a pseudo-super artifact. Of course, he had more than one pseudo-super artifact. Therefore, his overall strength was definitely not weaker than the other divine kings. After reaching the level of a god, in addition to the strength of one's deity position and divine sense, artifacts were also very important. The strength of an artifact largely determined the strength of a god. A powerful god must have a powerful artifact, and among the artifacts, there were different levels. From low to high, artifacts were divided into 4 major levels: super artifact, pseudo-super artifact, artifact, and quasi-artifact. Take Dolua as an example. Generally speaking, it was already quite good for a level 3 god to have a quasi-artifact, and the artifact itself needed the constant nourishment of the god to evolve. If a level 3 god could be promoted to a level 2 god, then it was very likely that his quasi-artifact could evolve into an artifact. However, that was as far as it went. It was just that through evolution, the limit that could be reached was artifact. Many pseudo-super artifacts and super artifacts above artifact had already been determined when their owners became gods. It was almost impossible to evolve to this level. In any divine realm, a super artifact was a strategic existence. Just like when Tang San inherited the Poseidon artifact. Why was he able to become a divine king with the Poseidon position? The main reason was because of Poseidon's weapon. Poseidon's trident was a true super artifact. Therefore, among the level 1 gods, Poseidon had always been a transcendent existence, enough to be on par with the 5 great divine kings. Of course, later on, Tang San gained the favor of the Azura god, and the Azura god also passed his position to Tang San, allowing him to have 2 positions and 2 super artifacts. From then on, he became the leader of the 5 great divine kings. Regarding this, the god of destruction was the most unhappy. Because, as a divine king, he did not even have a single super artifact. Later on, he rebelled because his will did not get along with Tang San. This had a lot to do with the fact that he did not have a super artifact. Therefore, when the 6 great divine kings saw Tang San's Poseidon's trident, in their eyes, this latecomer's status immediately rose. At the very least, they had to treat him as an existence on the same level as them. Hello everyone, let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Tang San. The position of Poseidon. Tang San nodded slightly to the 6 great divine kings in front of him. His long hair fluttered, his eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a faint smile on his face. Chonggongwei nodded to Tang San and said with a warm expression, "Hello, welcome to the soul-fixing array." This was the first time Tang San had seen this person. This being, who was filled with the aura of light, easily gave people a good impression. And for some reason, when Tang San appeared, the other divine kings felt that he was somewhat similar to Chonggongwei. Whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, there were some similarities. Shandy Pipefish floated forward and came to Chonggongwei's side. He said in a deep voice, "Poseidon, now that your divine realm has entered the soul-fixing array, it is protected by the soul-fixing array. Then, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. In a moment, we will activate the soul-fixing array and officially accept you, making you the 7th core of the soul-fixing array." This person did not delay at all and put forward the original conditions without backing down. Tang San's words were very calm. He had no intention of resisting, but he didn't compromise immediately either. Pipefish raised his eyebrows. "Poseidon, are you going back on your word?" Tang San said, "Of course not. Since we're here, we're prepared to cooperate sincerely. After all, cooperation benefits both sides. Only by gathering everyone's strength will we have a higher chance of escaping this place and letting the god realm. Under such circumstances, I have no reason to regret. But at the same time, as the ruler of a god realm, I have to be responsible for the god realm I'm in. I have to get to the bottom of this." Pipefish wanted to continue, but Chonggongwei interrupted him. "That's how it should be. Then, Poseidon, feel free to ask whatever you want to know. We'll do our best to answer you." Hearing him say this, Tang San relaxed slightly. Before he came, he had already prepared for the worst. If the 6 god realms in the god stabilizing array forced them to submit, then they might have to show their strength as much as possible. Even if it meant staying in a corner of the god stabilizing array? After all, everyone had their misgivings. With the black hole outside, they couldn't really fight to the death. That wouldn't benefit anyone. But now, especially after seeing Chonggongwei, who was full of light energy and had a very honest gaze, he understood that there was at least room for discussion. This was much better than the worst outcome. At least, the 6 god realms in front of him were reasonable. This was because Tang San noticed that when Chonggongwei spoke, Yi Yingzhu nodded slightly to show his agreement. It was very obvious that Yi Yingzhu should be standing with Chonggongwei. Among the other people, the one who was covered in black armor and the one in black who seemed to be in a daze didn't say anything. Only Shandy Pipefish was somewhat aggressive, while Ryukyu had a thoughtful look on his face. Each of them had their own differences, and it could be said that all living beings had different attitudes. There was no doubt that these 6 divine kings were not particularly united. That was why such a situation had occurred. In fact, this was actually the scene that Tang San wanted to see the most. An incomparably united soul-fixing formation was the most difficult to get along with. Only when there was a barrier between them would he be able to deal with them better. After pondering for a moment, Tang San said, "First of all, I want to know what the way out is. Now that we are in the soul-locking array, we can be considered as a part of the soul-locking array. You can tell us now." Chang Gongwei said calmly, "Sure. In fact, we have been preparing for this for a long time." A black hole was a very terrifying celestial body. Everything within this celestial body would be devoured. Although we can survive because our energy level is high enough in the universe, it is only a matter of time before we are devoured. And in the universe, it is almost impossible for us to escape from the black hole. Later, when we looked back at the process of the universe's formation and looked at the universe's mysteries, we found out where the universe came from. Perhaps the universe was created from the collision of the Big Bang. That is to say, the end of destruction is creation. Later, after careful calculations, we found that if we want to get rid of the current black hole, we can only start from this aspect and completely leave this graveyard of the divine realms. Explosion? Tang San's eyes moved slightly. He already somewhat understood what they meant. Chang Gongwei nodded. He raised his hand and pointed at the 6 divine realms around them. He said in a deep voice, "Poseidon should be able to see that we have 6 divine realms here." Then, where did the explosion come from? We can't detonate the black hole. The only thing we can detonate is ourselves. Therefore, according to our idea, if we can make all the divine realms collide together, at that moment, the cores of all the divine realms will seek a trace of life in the center of the explosion. Then, taking advantage of the destructive force brought about by the Big Bang, we can travel through space and leave the black hole. This is the only chance we have. Hearing what he said, Tang San couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because he knew very well that this was a win-or-die approach. Once the collision didn't produce enough power of creation and couldn't completely integrate the 6 divine realms, then it would be true destruction. In an instant, everything would be annihilated and completely disappear in this black hole. "How confident are you?" Tang San asked in a deep voice. Chang Gongwei said, "About 30%. But if you join, maybe it can be raised to 40%. However, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, even this small chance will disappear. Therefore, we have to take action. Even if you don't come, we will start soon." 30% to 40% confidence? Tang San looked at Chang Gongwei with some surprise. It wasn't because the probability was too low, but because it was too high. One must know that this was a black hole. To have a 30% to 40% chance of escaping from the black hole could already be called a miracle. Seeing the obvious disbelief in Tang San's eyes, Shandy Pipefish said, "Let me introduce you. This is Celestial Scar. Among all of us, he knows the most about black holes because he comes from a high-level galaxy and has the most profound research on celestial bodies. All the calculations were done by him." As he spoke, he pointed to the man wrapped in black armor. Celestial Scar nodded to Tang San as a greeting. Tang San hurriedly returned the greeting. Pipefish pointed to another person. "This is Death God Mandorn. Everyone is used to calling him dumb, and he also prefers this name. He has a very deep understanding of destruction and death. Let me tell you in more detail. Before the collision, we will be fully prepared. The collision will involve 6 divine realms, and the surface of the divine realms will all collapse. However, all the cores of the divine realms will absorb most of the energy of the divine realms before the collision, and all the divine realms will be protected in the cores of the divine realms. During the collision, all the explosions and destruction will be completed by the collision of the 6 divine realms. This level of explosive force will almost inevitably produce a point of creation, which is the so-called escaped one. Then, at this time, it's not that we rely on it to survive, but that we use the power of creation to merge all the cores of the divine realms into one, creating a brand new divine realm that is not large in size but has a higher level, infinitely close to the level of the divine stars. Then, along with the escaped one, it will forcibly escape from the black hole. This is the whole plan. Then, before the final collision, all the gods of your respective god realms will need to hide in the center of the god realm and receive its protection? Tang San asked. Yi Yingzhu said, "Exactly. This is the only way to ensure everyone's safety." Tang-san revealed a wry smile. Then, I'm afraid we can't follow our original plan and release the God Realm's divine power into the God-fixing formation. The expressions of the 6 God Kings changed slightly when they heard this. Pipefish scolded, "Are you going back on your word? Do you know that if we can let you in, we can also chase you out?" Tang-san raised the Poseidon trident in his hand. "Shandy, let me finish. It's not that we don't want to release our divine power, but if we follow your plan, we won't be able to release too much divine power into the God-fixing formation. Just as you said before, all the gods will need to hide in the center of the God realm before the final collision. Then, based on the current situation of your respective God realms, the center of the God realm should be able to accommodate all the gods, right?" Pipefish nodded, "Of course." Tang-san said, "But for our Dolua, if we reduce the strength of the God realm to the same level as your God realm, then our center of the God realm won't be able to accommodate all the gods. That's the biggest problem. Think about it, you won't be able to give up on any of the gods in your God realm. It's the same for our Dolua." Tang-san said the last sentence without hesitation. Chonggongwei said, "So you're saying that your God realm far surpasses ours in both number and strength?" Tang-san glanced at Chonggongwei. "Based on the current situation, I wouldn't dare to say that our God realm far surpasses yours, but at the very least, our center of the God realm won't be able to accommodate the same number of gods as your God realms." Mad God Lei Xiong finally opened his mouth. "What if your deity puppets are scattered across the various deity realms? We'll all bear this pressure together." Tang-san refused without hesitation. "That's impossible. Firstly, I can't completely trust that you will abandon our God at the critical moment. At the same time, can you really completely trust our God? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. We're all on the same level, so there's no need for us to beat around the bush. If it were you, would you be willing to do this?" Lei Xiong fell silent. Indeed, if it were them, they wouldn't do the same. In the previous calamity, before coming here, the 6 great divine realms had all suffered losses. They had seen their deities, friends, and even loved ones melt away in the spacetime turbulence. He could understand Tang-san's persistence. Shandy Pipefish sneered and said, "It seems that you are not suitable to be in our soul-fixing array." Tang-san waved his hand and said, "Why don't we do it this way? Let's think carefully about how to do it better and refine the plan. Since our God realm is the largest, we are naturally willing to contribute the most in the entire plan. However, we need to ensure the safety of our God." The Divine King of Light, Chonggongwei, looked at Celestial Scar and said, "Emperor of Heaven, can we recalculate?" Scar said, "In theory, we can. In terms of overall divine power, our chances of success will be higher with an additional God realm. However, at the moment of collision, if one God realm is different from the other God realms, there will be a few situations that will occur. Firstly, the authority to control this God realm has to be above the strongest one. Secondly, even if we succeed in the end, when a new God realm is created, there will naturally be a new God realm core that is far more powerful than any of our God realm's cores. The authority to control this God realm core can no longer be divided. Instead, it will be concentrated in the hands of the strongest God realm. In a sense, that God King will have the authority to control the life and death of all the God realms." Hearing him say this, the expressions of the God Kings turned ugly. At their level, no one was willing to be controlled by others. Not to mention this outsider who had just arrived. Tang-san also frowned, because if it were him, he would also find it very difficult to accept such a situation. For the Dolua Divine Realm, this was the biggest problem that they were facing. If he was not accepted, even if Dolua was the strongest individually, he would not have any chance of victory against 6 God realms at the same time. The God Kings all fell into a short silence. Everyone was calculating at high speed in their minds. This was a matter of great importance. It was a matter of life and death. For Dolua, the best news was that the God-locking formation in front of him was reliable, and that there was indeed a way to escape. However, how to integrate into this group without affecting his own interests was Tang-san's greatest challenge. Finally, it was Chonggongwei who spoke. The Divine King of Light muttered, "Poseidon, this situation is indeed a little awkward for all of us. I believe you can understand our difficulties. If you were in our position, you would also find it difficult to choose. Since that's the case, why don't we take a step forward first? At this point, he turned to the other 5 god kings. Before Dolua arrived, we had already made preparations to have a fair competition to determine who will be the overall commander of the operation. This person needs to be impartial and selfless, and also needs to be the strongest. This competition will not stop because of Poseidon's arrival. In that case, why don't we invite Poseidon to participate with us? We will compete together. Then, we will talk about other things. However, we also have a request. We hope that Dolua can release some of his divine power into the god-locking formation in stages during this period of time, and help us stabilize it together. Tang said without batting an eyelid. Then what will happen after this competition is over? How will we deal with it? Releasing divine power would weaken Dolua, so he had to ask clearly. Gongwei said in a deep voice, if Brother Tang is able to obtain the final victory, then perhaps we can consider using Dolua as the leader of the operation. However, we must ask Poseidon to guarantee that after the operation, he will open up a new center of the god realm, and everyone will be in charge of the new god realm. No, I don't agree. Ryukyu suddenly said, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Longbow, that's impossible. How can we give the right to decide life and death to a newcomer? No matter how he looks on the surface, this is related to the safety of our god realm. This is absolutely unacceptable. Shandy and Lei Xiang also echoed, I don't agree either. This risk is too great. Moreover, what right does he have to be the leader? Yi Yingzhu frowned slightly, is there a way to compromise? The dead man did not speak, and only listened quietly. His eyes were still in a semi-sluggish state, as if his mind was in a foreign place. Gongwei heaved an internal sigh upon hearing this. The 6 divine realms weren't unified, and that was the biggest problem that the god immobilizing formation was facing. Before the Dolua divine realm arrived, it was already very difficult for them to decide who would be the leader. Otherwise, the operation would have started long ago. However, for the god realms, this was indeed too important. Who would be willing to give up the power of life and death to others? Not only would that be irresponsible to oneself, but it would also be irresponsible to the god realm that one belonged to. The situation quickly entered a stalemate. Tang suddenly said, I wonder how the competition method that everyone came up with earlier will be carried out. Gongwei said, everyone will go through a round of challenges. If you win a round, you'll get 3 points. If you tie, you'll get 1 point. After the round of challenges, you'll get a comprehensive score. The person with the highest score will be the overall commander of the operation. If there's a tie, the 2 of them will go through another round of battles to determine the final winner. Tang nodded. Then I understand. I also understand your concerns and your thoughts. When it comes to the future of the god realm, no one is willing to make concessions. Even if it's an oath, no one dares to believe it. I believe that you are all in such a state right now. Even the competition method that we talked about earlier should be a last resort because everyone can't wait any longer. Am I right? Gongwei nodded. That was indeed the case. If it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven's calculations that the god fixation array couldn't wait any longer, no one would even be willing to go through with the competition mentioned earlier. Tang suddenly smiled. Actually, I have an idea. I don't know if you'd like to hear it. Shandy Pipefish asked doubtfully, you have an idea? Tang said, yes. However, everyone should understand that there's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, so my idea is relatively fair. Let's hear it, Ryukyu said. Tang said in a low voice, I think that, first of all, as the leader, his own strength should be above everyone else, and as much as possible. Secondly, as the leader, before the final operation, he should take out something related to his strength and let others control it. Then, he'll have to make an oath as a restriction. Once the god realm is completed, he can't make any decisions at will. What are you talking about? Gongwei asked. Tang raised the Poseidon trident in his hand. For example, super divine tier weapons. To us, divine tier weapons are more precious than our lives. If we are able to take out our own super divine tools, the leader will hand over all of his super divine tools to someone else before he takes the final command. God of the god of the god of the god of the god realm if they have enough super divine tier weapons. Moreover, at that time, the center of the God realm had just been completed. It still had some of the aura of the original God realms. If one wanted to completely control it, it was not something that could be done immediately. Thus, a restriction was formed. At that time, everyone would divide their power and decide who would be in charge of the God realm. The commander-in-chief took back the collateral and opened up the authority of the entire God realm for everyone to rule together. Relatively speaking, this should be the fairest method. Hearing Tang San's words, the 6 great divine kings all revealed thoughtful looks. The Emperor of Heaven was the first to speak. That's feasible. This should be the fairest way. The only problem is how to determine if there is a person whose strength is far above the others, or at least has the ability to protect himself after handing over the super divine weapon. His last sentence was the most crucial point. Handing over the super divine artifact would cause the divine king's cultivation to drop drastically. At that time, if others wanted to harm him, it would be very dangerous. Chang Gongwei said calmly, "Of course, this is related to the safety of the God realm, but there are many times when everyone still needs to trust each other. We've been through life and death together, and we've been through this great calamity together. If we form a complete God realm in the future, then we have a very high chance of reaching the level of a God star. If I win in the end, I am willing to hand over the radiant holy sword. Everyone, please supervise." When these words came out, the other divine kings couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Ever since the God fixation array was set up, the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, was the one who had contributed the most. Even the arrogant Shandi and the unruly mad god had some admiration for him. But at this time, everyone knew the importance of leadership. Shandi didn't give in at all. "But you may not be able to win against me. How can you talk about being far above me? Therefore, it's still very difficult to be the leader." The Emperor of Heaven said, "Therefore, what Poseidon said earlier was right. There must be a person whose strength is higher than the others, at least has the ability to protect himself after handing over the super divine weapon. Since Poseidon proposed this plan, I believe that Poseidon wants to recommend himself." The 6 divine kings couldn't help but focus their gazes on Tang San. Tang San's gaze swept across them, and he took a deep breath. "We are the latecomers, so we are definitely the least likely to be trusted by you, because you know the least about us. However, I do have confidence in myself and Dolua, and I also believe that I have a fair heart. Therefore, I am willing to propose a challenge to all of you. You can choose the venue, and we will choose the rules. Dolua will send out 6 people, 6 against 6. If we can win against all of you, then please give me the final authority. I will be the one to carry out the orders. When the time comes, we will hand over at least 3 super divine weapons, and you will be in charge of supervising my commands." Although the Emperor of Heaven had already guessed that Tang San, who proposed the previous plan, would definitely recommend himself, when Tang San said these words, all the divine kings present were shocked. "Aren't you too arrogant? I didn't think that there would be someone even more arrogant than me, the mad god." Lei Xiang took a step forward in the void, and a wild divine power fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him. One could vaguely see a golden armor flickering in the void, bursting with the aura of a super divine weapon. Shandi Lei Xiang smiled. "Dolua is very strong, but if you want to fight 1 against 6, you can do it. I have high hopes for you." Yi Yingzhu also frowned. No matter who it was, after hearing Tang San's words, the first thing they felt was arrogance. Tang San's proposal was already very clear. He wanted to use the entire Dolua to challenge the 6 divine realms in a 6 against 6 competition. One must know that they would be facing 6 divine realms. As a latecomer, I can only use this method to prove my strength. Prove Dolua's strength. The reason I want to be the leader is to ensure the safety of the God realm. That's all. Whether it's arrogance or not, we need to speak with facts, right? If we lose, then we'll give up our right to be the leader and be at your disposal." Yi Yingzhu looked at Chang Gongwei. Chang Gongwei was the calmest of the 6 divine kings. At this moment, even the dead man looked at Tang San with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chang Gongwei said, 3 super divinity tools, huh? I think we can give it a try." With his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Tang San had said 3 super divinity tools before, which meant that there were at least 3 super divinity tools in Dolua. Any super divinity tool was like a Poseidon needle to the god realm. If a god realm could have 3 super divinity tools, it was enough to prove the strength of the god realm itself. This was undoubtedly Tang San's foundation. Celestial Scar suddenly said, I agree to this competition. If Poseidon and his Dolua really have this kind of strength, then they're the most suitable candidates to be the leader. Our chances of winning will even increase to 50%. A strong leader will make a difference in the final outcome. The dead man nodded, okay. His words were concise and comprehensive. Chang Gongwei smiled, Scar is right, I also agree. In a situation where we don't have any better ideas, perhaps this is the best way. Shandy and Mad God looked at each other and frowned. Shandy Pipefish looked at Tang San and nodded. Very good. Then I want to see how strong Dolua is. You actually have the confidence to face us at the same time. Tang San did not speak. At this time, it was useless to say more. It was more useful to use facts to prove it than to say anything. Celestial Scar said, in that case, we will choose the venue. We will try to be as fair as possible. When we first came here and started building the soul-fixing array, there was once a powerful god realm here. It even left behind the construction method of the soul-fixing array. After we recalculated it, it finally took shape. Unfortunately, that god realm also collapsed before the formation of the god stabilizing array, and we were unable to save it. Following the formation of the soul stabilizing array, the ruins of the god realm were preserved and turned into a broken planet. The terrain above was complicated and vast. It does not belong to any of us. I think that this place is the most suitable and fair place for the battlefield. Tang San said without hesitation, okay, then we will do as the Emperor of Heaven said. Chang Gongwei said, then what is the format of the competition? Tang San smiled. Obviously, he already had a plan in mind. 5 against 5, 1 substitute. When faced with a life or death crisis, you can choose to leave the battlefield or admit defeat. If all the contestants from both sides withdraw, you will lose. The substitute can switch with the contestants on the field at any time. At least on the surface, this method of competition sounded quite fair. There were 6 god kings on the side of the soul-fixing array, not one more, not one less. Chang Gongwei looked at the others. The other 5 god kings did not express any objections. The divine king of light immediately nodded and said, okay, we will do as Poseidon said. You have just arrived, so take a rest first. In a while, we will share the time inside the soul-fixing array with you. After 3 days inside the soul-fixing array, we will meet at the Canyon of Gods in the ancient gods' ruins. Tang San nodded. He raised the golden trident in his hand and greeted the god kings. Humph. Shandy Pipefish snorted coldly. With a shake of his body, he disappeared without a trace and returned to his Cyan god realm. The others also left one by one. Celestial Scar was the last to leave. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Tang San and said in a deep voice, Poseidon, you will not only face 6 god kings, but also 6 god realms. I hope you can obtain the final victory. I really cannot wait any longer. After saying this, a silver light flashed, and the man also disappeared. After the 6 god kings left, Tang San secretly let out a long breath. A bitter smile also appeared on his face. If he had a choice, why would he be willing to face 6 god kings at the same time? Was he confident? Not at all. Just as the Celestial Emperor had said, what he had to face was not only 6 divine kings, but also 6 divine realms. Any god king who controlled a god realm had the ability to mobilize the energy of the god realm's central hub. Therefore, in this battle, he would also have to face the central hub of the 6 god realms behind the 6 god kings. If it was a one-on-one, Tang San was confident. From his observation of the 6 god kings, he firmly believed that with the support of Dolua's central hub, he could defeat any one of them. However, it was different in a team battle. This was because Dolua's power had to be distributed to the others on Dolua's side. Therefore, he could only borrow a portion of it. Under such circumstances, the strength of any of the god kings on the other side was not below his. On his side, how many of them had the same level of strength as him? The god of life and the god of destruction were not here. The only real god kings were him, Jidong, and Blaze. Rong Yanbing, Hui Yuhao, and Zhou Weiqing's cultivation were still inferior. However, Tang San had no choice. Before he entered the god fixation array, he had thought it through very clearly. They had just arrived, and it was very difficult for them not to be directly weakened. It was impossible for one god realm to fight against 6 god realms. As such, he proposed this challenge as a stalling tactic. At the very least, he wanted to allow the Dolua divine realm to adapt to the situation within the solo mobilizing formation first. Secondly, he wanted to pursue that slim chance of victory. No one could predict a battle. Even if there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, the weak still had a chance to win. This was because on the battlefield, there were many changes that happened in an instant. Therefore, no one dared to say that they would definitely win. If Dolua's side really won and took the initiative of the operation, as the overall commander, Tang San would have absolute confidence in ensuring Dolua's safety. At least, he would be in the safest position in the entire operation. In this kind of situation, anyone would have more confidence in themselves. Tang San was no exception. Therefore, in this battle of the gods, he would definitely give it his all and leave no regrets. When Tang San proposed this challenge, he had already thought about it very clearly. His purpose could be described in 8 words: to show off and try your best to win. When the other party agreed, he was really relieved. Through the exchange, he could see that the 6 divine kings were very rational. No matter what their personalities were, at least they were not particularly twisted and reasonable. This also made Tang San feel more relieved after Dolua entered the god fixation array. For the time being, he did not need to worry about safety. After taking a deep look at the 6 divine realms in the distance, Tang San took a step in the void and returned to the divine realm he was in. Dolua's situation had stabilized. There was no need to ask anyone else. Through his connection with the center of the divine realm, Tang San could feel that the divine realm's energy was no longer flowing away. Divine Council. The other 5 had been waiting here for Tang San's return. With a flash of golden light, Tang San stepped out of the center of the divine realm and landed on the ground. How was it? Rong Yanbing asked Tang San. The others also looked at him with concern. Tang San smiled and said, they agreed. Rong Yanbing smiled and said, that's great. It's just that we're really under a lot of pressure. The plan was discussed by everyone. Of course, they knew about it. Tang San said, we're not familiar with each other. This challenge is also a process of familiarizing ourselves with each other. Compared to them, in terms of overall strength, we're definitely inferior. After all, they have the support of 6 divine realms behind them. However, we also have our own advantages. The most important point is that we're a united group, while they're not so united. At the same time, we understand each other. I'm not sure how much they understand each other, but they're definitely inferior to us in this aspect. In terms of ability, Shandy Pipefish definitely has a super divine artifact. When Ryukyu released his aura earlier, it was obvious that he had a super divine artifact. The divine king of light, Chonggong Wei, was probably the most difficult to deal with among the 6 divine kings. This was because he had a very calm aura. From the way Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, looked at him, it could be seen that he was definitely not weaker than Shandy and Mad God. Therefore, he should also have a super divine artifact. As for the other 3, the short sword in front of the dead man's chest seemed to be a super divine artifact, but its aura was dark and dim. That celestial, the arch and celestial god's armor didn't seem to be at the level of a super divine artifact. However, it was hard to say what kind of armor it was. The Zither Emperor, Yi Yinzhu, did not release the aura of a super divine artifact. However, since he was able to control the core of the god fixation array, his strength must not be weak. Therefore, we have to be prepared to face 6 super divine artifacts. Although he had only observed them before, Tang San could still see many things. Now, he was describing in detail. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. One had to know that the other party had the support of the core of the divine realm. It would undoubtedly amplify their strength. Boss, I really don't see any chance for us, Zhou Weiqing said with a bitter smile. Hui Yuhao did not utter a word. Among the 6 of them, he was the weakest and did not have a super divine artifact. Tang San said, "Of course, I know. However, we have to fight this battle, and we have to do our best to win. In terms of super divine artifacts, we currently have 3. The Poseidon Trident, the Shura Sword, and your ringless ground purging set. Nianbing's 7 kitchen knives are all pseudo-super divine artifacts. Together, they are even stronger than a single super divine artifact. Although Blaze and Jidong do not have super divine artifacts, they are true god kings. When they work together, they are not inferior to super divine artifacts. Therefore, we are not completely powerless. We still have 3 days, and the most important thing is to plan our strategy in detail." Rong Nianbing laughed. "I've heard that you were a master tactician when you were still in the Dolua continent. Yu Hao is not bad as a court controller. You arrange it, and everyone will listen to you. You will be the court controller and control the entire battle. Yu Hao will be your substitute?" The corners of Tang San's mouth curled up into a slight smile. "To us, the one that the other party understands the most is actually only me. Since that's the case, we have to disrupt their deployment, especially their targeted deployment. Therefore, we have to catch them by surprise. Yu Hao, you'll be the main attacker. You'll be the main control-type soul master. I will be the substitute." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone revealed a look of astonishment. The smile on Tang San's face became even wider. "Look, even you guys are surprised, let alone our opponents. Our strategy has to be carried out from the beginning. Child of Light, God Realm." The Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei, stood in front of a huge pillar of light. Yi Yingzhu and Emperor of Qin stood side by side with him. This Tang San is not simple. His performance today has put him in an invincible position. Chonggong Wei sighed softly. Yi Yingzhu smiled and said, "I can see that you approve of him. Brother Chonggong." Chonggong Wei laughed. "Have you forgotten what kind of power I control? It's easy to tell if a person is upright from their aura." Tang San didn't hide his divine sense at all. He released it all in front of us for us to observe. If not for the fact that we can see that he's magnanimous, who would give him this chance? Therefore, I believe that he will be a strong ally." Yi Yingzhu laughed. "I haven't looked forward to something so much in a long time. I haven't fought with my full strength in a long time. Brother Chonggong, do you think Poseidon has a chance of winning?" Chonggong Wei laughed. "I can't say for sure. I can only say that anything is possible. It's just that his chances aren't very high." Yi Yingzhu shrugged and said, "I don't think his chances are high either. It's almost impossible for him to fight 1 against 6 in the God Realm. Unless his God Realm is a God planet." Chonggong Wei said, "This competition isn't just to test their abilities. It's also to test us. Let's hope that everything will be settled after this competition. Scar has already looked for me several times. We can't delay this any longer. After this battle of the gods ends, we have to carry out the final calculations no matter what and then take action." "All right." Yi Yingzhu nodded firmly. Chonggong Wei laughed. "Actually, there's something that you haven't known all this time. My relationship with Lei Xiang isn't bad." Yi Yingzhu looked at him in surprise. Chonggong Wei laughed. "So it's okay with Dumb too?" Yi Yingzhu said doubtfully, "But why haven't you been able to take the lead all this time?" "This?" Chonggong Wei sighed softly. "Many things aren't that simple. No matter how good our relationship is, when it concerns the safety of our own God Realm, everyone has their own opinions. We can trust each other, but what if it concerns our own God Realm? What if it concerns our family and friends?" Tang San's appearance is a turning point. The reason why I'm telling you about my relationship with Lei Xiang and Dumb is mainly because if Tang San thinks that there will be problems with our cooperation, then he's gravely mistaken. Tomorrow, I'll invite everyone over. We'll discuss the battle strategy and give it our all." Yi Yingzhu said, "I understand. But there's still a headache about who's going to be the substitute." Chonggong Wei said, "There's no need to worry. Scar will be the substitute. Because he can provide support in the shortest time. He has the deepest understanding of the universe among us. In the immortal realm, A huge palace floated in midair, supported by clouds and mist. Green-gold clouds swirled above the palace, reverberating leisurely. Moving heavenly music could be faintly heard from within the palace, giving off a celestial vibe. Shandy Pipefish stepped on a rainbow cloud and slowly floated in the direction of the palace. He landed at the main entrance. "Welcome, Shandy." The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals all knelt on one knee to welcome his return. "I already said that I hate things like etiquette the most. Why can't you guys learn from your mistakes?" Pipefish said in annoyance. The leader of the heavenly generals smiled in a flattering manner and said, "This is something that we sincerely accept." All right. You're good at flattering people. Speaking of which, where are the concubines now? Pipefish deliberately lowered his voice when he asked the last question. "They should be in the Imperial Garden. I heard that a few immortal herbs have bloomed recently." The heavenly general also lowered his voice and said. Pipefish let out a long sigh. "That's good. I'll take my leave first. If they ask, just tell them that I'm going into seclusion to prepare for the battle of the gods in a few days." "Yes, I understand." Just as Pipefish was about to leave, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly rang out. "Where are you going?" A figure descended from the sky. Immediately after, a crimson whip flew toward him at lightning speed. Pipefish was instantly shocked. His figure flashed and landed to the side, avoiding the whip. He smiled bitterly and said, "Don't mess around, Mingyun. I've just returned. Aren't I preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate?" A figure silently descended. She wore a pink dress that set off her slender figure. Her beautiful eyes revealed a faint golden glow, but her gaze was filled with suspicion. "Let me ask you. Do you like me or Lyra?" Mingyun shook the whip in her hand. Shandy, who had always been arrogant in front of outsiders, revealed an expression similar to the heavenly generals at this moment. He quickly moved closer and said in a low voice, "Of course I like you. I love my little Mingyun the most." Dream Clouds pouted. "Did you say the same thing in front of her?" Pipefish said righteously, "Of course not. By the way, let me tell you something big. That newcomer from the god realm actually wants to challenge us. 1 against 6, challenging our 6 divine realms." Dream Clouds was stunned. "Are they crazy? How is this possible?" Pipefish shrugged his shoulders. "I think they're crazy too, but they just want to be crazy for a while. Let's go along with it. It's been a long time since I've exercised my muscles and bones. My stick is already feeling a little lonely." Dream Clouds blushed. "What are you talking about? Mind your words." Pipefish's mouth twitched. "I'm talking about the Jingu Bang. What are you thinking? What an impure thought." Dream Clouds raised the whip in her hand. "Are you looking for a beating? I just want to hang you up and beat you." Pipefish's face was full of helplessness. All right, I really have to go into seclusion to cultivate. Maintain a good state. You don't want your husband to lose, right?" Dream Clouds thought for a moment and said, "All right then. However, you have to accompany me tonight." "When are you coming?" As she spoke, her face blushed. Pipefish said, a little later. Dream Clouds frowned. "What do you mean?" "I'm willing to visit you." "Are you going to reject me?" Shoo, lower your voice. Can you leave me some face?" Pipefish's face was full of grief and indignation. In front of his wives, he really didn't have any status at all. Just do as you see fit." After saying that, Dream Cloud stepped onto her auspicious cloud and left. Seeing her leave, Pipefish couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really troublesome to have so many wives. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. I really regret being lured to the immortal palace by Dingman. In the end, he ran away, and I just happened to be caught in the spacetime turbulence. Otherwise, I would still be free in this world and wouldn't be trapped in the immortal realm. I can't even get my freedom. Life is precious, but freedom is even more precious. It's so good to be like the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the others. They're everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. I could do that too, but now I have no choice but to be trapped here. Husband, are you regretting it? A slender, jade-like hand silently rested on Hai Long's shoulder. When Hai Long saw the dark red fingernails, he immediately shuddered and cried out in his heart, "This is bad." A fragrant body had already stuck to him from behind. Her breath smelled like orchids as she whispered into his ear, "My heavenly voice has improved recently, so my hearing is especially good. Just now, someone said that she likes dream clouds more. Is that right?" A smile instantly spread across Pipefish's face. He turned around and hugged the person who had come. "Wife, I was wrong." He knew her temper too well. Among all his wives, she was the most unyielding and unyielding. Back then, she was even the lord of the netherworld. She was also the most powerful one among all his wives. She wasn't inferior to him by much. There was no use in explaining. At this time, admitting his mistake was the wisest choice. No matter what, he was willing to call her by her original name, Lyra. Lyra snorted coldly. "You have so many wives, who are you admitting your mistake to?" Pipefish looked at her affectionately. "Wife Lyra, I was wrong." Lyra smiled. "Then tell me, how should I punish you?" Pipefish shuddered. "Wife, I have something to tell you. Can you give me some ideas?" Lyra said, trying to change the topic. "Fine, I'll give you a chance. See if you can divert my attention." Pipefish said, "Didn't we guide a new god realm over today? This god realm is actually stronger than we imagined. What's even more laughable is that the god king called Poseidon or something actually proposed to challenge the god kings of the 6 god realms at the same time to fight for the right to control our escape." Lyra straightened her back from Pipefish's embrace and frowned. "He's so arrogant?" Pipefish said, "Yes. Although his individual strength isn't weak and should be on the same level as us, and he also has a super divine weapon. However, to use the strength of one god realm to fight against so many god realms, does he think that he's the master of the god realm?" Pipefish chuckled. "Your husband has been through hundreds of battles. How could I be careless? Sigh, it's a pity that when we were swept away, the entire immortal realm lost its connection with the Buddha realm. Many experts from the myriad of worlds also perished in the long river of the universe. Otherwise, if our immortal realm was strong enough, I could have done the same. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of that guy. This should have been something I did." When he said this, Pipefish's eyes shone brightly. There was no doubt that the arrogance that came from his bones was evident. Thinking back, he didn't call himself the sole immortal for nothing. "Let me help you plan it. Speaking of which, you haven't been in a high-intensity battle for a long time. Since there's such a big battle waiting for you, I think you need to recover your fighting strength. Let's forget about what happened just now. I won't punish you. I'll call Sister Pamiao. Then, the sisters will join forces and spar with you to awaken your memories of battle." Lyra said righteously. "Wife, are you serious?" Pipefish stared at her with his mouth agape. Lyra sneered. "When have I ever lied to you? Wait for us at the great rooftop. I haven't fought in a long time. Don't worry, I'll definitely convince the sisters to go all out. You have to be fully prepared. Oh, right, don't use the Jingu Bang. You can't possibly hurt us, right?" After saying that, she waved her hand at the sea dragon, and her figure flashed, disappearing into a grey halo. Pipefish's gaze was still in a daze. He muttered to himself, "Can't use the Jingu Bang? What do they mean by attacking together? Celestial Emperor, it seems like they want to beat you up." "Oh, no, it seems like they want to gang up on you. I think, maybe that's the case." The heavenly general from before popped out of nowhere and said in a low voice. Pipefish's face fell instantly. Bitter, the heavenly general watched as Pipefish left in a daze. Then, he said righteously to his subordinates, "Did you see that? This is the tragedy caused by marrying too many wives. The celestial emperor used his own experience to remind us. How worthy of our respect. The kind god of death's realm." The dead man sat silently on the mountain peak, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. In the black hole world, there was no sun. Almost all the light in the god realm came from himself and the son of light's god, Chang'an Wei's center. The entire realm of the gods seemed to be dead silent. Dummy's eyes were also filled with loneliness. What's the matter? Are you thinking of those things? A figures of light? Dumb dead life of death? Dead she of death feeling her soft embrace, Dummy's expression suddenly became richer. He pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. I'm fine. The woman was dressed in a long white dress that was faintly discernible with golden threads. Her beautiful face carried a holy radiance, like a bright moon that dispelled the haze on Dummy, the god of death. Don't be sad. It's been so long. No one would have thought that something like this would happen. Xianxia said softly. If one were to say that the god realm with the least number of gods, it would be the god of death's realm. Because, in the entire god realm, there were only 2 of them. That was all. Dumb sighed. I just don't understand. They've been fighting for so many years. Why can't they see past it? Why can't they coexist peacefully? He said that as long as I'm here, he will not attack the god realm. However, he still came back. And he came at the most critical moment of the god realm. If not for that, Mother might have been able to lead the gods to resist the space-time turbulence. The gods would not have been destroyed by the space-time turbulence. If he destroyed the entire god realm, what good would it do him? Xianxia opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. Dumb looked at her. You seem to know something, but you're unwilling to say it. I haven't asked you either. Is there anything that can't be said between us? Xianxia sighed. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I'm afraid that if I say it, it will destroy your worldview. It will make you feel even more uncomfortable. Dummy frowned slightly and kissed her gently on the cheek. He said, we're already like this. In this so-called realm of the gods, there's only you and me left. What else is there that can't be said? Xianxia pursed her red lips. Alright, there are some things that I should tell you. I don't want you to step onto the battlefield with something on your mind. Every living thing in the world has a reverse side. That is the underworld. Almost every place that has a god realm has an existence similar to the underworld. The underworld is the reverse side. It's a dark world, a world of death. However, no matter what its background is, the existence of the underworld is also an intelligent being. They have their own emotions. Just like your father, Hades, is the same. The underworld and god realm have been at war for so many years. There was even one time when the underworld almost destroyed the god realm. It was your mother, the deity king, who used her own body in exchange for the god realm's survival. Then, you were born. You are the child of the deity king and Hades. There's one thing that you don't doubt. Back then, when Hades found out that you were his biological son, his reaction was completely genuine. The words he said were also true. He said that as long as you were in the god realm, he would not invade again. Those words were sincere. But Dumb wanted to say something, but Xianxia pressed her hand against his lips. Darling, let me finish. But do you know why he came again? He led an army to invade the god realm. Actually, it was for you, for the deity king. Even when he didn't know that you were his son, he invaded for the same reason. It was because he really fell in love with your mother, the deity king. Dummy was stunned. In his memory, his parents had always been 2 extremes of incompatible fire and water. In the past, the reason why he was reduced to the kind death god's realm and even became a foolish thief was because of his mother's resentment towards his father. He went to seek revenge on the king of hell at that time and was beaten down to the mortal world. His father loved his mother? The deity king fell in love with the deity king? In his heart, this was completely impossible. Dumb's expression changed. This was because he had never considered the possibility that Xianxia had mentioned before. He had never imagined that the Nether King would attack the divine realm with such a motive. Xianxia continued, on the surface, the Nether King did not hide his motive. To the entire underworld, if the Nether King could kidnap the deity king, the underworld would definitely accept it. How could the deity king accept all this? Naturally, they had to fight back. Thus, the 2 sides looked like they were at each other's throats. One side wanted to capture their lover, while the other side was fighting to the death for the sake of their own race and the survival of the entire god realm. It was only during that great battle that the Nether King found out about your identity. At this point, Xianxia looked deeply at Dumb. At that time, the Nether King was overjoyed. Hence, he said that as long as you were in the Divine Realm, he would not invade the Divine Realm again. He even led the Underworld army to retreat. You have personally experienced all these. However, have you ever thought about how much doubt the Nether King would receive when you returned to the Underworld? All this while, the Underworld had been attacking the Divine Realm with all their might. Just as they were about to succeed, the Nether King said those words. However, your father, the Nether King, was indeed a mighty ruler. His strength was unparalleled. Even the current you is probably not at his level. Dumb nodded. Xianxia continued, hence, he stood his ground against all opinions and suppressed all opinions. All his subordinates who did not agree with him were killed by him. After all, in the Nether King's world, strength was everything. However, when he calmed down, he realized that his mentality had changed. This was because in the past, he only wanted the Deity King to stay by his side. However, your appearance made him miss you even more. He had a child with the Deity King and the child was in the Divine Realm. As a father, his longing for you exceeded his longing for the Deity King. Hence, his feelings for the Deity King became even stronger. If he followed his vow and never entered the Divine Realm, that would mean that he would never be able to see his son and the Deity King again. Dumb suddenly asked, You, why do you know so much? Why do I not know all these? Moreover, we weren't even in the God Realm at that time. We spent most of our time in the human world. It was only after the war between the God Realm and the Underworld that we returned to the God Realm. Xianxia sighed and said, because your mother came to find me. Olive. This was personally told to me by His Majesty the God King. Ah? Dumb was stunned. My mom told you? What else did she say? Xianxia said, the Nether King couldn't hold back his longing for you and your mother. He went to the Divine World alone and found your mother. Other than the Divine King, no one else knew about this matter. The Nether King expressed his feelings and told your mother that he wanted to reunite with your family, even if he had to pay any price. When His Majesty the Godly King saw him, his first thought was to gather all the power of the God World to kill him in the God World. If it was in the past, perhaps she really would have done so. However, after that great battle, when the Nether King said that he was willing to give up on invading the God Realm for her, she was moved. More importantly, she deeply felt that she owed you. After all, the Nether King was your father. Thus, although the Nether King was chased away by her, she didn't do anything. Later on, the Nether King used his incomparable strength to enter and leave the God Realm frequently. In the Divine King's words, at the beginning, he would only come to see her, say a few words and then leave. He also asked when you would return to the God Realm. The Nether King was too powerful and couldn't easily enter the human world. Otherwise, he would bring a huge disaster to the human world. He was worried that you would hate him because of this, so he didn't dare to come and see you. No matter if it was a god or a demon, they all have feelings. As time passed, His Majesty the Divine King was gradually moved. After all, the Nether King was the only man she had ever had. Moreover, they had a child together. Even the Divine King himself didn't expect that she would gradually accept the Nether King's arrival. Their relationship also started to improve. They fell in love. Ah? Dumb's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? They represent the Underworld and God Realm respectively. Mystic Moon laughed bitterly. What I am going to say next is the reason why I didn't tell you all this. Because I don't want your feelings towards them, especially towards the Divine King, to change. Dumb said anxiously, say it. No matter what the result is, I can accept it. Mystic Moon sighed and said, the situation is very complicated. During that period of time, they got along very well and were very happy. The Nether King spent more time in the God Realm than in the Underworld. Do you still remember? There was once when we returned to the God Realm to see His Majesty the Divine King. There was a God official beside the Divine King who kept staring at you. After that, you asked me why that God official looked so unfamiliar. That was actually the Nether King's incarnation. He was looking at his own son, so naturally, he couldn't take his eyes off you. If everything was as per normal, everything would be peaceful. They would definitely be able to accept such a life. However, the disaster still came unavoidably. In fact, it was the Nether King who first discovered the disaster of the space-time turbulence. Because the underworld was on the dark side, it didn't need to face the impact of the space-time turbulence. The Nether King was enough to protect the underworld. However, the God Realm couldn't. The God Realm represented the positive side, it was the existence that protected the human world. It couldn't be avoided. Thus, when the Nether King told the Divine King that the space-time turbulence was coming, he said that he wanted to bring her away and not protect the God Realm anymore. It was because he could sense the terror of the space-time turbulence. However, the Divine King had always been in contact with the Nether King. He was already very ashamed of the God Realm. How could he give up on the God Realm? At that time, the Divine King and the Nether King had a huge argument. It was also at that time that the Divine King came to find me. She didn't dare to tell you all this because she was afraid that you would look down on her. Instead, she told me everything. She didn't ask me what to do. She just wanted to tell me everything. Because she couldn't tell anyone about this. Furthermore, I could sense that the Divine King was already prepared to die. He was prepared to protect the God Realm at all costs. Thus, she was worried that you would still hate your father in the future. That was why she told me all this. Before she left, she even told me that if the God Realm disappeared one day, I should tell you all this. She told you not to hate the Nether King. Actually, the Nether King's heart was more bitter than anyone else because he couldn't tell anyone about this. He also couldn't explain anything to you. Do you still remember? During that great battle, when you used the Nether King's sword to stab him, I couldn't help but grab your arm. I didn't want you to continue fighting with him because of this reason. Perhaps the Nether King wasn't accepted by the God Realm, but from a certain perspective, he was a good father. At least when he found out that you were his son, he became a good father. There's one thing that you're wrong about because in this aspect, we can't be more accurate than the strongest Nether King. That is, even if that battle didn't happen, the God Realm wouldn't be able to withstand the invasion of the space-time turbulence. That's why the Nether King was so anxious to bring us over. However, no one could imagine the situation in the space-time turbulence. His Majesty the Divine King fought back. She actually understood the Nether King's intentions, but she couldn't just watch the God Realm be destroyed. Until the very last moment, when she saw that we were about to be swept away by the space-time turbulence, she finally gave up resisting. At that time, she transmitted a message to me. She told me that she was going to give up her responsibility to the God Realm. She wanted to join hands with the Nether King to save us. So, before we were swept away by the space-time turbulence, you saw the entire God Realm collapse. That wasn't because of the Nether King, but because of a mother who loved her son. For her son, she didn't care about anything else and even gave up on protecting her entire race. It was her and the Nether King who gathered all the power they could and compressed the God Realm to protect us who were swept away by the space-time turbulence. It was them who used the compressed God Realm to envelop us and pull us back. However, they weren't able to do it. The space-time turbulence was too strong. In the end, we were swept away together with the God Realm. The God Realm was destroyed, the God Realm collapsed. However, think about it, why are we still alive? With just your mother's strength, could she complete the compression of the entire God Realm in an instant? It can be said that in order to save us, His Majesty the Divine King sacrificed the entire God Realm to complete the God Realm that we're in. To make you the master of this God Realm. Hearing Xianyu's words, Dum's face turned pale. You should have told me earlier. Xianyu hugged Dum's head tightly. I don't dare to tell you. You're a straightforward person. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it if you know the truth. Especially when we were just swept away, your emotions were always very agitated and you often couldn't control yourself. At that time, I didn't dare to tell you at all. I was worried that it would shock you too much. Now that you've finally calmed down, I dare to tell you about it. Dumb, don't blame the God King and the Nether King. They really do love you. However, due to their different identities, they can't express their love like normal parents. Dum's eyes gradually moistened as he recalled everything that had happened. Especially at the Final moment when the entire god realm exploded, the look in his mother's eyes when she looked at him. Although everything after that wasn't clear, he could still remember clearly that his mother had let out a heart-wrenching scream. The strongest space-time turbulence had struck him and Xianyu at that moment. If it wasn't for the fact that the god realm had coincidentally enveloped him and Xianyu at that moment, they would have been swept away by the space-time turbulence and disappeared completely. In his heart, he had always hated that person. He hated that person who gave him life but hurt his mother so badly. However, he never expected that the two of them would actually walk together and such a situation would actually occur. His mother had actually given up the entire god realm for him. Although the god realm might have already ceased to exist at that time, to his mother, it must have been extremely difficult for her to make such a decision. His mother was the one who suffered the most. She had lost her son and daughter-in-law. It could be said that she had betrayed the entire god realm to save her son. At that moment, it could be said that she had betrayed her own beliefs. Dumb knew what Xianyu was worried about. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to accept his mother's actions. His mother was the god king of a generation, the leader of countless gods. However, she had almost sacrificed the entire god realm because of her own selfishness. Even if the god realm would have been destroyed at that time, it was still the god king who had betrayed the god realm. If it was in the past, he might really not be able to understand. He had a righteous heart and wouldn't be able to accept such a thing. However, they had already been sucked into the black hole for a very long time. During this period of time, the excessive silence gave him more time to think. The various things in the past, the companions, friends, and even his mother and father. Countless scenes of the past flashed through his mind. When he finished listening to Xianyu's narration, he only felt heartache. An intense heartache. Heartache for his mother. At the same time, even though he still couldn't forgive his father, under such circumstances, he really blamed himself even more. He could still clearly remember that during that great battle, he had used all his strength to attack his father. He could even recall that there were a few times when his father was about to grab his mother, but he forcefully broke free. Now that he thought about it, if the Nether King had captured his mother earlier, perhaps many things would have been different. At that time, the Nether King wouldn't have told him the truth because he was the Nether King. In fact, there were a few times when the Nether King had almost captured him, but he had resisted with his life. If he had been captured by the Nether King, then everything would have been different. The Nether King didn't want to bring him to the Nether world. Instead, he wanted to capture him so that he could save him. Back then, he actually didn't know about his parents' good intentions at all. I'm really so foolish. Dumb's mouth was filled with bitterness. Xianyu gently said, "Don't say that, Dumb. From the beginning to the end, no one can be blamed for this. This is fate playing with us. I just don't want you to hate them. Really, they have done so much for us, so much so that we can't even imagine it." "I understand." Dumb hugged Xianyu tightly. Luckily, I still have you by my side. With you, I won't be lonely. With you, I won't be alone. Thank you, you. Xianyu didn't say anything else. She only hugged him tightly. Their hearts were still close. After an unknown period of time, Dumb finally raised his head from Xianyu's embrace. With an extremely determined tone, he said, "I want to go back. I must go back. I must go back to find them. I don't blame them. I just want to go back to their side." Dolua. The three wooden huts seemed isolated from the rest of the world. The surroundings were rich with vegetation and were filled with life. There was no day or night in the god world. Only the clouds in the sky emitted a faint light, scattering immortal spiritual energy throughout the entire god world. After entering the god stabilizing array, Dolua's condition had already stabilized. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about being swallowed by the black hole. In one of the wooden huts, a young couple was leaning against each other. They sat in front of the window and looked at the clouds and the various plants outside. They had already maintained this posture for a very long time. "Wutong, do you think Dad doesn't like me?" Hui Yuhao asked softly. Tang Wutong turned to look at him and giggled. Hui Yuhao scratched his head. "I've been trying my best, but I still feel like Dad doesn't really like me." Sometimes, he even looks at me weirdly. Haha. It's not that he doesn't like me, but he loves me too much. In his heart, he probably thinks that you snatched me away. Mom even quarreled with Dad over this. Dad doesn't have any prejudice against you. It's just that no matter who becomes my husband, he probably won't be kind to me. However, don't worry about it. Dad has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If he really didn't like you, would he have let you enter the Divine Council? Would he have let you become one of the temporary council members? There are so many first-tier gods, and many of them are more senior than you. Although he never said it in front of you, he was the one who allowed you to enter the Divine Council. Although you don't have the title of Godly King, you've already seen a lot and improved a lot in this position. I heard from Mom that if it weren't for the fact that destruction and life didn't suit you, and that destruction and life had to be a pair, and my cultivation wasn't enough, Dad actually wanted to let us inherit the two Godly Kings positions. Hui Yuhao was shocked. Ah? Please don't. If that's the case, I'm afraid the gods will be unhappy. Because if that's the case, the Divine Council will basically belong to our family. Tang Wutong laughed and said, that won't happen. After this incident, Dad has truly established his status as the supreme godly king. If not for him, the entire godly realm would have ceased to exist. Now, all the gods were obedient to Daddy. Furthermore, the gods standing beside Dad are strong enough to suppress other voices. Hui Yuhao heaved a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, that's the case. To be honest, I didn't like him too much. He always tried to stop us from being together. Hui Yuhao still couldn't bear to recall what had happened to him on the Dolua continent. The test that his father-in-law had given him wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, he had persevered, but he did not wish to do it again. Tang Wutong leaned against Hui Yuhao's chest and said gently, you can't blame Daddy. Dad did it for my own good. I love Daddy the most. Hui Yuhao said, how could that be? Actually, I also understood. A father-in-law would never find a son-in-law pleasing to the eye. That's why I'm always a little scared in front of him. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm a little scared of him. Tang Wutong raised her head and looked at him. You were so stubborn back then. Would you be afraid of others? Hui Yuhao nodded without hesitation. That was in the past. Speaking of which, this fear is also a form of respect. My father is indeed the person I respect the most. When we faced the god of life and the god of destruction, he turned the tables in an instant. I'll never forget that scene. In terms of strategizing, I only admire father-in-law. That's why I'm not too worried about the upcoming battle of the gods. Perhaps it's because I already have a blind faith in father-in-law. Tang Wutong revealed a worried look when he mentioned the battle of the gods. Yuhao, can we really win? What will happen if we lose? Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow. We can't lose. If we lose, we'll lose control. Everything will be at the mercy of others. In fact, father-in-law didn't leave himself a way out when he proposed to fight one against 6 godly realms. If we lose this battle, we'll be suppressed no matter who's in charge. That's why we have to win no matter what. Tang Wutong said, but we're up against 6 godly realms. Can we really win? We're up against 6 godly realms at the same time. I really want to fight with all of you and take part in this battle. Hui Yuhao rubbed her head. How can we let you fight? Don't worry, Wutong. We'll win no matter what. For our godly realm, for the Dolua continent, and for you. There weren't many fluctuations in his tone when he spoke, but Tang Wutong could clearly sense the deep emotions in his words. Back then, Hui Yuhao had created those 3 moves for her. They were deeply imprinted in their hearts. Everything else didn't seem to be important anymore. What was important was that they could be together. For this, Hui Yuhao had already sacrificed too much. Tang Wutong sighed softly. I'm a little worried about my mother. Her health is getting worse and worse. She misses my brother too much. Father's decision to fight 6 godly realms at the same time is probably mainly because of my mother. If we can break out of the black hole with the other godly realms, we'll have a chance to return to Dolua. With that hope, perhaps my mother will get better. Hui Yuhao nodded. Definitely. Mother-in-law will definitely get better. She's so kind. Speaking of which, Wutong, when are we going to have a child? Tang Wutong rolled her eyes at him and blushed. Hui Yuhao hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead gently. In his mind, many memories of the battle had already begun to appear. Yes, for his family, for his lover, for the godly realm, and for his return to Dolua. They couldn't lose the battle of the gods. No matter what, they had to win this battle alive. Although Tang San did not do any pre-battle mobilization, each and every one of them deeply understood this point. A cluster of flames rose and turned into a streak of red light that flashed in the sky. A rich aroma burst out. Wow, it smells so good. Hubby, I want to eat. A figure bounced towards where the red light flashed. Alright, be careful. It's hot. Rong Yanbing looked at the woman who rushed over and grabbed the roasted meat. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Kitty, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Another woman's voice sounded. A figure appeared behind the woman in front of her and handed her a plate in his hand. Her red hair was draped behind her head, and her beautiful face revealed a helpless look. Sister Feng Nu, you should eat too. It's really delicious. Hubby hasn't cooked for a long time. It's ridiculous. He's going to cook for us today as punishment. I still want to eat the 9 Azure Divine Dragon's frozen cloud. Feng Nu looked at Rong Yanbing. Rong Yanbing was looking at Kitty with a doting expression. She couldn't help but walk to his side and hold his hand. She knew his heart the best. She naturally understood why he suddenly decided to cook for everyone today. Today was so abnormal. Although he didn't look any different on the surface, Feng Nu knew that something was going to happen. Yanbing. Feng Nu said softly. Rong Yanbing looked at her with deep meaning. Today, I only want to cook for you all. I have prepared a lot of good ingredients. Kitty, eat slowly. Later, I will make the 9 Azure Divine Dragon frozen cloud for you. Oh, and my first-grade noodle food will also show off its skills today. Recently, the research on the aerial small slice has made it taste better than before. Oh, also, I have prepared a special spicy hot pot. The dipping sauce is white vinegar. You definitely haven't tried it before. The combination of white vinegar and spicy hot pot is especially delicious. Okay. Then I will go and prepare it. Sisters, come and eat. I will go now. As she said that, she gnawed on the barbecued meat, turned around, and ran. Nianbing. Feng Nu called again softly. What do you want to eat? Rong Yanbing looked at the slender Feng Nu with a smile. Among his many wives, Feng Nu was the first one he met, and also the tallest one. Feng Nu opened her arms and hugged him. She didn't look at the 7 kitchen knives on the table. I don't want to eat anything. I am just a little worried. This time, is it very dangerous? Rong Yanbing said softly, how can it be? Do you have so little confidence in your husband? In any case, I am also an ice and fire magic chef. Feng Nu said, if you really have confidence, you won't be so deliberate. Don't hide it from me, okay? I know that there are some things that you can't not do. I just hope that when you do those things, you will remember us in your heart. For us, you must be safe. Because, if something happens to you, then I am afraid that none of us will be able to live. You are not only the pillar of our family, but also the sky of our family. Rong Yanbing's eyes finally showed some changes. The mist disappeared in a flash. He sighed softly and hugged Feng Nu tightly. The 7 kitchen knives on the table in front of him all flashed with different halos, as if they were echoing his current mood. I used to be the god of emotions, but I still can't control my emotions. I'm sorry, Feng Nu, for making you worry. Feng Nu shook her head gently. We are husband and wife. No matter what happens, we should share it together. Don't always bear too much pressure. Otherwise, all of us will feel distressed. Rong Yanbing smiled and stroked her long hair. Actually, it's not as dangerous as you think. It's just that if we lose this time, we might lose ourselves and even be manipulated by others. It's very likely that we'll lose our freedom forever. You know what I love the most is freedom. Originally, I wanted to bring you to travel the universe, to experience the mysteries and beauty of the universe. That's why I passed the position of the god of emotions to Hui Yuhao. But who would have thought that fate would make a fool out of them, and so many things would happen. Now, we can only do our best for all of you, and for freedom. I'm a chef. I hate fighting the most. But there are many times when I have to do this. I don't know how long I haven't touched these 7 kitchen knives. And this time, it's finally time for them to move. Here, we still need you to calm everyone down. There won't be any danger to their lives. But this time, I'll do my best. No matter what, I can't lose. We have to take control. Only then will we have freedom when we return. My life is in my own hands. I've liked this saying since I was very young. Don't worry, no matter what, I'll help Tang-san overcome this hurdle. At this moment, a group of graceful figures came from not far away. Kitty was still skipping at the front with an innocent look on her face. When she saw Rong Yanbing hugging Feng Nu, she couldn't help but pout. Hubby, you're biased. Why don't you hug me? Feng Nu hurriedly left Rong Yanbing's embrace, her face blushing. Rong Yanbing chortled and opened his arms. My obedient little kitty, come quickly. Kitty cheered and rushed into Rong Yanbing's embrace. She didn't care about the grease on her hands and hugged him just like that. Rong Yanbing's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at his wives who were walking over. Other than Kitty, the ones walking at the front were the 2 leaders of his many wives, the former god of life and god of death. They weren't Dolua's god of life and god of death. Instead, they were existences standing at the peak of the world he came from. The god of life, Kal, and the god of death, Xianxia. In the entire Dolua, no one could compare to Rong Yanbing in terms of the number of wives. That was because this ice-fire demon chef had a total of 8 wives. After Kal and Xianxia was Rong Yanbing's previous world, the prime minister of the Aland Empire, Luo Ro, who was known as the Lady of Wisdom. Back then, Rong Yanbing suffered a lot in Luo Ro's hands, but in the end, they still ended up together. After them was Feng Nu's sister, Lan Chen. Her story with Rong Yanbing was incomparably miraculous. From their confrontation to their fusion in the cave, it was extremely miraculous. Walking at the back were Wood Crystal and Dragon Spirit. Each of them had a wonderful story with Rong Yanbing. The 8 women each had their own unique characteristics, but all of them were peerless beauties. Kal walked to Rong Yanbing's side with a smile and said, I already know about the matter. Don't worry and go fight. We'll take care of your family. Tianxiang also nodded and smiled, don't worry. With us sisters here, no one can bully anyone. However, if you lose, you'll have to cook for us every day. Rong Yanbing couldn't help but laugh, yes, my goddesses. Luo Ro walked to Rong Yanbing's side and handed him a bamboo scroll. These are some countermeasures I've thought of. I hope they can help you. She wasn't called the Lady of Wisdom for nothing. From the exhaustion in her eyes, Rong Yanbing could tell that she had put in a lot of effort for this plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to come up with it in such a short time. With Luo Ro's temperament, she definitely wouldn't have given it to him if she wasn't competent. Kitty was a little embarrassed as she got up from Rong Yanbing's arms. She looked at her sisters in confusion, what's wrong with you all? Big brother Yanbing, what are you going to do? Rong Yanbing rubbed her head, it's nothing. I'm just going to play. Oh. Big brother Yanbing, hurry up and cook. We're all hungry. It's been a long time since we've eaten your cooking. Rong Yanbing laughed, no problem. I'll definitely let you all eat to your heart's content today. Today, I'll be your little slave. Come, sigh of the snow goddess, morning dew dagger. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a brilliant blue light flashed. The surrounding air suddenly became cold, and a slender blue dagger flew into the air, emitting a faint icy mist. The halo was faintly discernible, and even Rong Yanbing's aura was rendered cold by it. Rong Yanbing's 7 daggers had been with him since the beginning, and the morning dew dagger was the first one. These 7 daggers were all pseudo-divine tools, and had been nurtured by Rong Yanbing for countless years. The morning dew dagger flew up and floated in front of Rong Yanbing. The faintly discernible light was filled with affection and longing for him. Rong Yanbing's early cultivation used ice and fire as the core to transform the other elements. Therefore, these two divine knives were his core. Wind of Freedom's chant, proud heaven knife. The green light of the knife flickered, and the wind of freedom moved with it. Carrying layers of light and shadow, it merged with a high speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Proud heaven knife came to the side of the morning dew knife. The green light, red and blue light resonated with each other. Earth's awakening melody, longevity knife. A heavy aura burst forth. The deep yellow color was as stable as the earth. The longevity knife floated over. Fire gave birth to earth. It stopped beside the upright yang knife. Divine weapon of 100 changes, jade pearl knife. The hexagonal kitchen knife jade pearl flashed. It appeared beside the longevity knife almost instantaneously. Silver light flickered, switching between illusion and reality. Among the 7 divine knives, it was of the spatial element. Dawn piercing heaven and earth, holy radiance knife. The golden brilliance, filled with the aura of light, came from the void. It calmly stopped beside the proud heaven knife. The opposite side of the light almost reached the other side in the next instant. Curse of eternal hell, demon devouring knife. The pitch-black demon devouring knife was filled with the smell of death. Everything froze in an instant. Everything became deep and gloomy in an instant. 7 kitchen knives and 7 godly blades were lined up in front of Rong Yanbing just like that. What was even stranger was that the ingredients that Rong Yanbing had prepared on the surrounding tables seemed to be cheering on their own in front of the 7 godly blades. They started to move rhythmically and rhythmically. Rong Yanbing laughed and recited loudly, amazing cooking skills, cooking delicacies of ice and fire in the same furnace. Each of the demon chef's 7 knives has its own ingenuity. My wives, the delicious food is here. In an instant, ice and fire came from the same source. The 7 knives rolled and countless delicacies were presented one by one. This was the demon chef of ice and fire. He would always be the best chef. After removing the golden armor, Lei Xiang's aura lost its arrogance and became very gentle. Even the other 5 divine kings who were also in the god-fixing array had never seen such a mad god before. Without the mad god armor, he looked like a tall and well-built young man with a gentle temperament. Most of the time, his arrogance was only in front of his enemies. Now that he had returned home, to the god realm that belonged to him, everything had changed. The mad god's realm of the gods seemed a little empty. This was not how it used to be. He could still clearly remember the battle back then. In the final moments of the battle, it was he who had led the god world to victory. However, with the arrival of the space-time turbulence, everything changed. In order to resist the space-time turbulence, he watched as one god after another sacrificed themselves, completely integrating their powers into the god realm, even if it meant losing their god seat. At that time, the resentment he once had for some gods had long since disappeared. Everyone only had one common goal, which was to protect the god realm. Everything else became less important. In the end, less than 1 out of 10 gods survived. And it was also at that time that he became the new divine king. Because he was the existence most likely to lead the god realm back on the right track. From then on, the god realm he was in was renamed the Mad God's Realm of the Gods. It was named after him. There weren't many deities left, but they had all experienced the great calamity. Hence, they were united in their determination. For them, Lei Xiang did his best to maintain the god realm, to protect it, and to make himself stronger. With the support of the god realm, his mad god armor finally became a super divine tool. This also allowed him to stand in a higher position among the 6 divine kings. Although the god-fixing array was jointly maintained by the 6 divine kings, they were not completely clear about the situation in each other's god realms. Just like how Lei Xiang would never let others know, in fact, the Mad God's realm of the gods was definitely more dilapidated than what others imagined. Everything was supported by him alone. The responsibility he shouldered was so great. A smile appeared. Lei Xiang suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a warm and soft body was pulled out from the void and into his embrace. "Mou, you're up to something again." She had jet black hair, a slender figure, and a beautiful face. There was even a hint of evilness about her. It was Mou. Mou was Lei Xiang's first woman, and also one of his 4 wives. She could always use all kinds of methods to arouse his desire, Perhaps this was the reason why she was born a witch. Because she was once a princess of the demon race, and had the purest fallen angel bloodline. Mou giggled, how am I up to something? Didn't I want to give you a surprise? Lei Xiang kissed her red lips, his body couldn't help but heat up. Mou immediately felt the difference and giggled, don't mess around, Xian and Zixue will be here soon. Don't mess around. Lei Xiang giggled, what's there to be afraid of when they come, we're already an old couple, at most we'll sleep together. Mou smiled, looks like you're not worried about the battle of the gods at all. Lei Xiang said indifferently, what's there to worry about? No matter who becomes the mastermind in the end, it won't be me. I've never wanted to be the mastermind, I just want to bring the god realm out. Moreover, with my strength, no matter who becomes the mastermind, I'll still be the cornerstone of the entire god realm, or even the new god realm. So, I've never worried, but I definitely won't lose, I'll just do my best. Mou giggled, you're quite detached. Lei Xiang sighed, the sooner this matter is resolved, the better. The newcomer Dolua is very strong, this is actually a good thing. Poseidon also has a super divine tool, he's not weak. Through the exchange of divine senses, we can all feel that this Poseidon is not ordinary, he's very similar to Chang'an Wei. So, I'm actually not that worried about him. I'm still worried about the final operation. Although the calculations are already very accurate. But, no one can say for sure what will happen in the black hole, so it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. Mou nodded, yes. But, this Dolua's arrival is also a good thing. At least it increases the chances of success. Lei Xiang said, I hope so. Through this battle of the gods, it's also a good opportunity to see how strong this Dolua is. Speaking of which, I'm very curious, why does that Tang-san have the confidence to fight against our 6 god realms with the power of a single god realm? Even if his god realm is strong, it can't compare to our 6 god realms. At our level, the support of a god realm is very important. I don't think he has any chance. The one who spoke was a woman with an elegant temperament. She had long purple hair and a faint coldness between her eyebrows. It was Xian. Compared to her, Zixue was more gentle and beautiful. She stood behind her sister and looked at Lei Xiang with a smile. Xian said, since they proposed it, it's not like they don't have any confidence at all. It's better to be careful. But no matter what, you have to protect yourself first. Lei Xiang said, don't worry, in terms of defense, I should be the strongest among them. So, I'm not worried at all. Moreover, I won't lose. In terms of fighting will, I've never been convinced by anyone. Xian nodded, of course we believe in you. You don't have to worry about the children, they're all fine. Sister Bai is taking care of them. We'll wait for your good news at home. Lei Xiang's eyes flashed and he sighed, big brother Tiramandis sacrificed himself at the last moment to save the god realm. He passed the position of god king to me. No matter what, I have to bring the god realm back. Father God has disappeared for a long, long time. I don't know where he is. Mou said, didn't we guess? Father God is most likely the god king of a god planet. If only Father God could come to our rescue when the space-time turbulence came. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. The god realm almost collapsed. Lei Xiang frowned, the universe is changing. Perhaps it was originally a disaster weapon. Our god realm is only a small part of the disaster. I've always thought that the universe itself is a huge life form. And in this life form, once there are too many high-level life forms, it's possible that when they evolve to that level, the universe will undergo some great cleansing. And our god realm is such a high-level life form. That's why we're being targeted. I even feel that even a god planet might not necessarily be safe. After all, in such a vast universe, no one can rely on their own strength to fight against the entire universe. Zixue said in surprise, no way. If that's the case, then aren't we? Lei Xiang smiled, although I have some conspiracy theories, I believe that man can conquer the heavens. If possible, my goal in the future is to go to a higher level and take a look at that level. At that time, maybe we will really be able to see something. So, I'm very much in favor of the fusion of the god realm. This way, the entire god realm will change. We have so many god king level existences. Even a normal god star would be like this. If we had enough time, we might be able to evolve to the god star level. At that time, everyone will sublimate, we will definitely be able to see more things. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that we first have to leave the necropolis of the gods. Ziyan walked over to Lei Xiang's side and hugged his arm. To us, that's not important. What's important is being together with you. As long as we're together, no matter where you go, we'll go. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. We will support you from the beginning to the end. The god-locking array was peaceful. Dolua stood near the center of the god-locking array, emitting a faintly discernible light. From time to time, he would separate some energy to replenish the god-locking array. Since they had come, they had to pay a certain price. It would be like this until the end of the Battle of the Gods. The 7 god realms shone brightly, but the most eye-catching one was still not Dolua, but the space velocity star Scar god realm, which came from the era of advanced technology. 3 purplish-black planets were constantly rotating, emitting a faint light. The deep space inside was like a small black hole, swallowing everything around it. In one of the planet-like god realms, Scar, who had also taken off his armor, was in front of a huge screen of light, constantly injecting one calculation formula after another. The entire screen of light was formed from energy, or rather, from divine power. But if other gods were here, they would discover that the space velocity star Scar god realm Scar was filled with a modern feeling. Beside Tianhen, there was another person. A gentle aura of life surrounded her, who was as gentle as water. Scar turned his head to look at her, saying, "How is it? Did I input the data correctly?" He was in charge of the calculations, and the woman beside him was in charge of verifying them. "That's right, it's basically correct. The situation is much better than expected. It's really something to be happy about." Scar smiled bitterly. A perfectly good planet has been compressed into a body of energy, and they call it a god realm. Sigh. Finally, there's a chance. Lilium smiled. "We're already very lucky. Have you forgotten? When we first arrived, how many gods did we witness being swallowed by the black hole? Compared to the other god realms, we're the most different. Actually, we're not a god realm, but a sublimation of the human realm. Or, from a certain point of view, it could barely be considered the god realm. It's just that we have the 3 dark races, and in terms of numbers, we're probably the one with the most." Scar said, "But there are too few of them with a high level of life, which is why we're lacking so many helpers." This time, Dolua's arrival can be said to be timely help. I can't believe the results of this calculation. Originally, I thought that with their participation, the success rate would at most increase to 50%. But I didn't expect that after analyzing their energy intensity and combining it with our entire plan, it would actually increase by another percentage point. A 60% success rate is already worth a gamble. Lilium nodded. "That's why this is a good thing. Why do you have to carry out this god realm battle?" Scar smiled. "This is also Brother Longbow's intention. Actually, the most important thing is for everyone to understand each other better. There's nothing better than an all-out battle to understand each other. Actually, our 6 god realms don't understand each other well enough, so we should take this opportunity to understand each other better. When the time comes to carry out the plan, we'll be able to avoid any mistakes." Lilium said, "I hope everyone thinks like you. It's just that at your level, there's no such thing as a referee. The center of the god realm can protect you to a certain extent, but it's not absolute. So, you can't force yourself. If there's any danger, you have to hurry back. Do you hear me?" Scar laughed and hugged her slender waist. "When did my Lilium become so domineering? In my heart, you've always been the saintess." Lilium said gently, "Scar, I'm not joking with you. Safety is more important than anything else. Let's go and rest." As he spoke, his hand had already reached into Lilium's lapel. Hey, why are you so shameless? Don't. Shouldn't we celebrate such a good calculation?" Lilium slapped his hand away. "You call this celebrating? Why not? Speaking of which, I've already completed the demonic god bow. Although all of my demonic god armor and weapons can barely be considered a super divine weapon, it should be enough." I wonder if Dolua has anyone who's good at long-range attacks. Lilium, don't be too concerned about this God Realm battle. In a sense, this is just a game to us. Third brother, Xiaowu laid her head on Tang San's lap. Her eyes were closed, and her face was still pale. Tang San combed her hair tenderly. She loved it when he stroked her hair. She would be especially satisfied every time he did so. Third brother, don't worry. I will accompany you well. I will definitely get better. Xiaowu rubbed her head against his leg and smiled sweetly. She was always like this. She didn't want him to worry. Tang San dotingly lowered his head and kissed her forehead. I will definitely cure you. Xiaowu, don't be anxious. After this battle of the gods, we can leave the black hole after we obtain control. After that, we will go and find our son. Everything will be fine after we find our son. Don't worry. Xiaowu nodded. Yes, yes. We will definitely find our son and reunite with our family. Tang San smiled and said, Xiaowu, do you know? There is a kind of power in this world that even the gods can't explain. It is the strongest power in this world. This kind of power can definitely cure your illness. Xiaowu was a little stunned as she looked at him. What is that? Tang San said, it is love. It is the power of love. Although our son has left us temporarily, I have already arranged everything for him in the Dolua continent. Wu Tong and I are still by your side. We love you so much. Nothing can happen to you for our sake. You know me. If you leave, I will go with you. I mean what I say. No matter where you are, I will be there with you. Xiaowu's body trembled. She could hear the determination in Tang San's voice. At this moment, Tang San's body suddenly trembled. His expression changed drastically. Xiaowu saw a golden pattern shining on Tang San's forehead. It was the pattern of the Poseidon trident. Tang San's eyes also turned completely golden at this moment. He looked in one direction, and the expression on his face instantly became extremely serious. Third brother, what's wrong? Xiaowu asked anxiously. Ever since she came to the God Realm, she had never seen such an expression on Tang San's face except for that great battle. Amidst the seriousness, there was also worry. That's Wu Lin's voice. He was calling. He was calling for his father and mother. His energy level had finally reached the level where he could communicate with me. The seed I had left in him had completed the connection. No, it seemed like he had obtained the vast sea cosmic crystal and was using it as a medium to communicate with the vast sea cosmic crystal. Xiaowu, wait a moment, let me take a closer look. Xiaowu had also quickly sat up straight. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Ever since the God Realm had been swept away by space-time turbulence, this was the first time she had heard any news about her son. How could she not be excited? Tang San's eyes were constantly flashing, and his divine sense was fluctuating violently. Xiaowu could even sense that the energy in the center of the God Realm was being mobilized by Tang San. The entire Dolua was exuding a faint golden halo. Under the obstruction of the black hole, it was extremely difficult to transmit information. However, with the divine artifact that he had left behind in the Dolua divine realm, as well as the bloodline connection between him and his son, Tang San was willing to throw caution to the wind in this dire situation. Child of Light, Divine Realm. Chonggong Wei, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the center of the God Realm, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He's contacting the outside world? Who is it? Mu Zimo, who was sitting beside him, asked in a puzzled manner. Tang San, Sea God Tang San. He can actually mobilize the power of the center of the God Realm to contact the outside world through the black hole. He should be contacting his original world. It seems that we have to reevaluate their strength. Kind God of Death, Divine Realm. How is that possible? They're contacting the outside world? In the black hole, even divine sense will be severely weakened. Isn't he afraid that it will affect the battle of the gods? More importantly, how can he have such a strong divine sense? Yes. We don't have such a possibility. If he can, then can we also? Xianxia said with some excitement. Ever since she told Dum about the situation in the God Realm, Dum had been in a trance for the past 2 days. Now that such a situation had occurred, didn't it mean that they also had the possibility of contacting the underworld and the underworld king? Dum stood up excitedly and paced back and forth. At the same time, his divine sense constantly scanned the soul fixation array, and the situation on Dolua's side. Not only Dum and Changgang Wei, but also Lei Xiong, Yi Yinzhu, Scar, Pipefish, and Dolua's first-grade god puppets could clearly feel the changes in Tang San's divine sense. At this time, Tang San simply couldn't care less about these things. For him, there was nothing more important than solving the problem of his son's safety. Xiaowu waited anxiously, but she knew very well that she absolutely couldn't disturb Tang San at this time. Otherwise, it was very likely that there would be danger. Therefore, she could only choose to wait for Tang San's result. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the light in Tang San's eyes continued to flicker. Finally, his voice began to sound. A somewhat illusory golden halo suddenly projected from Tang San's glabella in front of his and Xiaowu's bed. "Child." Tang San called out softly, calling out. A figure appeared in the golden space. It was a somewhat illusory figure, but the outline of the figure could be seen. It was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. Although it was a little blurry, it didn't affect his handsomeness. When Xiaowu saw this illusory figure, she almost burst into tears. "Child, my child." Wulin. Wulin. Wulin was already so big. He was already so big. There was no need to identify him at all. Just from the faint aura in the light screen, she could tell that this was her child. It was him, her and Tang San's son, the son who had been forced to leave behind on the Dolua continent, Tang Wulin. It was also the karma that caused her body to become weak because of her yearning. Tang Wulin's current appearance was very bad. His aura was extremely unstable, as if something in the depths of his heart was about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire person seemed to be in a state of collapse. A golden light suddenly became bright in front of him, and a figure slowly walked out from that golden light. The golden light figure was dreamy, but the figure was very familiar. "Old Tang?" "Tang." Wulin's voice was a little hoarse. In this illusory world, his entire person seemed to be greatly affected mentally. The figure that appeared in front of him was Tang San's light figure. Everything around him had been transformed into a dark starry sky, and it was different from the golden palace of the past. His expression was gentle and calm, but his clear blue eyes were like the azure sea, or the boundless starry sky. They were so deep that one couldn't see the end of them. "Old Tang?" Tang Wulin stared blankly. If it weren't for the fact that the old Tang in front of him was so different from before, which affected his mood, he most likely would have already exploded from the grief in his heart. "You should call me Dad." Tang San raised the golden trident in his hand and looked at Tang Wulin with a gentle gaze. "Father?" Tang Wulin was completely rooted to the spot. This form of address had brought him boundless pain and loss. "That's right, I'm your dad. It's just as Tang Xiren said, you have biological parents. Just as they said, they can't bear to part with you, and we can't bear to part with you either. We had no choice but to leave you. We had no choice but to leave you behind." Tang Wulin's heart was on the verge of collapse, and his emotions were thrown into disarray by the sudden shock. "Dad," Tang San sighed softly. "I promise you that they won't die. They won't really die. Even though we'll have to pay an enormous price for this, and even lose all contact with you temporarily, Dad and Mom can't bear to see you so sad. I promise you that they won't die. I'll take them with me. I'll let them live in another world. Now, you have to remember everything I've told you. The price for taking them with me is that I won't be able to continue protecting you. I can only wait for you to come find us." Tang Wulin composed himself. When old Tang said that they wouldn't die, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. "Lin Lin, did you know? Ever since I had you and your sister, Dad has always been proud of all the hard work I've done in the past. Because all the hard work I've done can make you feel proud whenever you talk about your dad." At this point, Tang Wulin stood not too far away from Tang San, and his eyes suddenly became moist. Only he himself understood how much pain and suffering he and Xiaowu had endured in these words. "My name is not Old Tang. Old Tang is a wisp of my spiritual projection. I stayed by your side to help you and assist you, so you could grow up smoothly and always be protected. Now that you've grown up, I can finally contact you through the vast sea cosmic shroud. My spiritual projection responded to my call, and I was finally able to sense your existence. Did you know? On that day, your mother and I were so happy. Now, I'll let you know who your biological father. My name is Tang San. My name is Tang San Tang Wulin. Tang San, one of the 5 great god kings of the deity realm committee. My sea god Tang Wulin Tang my god Tang Wulin Tang my dad Tang Tang San. These 2 simple words struck Tang Wulin's heart like a heavy hammer. He stared at the man before him, who was clad in lavish golden armor, in a flabbergasted manner. He was like a heavenly god. No, he was a heavenly god. Looking at the trace of pride in his eyes, every word he said before echoed in her mind. Tang San Tang Wulin? He was the ancestor of the Tang Sect, Tang San Tang Wulin, the founder of the Tang Sect. He was the one who had led the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire to overthrow the martial Soul Hall. He was the one who had created the Tang Sect, which had existed for tens of thousands of years. He was also the one who had led the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters to create the glorious achievements of Shrek Academy. At this moment, he was standing in front of him and telling him that he was his father, and that his name was Tang San Tang Wulin. No matter how incredulous it is, this is the truth. I was the one who gave you your name. Your mother is Xiao Tang Wulin. You are Tang Wulin, which means that you are the little Qilin of Tang San and Xiao Wu. You also have an elder sister, Tang Wutong, which means that you are the little phoenix of Tang San and Xiao Wu. The 4 of us were supposed to live happily in the God realm. However, a huge disaster forced us to separate. The God realm was swept to a faraway place by space-time turbulence. We expended almost everything we had, and even sacrificed 2 God kings, to prevent the God realm from being destroyed. During that process, the Golden Dragon King, who had been sealed in the depths of the God realm, broke free from his seal and wreaked havoc in the God realm, trying to destroy everything. We tried our best to suppress it, but it was so despicable that before it died, it injected all of its essence of destruction into your body when you were just born. He tried to kill you. I was the one who sealed the 18 seals on your body, and I divided their essence into 18 portions. There is immortal spiritual energy in the God realm, and as long as you are in the God realm, you will be able to constantly absorb it. That will only accelerate the rate at which the seals are being broken, and your body won't be able to withstand the power of the seals, so you will definitely die. Even I won't be able to save you. As such, we had no choice but to leave you on the Dolua continent. Only in the human world will the rate at which the seals are being broken be slowed down. As long as we can return in time and you can grow to a certain extent, there will be a chance for you to neutralize the Golden Dragon King's tyrannical aura. Your Golden Dragon Spear was given to you by your elder sister. Our entire family misses you very much. Tang Wulin stared blankly at Tang San. He finally knew where his Golden Dragon King bloodline had come from. Father? The man standing in front of him was his biological father, and his father was a god. Before he knew it, Tang San's body had already become slightly translucent, and he was looking at Tang Wulin with an extremely emotional gaze. Meanwhile, Tang San's face had clearly paled significantly as he sat in front of Xiao Wu. He had expended a significant amount of his spiritual sense, and he was already close to being completely drained. He raised his left hand as if he wanted to touch his son, but he was completely unable to do so. Father. Father. My father is actually a deity? The grief in Tang Wulin's heart had already subsided significantly, and it was replaced by astonishment and incredulity. Everything had happened far too abruptly, to the extent that he was finding it difficult to accept. I don't have much time left. This kind of long-distance communication requires coordinates and an enormous expenditure of energy. The death of your adoptive parents dealt you an extremely heavy blow. Your personality is very similar to mine, so I had no choice but to come here to save you. However, old Tang will no longer be able to protect you, and the vast sea cosmic shroud will also shatter. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. I'll do my best to help the divine realm return, but I don't know how long that will take. On the other side, we've also encountered a lot of trouble and clashed with other divine realms. If we want to return, we'll have to borrow their power. Hence, I only hope that you can continue to become more powerful while controlling the power of the Golden Dragon King seal. The essence of the Golden Dragon King will bring you immense danger, but it's also an opportunity. As long as you can stay true to yourself, you'll be able to forge a path that's different from Father's. The Golden Dragon King is virtually immortal, so wait for us. Father and Mother will definitely return, and when that time comes, we'll be able to reunite as a family. Alternatively, if you become powerful enough to create your own divine realm one day, then think of a way to find us. I'll imprint the coordinates and aura of the divine realm into your spiritual world, and it'll only be activated when you break through your limits and become a god. Don't worry, child, I'll save your adoptive parents and allow them to live in the divine realm. When we reunite, you'll be able to see both of us, and you'll be able to see them. So don't be sad, you need to face everything with a braver heart. I'm really worried about you, but I won't be able to protect you anymore. If I hadn't appeared today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have been able to control the power of the Golden Dragon King. Thankfully, the power of the Golden Dragon King bestows upon you a near indestructible body. Even if you were to be corrupted by its power and become insane, don't give up on yourself. Trust me, we'll come back to find you no matter what and bring you back to us. When he said the last sentence, Tang San's tone was filled with endless confidence. His body was already becoming more and more insubstantial, and the starlight around him was also beginning to dim. You have to cultivate the Millennium White Clouds well. That's one of Father's most powerful abilities. When you can truly master the secrets of time one day, you'll be able to transcend the Dolua continent and create your own small world even without the divine realm. The power that I can transmit to you is limited. Aside from the Millennium White Clouds, I'll teach you another technique that you can cultivate together. It's related to the secrets of space. Tang San waved his right hand as he spoke, and the golden trident in his hand shot toward Tang Wulin as a streak of light. At the same time, the golden trident pattern appeared in the center of Tang Wulin's forehead, and the two seemed to be resonating with each other. The golden trident abruptly burrowed into Tang Wulin's glabella, and a sharp pain and heaviness immediately followed, causing him to let out a muffled groan. At the same time, a large number of memory brands appeared. An ethereal voice sounded in his ears. Take care, child. Wait for us to come back. Oh, right, be careful of the Silver Dragon King. The light barrier in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu abruptly shattered, but in the instant that it shattered, Tang San abruptly reached out with his right hand, and the shattered golden light transformed into a golden vortex that traversed through space. Light flashed, and two figures appeared in front of him and Xiao Wu out of thin air. Tang San let out a muffled groan, and opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of black mist, and his aura weakened significantly. Tang San shook his head with a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'm fine. It's just that the power of the black hole took advantage of this opportunity to erode my spiritual sense, and I've already expelled it. Of course, he wasn't going to tell Xiao Wu that he had damaged his essence in order to communicate with his son. How could he let her worry about him? At this moment, Xiao Wu's face was already flushed red, while her and Tang San's gazes were focused on the two corpses in front of them that were surrounded by golden light. Are they Wulin's adoptive parents? Tang San nodded. That's right. His name is Tang Xiren, and this is his wife, Lang Yu. They were the ones who raised our son. They are the benefactors of our family. As such, we have to save them even if we have to pay a certain price. This is to repay them, and also to ensure that Wulin will be happy when he returns. Xiao Wu's eyes hadn't lit up like this in a long time, and she stared at the two corpses in front of her. Does that mean I'll be able to learn a lot about Lin Lin from them? Tang San smiled and stroked her long hair. That's right. Of course. I also want to hear about Lin Lin from them. That's great, that's really great. Are you all right, Brother 3? Xiao Wu stroked Tang San's cheek with a pained expression at the sight of his pale face. I'm fine. It's just that I've expended a lot of energy. Tang San stroked her long hair. How is Lin Lin? How does he look now? I couldn't see him clearly just now, the woman asked in a trembling voice, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Don't worry, he's doing very well. His eyes resemble yours, and they're very beautiful. He's almost as tall as I am, and he's grown up. Just like we were in the past, he's a very sentimental person. I've obtained a lot of information about him from the spiritual sense clone I left behind. I'll tell you about it slowly, and I'll tell you every single detail. I've finally managed to get his adoptive parents to come here, so he should be fine now. Don't worry, the dragon god was immortal back in the day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seal the Golden Dragon King. There's a chance that Lin Lin could be affected by the Golden Dragon King's spiritual sense, but that Golden Dragon King's spiritual sense had been severely damaged by my Azura sword. As long as he can stay true to himself, and with my Poseidon trident, he should be able to protect his own spiritual sense. The most difficult time has passed. When we return, we will definitely be able to reunite with our family. Xiaowu said with tears in her eyes, I just don't know how long it will take. Ever since I gave birth to him, I have never looked at him carefully. My Lin Lin, Mama misses you so much. Tang-san gently hugged his wife and said, yes. I used up too much energy just now. I didn't even have time to hear him call me daddy. Xiaowu abruptly raised her head. Third brother, you've expended so much energy. The battle of the gods is about to begin, Tang-san smiled indifferently. There was only pride in his eyes. For the sake of my son, I have to win. He had already given one of his most powerful superdivinity tools, the Golden Trident, to his and Xiaowu's son. The ancient god ruins were a deformed planet. Due to its dim and lightless appearance, it was completely unremarkable within the soul-locking formation. If one didn't pay close attention to it, they wouldn't even be able to discover its existence. Before the soul-locking formation was completed, the ancient god ruins had already been devoid of life. However, due to the fact that it had once been extremely powerful and possessed an extremely high level of energy, even the black hole would need some time to devour it. As such, when the soul-locking formation was completed, the ancient god ruins had yet to be completely devoured, resulting in the current situation. The entire ruins looked like a planet that had been sliced off by a third. Why would a basin with a perfectly round bottom be devoured from one side instead of the other side? The entire size of the ruins was about the same as the Son of Light's realm of the gods. The bottom of the ruins was perfectly round while the top was relatively flat. However, there were many canyons and mountains on the flat surface. Perhaps because the original divine power was extremely powerful, there were actually many lush vegetation on the surface of the ruins. Some of the vegetation was extremely large. As such, it wasn't that there was no life here. It was just that there were no gods. The light in the entire ancient god ruins came from the 6 realms of the gods. Of course, now there was also Dolua. As such, compared to before, this place had become a little brighter. Visually, the ancient god ruins didn't actually give off a desolate feeling. Nourished by the remnant divine power, the vegetation here grew lush and verdant. Only some valleys didn't have any vegetation, while many other places appeared to be very lush. In the distance, there were already patches of light fog in the sky. There were all kinds of colors, making it appear bizarre and variegated. Figures arrived one after another. They floated in the distant sky and watched. This side. They had arrived a long time ago and were waiting there quietly. There were clearly thousands of them, but they didn't make a single sound. They came from the various realms of the gods. All of their gazes were focused on this battlefield. They were all quietly waiting for the arrival of this unprecedented battle. It could be said that even in the entire universe, a battle of the gods of this level was extremely rare. Because this wasn't a clash between 1 or 2 realms, but a clash between 7 realms of the gods. At least 7 God King level powerhouses were clashing. Not to mention that this was related to the leadership position of the God stabilizing array after the fusion of the realms of the gods. The excitement of this battle alone was something that even the gods couldn't refuse. Being able to watch such a battle of the gods would definitely be one of the most exciting memories of their lives. Therefore, the people from the 6 realms of the gods had arrived early. The most eye-catching of all were the beautiful goddesses. Every god king of the 6 realms of the gods had a wife. Dun was the only one who only had one wife. The others had more than one. Even Longbow Wei had as many as 2 of them. The most exaggerated one was naturally Shandy Pipefish of the only immortal world. The group of goddesses formed by more than 10 wives was simply domineering. Misty Immortal Reverend and Lyra, who were flying at the front, had golden and dark purple light wheels respectively behind their heads. Their powerful auras were even stronger than the average first-grade gods. They weren't any weaker than the God Kings. The other God Kings' wives weren't any weaker. All of them were peerless beauties. For a moment, the dark night sky was illuminated by their radiance. The gods couldn't help but look at them. The ladies of the 6 realms of the gods had gathered together. Misty Immortal Reverend was surrounded by colorful ribbons, exuding a dreamy halo. She waved at the kind Xianxia of the Grim Reaper world. "Sister Xianxia, come to our side." Although Xianxia's aura was different from hers, they both belonged to the divine attribute. She came to Misty Immortal Reverend's side happily. Lyra smiled and said, "Sister Xianxia is so beautiful. The Grim Reaper doesn't want to bring you out. Is he afraid that you will be led astray by us?" Hee. Xianxia smiled and said, "How can that be? I have a lot of things to settle in the god world, so I don't come out often." The Misty Immortal said, "Let's interact more in the future. After the god world fuses, it will be much easier to communicate." "Okay." Xianxia nodded and looked towards the direction of the ancient god ruins. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. "Why, are you worried about that one in your family?" Lyra asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm a little worried. Dum is a straightforward person. I'm afraid that he will be too stubborn." She remembered clearly the determination in the Grim Reaper's eyes when they parted. In fact, she was already regretting telling him those things before the battle of the gods began. Dummy, who knew those things, was no longer angry at his parents. However, it made him miss his parents so much that his desire to survive in this battle was stronger than ever. "Don't worry about anything. Can't the 6 god worlds deal with an outsider?" "You think too highly of those outsiders." Xianxia said, "I hope so. Sister seems to be very confident in Xiandi." Lyra smiled and said, "It's not that I'm confident in his strength. I'm confident in his resistance. After all, it's trained." When she said that, Xiandi's concubines couldn't help but laugh. The Misty Immortal said, "Don't go overboard. If he really runs away, I'll see what you all can do." "He dares." Lyra blurted out. Then, she blushed and said softly, "Every time we mess around, we give him some benefits. Moreover, I feel that he is also enjoying it." The Misty Immortal rolled his eyes at her and said, "You're the only one who knows how to mess around. All right. Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Don't let Sister Xianxia laugh at you." Xianxia really wanted to laugh. He had seen Xiandi pipefish before. Xiandi was arrogant while Mad God was crazy. These two were publicly acknowledged as the 2 most difficult god kings to deal with in the 6 great divine realms. But now, it seemed that Xiandi didn't have much of a dominant position in the family. Lyra giggled and said, "Sister, don't laugh at us. We are just having fun in the boudoir. Why don't I teach you a few techniques to control your husband later?" Mystic Moon hurriedly shook her head, "No need. Dum treats me very well." Lyra came to her side and said with a bewitching tone, "This has nothing to do with whether he treats you well or not. Sister, you have to remember that men are very fickle. No matter how beautiful we are, there will be times when they get tired of our beauty. So, sometimes we have to create something new so that they won't get tired of us." Mystic Moon looked at her in shock and said, "Really?" Lyra said mysteriously, "Of course. If you don't believe me, I will teach you a few techniques. You can go back and try it." As she said that, she whispered something to Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon was confused, but it was obvious that she understood. When the Misty Immortal Lord saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Poor Grim Reaper, he didn't know if he would come looking for them because of this. However, he couldn't control Lyra too much. Lyra had suffered the most among them. Ever since she got together with Pipefish, she often let herself go. Everyone let her be. The other women had also gathered around at this point. Since there were many wives, there was bound to be someone who took the lead. For example, Chonggongwei's first wife, Mu Zimo. 3 of Ryukyu's 4 wives came. They were Mou, Xian and Zixue. Among them, Mou and Xian were clearly the leaders. Only one of Scar's wives came. It was Lilium. His other wives didn't come. They were all good helpers of Scar. They were doing the final calculations for the fusion of the many god realms. On the other hand, there were a few more wives of the Zither Emperor Yi Inju, led by Sula. Only Sula was his first wife. Everyone was discussing in low voices, but their eyes were focused on the ancient god ruins. They were waiting for the arrival of the great battle. At this moment, rays of light flashed in the distance. In the direction of Dolua, rays of light shot out. The gods who were originally watching the ancient god ruins all turned their gazes towards the Dolua divine world. Since sea god Tang San dared to ask Dolua to challenge the 6 god realms, it was obvious that he couldn't fight alone. In other words, he was very confident in his companions in Dolua. The gods of the 6 god realms also wanted to see what kind of powerhouse Dolua had. After all, the only god that they had seen in the Dolua divine realm was the sea god, Tang San. It was undoubtedly the case that the Dolua divine realm was intentionally concealing themselves, but the battle of the gods was about to begin, so there was no need for any concealment. The first thing that came into view was also a group of goddesses. The goddess flying at the front was emitting a soft halo. Her face was a bit pale, and her aura was a bit unstable. She was wearing a pink dress and had a long scorpion braid hanging behind her head. Beside her, a young girl with long pinkish blue hair was supporting her. A soft golden halo enveloped the 2 girls. They looked very similar, as if they were sisters. Without question, this was Dolua, the wife of the god king Tang San, Xiao Wu, and his daughter Tang Wutong. Tang San originally did not want Xiao Wu to come and watch the battle. However, he could not hide this matter from Xiao Wu. Under Xiao Wu's strong request, he had no choice but to let her come personally. With Tang Wutong's protection, Xiao Wu would not have any problems easily. Furthermore, ever since she had seen her son's shadow, and even heard her son's voice, Xiao Wu's spirit had improved significantly. Even her body showed signs of recovering. Heart disease needed heart medicine to cure heart disease. It was very reasonable. Besides Xiao Wu and Tang Wutong, there were 3 girls who looked exactly the same. These 3 were the wives of the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. Thinking back, when Zhou Weiqing was still in the heavenly jewel world, he had made a fool of himself because of these 3 beautiful sisters. He had even been scolded for kissing the wrong person. Now, these 3 were already his wives. They were called Shangguan Shui Shangguan Fei and Shangguan Bing On the other side were Rong Yanbing's 8 wives. On Dolua's side, the ice and fire demonic chef's family was the largest in the goddess group. Behind the women, the 7 elemental gods and the 7 original sin gods spread out on both sides. The aura of first-tier gods was unmistakable. They used to be opponents, but as the god world was reunited, their conflicts were resolved. Now that they appeared together, the powerful aura of more than 10 first-tier gods fully displayed Dolua's strength. Both sides approached each other quickly. Soon, the women's gazes collided. On the side of the 6 divine realms, although Xiandi had the most wives, the one who stood at the front was Chonggong Wei's wife, Mu Zimo. Mu Zimo's body emitted a gentle halo. She was once a princess of the devil race. After becoming a god, she spent every day with Chonggong Wei. Her devil power and divine power fused together, forming a strange divine power of light and darkness. Looking at Xiao Wu's weak state, she could not help but be surprised. Gods rarely fell sick, so why did this one look so weak? But at this moment, Xiao Wu also looked over. In that instant, a red light flashed in the depths of Xiao Wu's eyes, and the aura of a god king flashed from her body. All the women on the side of the 6 divine realms instantly felt their hair stand on end, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were crushing towards them. Although this was only a momentary feeling at the divine sense level, it made them involuntarily focus all their attention on Xiao Wu, and for a moment, they looked at each other in shock. The woman flying at the front was most likely the wife of sea god Tang San. Why did she also have the aura of a god king? Moreover, those who came to watch the battle were not participants. The participating god kings had already arrived at the ancient god ruins, and were in the midst of the final pre-battle exchanges and preparations. She had the strength of a god king, but she was not participating. What did this mean? The women of the 6 divine realms, who were originally full of confidence, felt their hearts tighten, especially Xianyu, who no longer cared about what Lyra was saying. She frowned slightly, and was even more worried about Dumb. But Xiao Wu's strength only lasted for a moment, and she returned to normal. She still looked sickly, and with the support of her daughter, her eyes were still full of confidence, and there was not the slightest bit of fear because of the large number of people in front of her. She had accompanied Tang San through countless storms and waves, and along the way, she had faced many obstacles. Being separated from her son was her greatest pain, but her love for her son was not the only thing in her heart. Xiao Wu had always believed that the greatest happiness in her life was meeting Tang San. At this time, it was already a great pity that she couldn't fight alongside Tang San because of her physical condition. However, her confidence in Tang San had never changed. Although she could not fight, her faith would always accompany her husband and Tang San to face everything together. Her heart was with him, and she firmly believed that no matter how many difficulties there were, they would overcome them together. They were going back to look for their son. The spectators from both sides stopped at a certain distance from each other. The confrontation between the two sides also changed. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the ancient god's relic. They stared at it, waiting for the start of this unprecedented battle. In the middle of the ancient god's ruins, there was a spacious and flat ground. The ground here was completely made of stone. Back then, in order to resist the devouring of the black hole, the ancient gods here had tried their best to compress the divine realm as much as possible. Therefore, although the landscape here was diverse, every place contained highly compressed divine power, and it was the least easy to destroy. This was also the reason why Chonggong Wei and the others chose to fight here. At this moment, there were 12 gods standing in this open space. 12 gods at the Divine King level. They faced each other. Although they restrained their auras, there was still a feeling of thunder and lightning colliding. Tang San was undoubtedly in the middle of his side, and the one facing him was surprisingly the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei. Just now, both sides had separately surveyed the landscape of the ancient god's relic and had an overall understanding of this place. Tang San discovered that in the ancient god's relic, one's consciousness was affected by the dense divine power. Moreover, there was a huge gravitational force here. If one wanted to fly, they would need to consume a lot of divine power. Only by flying more than 1,000 meters could one break free from the control of this gravitational force. Without a doubt, this would limit the performance of both sides in the battle. However, at the same time, it made the ancient god's relic itself more suitable as a battlefield. If it were a planet of the same size, it would not be able to withstand the collision of the 12 divine kings at all. It would probably collapse completely after a few exchanges. Therefore, although they were not very familiar with this place, Tang San and the others were still very satisfied with this battlefield. This was a place where they could fully display their strength. The survey is complete. How is your side? Chonggong Wei's gaze stopped on Tang San's face. Tang San nodded. We have also completed a comprehensive survey. Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei said, then, you can propose the specific format of this competition. When they agreed that day, they only mentioned the format of the competition and the specific number of participants. However, they did not specify the format of the competition. They only said that it would be over if the other side was completely defeated. After today's survey of the ancient god's relic, the details of the battle undoubtedly had to be refined. The 6 divine realms had chosen the venue, so the finer details of the competition were naturally Dolua's. Tang San said in a low voice, we have already discussed it. As usual, each side will send out 5 people. We have surveyed the interior of the ancient god's relic. There are only 3 paths that can be considered passageways. One in the center and one on both sides. They are barely passable. Because it is difficult to fly here, and if you force yourself to fly high, you will be easily attacked by the other side. Therefore, these 3 paths are very important. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, I think we should each set up a base camp and put a symbol there. One of the conditions for winning is that whichever side snatches the symbol of the other side's base camp will be considered the winner. The other condition is to defeat everyone on the other side, which is also considered the winner. Those who have lost the ability to fight can take the initiative to admit defeat. They can also be thrown out of the ancient god's relic by the defeated side. As long as they fly out of the ancient god's relic for 1,000 meters, they will be considered to have left the battlefield and can no longer fight. Chang Gongwei's eyes flashed. It sounds very fair. Then, how should we set the symbols for both sides? Tang San said, this is also part of the strength of each side. Therefore, I suggest that we set it up separately. You can use anything, but after setting it up, you must clearly give it to the other side. Let the other side know the specific shape. Then, it will be easier for them to obtain it later. Is that okay? Chang Gongwei turned to look at the God Kings on his side. After thinking for a while, they nodded slightly in agreement. Since Dolua's side had proposed the plan, the others naturally did not have any objections. Chang Gongwei said, that's good. Then we will first set up the symbols at the starting point of our choice. After we are ready, we will send out a divine power notification. We will each send one person to confirm the other side's symbol. Then, when they return to their respective base camps, the competition will begin. What do you think? Okay. Tang San agreed without hesitation. Chang Gongwei looked at him deeply. I look forward to clashing with you. Of course, he understood that since Tang San had proposed this way of fighting, in a sense, this way of fighting would definitely be advantageous to Dolua's side. They had already observed the situation on Dolua's side. Only 3 of them had the aura of a godly king. The other 3 were obviously inferior. Although this was enough to shock them, 3 godly kings against 6. The probability of victory was undoubtedly very low. Moreover, even if Dolua's side could find 6 godly kings, it would be useless. After all, they only had the support of 1 godly realm. The power of 1 godly realm was limited. How could they compare to 6 godly realms? Now, Chang Gongwei was indeed hoping that Tang San and the others could display a little more strength. If Dolua's godly puppets were stronger, it would mean that they would have a higher chance of escaping the black hole through the Big Bang and Big Bang when they fused with the godly realm. The other godly kings of the 6 godly realms had similar thoughts. After all, strength was in front of them. Therefore, there was no need to argue about the details of the competition. After this battle of the gods, it would be their best chance to escape the black hole. Both sides retreated. Tang San led the god of emotions Hui Yuhao, the god of kindness Blaze, the god of evil Ji Dong, the god of strength Zhou Weiqing, and the demon chef Rong Yanbing towards the ancient god's ruins. On the other side, the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, Ryukyu, the dead man, Shandy Pipefish, celestial scar, Yi Yinzhu, and the emperor of Qin flew towards the other side. Both sides were flying at an altitude of less than 30 meters above the ground. Within 1,000 meters, the higher one flew, the greater the consumption of energy from the ancient god's ruins. Both sides condensed a light shield that enveloped the 6 godly kings. This way, even divine senses could not sneak in to investigate. Tang San looked at Hui Yuhao. Is everything ready? Hui Yuhao nodded. There was clearly some excitement in his eyes. Tang San's eyes flickered. Alright, then let's start making arrangements according to the original plan. Although the area of the ancient gods' ruins was not small, for these gods, their flying speed was still quite fast. Soon, Tang San's group of 6 arrived at an open space at the edge of the path. There was also a corresponding empty space in the distance. This was the headquarters that Chang Gongwei had mentioned earlier. Both sides would use this place as the starting point to begin their battle with each other. Tang San nodded to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao took the lead and landed in the center of the open space. Without any hesitation, he waved his hands and gently pressed them against the ground. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out and pierced into the ground. It was a metal pillar about 1 meter in diameter. The surface of the metal pillar was rippling with a 9-colored halo. As soon as it was inserted into the ground, it emitted a low clanging sound. Then, from the surface of the shield, pieces of metal began to roll out. These pieces of metal automatically arranged themselves. Among them, there were many spike-like existences that separated from the metal pillar and pierced into the hard divine power ground. Even with the strength of the ancient gods' ruins, the ground could not stop them from piercing through. These metal spikes wedged the previous metal pillar firmly into the ground and stabilized it. More pieces of metal rolled out and gradually took shape in the surroundings. The clanging sound of the metal pieces combining continuously rang out. Every time they combined, the metal pillar would become a little bigger. In just a short while, the protective barrier had already evolved into a 6-sided, 13-story tall metal tower. The entire metal tower emitted a 9-colored brilliance. There was no strong aura flowing out of it, but just by looking at it, one could feel its unique texture. It made one feel that it was an extraordinary object. Looking at this tower, Hu Yuhao's face revealed a satisfied expression. Then, he nodded to Tang San. Tang San smiled slightly and gave him a thumbs up. Hu Yuhao was stunned for a moment when he saw this. It was important to know that his father-in-law rarely praised him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions in his heart. He could faintly feel that in the eyes of his father-in-law, he seemed to have really become a family. What could make him more excited than this? Tang San said, let's send the signal. On the other side, the divine king of light, Changgang Wei, and the other divine kings had also arrived at their starting point. What should we use as a marker? Changgang Wei asked everyone. After everyone looked at each other, Shandi Lei Xiang stood up. Let me do it. When the immortal world was swept away, the Buddha realm left a Buddhist treasure here that protected the immortal world to a great extent. I can't use the Buddhist treasure directly, but this Buddhist treasure has very strong defensive power. The reincarnated Tathagata was his brother, so this Buddhist treasure was in the immortal world. As he said that, a golden light flashed in Pipefish's eyes, and a strange scene appeared. A circular halo of the Buddha realm appeared behind his head. Then, a smiling monk who looked to be in his 20s walked out of the halo. He formed a spell with his hands and smiled as he looked at Pipefish. Then, he naturally walked to the center and sat down cross-legged. The light and shadow gathered, and the monk disappeared. A string of 18 Buddhist beads also fell there. It looked light and weightless. It was suspended in the air. It was also not affected by the ancient god's ruins. Lei Xiang asked, is this really possible? Pipefish chuckled. It's an existence formed by 18 Buddhist sariras. There is no superdivine artifact in the Buddha realm, but this is definitely a top-notch Buddhist treasure. If you want to pick it up, you don't have to rely on strength, but on karma. It's not that easy. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lei Xiang had always been unwilling to pass on this kind of thing. He took a step forward and tried to pick up the string of Buddhist beads. Suddenly, the Buddhist beads glowed. 6 Sanskrit chants sounded, and the 18 Buddhist sariras glowed brightly. A merciful and compassionate intent floated out. Lei Xiang only felt his heart become peaceful in an instant. He subconsciously closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Fortunately, a cold intent flashed in the air, and he woke up. He hurriedly let go of the Buddhist sariras, and everything returned to normal. But he also subconsciously took a few steps back, and his expression changed slightly. If not for his protection of the center of the God realm, he would have entered the illusory space of the Buddha realm and been baptized by the Buddhist sariras. Without saying anything, Lei Xiang gave Pipefish a thumbs up. With his attempt, no one had any objections. Changgang Wei said, send the signal. At this moment, in the distance, a golden light soared into the sky. They could see clearly that the signal from Dolua had been sent out. Who's going to check it out? Changgang Wei asked. I'll go. The one who spoke was the usually silent dumb. Everyone could not help but be surprised at the death god's initiative. Usually, he was the least willing to take the initiative to do anything. Okay. Changgang Wei agreed without hesitation. The death god's body shook, and he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, a figure appeared on their side. It was none other than the ice and fire magic chef Rong Yanbing. A gentle wind wrapped around his body, making him look very light and agile. Rong Yanbing nodded slightly to the 5 god kings, then his gaze fell on the string of Buddhist relics. Since it was a symbol, it could only be seen but not touched. Rong Yanbing looked at the string of Buddhist relics with shining eyes. After a long pause, he nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I understand. After saying this, he immediately turned around and left without hesitation. He did not linger in the slightest. Because the moment he returned to Dolua's side, the battle of the gods would begin. On the other side, Dum and Rong Yanbing arrived almost at the same time. When he saw the tower flickering with 9-colored light, he could not help but frown. The tower itself was nothing, but most importantly, its defenses were very strong. Even his divine sense could not probe the slightest bit of its mysteries. Therefore, after carefully observing it and scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. At this moment, he sensed that Rong Yanbing was about to return. Not daring to delay, he immediately turned around and left. Otherwise, once Rong Yanbing returned, he would have to face the attacks of at least 5 god kings. The ice and fire magic chef Rong Yanbing and the dead man almost passed each other. Without a doubt, Dolua's side moved faster. Tang San stayed in the headquarters. His body slowly floated in the air, and his eyes calmly stopped there. Just as he said before, on Dolua's side, he was not one of the 5 god kings participating at the beginning of the battle, but a substitute. As a substitute, he could replace a god king's position at any time. And that god king had to immediately leave the battlefield. After the replaced high five with the replaced, they had to return to the headquarters before they could be replaced again. From the headquarters, there were a total of 3 paths leading to the enemy's headquarters. Without a doubt, the central path was the shortest, and the 2 paths on the sides were much longer. After Rong Yanbing returned, the 5 god kings on Dolua's side moved almost immediately. On the central path, the god of kindness Blaze and the god of evil Ji Dong quickly moved, pressing forward. On the left path, the ice and fire magic chef Rong Yanbing. On the right path, the god of strength Zhou Weiqing and the god of emotions Hui Yuhao. This strategy of Dolua's strategy, the 5 god kings side. At the same time, the dead man had returned to the headquarters, of course, of the Dolua of the god of course. Of the battle of the gods of their of Dolua of light. Even if their symbol is special, they still need to be strong enough to stop us. Otherwise, if everyone is eliminated, they'll lose. I'll be the substitute, I'll keep an eye on Tang San. Everything else will proceed according to the original plan. Chang Gongwei gave the order, and the other 5 god kings also moved. On the middle path, Yi Yinzhu and Emperor of Qin. On the left path, Celestial Scar and Ryukyu. On the right path, the dead man and Shandy Pipefish. Maintaining a 2-on-2 formation, the 6 divine realms also slowly moved forward. The moment the 2 sides sent out the signal, the spectators from the 7 divine realms all focused their attention on the ancient gods' ruins. Everyone's emotions were uncontrollably affected, because they all understood that this unprecedented battle was about to begin. Tang San and Chang Gongwei couldn't see each other because of the distance between them and the mountain terrain. Moreover, their divine senses were also affected here, so they couldn't directly detect each other's situation. However, the god kings on the same side could communicate with each other to find out the situation. Therefore, they could still roughly know the situation on both sides. Originally, Chang Gongwei wasn't the substitute on the 6 divine realms side. He had changed the formation at the last minute. This was because he had to keep an eye on Tang San. Without a doubt, Tang San was Dolua's true core. Hui Yuhao and Zhou Weiqing quickly moved forward along the right path. As they hurried forward, Zhou Weiqing whispered to Hui Yuhao, "Yuhao, tell me immediately after you've chosen a place. I'll be your lookout." Hui Yuhao smiled and said, "I've already chosen a place." As one of the 5 gods, the true core wasn't the god kings Ji Dong and Blaze, but Hui Yuhao. The reason was very simple. He had a unique divine sense, or rather, a unique talent. In the entire Dolua, no one could surpass Hui Yuhao in terms of divine sense. Back in the Dolua continent, what was his innate martial soul? Spirit eyes. It wasn't just his eyes, it was his mind's eye. Furthermore, although Hui Yuhao didn't have a super divine tool, he had created his own spirit system on the Dolua continent. As the founder of spirits, how strong was his soul power? In terms of individual fighting strength, Hui Yuhao wasn't much weaker than a god king. More importantly, he had the ability to control the entire battlefield. A golden line slowly split open on his forehead and turned into a vertical eye. Suddenly, Hui Yuhao's senses spread rapidly in his spiritual world. Everything around him became a part of his vision. It was as if a 3-dimensional image was being displayed in his mind. The ancient god's ruins could restrict divine sense, but it couldn't restrict his spirit eyes. This was a god-ranked spirit eyes, and he could instantly see everything within a large area. It was as if an eagle's eye had appeared in the sky, overlooking the entire battlefield. The first to appear in the range of his spirit eyes were naturally the other people on Dolua's side. Zhou Weiqing, who was the closest, was connected to Hui Yuhao first. In Zhou Weiqing's divine sense, everything that Hui Yuhao could sense was instantly shared. The same three-dimensional image was being displayed in his mind. Blaze and Jidong, who were in the middle, were connected to each other. The two god kings were also connected to complete the sharing of their spirit eyes. Finally, Rong Nianbing, who was in the left, was connected. The five of them were instantly connected through Hui Yuhao's spirit eyes. A large part of the reason why Tang San had chosen to fight on three sides instead of having all the god kings in the middle directly clash was because of Hui Yuhao's spirit eyes sharing. The range of his spirit eyes was large enough. In this situation, even though everyone was very far away, they were still five as one. They could easily mobilize at crucial moments. It could be said that there was a small map in each of their minds. They could clearly see each other's positions and pay attention to each other's situations. This way, it would be much easier to provide support. Naturally, they had the upper hand. In terms of individual strength, there was no doubt that the six godly monarchs completely suppressed the Dolua divine world. However, this wasn't a one-on-one battle, but a team battle. What was the most important thing in a team battle? Coordination and awareness. After his consciousness was replaced by his spirit eyes, everything became a lot easier for the Dolua divine world. Other than the five god kings, the spirit eyes detection network was also connected to Tang San, who was in the headquarters. This allowed him to observe the entire battlefield. Tang San, who was sitting in his own camp, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, 2-on-2 formation. Middle lane, Emperor Qin. Almost instantly, the god of kindness, Blaze, and the god of evil, Jidong, who were in the middle lane, sped up at the same time and rushed toward the opposite side. According to their previous judgment, Yi Yinzhu, Emperor Qin did not have any super-divine equipment. Therefore, in a sense, Yi Yinzhu was considered a weak point. Judging from his previous coordination of the god-trapping formation, he was undoubtedly the opponent's main controller and was responsible for controlling the entire battlefield. Therefore, if they could solve this problem first, especially in a 2-on-1 situation, then everything would be different. Both sides were rapidly approaching each other and advancing according to the terrain. The middle lane's terrain was the smoothest and also the closest. Under the sudden acceleration, Blaze and Jidong's back spat out glaring flames. From a bird's-eye view, it could be seen that the two figures were like two shooting stars, heading straight for Yi Yinzhu, Emperor Qin with great precision. They seem to be going against the Emperor Qin, but how do they know that the Emperor Qin is alone? In space, the women of the 6 heavenly realms who were watching the battle of the gods below were all shocked. Misty the Immortal looked at the wives of the Emperor Qin not far away. However, she was surprised to find that none of the wives of the Zither Emperor, whether it was Sula or the others, showed any signs of worry. Instead, they were all smiling sweetly, and it was unknown what they were discussing in a low voice. Lyra was an impatient person and could not help but ask, Sula, aren't you worried? They are going against the Emperor Qin. Sula smiled and said, my husband is not that easy to deal with. Otherwise, do you think the Divine King of Light would let him be alone in the middle lane? The women looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal puzzled looks. Although it had been a very long time since the 6 great god realms completed the god-stabilizing array, in reality, very few people truly knew how strong the 6 great god kings were. However, in the eyes of the other divine realms, among the 6 divine realms, the Emperor Qin's divine realm and the Kong Su Star Scar divine realm were the weakest. Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, and Celestial Scar were also the 2 weakest of the 6 great divine kings. However, judging from Sula's expression, it seemed that their judgment was wrong. This was because they could clearly see that the 2 divine kings of Dolua were targeting Yi Yinzhu. It could be said that they were second only to see God Tang San. Combining the strength of 2 people to deal with the Emperor of Qin alone, it would not be easy for the Emperor of Qin to deal with them. Moreover, the battlefield was vast and was affected by the divine power of the ancient god ruins. Even if the others wanted to rescue them, it would take some time. The Emperor of Qin would definitely be in a 1 versus 2 situation. What kind of strength did this Emperor of Qin have that his wives were not worried about his safety at all? At this moment, Yi Yinzhu, who was moving forward but had not yet reached the center of the battlefield, suddenly stopped. A faint smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his right hand, a guqin appeared in his hands. The guqin was dark gold in color. When it appeared, it was immediately accompanied by a series of deep dragon roars. These dragon roars were filled with dignity and arrogance. Yi Yingzhu held the guqin with one hand and plucked the strings with the other. Immediately, the guqin hummed. Formless sound waves immediately spread out in all directions. Only from outer space could it be seen that after the formless sound waves appeared, there was a faint circle of distorted light that covered Dolua's direction. The sound waves were not very strong, so much so that they did not even harm vegetation. Although they were not as powerful as the Spirit Eye's comprehensive three-dimensional detection, the sound waves still covered a large area in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, the first thing Yi Yingzhu sensed was the two God Kings rushing towards him at high speed. He did not know who the two people were, but his expression changed slightly. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and pressed his hands on the strings to calm the vibrations from before. Yi Yingzhu was born with 8 fingers. He was missing 2 of his pinky fingers. His 8 fingers moved lightly, and the 7 strings trembled. A guqin with a somewhat austere aura rang out. A circle of light in the shape of a concave lens appeared behind him and amplified the sound waves. They were all released in Dolua's direction. The guqin hummed, and the 7 strings and 13 emblems continuously produced melodious sounds that spread out in all directions like dragon roars. The first to bear the brunt of the sound waves were Jidong and Blaze. They were flying at a low altitude at high speed, so they were the first to hear the sound waves. Through Huiyuhao's spiritual detection sharing, they could clearly sense Yi Yingzhu's position. There was no doubt that the sound waves had come from Yi Yingzhu. However, they felt their bodies turn sluggish just as this thought appeared in their minds. Their bodies suddenly sank, and they plummeted towards the ground. Fortunately, both of them were God Kings. They both slapped their palms towards the ground and landed at the same time. A trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Furthermore, they realized that they were affected by the sound waves. They did not know why, but they were unable to fly again. Dolua was the one who had made the first move, but they were the ones who had been attacked first. Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin, a famous ancient guqin, a pseudo-supreme divine artifact. The withered wood dragon's roar guqin had the effect of restricting flight. Once upon a time, when the Emperor of Qin was still alive, he had used the withered wood dragon's roar to bury the entire dragon cavalry army in a huge crisis. The divine flight restriction song had appeared again after countless years. The divine flight restriction song wouldn't have been so effective if they weren't in a special place like the ancient gods' ruins. After all, it was aimed at the God Kings. However, flying was already restricted due to the ancient gods' ruins. Coupled with the effects of the withered wood dragon's roar, even the God Kings were unable to fly. The withered wood dragon's roar was an indiscriminate attack. Hence, Yi Yingzhu used the concave lens behind him to release the sound waves only towards Dolua. The gods who were advancing on their own side were not affected at all. Huiyuhao and Yi Yingzhu, who were in charge of directing the battle, clashed for the first time. It could be said that they each had their own advantages. Blaze and Jidong looked at each other. After sensing how terrifying the Emperor of Qin was, they were even more determined to get rid of this controlling God King in the shortest time possible. Being unable to fly didn't mean that they couldn't advance. Flames spewed out from behind them once again as they flew towards Yi Yingzhu. At this moment, the withered wood dragon's roar had already spread even further. Huiyuhao had already noticed Yi Yingzhu playing the guqin. Furthermore, he immediately sensed that Jidong and Blaze were affected. Naturally, he immediately notified his side. Everyone landed on the ground one after another to avoid falling directly from the withered wood dragon's roar. "Brother Zhou, send me up." Huiyuhao stopped in his tracks as he pointed at a mountain peak in front of him. "All right." Zhou Weiqing took a step forward and grabbed Huiyuhao's waist with both hands. His body suddenly spun around, and in the next moment, Huiyuhao was shot out like a cannonball. He wasn't flying. Instead, he was being thrown out by a powerful force. Although he would be affected by the withered wood dragon's roar to a certain extent, he was still able to reach his position in an instant with the great strength of the god of Hercules. Compared to the previous metal pillar in the base camp, this one was slimmer, but the height of the pillar was higher. Although the metal pillar was slender, it began to grow wings on both sides. Then, countless spikes pierced into the ground. One could clearly see that circles of light were constantly injected into the metal pillar and guided to the top. Finally, a terrifying ball of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters was formed. The energy contained in this ball of light came from the compressed divine power in the ancient god's ruins. A smile appeared at the corner of Hui Yuhao's mouth. He gave a thumbs up to Zhou Weiqing at the foot of the mountain. Then, the two of them continued to move forward quickly. On the left side. After receiving Hui Yuhao's notice, Rong Yanbing had no choice but to land on the ground and walk. Behind him, the wind of freedom hummed softly. The proud heaven blade released a faint green light that enveloped him, making him float forward quickly as if he was weightless. He now knew who his opponents were. Celestial Scar and Ryukyu. There was no doubt that these two were not easy to deal with. Lei Xiang still had a super divine weapon. Therefore, Tang San's task for him was to use his tenacity to resist the opponent's attacks no matter what. Before the battle began, Tang San had analyzed and explained to them in detail the importance of their different positions in the battle. As the lone player on the left side, Rong Yanbing was given the hint to be tenacious. He must be tenacious to block the opponent and create opportunities for his teammates. Among everyone, he became a god the earliest, even earlier than Tang San. Although he did not have a super divine weapon, the 7 pseudo-super divine weapons were enough to make up for it. Moreover, Rong Yanbing had a wealth of combat skills and experience. He was most suitable for this position. As the main controller of the battle, Hui Yuhao was given the hint to be wise and far-sighted by Tang San. He had to use his wisdom to mobilize the entire battle and provide support from top to bottom to coordinate the entire team. The god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. Tang San's mission for him was to support Hui Yuhao, as well as the rest of his teammates. The key to support was selflessness. Only by selflessly helping his teammates at critical moments could he create more opportunities for others. With the ringless ground purging set, he was the strongest in terms of defense in the team. There was no doubt that he would take this position. On the other hand, the good god Blaze and the evil god Jidong were given the task of dealing damage. As their side's strongest points of attack, they had to unleash their full attack power. The element that Tang San gave them was courage. At the critical moment, they had to pour their attacks onto their opponents regardless of the cost. Tang San told them that as long as they were tenacious, selfless, wise, and brave, they would have a 10% higher chance of winning this battle of the gods. Therefore, every one of them remembered this deeply. Blaze and Jidong arrived at the midfield a bit later due to the influence of Deadwood Dragon's song, while Yi Yingzhu was still some distance away from the midfield. The two of them moved forward quickly, almost in a straight line toward Yi Yingzhu. By interrupting his music and clearing him out of the field, their original disadvantage would immediately change. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Yi Yingzhu was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, continuing to play his Deadwood Dragon song Guqin. Relying on the reverberation of the sound waves, he could clearly sense the two people approaching him. However, he acted as if he had not discovered them at all. He had no intention of dodging, nor did he have any intention of retreating. He did not even use any countermeasures. Finally, Blaze and Jidong saw Yi Yingzhu from afar. Jidong's eyes flashed. He waved his right hand, and an orange-red flame almost instantly shot out from the ground, heading straight for Yi Yingzhu. This was not an ordinary flame, but a true god-level flame. The highly concentrated True Yang divine fire was evolved from the Binggu Yuanyang sacred fire that he had cultivated in the past. It was the pinnacle of True Yang divine fire, and its core was really at the level of perseverance. Although Blaze and Jidong did not have any super divine tools, they were true divine kings. They had inherited the oldest generation of divine kings and divine puppets. One must know that before Tang San had arrived in the divine realm, the original rulers of the divine council were the god of good and god of evil. After Jidong and Blaze inherited the positions of the two divine kings, their divine power had always been subtly influenced by the two divine thrones, constantly evolving. At this moment, the ball of True Yang divine fire shot out. It looked like a small ball with a diameter of about a foot, but the terrifying flames it contained were definitely not as simple as they looked on the surface. Yi Yingzhu finally raised his head and looked at Jidong and Blaze in the distance. He smiled faintly, and his 8 fingers moved slightly. Invisible sound waves suddenly became condensed, layer upon layer, and shot out explosively. Zither's shapeless sword, this was the ultimate technique Yi Yingzhu had relied on to become famous. After becoming a divine god, this divine-level Zither shapeless sword displayed the profound meaning of vibrating sound waves to the extreme. Accompanied by buzzing sounds and vibrations, the sound waves accurately covered the true Yang divine fire. The true Yang divine fire froze for a moment, then suddenly exploded, turning into a golden red flame that did not fade for a long time. The divine fire element in the air also became denser in an instant. Light flashed, and as if being reborn from the flames, Blaze actually grew out of the flames. He gently pressed his palm into the air. Instantly, with Yi Yingzhu as the center, a large area of light around him seemed to be swallowed up in an instant. Then, the azure flames turned into a huge pillar of light that shot out from under him, completely enveloping Yi Yingzhu. Netherworldine primordial fire, the opposite of Yang was Yin, and the netherworldine primordial fire was transformed from Ding Xi's netherworldine spiritual fire. With regards to fire, Jidong and Lai Yan had long been able to command it like it was their own arm. Tang San had designated them as the strongest damage dealers of the entire team, so naturally, he knew how powerful their attacks were. At this moment, even the ladies of the Emperor Qin couldn't help but feel nervous as they watched from space. Even if they were observing from high up in the air, they could clearly see the pillar of fire that shot into the sky, and they could deeply feel how terrifying the temperature contained within the pillar of fire was. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. The dragon's roar from before suddenly became more intense, and in the next instant, a huge dark golden figure shot into the sky, emerging from the pillar of fire. It was a dark golden dragon, and Yi Yingzhu was on the dragon's head. However, at this moment, the withered wood dragon's roar completely stopped, and the restriction on space disappeared. Jidong appeared out of nowhere. The instant Yi Yingzhu was supported by the dark golden dragon formed from the withered wood dragon cry Zither, they both appeared in midair at the same time. At the level of the evil god Jidong, there were many times when techniques were no longer needed. His hands made a circle in the air, and the blue and red flames instantly condensed together. A red and blue ball of light the size of a fist appeared in front of Yi Yingzhu almost instantly. The Emperor of Qin had already switched to a Guqin. Guqin shapeless sword shot out in a dense barrage. However, the strange thing was that no matter what kind of zither formless sword it was, at this moment, it was all swallowed up by the small two-colored ball of light. This ball of light flew towards the Zither Emperor in an incomparably stable manner. This was the combination of the Yin and Yang dual flames that evolved after Rong Yanbing had joined the Divine Council and communicated with Jidong and Blaze. He had imparted some of his skills of the same origin of ice and fire to them. Relying on the divine power of a divine king, Jidong did not hold back at all in this attack. It was an all-out attack. At the same time, Blaze shook his body and appeared behind Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor of Qin. He struck out with his palm again. Layers of palm shadows overlapped. The red and blue colors reflected each other. It was also the yin-yang explosion, but the manifestation was different. But no matter which one it was, once hit, the feeling would definitely not be comfortable. Yi Yingzhu's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his Guqin. With a wave of his right hand, a thin sword appeared in his hand. He waved the thin sword in his hand. Layers of sword shadows, with his body as the center, sprayed out like thousands of stars. Back then, he was not only from the Guqin sect of the 8 sects of the East Dragon, but also from the Bamboo sect. The thousands of sword shadows flickered in the process. Every time they were released, it gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they were following the truth. The yin-yang explosion in front of him was the first to explode. At that moment, the entire ancient god's ruins seemed to shake violently. Even the divine king of light, Changgang Wei, who was in the headquarters, could not help but change his expression slightly. All this time, his attention had been focused on the sea god Tang San. He could clearly sense how powerful Tang San was, but he never thought that there would actually be someone else who could unleash such a terrifying attack apart from Tang San. Moreover, it was without the help of a super god artifact. The sword shadows in Yi Inju's hand were shattered almost instantly. The dark golden dragon beneath him suddenly coiled up to protect its master. Only then did he manage to block most of the first explosion. The Emperor Qin, who was in the air, was blasted to the ground. His hair was a little messy. It was also at this moment that Lai Yan's second palm strike struck down from the sky. With Yi Inju's current condition, there was no way he could block this attack. What he was most proficient in was still the control of music. In a head-on battle, if his opponent was only one person, he would still be able to use his various abilities to deal with him. However, when his opponents were a married couple, two great god kings, he was still unable to cope in the end. Was the Emperor Qin going to end this battle of the gods? Regardless of whether it was the spectators or the people involved, everyone could not help but feel nervous. The difference was that Dolua's nervousness stemmed from excitement, while the Six Divine Realms' nervousness stemmed from worry. At this moment, Rong Yanbing, who was slowly advancing on the left side, suddenly felt a strong threat appear in the depths of his consciousness. The next moment, his figure instantly retreated. It was also at this moment that he received a notification from Hui Yuhao. Ryukyu and Celestial Scar, who were facing him, disappeared at the same time. Not good, just as Rong Yanbing's first thought flashed through his mind. A figure had already appeared above his head. A majestic aura descended from the sky with an incomparably majestic force. Without any hesitation, he slashed out with his proud heaven blade. At the same time, a silver light rose from beneath his feet. It was the hexagram sword. The silver light flashed and instantly switched places. Rong Yanbing was already far away. At the place where he was just a moment ago, an incomparably loud explosion resounded. A tall figure was floating there, a pair of eyes full of arrogance staring in his direction. It was Ryukyu. What was even more frightening was that Rong Yanbing could clearly sense that the space around him had suddenly solidified. Even the silver light on his 4-star saber had dimmed significantly. A cold voice sounded in his ears. Dimensional imprisonment. The Emperor of Heaven's figure appeared beside Mad God. Moreover, at this moment, the demon chef Rong Yanbing clearly saw Ryukyu raise his head to the sky and shout, word by word in a deep voice, "Darkness gathers the soul, only the fallen can be free. Awaken, the endless demonic power slumbering in my blood." Every time he chanted a word, his aura would increase exponentially. What was even more frightening was that pairs of ink-black wings slowly spread out from his back. When a total of 6 pairs of 12 wings were fully spread out, the surrounding air instantly became viscous. The dimensional imprisonment had already made it difficult for Rong Yanbing to move. At this moment, the viscous divine power of darkness appeared, and the imprisonment became even more intense. Celestial Scar was still covered in a full set of demon god armor. The pitch-black armor emitted a faint light. With a raise of his hand, a huge demon god bow appeared in his grasp. He knocked an arrow, and a dazzling 7-colored light arrow was drawn into a full moon on the demon god bow. Their coordination was actually so good, Rong Yanbing immediately understood the other party's intentions. From beginning to end, the 6 divine realms had never underestimated them. It was just like how they had targeted Yi Inju in the middle lane. The other side had also discovered that he was alone in the top lane through Yi Inju's feedback. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven and Mad God had spared no expense in using spatial teleportation to appear in front of him as quickly as possible. It was even very likely that they had already discovered that Hui Yuhao could monitor the entire battlefield, so they had chosen to suddenly erupt. Compared to the middle lane, their eruption was much more sudden. Without a doubt, Rong Yanbing would have a harder time blocking them. Mad God's fallen angel transformation and the Emperor of Heaven's demon god bow. This was a killing trap. And once the top lane collapsed, then, the other 2 lanes would have to quickly retreat to defend. As a substitute, Tang could only replace the others, but he couldn't directly participate in the defense. The other side even seemed to want to compete to see who would be the first to finish off the opponent in a 2-on-1 situation. There was no doubt that in terms of tactical arrangements, neither side had the upper hand. Mad God took a step forward, and in the next instant, his entire body turned into a black blur, charging straight at Rong Yanbing. Meanwhile, the demon god bow in Scar's hand trembled, and the rainbow-colored arrow reached Rong Yanbing's forehead in an instant. In outer space, the faces of the 8 wives of the ice-fire demon chef changed at the same time. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react before their husbands were already in a dead end. Celestial Scar was a dual attribute controller of darkness and space. He was best at creating spatial rifts to control space. Rong Yanbing was imprisoned by him. On top of that, the demon god Bao's terrifying attack power and Mad God's direct charge. No matter how one looked at it, Rong Yanbing didn't have a chance at all. Almost at the same time, a god from each side fell into a situation where they were killed. At this time, the right lane on Dolua's side, which was the left lane of the 6 divine realms, was rapidly approaching. However, because the 2 sides were moving normally, they hadn't met yet. Tang San stood in front of the tall tower in their base. His eyes were closed as he used Hui Yuhao's shared spiritual detection to sense the changes in the battlefield. He didn't immediately rush in Rong Yanbing's direction to replace him. Since he'd chosen to let the ice-fire demon chef take the top lane alone, he naturally had his own reasons for doing so. He was more concerned about whether Blaze and Ji Dong would be able to take down Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, in one fell swoop. At this moment, Yi Yinzhu was already unable to avoid the yin-yang explosion. Compared to close-range combat, he was more adept at long-range control. He'd barely been able to neutralize Ji Dong's attack, but he was already extremely exhausted. At this moment, he simply couldn't deal with Blaze behind him. Moreover, he really didn't do so. But at this moment, a purple light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Yinzhu without warning. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. His entire body flickered with a dazzling purple light, which covered his entire body like a layer of armor. He took the yin-yang explosion head-on. Boom! Amidst a violent explosion, the figure slammed into Yi Yinzhu's back from behind. The 2 of them swayed at the same time, but Blaze's attack was blocked. What was this? Blaze and Ji Dong were both stunned. This was because they'd never seen this god's shadow that had suddenly appeared behind Yi Yinzhu. However, it was clear that this god's shadow's defense was extremely strong, as it was able to block Blaze's attack. It was also at this moment that the handsome, burly youth raised his head to the sky and roared. A powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from his body, and a blinding purple light soared into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, his height swelled to over 50 meters. A thick layer of purple light covered his entire body. At the same time, he struck out with both hands, one towards Blaze and the other towards Blaze. 2 rays of purple light with unparalleled majesty arrived in front of the 2 of them. Ji Dong and Blaze both released their divine skills to resist, but they were still pushed back by the powerful force. That person had also expanded to a height of 50 meters, transforming into a terrifying half-human half-beast existence. Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, was sitting upright on his left shoulder. There was a warm smile in his eyes as another guqin appeared in his hand. High mountain and flowing water, seek my bosom friend. Please listen to my song, High Mountain and Flowing Water. The melodious sound of the Jiao Shao Huan zither rang out. It was like a gurgling stream or a lofty mountain range. In an instant, the entire ancient god's ruins were covered in vitality, causing people to be subconsciously immersed in it. Even the actions of the good god Lai Yan and the evil god Ji Dong slowed down a bit. In the world of the Emperor Qin, not only did he have a wife, he also had brothers. This was especially true for the person in front of him, who had the same life contract as him. In the Emperor Qin's world, there was not only the Emperor Qin, but also the Purple Emperor, 2 people, 1 life. They were originally one, so it was not considered a violation. The reason why Yi Yinzhu dared to take the middle road alone and bear the greatest pressure in a situation where his combat strength was not as good as the others was because he had his good brother by his side, who had grown up together and shared life with him. When the other party was in danger, he could teleport to the other party's side at any time, the first-generation Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor's name was very simple. It was just a single word, Z. He was originally the strongest existence in the human world. He was the true king of the Behemoth clan, the Purple Crystal Behemoth. When he was young, he was chased by some people with bad intentions in his clan. Later, he was saved by Yi Yinzhu. Later, the 2 of them formed a life contract by chance and became the closest of partners. Yi Yinzhu did not know how many times he was saved by Z. He also helped Z return to his clan and became the first-generation Purple Emperor. In such an important battle of the gods, how could the Purple Emperor not be present when the Emperor Qin was present? In the distance, in the headquarters of the Six Divine Realms, Chang Gongwei also sensed the Purple Emperor's existence at the first moment. While he was shocked, he could not help but smile. I really didn't expect Yinju to have such a trump card. No wonder he repeatedly asked to take the middle road and bear the greatest pressure. It seems that the time he has bought should be enough. There was no doubt that the Emperor Qin and the Purple Emperor would still bear the full brunt of the attacks from the God of Good and the God of Evil. Their realms and cultivations might not be able to withstand it. However, it would not be so easy for Ji Dong and Blaze to take down the Purple Emperor, who was known for his defense and strength, in a short time. Moreover, Yi Yinju was able to fully display his ability to control the entire situation under the protection of the Purple Emperor. When this trump card was revealed, the situation almost instantly tilted towards the side of the Six Divine Realms. This was because Rong Yanbing was facing a situation where he was about to collapse. The demon god arrow was so close that his body would be affected. In addition, the demon god arrow itself had the ability to lock onto the divine consciousness. It was a top-grade pseudo-super divine weapon, and there was no way to avoid it. Rong Yanbing did not panic at this time. He was always able to remain calm at the most important moment. As a chef, the most important thing when cooking was to control the heat. Different ingredients required different levels of heat, so he needed to calmly observe the changes in each ingredient and then use his own cooking to influence them. In terms of gourmet food, he had already reached the point of perfection and returned to simplicity. The 4 stars knife under his feet was suppressed by the Emperor Heaven, and its spatial properties were clearly affected. There was no way to teleport him away. The wind of freedom hummed softly, and the proud Heaven knife could no longer make his body light. However, the demonic chef of ice and fire never had 2 kitchen knives. 2 balls of light jumped into his hands at almost the same time. Rong Yanbing raised both his hands at the same time, the sigh of the snow goddess in his left hand and the roar of the god of fire in his right. The 2 knives combined, ice and fire of the same origin. In an instant, ice and fire fused together. At the same time, a strange hexagram appeared under Rong Yanbing's feet. Ryukyu and Celestial Scar heard 7 clangs at almost the same time. Then, in their vision, Rong Yanbing seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, a whirlpool formed by the colors within. Ding, 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 ding. 7 crisp sounds rang out at almost the same time. In Scar's eyes, he seemed to see a 7-colored wheel of light. The wheel of light scattered, and the 7 knives were as one, striking the demonic god arrow at the same time. From the sigh of the snow goddess, the roar of the god of fire, the proud heaven knife, the roar of the god of fire, the roar of the god of fire, the wind of freedom, and the proud heaven knife, the earth, space, light, and darkness attributes of the last 4 knives. The 7 attributes burst forth, and almost all of them were attached to the demonic god arrow in an instant. The demonic god arrow instantly disintegrated, turning into streaks of light, and was about to dissipate in the air. However, the wheel of light formed by the 7 kitchen knives produced a powerful suction force, and forcibly absorbed all the energy from the demonic god arrow's explosion. Ice and fire of the same origin, the awakening of the 7 luminaries, the 7-colored wheel of light didn't just dissolve and swallow the demonic god arrow. In the next instant, it met the flying Ryukyu. It seemed like Rong Yanbing had already predicted all of his preparations and sneak attacks. What was even more frightening was that Lei Xiong realized that Rong Yanbing's 7 luminaries awakening had slashed out at the exact spot where he had yet to unleash his full power. The precision of his calculations was breathtaking. Not good. I was too careless, it was 2 against 1, and it was a sudden sneak attack. Therefore, when Lei Xiong and Scar appeared at the same time, Lei Xiong had actually held back. In his opinion, the 2 of them were more than enough to deal with Rong Yanbing. They would definitely be able to finish him off in a short time. Therefore, he only used his fallen angel transformation and turned into a 12-winged angel to launch a dark attribute attack. With Scar's dark attribute enhancement and the demon god's arrow, it should have been enough. But who would have thought that Rong Yanbing would suddenly erupt with a power that was not inferior to the Divine King's? Furthermore, he used the ice and fire homology to merge the 7 kitchen knives into one, displaying the elegance of a super-divine weapon. He turned from passive to active, borrowing the power of Scar's demon god's arrow to attack Lei Xiang. At this moment, it seemed that Scar and Rong Yanbing had combined their powers to fight Mad God. The situation had changed so quickly that it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. Rong Yanbing's face revealed a trace of a smile, and the somewhat panicked look from before had disappeared. He thought to himself, although I'm a chef, don't forget that I'm also called the Ice and Fire Demon Chef. First of all, I was once a magician, and a magician of the highest level. Then, I'm a chef. The reason Tang San dared to let him go alone was very simple. In terms of individual combat power, in the whole of Dolua, other than Tang San, Rong Yanbing was the strongest. If the god of destruction was still around, he could barely beat him, but the god of destruction had already sacrificed himself for the realm of the gods. Rong Yanbing was the real number 2 in the god realm. After entering the divine council and receiving the nourishment from the center of the divine realm, his cultivation had reached a new level. He was now a true divine king. Years of accumulation had brought this demon chef Ice and Fire to the peak. Only now did he unleash his full strength. Lei Xiang had been careless and hadn't released the Mad God armor. As long as the 7 luminaries' awakening divine skill landed on him, even if it couldn't completely defeat him, it would definitely greatly weaken him. This was the true counterattack, but right at this moment, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. When the sound of the zither arrived, Celestial Scar and Ryukyu both felt their spirits rise at the same time. In an instant, they felt as if their consciousness had been raised. On the other hand, Rong Yanbing clearly felt that his aura was being washed away, as if a waterfall was falling from the sky. Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin, why was Rong Yanbing able to strike the demon god arrow at the right time and cause the 7 luminaries' awakening to appear at the most appropriate place? Of course, this was inseparable from Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. But at the same time, the 6 divine realms also had divine kings who were adept at controlling the entire battlefield. This song, High Mountain Flowing Water, instantly bought Ryukyu time. At their level, who wasn't an existence that had experienced hundreds of battles? Lei Xiang reacted almost immediately. He raised both hands at the same time, and golden light burst out. The super-divine tool Mad God armor took advantage of the delay of the 7 luminaries' awakening to cover his entire body. His arms blocked in front of him, and the 12 wings on his back closed from behind. Only then did he collide with the 7 luminaries' awakening. Boom! A huge 7-elemental vortex completely enveloped Lei Xiang, and the impact sent the Mad God flying. If not for the protection of the Mad God armor, the destructive power of the 7 luminaries' awakening would have torn off at least a few of his wings. Even so, because he reacted too hastily, Lei Xiang was still sent flying into the air by the huge vortex. At this moment, the second arrow of the demon god arrow finally arrived at the right time, and Rong Yanbing had no choice but to use the 7 luminaries' awakening to shatter it. This time, the demon god arrow wasn't so easy to borrow power from. After being hit, it instantly disappeared into a spatial rift. At the same time, countless spatial rifts appeared around Rong Yanbing, preventing him from chasing after Lei Xiang. However, just because Rong Yanbing didn't chase after him didn't mean that there were no other attacks. An ear-piercing whistle came from afar, and almost instantly bombarded Mad God in the air. Boom! The huge force sent Lei Xiang flying almost 1,000 meters away. Even with the protection of the Mad God armor, Lei Xiang still felt dizzy from the impact. On the right, Zhou Weiqing kept his hate-ground no-handle legendary set longbow, a strange smile on his face. Who didn't know how to use a bow and arrow? Previously, in the heavenly jewel world, he had first learned how to use a bow and arrow, and was a true godly archer. In terms of archery skills, even the Emperor of Heaven was far inferior to him, and he was a professional in that area. Physical jewel consolidated equipment, elemental jewel stored skills. In the past, with his own power, Zhou Weiqing had been able to defeat all the other heroes and become the strongest powerhouse in the world. With the guidance of the spiritual detection sharing, his longbow was like a guided missile, able to hit wherever he wanted. At the same time that Lei Xiang was sent flying, Scar saw Rong Yanbing's evil grin. Tianhen snorted coldly, although you have the same 7 attributes, your 7 attributes, with ice and fire as the source, cannot truly fuse. It is only a temporary overlap. Furthermore, this kind of fighting method is very draining on you. I'll wait and see how long you can last. After saying that, a silver light flashed around him, and he retreated into a spatial crack, not choosing to fight Rong Yanbing head-on. Seeing Scar's figure disappear, Mad God's aura grew stronger once more. Rong Yanbing's smile disappeared, his brow furrowed, and he disappeared in a flash, also using the spatial attribute. The first clash between both sides ended just like that. Rong Yanbing retreated into the nearby forest, while Ryukyu and Celestial Scar did not pursue. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, and both sides maintained their rationality. This was a team battle. Although the battlefield was vast, they were all God King level existences. No one knew when reinforcements would arrive. Under such circumstances, if they were not absolutely confident, they would not go all out in a head-on battle. The 7 divine blades separated once more, and Rong Yanbing's aura became faintly discernible. At this time, the song High Mountain Flowing Water in the distance also quietly ended, no longer echoing. Violet and Xianxia retreated almost at the same time as Rong Yanbing. Jidong and Blaze's combined attacks were too powerful, to the extent that they were unable to withstand it. Violet's defense was ultimately limited, and it was difficult for him to fight 1 against 2. However, with his tyrannical strength and Xianxia's zither-shapeless sword that he released while playing High Mountain Flowing Water, he was still able to retreat calmly. Blaze and Jidong received Hui Yuhao's notification, and did not pursue either, retreating from the middle of the field to their own side. This was undoubtedly a probing attack, and no one wanted to take complete victory in this attack. The 6 divine realms had probed Rong Yanbing's God King level fighting strength, as well as the 7 luminaries God Tool level. Meanwhile, the Dolua divine world had also discovered that Xianxia had the Violet Emperor, who was a symbiotic existence with her. Everyone had revealed some of their trump cards. This would undoubtedly make the Battle of the Gods even more cautious. The 12 divine kings in the ancient god ruins were actively preparing for the next battle, while the 7 divine realms' godly puppets who were overlooking this battle from outer space had a different feeling. Dolua's side was fine, as they were most worried about Rong Yanbing's safety. Seeing that he was able to turn this situation around and force his opponents to retreat, they naturally heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, the 6 divine realms felt different. In the first probing battle between the 2 sides, Dolua's side had undoubtedly gained a certain advantage. Rong Yanbing was able to force his opponents to retreat in a 1 versus 2 situation, while the Qin and Purple Emperors were clearly at a disadvantage. Although this didn't mean anything, at least from the collision just now, the overall fighting strength of both sides should be on the same level. The spectators from the 6 divine realms couldn't help but gasp in shock. The strength of 1 divine realm was actually comparable to 6 divine realms at the same time. Were the gods in Dolua this strong? Furthermore, there were so many first-rank gods among the Dolua gods watching from afar. This kind of overall strength was indeed far superior to any one of the 6 divine realms. Even the immortal realm, which was very confident in their side, had to admit that there was still a gap in strength between the 2 sides. Sea god Tang San dared to propose a 1 versus 6 battle, and he indeed had a sufficient foundation. Until now, this Poseidon had not truly participated in the battle. At this moment, as both sides retreated at the same time, they were communicating with each other. The 6 divine realms. Through the interaction of their divine senses, the 6 divine kings communicated with each other. That Rong Yanbing is much stronger than expected. His 7 blades are very strange, and each blade seems to be close to a superdivine tool. When combined, they even surpass an ordinary superdivine tool. More importantly, his control of these powers is very perfect. Just now, he actually swallowed the power of my demonic god bow. Celestial Scar said gloomily. That's because I was careless. Lei Xiang said, if not for that, even if he has a superdivine tool, he still wouldn't be a match for us. Chang Gongwei said unceremoniously, you weren't careless, you underestimated your opponent. In fact, it's not just you. All of us have underestimated the enemy. We all subconsciously thought that they wouldn't stand a chance against the 6 of them, so you didn't go all out at that time. If you had used the Mad God armor right from the start, with the superdivine tool suppression, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to release that move. Lei Xiang remained silent, but Shandy Pipefish said, why did you withdraw so quickly, Emperor Qin? We were just about to come into contact with the other side. With the Grim Reaper and I working together, the other side definitely won't have any chance. Our path is definitely our advantage. Yi Yingzhu said, because we're at a slight disadvantage in the middle. If we didn't withdraw, I'm afraid that the two fire-wielding divine puppets in the middle would reinforce you as soon as you made your move. And my and Violet's reinforcements will definitely be slower than theirs. In a 2 versus 4 situation, can you guarantee that you won't suffer any losses until we arrive? Yingzhu is right. Chang Gongwei said, just now, we were only probing each other. Everyone couldn't use their full strength. At least, it allowed us to understand each other better. At the same time, we can improve our understanding of each other. The words improve their understanding were obviously meant for Yi Yingzhu. Before today, none of them knew that the Emperor Qin had such a symbiotic partner. Shandy Pipefish said, then what should we do next? Should we switch positions? Lei Xiang, if you can't do it, then leave that Rong Yanbing to me. I don't believe that his kitchen knives can block my Jinggu Bang. Lei Xiang snorted coldly. No need. Who doesn't have a lightning trump card? Although that Rong Yanbing blocked me and Scar, he obviously revealed more trump cards than we did. If there's a situation like that just now, he'll know what pressure is. Surprisingly, this mad god didn't get angry at Pipefish's words. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. Chang Gongwei said, there's no need to switch positions. Yingzhu, continue to observe your opponent and look for an opportunity. Break the surface with a single point. On Dolua's side. I didn't expect the Emperor Qin to have a helper. Isn't he breaking the rules? Ji Dong was a little depressed. Tang San said, the entire ancient god's ruins have been sealed by our godly power. Under such circumstances, the other party can still summon that person. That's equivalent to a summoned beast. It's not breaking the rules. Furthermore, we have the same ability. Yuhao, how are your preparations on your side? Hui Yuhao's voice sounded, the right side has been set up. I'm about to switch positions. Brother Zhou is a little thin on the right side. I'll have to ask the god of kindness and god of evil to switch positions with me. I'll go to the middle. Please go to the right side. Tang San said, very good. 3-in-1 formation. We'll make it look like we're going to break through from the right side to mobilize them. Nian Bing, are you okay on your side? Rong Yanbing said, the pressure is a little high. Furthermore, for our final plan, I can't expend too much energy. Alright, I'll switch positions with you. Tang San said without hesitation. After that, he immediately leapt from the main camp and went straight for Rong Yanbing. On the other hand, Rong Yanbing quickly retreated and joined up with him. The moment they made a move, the other side immediately sensed it. Yi Yingzhu's sound waves weren't as effective as Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, but they were still able to detect the change in positions. Furthermore, Tang San's aura was very obvious, and he had been the focus of the other side's attention. When he switched positions, Chang Gongwei's side immediately reacted. What do we do? Yi Yingzhu asked Chang Gongwei. Chang Gongwei said in a low voice, don't change to counter all changes. Don't worry about whether Rong Yanbing has expended too much energy. Everyone should deal with it as normal. Since the other side's battle strategy was suggested by them, this three-way battle strategy won't be that simple. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. However, we have 6 god realms as our backing. No matter what, our foundation is much deeper than theirs. What we can do now is to remain unchanged and wait for them to use all their tricks. When they use up all their tricks, it will be the end of this battle. Alright. The 5 divine kings answered almost at the same time. Chang Gongwei's calm words instantly gave them a backbone. Prioritize stability and counter all changes by remaining unchanged. This was the strategy that the 6 god realms had originally planned. They were firm in their confidence and wouldn't give the other side any opportunities. Hui Yuhao charged straight towards the middle at an incredible speed. At the same time, silhouettes emerged from his body one after another. Each of these silhouettes carried his aura, and they all flew in different directions at the same time. Almost in an instant, 3 silhouettes separated from his body. They all had the same ice-cold aura. however, they all flew in different directions. One of the silhouettes was even heading towards their own base camp. Yi Yingzhu had been playing the guqin all this time, and he immediately noticed this change. What was this? Confusion tactic? Yi Yingzhu immediately communicated with his side through his divine sense, and reminded the other gods, the other party has used a confusion tactic. A god on the right has released many silhouettes. It should be the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao. He should be the other party's main controlling god. Before the start of this battle, they had all introduced themselves to each other. Of course, they had only introduced each other's names and titles. Nobody knew their specific strengths. This god of emotions is not simple. He should have some way to clearly detect our presence, Ryukyu said in a low voice. Previously, he had been at a disadvantage. The god of strength, Zhou Weiqing's powerful arrow had been able to cross almost the entire battlefield. Furthermore, it had appeared right in front of him at the exact moment when he was being controlled by Rong Yanbing. He definitely would not believe that there was no guidance behind this. Yes. We have to take care of him first in a while, Chang Gongwei said in a low voice. Yi Yingzhu narrowed his eyes. Let's begin our operation. As he spoke, he sat upright on the Purple Emperor's shoulder. He changed the guqin in his hands again, and a sonorous and powerful sound of the guqin rang out. This time, the sound of the guqin suddenly sounded like the morning bell and the evening drum. It suddenly sounded like a golden spear and an armored horse. It was filled with an austere aura, and it directly oppressed the other side. Wherever the sound of the guqin passed, it sounded like every tree and bush was an enemy. All the plants in the ancient god's ruin seemed to have come alive, and were filled with hostility towards Dolua's group. What was even more frightening was that Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing was severely disrupted by this impassioned zither music. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but rather that everyone else was affected by the zither music, and felt as if they were surrounded by an army of thousands of men and horses. With their divine senses disrupted, there was a problem with receiving Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. The two sides clashed once more with the main control god kings of both sides. This time, Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin, took out his spring lightning zither. Zither song, ambush from 10 sides. This was a very powerful attack-type zither song. After entering the divine level, it had the characteristic of turning something rotten into something magical. It could really make all weak life forms become stronger and become his battle prowess and sentinels. In Yi Yingzhu's spiritual perception, the entire battlefield became clearer because of ambush from 10 sides. He immediately gave out directions. The god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, has gone to the middle. His doppelgangers should have the ability to summon creatures. The clone that returned to their main camp is already close to his main body. Left side, pay attention to our left side. The opponent's god of kindness and god of evil have gone to the left side. There are 3 god kings there. Shandy, Grim Reaper, be careful. After hearing Yi Yingzhu's warning, Shandy Pipefish wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. You've come at the right time. My staff has been thirsty for a long time. His fighting style was different from others. He liked to face powerful opponents the most. To him, the stronger his fighting spirit, the stronger his fighting strength would be in the process of battle. With a shake of his body, Shandy Lei Xiang had already stepped onto a rainbow cloud and charged towards the right side. The dead man followed closely behind. He didn't make a sound and followed behind like a shadow. Their sudden attack this time was very targeted. The god of kindness and god of evil hadn't arrived yet, and the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, had already left. Only the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing, was left. Although Pipefish liked to fight, he wasn't stupid. He had an accurate grasp of the battle situation. On the other hand, Zhou Weiqing was affected by ambush from 10 sides, so he couldn't sense Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing as clearly as before. Therefore, when he sensed the 2 powerful auras on the other side, it was a little slow for him to retreat into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Take my staff. Pipefish shouted. The rainbow cloud under his feet suddenly accelerated. In midair, his body had already turned into a brilliant gold. The Jingubang in his hand seemed to explode with the wind. In midair, the Jingubang instantly transformed into 3 shadows of the Jingubang that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. The powerful aura that seemed to be able to fight against heaven and earth made Zhou Weiqing, who was at a cultivation level, feel a little breathless. Shandy Pipefish wasn't called casually. He really had an extremely powerful foundation. Although Zhou Weiqing was shocked, he didn't panic. He didn't continue to retreat. Instead, he instantly landed on the ground and a giant hammer appeared in his hand. With a roar, the effect of the ringless ground purging set burst forth. His entire aura instantly turned into a towering mountain. He lifted the giant hammer in his hand and went straight for Shandy's Jinggubang. The two sides collided almost instantly. Violent explosions suddenly erupted from the center of their collision. Boom! 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 3 booms erupted in a split second. Shandy, 1,000-pound staff technique, 3 thunderclap strikes. Zhou Weiqing only felt as if he was struck by 3 bolts of lightning. Moreover, the lightning was so heavy that even the hard ground couldn't withstand its weight. It caused his legs to sink directly. However, at the same time, Shandy's entire body was also rebounded and rushed into the air. Zhou Weiqing's title was Hercules. He was famous for his strength. The ringless ground purging set was a pure strength-type existence. At this time, the Jinggubang was indeed tens of thousands of kilograms heavy, coupled with the 3 thunderclap strikes. However, in terms of pure strength, he couldn't completely dominate. However, when one of them sank and the other rebounded, a gray figure flashed almost instantly. A gray light instantly appeared in front of Zhou Weiqing. At that moment, Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt as if his soul was locked. A strong sense of crisis instantly came over him. Hades flashed and the world shook. The god of death's Hell King sword finally made its move. Even Shandy, who was rebounded in the air, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the sword. There was no imposing aura, but it was like a king in the dark night. The divine power that burst out in an instant was actually completely compressed. Even if Zhou Weiqing's ringless ground purging set was a super artifact, it might not be able to block the Hell King sword, which was also a super artifact. I want to go back. This was the only thought in the dead man's mind. He just wanted to end this battle of the gods as soon as possible, break free from the black hole, and go back to look for his parents and the existence of the underworld. Layers of light barriers shot out from Zhou Weiqing's body. Physical jewel consolidated equipment, elemental jewel stored skills. After becoming a god, his elemental jewel had undergone a complete transformation. It was a pure elemental defense. Multiple elemental layers formed a solid shield. However, the attack of the Hell King sword was too terrifying. In terms of pure attack power, the dead man's Hell King sword was probably the strongest among the 6 godly realms. The layers of barriers shattered one after another. The Hell King's sword was about to reach him. At this moment, a cold halo suddenly spread out and enveloped the death god's body. Dummy felt a chill run down his entire body. Although the Hades King's sword managed to break free in the next moment, it still gave Zhou Weiqing more time. The ground beneath his feet exploded, creating a strong shockwave that pushed Dumb back. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing released his battle bow at lightning speed, not even bothering to look as he shot out an arrow. An ear-piercing whistle reverberated in the air, blocking Shandy Pipefish who was descending from the sky. Zhou Weiqing also took this opportunity to retreat. In front of him, a slender figure appeared. Countless ice and snow rose, blocking the vision of the 2 godly kings. A cold sword radiance appeared out of nowhere and struck the shoulder of the god of death Dummy. Dumb did not dodge at all. A halo circulated around his body. Endless vitality art. When the sword light landed on his body, it only slowed his movements for a moment. In the next moment, he turned into lightning again and charged forward. Hell King sword flash again. Hell 9 strokes, second style, a suction force suddenly appeared from behind. Before the Hell King's sword could reach her, the attractive figure was forcefully pulled back. In the blink of an eye, she was 1,000 meters away from the death god and Shandy. Zhou Weiqing's sudden helper was one of the 6 spirits of the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, the Snow Empress and the Snow Lady. Back then, Hui Yuhao had created his own spirit soul system in the Dolua continent and established the Spirit Pagoda. The goal was to allow more soul beasts to survive, and at the same time, to resolve the irreconcilable conflict between humans and soul beasts. Even though the spirit pagoda had been distorted in the past, there was no one who could compare with him in the field of soul spirits. The Snow Empress was one of Hui Yuhao's strongest spirits. After Hui Yuhao had become a god, she had accompanied him and improved along with him. Not only did he have eternal life, but he had also truly reached the god level. Among Hui Yuhao's 6 spirits, his origin spirit, which was the most important one, was the Skydream Iceworm, who didn't have any direct fighting strength. The strongest ones were the Ice Empress, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, and the Snow Empress, the Snow Lady. Before Hui Yuhao left, he knew that it would be very difficult for Zhou Weiqing to fight the two of them by himself. Therefore, when he released his avatars, he sent the Snow Lady, his strongest spirit, over first. Even though the Snow Empress was strong, she couldn't compare to the God Kings. The only reason she was sent over was to buy time for Zhou Weiqing. Shandy and the Grim Reaper naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Dumb stuck close to the ground and quickly approached, while Shandy Pipefish rose into the air once again. The Jingubang in his hand shone brightly, and the strength of a super-godly weapon increased along with his invincible aura. The two of them chased after Zhou Weiqing at almost the same time. After intercepting the 2 God Kings, the Snow Empress aura had weakened significantly. After all, she was only a spirit. In terms of cultivation, she was only slightly stronger than a Class 3 god, but not a Class 2 god. In the face of the 2 God Kings' auras and the suppression of the Zither Song, it was already very difficult for her to do so. However, at this moment, Zhou Weiqing suddenly laughed. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile. The two of them couldn't see it because of the helmet. However, he was very calm. He didn't switch to his warhammer, and he still held his war bow in his hand. He raised his war bow, and a dense rain of arrows shot out from the bow. A series of sonorous and forceful bang-bang sounds rang out. Every arrow was powerful and heavy. Even Shandy and the Grim Reaper had to slow down in the face of such a dense barrage of arrows. It was also at this moment that a pale white light flashed by. It suddenly appeared on the battlefield without any warning. Even with Shandy's strength, he couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. Pipefish's body stiffened. He only felt a strong aura of death instantly dissolve his divine power. In just a moment, he was suppressed from the sky and fell to the ground. This was clearly the power of a Class 1 god's full-strength attack. What was that? Pipefish looked up in surprise. Only then did he realize that there was a steeple at the top of a hill not far away. The beam of light just now had been shot from the steeple, and it just so happened to shine on him. At this moment, the top of the steeple was still charging, and the second beam of light was about to take shape. However, due to the influence of this light of death, he couldn't attack Zhou Weiqing together with the dead man. Dumb had already arrived in front of Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing's method was very simple. He put away his longbow and smashed his warhammer. There was no technique at all. It was just pure strength. When the warhammer hit the ground, a huge boom was accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. It forcefully sent the dead man flying, not allowing him to get close to him. He had never intended to compete with the dead man in terms of technique. In addition, the Snow Lady was freezing him. Without Shandy's cooperation, Dumb couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, the second beam of light of death shot down. Its target was still Shandy Pipefish. This time, Pipefish saw it clearly. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but he realized that the light of death seemed to have grown eyes. No matter how he dodged, it would lock onto him. Moreover, the speed of the light of death was so fast that it was impossible for him to dodge it. Helpless, he could only raise his Jingubang to block it. With a wing sound, the sea dragon's body turned white, and it was pushed down again. The light of death couldn't really hurt him, but Pipefish realized that this thing seemed to be a special form of energy. It consumed a lot of his divine power, and he couldn't bear it continuously. Helpless, he could only retreat quickly and put some distance between them. Indeed, the light of death had an area of effect. When he retreated more than 1,000 meters, the light of death was still condensing, but it didn't shine anymore. What the hell is this? Pipefish couldn't help but curse. Their original advantage had been completely obliterated by such a strange existence. At this moment, Hui Yuhao had already arrived in the middle lane. He was installing a new steeple on a hill near his side of the middle lane. A strange smile appeared on his face. You feel it. Since he had chosen this method of battle, he had to make full use of the terrain. Soul engineers were known for creating all kinds of soul tools. After becoming a god, Hu Yuhao began to research how to combine soul tools with the power of the god realm when he had nothing to do. He wanted to create stronger soul tools that could deal with gods. Thus, the product in front of him was created. The inspiration for this light of death came from a type of transcendent soul tool that he had once faced on the Dolua continent. Back then, this type of transcendent soul tool had given them a lot of trouble. Even titled Dolua couldn't resist it. However, it was very difficult to create such a soul tool, and the materials needed were also very demanding. After reaching the god realm, the problem of materials was naturally no longer a problem. In the god realm, it could be said that all the materials one wanted were available, and they all contained divine power. Therefore, Hu Yuhao kept experimenting to see if he could replicate the death light from back then and make it into something that could be used to dominate an area in the god realm. His original plan was to research this thing and install it around the Divine Council, thus making the Divine Council more oppressive. However, his research reached a bottleneck, and he could not produce a finished product. Even when the god of destruction rebelled, it did not take shape. It was only when it was swept away by the space-time turbulence and the god realm returned to order that he had time to continue his research. He did not expect to see results in a short period of time. The existence of a god-class soul tool like the spire in front of him. Hu Yuhao named it the Death Light Pagoda in memory of the powerful soul tool that he had faced on the Dolua continent. This Death Light Pagoda could absorb the immortal spiritual energy and divine power in the air and convert it into its own attack. Furthermore, it could be charged and stored. After charging, the Death Light Pagoda's offensive strength was comparable to a Class 1 god. However, it was still relatively weak, and could not attack continuously. Therefore, when it was first developed, Hu Yuhao felt that it was a little weak. Although its attack was strong, if it faced a Class 1 god or even a Class 2 god, as long as the other party could withstand one attack, it would be enough to destroy them in close combat. Moreover, the creation of the Death Light Pagoda was rather difficult. Therefore, Hu Yuhao's research had paused for a period of time. Later on, Tang Wutong told Tang San about this situation. At that time, Tang San subconsciously said, "Isn't it enough to have someone guarding this tower? It's like having one more person." Tang Wutong relayed her father's words to Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao was enlightened. That's right. The Death Light Pagoda's advantage was its powerful attack, but it was obviously not suitable to be used in a battle. However, if it was only used for defense, then it would be able to play a huge role in defense if a god with strong defense was found to be beside it. After thinking through all this, Hu Yuhao suddenly had an interest in research and put more energy into researching this Death Light Pagoda. Since he had nothing to do, he would try to make it himself. After that, he worked hard to develop even more powerful Death Light towers. The one he had installed in his headquarters today was no longer the Death Light Pagoda, but the upgraded version of it. Unfortunately, he could only make one. Hu Yuhao named it the Teleportation Pagoda to commemorate the Spirit Pagoda organization on the Dolua continent. The Teleportation Pagoda's power was above the Death Light towers, and he had already made 9 of them. One of the important reasons why Tang San proposed to open up 3 paths and attack each other's headquarters was because of the existence of the Death Light towers. The Death Light towers were undoubtedly the most effective when used for defense and complemented the gods. One of the most important reasons Hu Yuhao and Zhou Weiqing walked down the bottom path together was to complete the installation of 3 Death Light towers. The 3 Death Light towers would help each other. As long as the outermost Death Light tower was defended by Zhou Weiqing, even if the opponent had 2 god kings, it would not be easy for them to charge in. At this moment, Hu Yuhao was completing the installation of the Death Light towers in the middle path. In the ancient god ruins, there was no lack of god power. Through the absorption and extraction of god power by the Death Light towers, their attack power was rather impressive. This was also the reason why Hu Yuhao did not disturb the song of tall mountain flowing water. He did not have the time to do so now. The most important thing was to complete the setup in front of him. Shandy Pipefish and the dead man retreated at the same time and hid in their positions. The dense vegetation and valleys became their best concealment. Due to the influence of tall mountain flowing water, Hui Yuhao could not completely lock onto their situation. However, all the Death Light Towers were under Hui Yuhao's control. The moment they appeared in the attack range of the Death Light Towers, they would undoubtedly be attacked. What the hell was that just now? How could there be such a thing? It seems like the existence in their headquarters is similar. In terms of size, its attack power should be even stronger. Pipefish said to the other god kings in shock. The dead man nodded and said, yes. Changgang Wei narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, it seems like this is the reason why they chose to conduct the battle of the gods this way. Everyone, don't panic. Let's fight and observe. The opponent's trump card is becoming clearer. At this moment, on the left side of Dolua, Tang San and Rong Yanbing finally met up. The two of them high-fived each other and completed the substitution. Rong Yanbing returned to the headquarters, while Tang San headed straight for the center of the left side. The opponent did not change their formation. Therefore, on the left side, he still had to face Ryukyu and Celestial Scar. Tall mountain flowing water also attacked Tang San. However, as the highest god king in Dolua, his cultivation was also the highest. Even under such circumstances, his movements were not affected. His divine sense spread out. He did not advance very quickly, but he was searching for enemies that could appear at any time. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing was suppressed by tall mountain flowing water, so he focused more on his own side. This was because they first had to ensure that the enemy did not cross the Death Light Towers and did not take the main road. Regarding this, Tang San had already made a very clear judgment. If the other party really did so, then they would fall into his trap. The positions of the 9 Death Light Towers were precisely calculated. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing found the best positions. Of course, the 9 Death Light Towers could not cover the entire battlefield on Dolua's side without any gaps. However, as long as an opponent dared to enter the range of the Dolua Divine World, the Dolua gods would only need to exert a little pressure, and the opponent would definitely appear within the range of the Death Light Pagoda's attack. The Dolua gods would then surround them very quickly. If the 6 god kings wanted to provide reinforcements, they would definitely have to pass through the Death Light Towers, or they could only come from specific positions. If that was the case, Dolua would have ample opportunity to target them. Therefore, the most important thing for Dolua's side now was to finish setting up all 9 Death Light Towers. In Tang San's opinion, they would at least be in an invincible position after completing these arrangements. If it was just defense, it would not be a big problem. At this moment, on the right flank, Zhou Weiqing had already launched a fierce counterattack after enduring a round of fierce attacks from the opponents. This was because the god of goodness and the god of evil had arrived as reinforcements. The 3 great gods moved out at the same time, and their target was the core of the right flank. There were a total of 5 people participating in this battle. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, they were definitely extremely powerful existences in these ancient god ruins. Therefore, when Yi Yingzhu sensed that the 3 of them had gathered, he immediately issued a warning. At this moment, on the side of the 6 great gods, Mad God and Emperor of Heaven, who were on the right flank, would definitely not be able to provide reinforcements in time. It would also be very difficult for Yi Yingzhu to provide reinforcements because once he moved, there would be no one left in the middle. The opponents were not stupid. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Yingzhu gave his teammates a hint: break through the right flank. If the opponents were to suppress their left flank, they would suppress their right flank. Mad God and Emperor of Heaven, after confirming that the 3 other gods were suppressing the right flank, brazenly launched an attack. They went straight for Tang San to pressure him. From space, it could be seen that whether it was the exchange of positions or the short contact between the 2 sides, they were all as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if there was an invisible hand on both sides directing them. Each of the gods was like a chess piece, always appearing where they should be the most. Tang San stopped. He did not continue to advance. Instead, he suddenly knelt on one knee and pressed his palm against the ground. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned bluish gold. A strange scene appeared. The vegetation that would attack him due to the influence of the winding mountain and flowing water suddenly stopped attacking him when he placed his palm on the ground. Moreover, the change in malice actually gave him a sense of familiarity. Tang San raised his palm and flipped it open. A small blue blade of grass grew. He placed this blade of grass on the ground. The blade of grass immediately took root and grew rapidly. Under the influence of this small grass, the surrounding plants began to be covered with a faint layer of blue gold. A faint smile appeared on his face. Tang San muttered to himself, "We will definitely go back. Not only to find my son, but also my parents. Dad, Mom, thank you for taking care of your grandson." Thinking of this, when Tang San stood up again, his bearing suddenly changed, and a strong will burst out from his body. "Since you're here, then come out." Tang San's gaze was fixed in one direction. A tall and burly figure walked out from there. Berserk god Xianxia, whose entire body was covered in dark gold armor, walked towards Tang San step by step. "I've never thought of hiding my figure. Poseidon, let me see how strong you really are. 1 against 6, you'll regret it." Tang San smiled indifferently and replied in a deep voice, "No, I won't." These simple words completely expressed his determination. Whoosh! With a buzzing sound, an arrow arrived in front of him in an instant. It was the demon god arrow. Tang San's eyes did not change, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed the demon god arrow with his bare hands. Ryukyu also made his move at this time. Under the effect of the mad god armor, his whole body exuded an incomparably strong momentum. The 12 wings on his back suddenly opened, and the black wings flapped. His body was like a dark golden meteor, smashing towards Tang San. Scar was not far away. Seeing Tang San grab his demon god arrow with his bare hands, he could not help but be stunned. That was an attack at the level of a pseudo-divine tool. Coupled with his own cultivation, even Chonggong Wei would not dare to take it with his bare hands. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback by the fact that Tang San actually managed to catch it. Such a fast demon god arrow was caught in his hand in an instant. His whole palm seemed to become transparent at that moment. Not only did he catch the demon god arrow, but Scar also felt that the connection between him and the demon god arrow was cut off in an instant. Then he saw Tang San use the demon god arrow as a weapon and thrust it towards Ryukyu, who was rushing towards him. At the same time, Tang San's foot slipped, and he actually avoided the frontal impact of Mad God. Not only that, his left hand seemed to move rhythmically, which caused Xiang's body to stagnate for a moment. The demon god arrow in his right hand took advantage of this opportunity to pierce through. The demon god arrow was also an arrow, and an arrow was a hidden weapon. Who was Tang San? He was the ancestor of the Tang Sect, the man who brought the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect of his world to the Dolua continent. Anyone would be afraid of hidden weapons, but he was not. Even after arriving in the God realm, he was still able to completely transform everything that the hidden weapons could do into his own battles. A faint smile appeared on Tang San's face, and a cold light appeared on his face. The more he fought, the more he could keep calm, especially when there was pressure. Facing Tang San's thrust, Xiang, who looked like he was already used to attacking, did not try to dodge, and allowed the demon god arrow to pierce his body. Mad God's armor twisted naturally, and the moment it was stabbed, the armor in that position suddenly became thick and heavy. At the same time, Xiang's body suddenly fell, and the surrounding gravity suddenly increased. His body turned halfway, and he threw a punch at Tang San. This punch was the full explosion of Mad God's power. The 12 wings on Xiang's back changed strangely, and each wing was maintained at a different angle, making full use of the changes in the air flow, allowing him to punch in the best posture. Tang San pressed his hands down, and from above, he pressed down on Mad God Arrow's fist. At this moment, his body's surroundings suddenly became stagnant. Cracks in space suddenly appeared, as if he had fallen into a black hole, and his movements slowed down for a moment. Celestial Scar attacked again, Dimensional Array. Tang San's palm suddenly slowed down a bit. Although he still pressed down on Xiang's fist, his strength was clearly insufficient. Mad God's fist was about to reach his chest. Tang San sucked in his chest and abdomen, and at the same time, a dark iron hammer quietly appeared in his left hand, just in time to block Mad God's punch. Boom! Mad God's strength was extremely violent, and this punch caused the clear sky hammer to hit Tang San's chest in the opposite direction. Tang San staggered, and it looked like he was about to be cut by the dimensional slash behind him. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven's weapon had changed to the demon god sword, and he did not hesitate to slash out with the dimensional slash. Space was torn apart, and a terrifying darkness and strong cutting power burst out in an instant, enveloping Tang San. Facing two divine kings at the same time, especially two divine kings with super divine tools, even Tang San himself seemed to be a little stretched. It looked like he had nowhere to run, just like the ice and fire demon chef Rong Yanbing from before. This time, Ryukyu did not hold back at all. With the enhancement of Mad God's armor, his attack power had increased by more than a level. 2 rays of purple gold light shot out from his eyes. Lei Xiang only felt an incomparably strong divine sense rush into his sea of consciousness in an instant, causing him to involuntarily raise his head back. His mind fell into a momentary blank, and the combo that he was about to continue was suddenly unable to be connected. At the same time, Lei Xiang's waist tightened. Tang San's body, which had been retreating from the bombardment, suddenly turned forward. Like a swallow flying into the arms of a child, he rushed in front of Lei Xiang. Lei Xiang was over 2 meters tall. Although Tang San was 1.9 meters tall, he seemed a bit thin in front of him. This sudden change in direction first avoided the dimensional formation behind him. Scar's reaction was also very fast. Seeing Tang San change direction, the great dimensional slash followed and continued to slash at him. Tang San was the first to crash into Lei Xiang. His shoulder slammed into Lei Xiang's chest. At the same time, a dark red light suddenly burst out behind him. Not only that, but an aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly burst out of his body. The surrounding light seemed to dim at this moment. Suffering this powerful mental attack, Lei Xiang was hit in the chest and couldn't help but retreat. The purple demon eyes still had a great effect on him. In a situation where he was unprepared, his mind took a considerable hit. The great dimensional slash was almost instantly shattered. Space closed, and the blood-red longsword rising from Tang San's back almost instantly appeared in front of Scar. Scar was shocked. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this blood-red greatsword. Without a doubt, this was a peak super divine weapon. But wasn't his super divine weapon Poseidon's trident? Why did it suddenly change to a sword? Of course, he didn't know that Tang San didn't just have the Poseidon divine tablet, he also had the Azura divine tablet. Caught off guard, the Azura blood sword had already appeared in front of him. Yes, Tang San didn't hold back, nor did he probe. Everything just now was to create an opportunity for him to use the Azura blood sword with all his might. Even the Golden Dragon King had been decapitated by the Azura blood sword, and even the Dragon God had been split into the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King by the Azura blood sword. At this moment, seeing the Azura blood sword descend upon him, Celestial Scar only felt his breathing become labored. Everything around him became viscous, and what was even more frightening was that his demon god armor was completely suppressed, unable to display its full strength. This was the suppression of a divine artifact of a different level. In the next moment, he saw Tang San. The Shura sword's hilt was connected to a vine, just like the vine that had appeared on Ryukyu's waist. The demonic god arrow stuck in his body was not only for attacking, but also for sowing seeds in his body that could be used at a critical moment. Xiaochen pulled with his right hand, and the clear sky hammer in his left hand flew out without hesitation, smashing towards Lei Xiang. His goal was simple, to stall for time and give himself enough time to deal with Celestial Scar. Through observation, Tang San had long seen that among the 6 gods, in terms of pure strength, the Emperor of Heaven was the weakest. It was better to break one than to injure all 10. Thus, Tang San had already thought about it from the start. Once there was an opportunity, he would take the risk of exhausting himself to get rid of one of them first. If Scar knew about this, he would definitely be more careful. But now, Tang San's plan seemed to have succeeded. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the Sword of Light. At this moment, a beam of holy light suddenly descended from the sky. The brilliant gold mixed with the soft milky white, forming a huge pillar of light that illuminated the ancient god's ruins. Scar only felt the space in front of him empty, and all the pressure disappeared in an instant. The Azure blood sword and the brilliant holy sword of light collided. The intense collision between the 2 supreme divine weapons released an unparalleled wave of divine power. Even with Celestial Scar's cultivation, he was instantly pushed hundreds of meters away. Tang San frowned slightly, and just happened to see the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, smiling in front of him. Let's switch. Long Gongwei smiled at him. Scar did not hesitate to turn around and leave. Just a moment ago. Even Tang San did not notice that Yi Zhu, Emperor of Qin's high mountain flowing water seeking the bosom friend, had once again switched with ambush from 10 sides, and the two songs resonated with each other. At the moment of the change, Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing suddenly slowed down. At this moment, Chang Gongwei suddenly appeared and blocked the attack that Tang San had been charging for a long time for Scar. Chang Gongwei responded and retreated. The hurried holy sword of light was still suppressed by the azure blood sword. He staggered a little, but the smile on his face did not change. Tang San did not hesitate at all. He used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and instantly retreated. Before Ryukyu could counterattack, he disappeared into the forest. In the next moment, Lei Xiang had already appeared where Tang San had been. His eyes were filled with shock. Powerful guy. As expected, he's not easy to deal with. At the same time, he looked at Chang Gongwei and gave him a thumbs up. If not for the timely arrival of the Divine King of Light, even if Scar had not been eliminated from the battle, he would have been severely injured, which would have affected the rest of the competition. There was no doubt that this battle of the gods had been a battle of wits and courage since the beginning. It was not only a competition of strength, but also of intelligence. Everyone was in a state of tension. Chang Gongwei's smile disappeared. That's why we cannot underestimate our opponents. They should have revealed most of their trump cards by now. That spire is quite interesting. We can't let them set it up on all 3 lanes. Let's move forward and set the pace. As he spoke, Chang Gongwei's body shook. Light elements faintly circled around his body, pushing his body forward rapidly, heading straight for Dolua's headquarters. Through Yi Zhu's reconnaissance, they had already discovered what Dolua was doing. Dolua's death light spire on the right lane had been set up, and the middle lane was also being set up. Only the left lane had not been completed yet. Moreover, there was only one Tang San on the left lane. Therefore, Chang Gongwei made a prompt decision and chose to suppress them from the left lane. There was another reason. At this time, on the other side, the god of strength Zhou Weiqing, the god of kindness Blaze, and the god of evil Ji Dong had already penetrated deep into the territory of the 6 god realms. They were attacking Xiandi and the Grim Reaper. This meant that these 3 god kings would not be able to save the other side in time. Chang Gongwei chose to charge in at this time because he wanted to attack where the enemy had to save them. Whoever could lead the battle would have a greater chance of victory. Lei Xiang flapped the 12 wings on his back and followed Chang Gongwei. He did not pay any attention to Tang San, who was hiding in the shadows, and directly advanced into the depths. On the other side, Xiandi and the Grim Reaper were already clashing with Dolua's 3 god kings. Boom, flames exploded and the Red Lotus Hell shattered. However, Xiandi's body was also wreathed in flames. It was obvious that she did not have the upper hand. With Blaze and Ji Dong working together, the yin and yang dual flames were too strong. In addition, there was Zhou Weiqing blocking in front, relying on his ringless ground purging set's power. Xiandi Pipefish really couldn't hold on by himself. Fortunately, there was Dead Man behind him. The incomparably powerful Hell King's sword caused Zhou Weiqing and the others to hesitate. Xiandi and Grim Reaper were barely able to hold on, but at the same time, they were forced to retreat. At this time, Zhou Weiqing, Ji Dong, and Blaze received Hui Yuhao's order to retreat at the same time. The 3 didn't hesitate at all. They immediately stopped attacking and turned to leave. This was the benefit of being in the same god realm. They had absolute trust and could execute orders quickly. Pipefish was stunned. He turned to look at Dumb. Retreating? They're very cautious. Longbow side just started attacking, and they retreated. Dumb frowned. They're right to be afraid. Our opponents are more difficult to deal with than we thought. Dolua naturally had to be afraid. This fear came from the center of the god realm. If it was just a simple battle, Tang San's tactics would definitely be more radical. However, this battle of the gods would determine who would be the leader of the god realm after the fusion. How important was that? Without a doubt, both sides would use the power of their respective god realms. No matter how strong one god realm was, it couldn't compare to 6 god realms. At the critical moment, the center of the god realm would play a huge role. Therefore, Tang San's tactics were very conservative. Especially in the early stages, all the probing was to look for an opportunity. Looking for an opportunity like when he attacked Scar. If he had succeeded when he attacked Scar with the Shura blood sword, then Scar wouldn't have had time to use the power of the center of the god realm. As the zither music changed, Xianxia, who was advancing, immediately received a notification from Xianxia. Xianxia slowed down and stopped. He said to Ryukyu beside him, "Let's retreat too." The other party had already retreated, so he had to consider the possibility of being surrounded. This was because he was not confident that he could take down Tang San in a short period of time, not to mention that there was a large death light tower guarding his base camp. Once Tang San persisted long enough, then there was the possibility that he and Lei Xiang would be besieged by the 5 great divine kings. Ryukyu was obviously unwilling to give up because they were not far from the enemy's base camp. "Even if they surround us, we still have a chance. Our rescue won't be any slower," Lei Xiang said, puzzled. Xianxia shook his head. "No, we don't need to take the risk. If this continues, we won't be at a disadvantage. Let's go." As he said that, he pulled Lei Xiang and turned to leave. Lei Xiang had no choice but to turn and leave with Xianxia. Not long after they left, Tang San walked out of the forest not far away. He frowned slightly. They're really being very careful. The plan to lure the enemy deep in did not succeed. In fact, he was very confident that he could delay the two of them. Once Lei Xiang and Xianxia continued to go deeper and reached the base camp, then it was very likely that they would be left behind. From a bird's-eye view, it could be seen that when the divine king of light, Xianxia, and Ryukyu retreated, the god of emotions, Huiyuhao, the god of kindness, the god of evil, and the god of Hercules, who were retreating at high speed, slowed down at the same time. Like before, both sides fell into a short pause. After 2 rounds of probing, they did not come into contact with each other, nor did they erupt into an all-out battle. Both sides were very careful. At this moment, Huiyuhao took the opportunity to complete all the arrangements in the middle. 3 death light towers were formed, and he quickly moved to the left. At this moment, Tang San switched places with him and moved to the middle. The god of strength, Zhou Weiqing, who was originally on the right, also moved to the middle. On the other side, Xianxia and Lei Xiang retreated. Xianxia's zither music temporarily stopped, as if he was trying to reduce his energy consumption. Huiyuhao's spiritual detection sharing became clear again. He could clearly see that the other side was still maintaining a 2-on-2 formation. There were no changes. One side was constantly changing their formation, while the other side was responding to changes by remaining unchanged. Both sides' tactics were different, but they were very cautious. No one dared to rashly start an all-out battle. Tang San was actually trying to create an opportunity. He was trying to outnumber his opponents and quickly break their fingers. However, Xianxia fought steadily and steadily. He was always able to stabilize his emotions in the face of temptations and keep his side calm. It could be said that as the leaders of both sides, they had displayed their powerful abilities. This was especially so when it came to controlling the situation. No one revealed any flaws. The gods who were watching the battle in space had gradually calmed down from the initial ups and downs. From their point of view, they had the clearest view of the battle. Therefore, they could clearly see the changes in the positions of the 12 god kings from both sides, as well as the situation of each exchange. The reason why they had calmed down was because both sides were completely evenly matched. No matter how they looked at it, they did not reveal any flaws. Without a doubt, this battle would not end in a short period of time, because neither side would give the other a chance. Both sides were holding back, and they didn't use any methods to hide from each other's detection. The 6 godly realms allowed Huiyuhao to set up the 3 deathlight pagodas on the left. The 9 deathlight pagodas were finally completed. From a defensive point of view, there was no doubt that Dolua's side had the upper hand. At this time, Tang San was already in the middle of the middle road. From where he was, he could even see the towering figure not far away from him. The purple crystal behemoth's eyes were also focused on him, and the Zither Emperor, Xianxia, was sitting upright on his shoulder, Both sides calmly observed each other. Neither side acted rashly. At this moment, Tang San was actually feeling a little gloomy. It looked like the 9 Deathlight Towers had been set up. Their defense was very stable. However, he knew that because of the support from the center of the God realm, both sides were not on the same level. Therefore, not only did they not gain any advantage, but they were also at a disadvantage because of their opponent's stability. The reason was simple. In the process of probing each other, both sides would deepen their understanding of each other. Once the other side was completely confident, a thunderous attack would come at any time. Once the 6 God Kings mobilized the power of the center of the God realm, it would be easier said than done to block such a thunderous attack. As a result, everyone was waiting for the best opportunity. It was the same for Tang San. What should he do? Tang San's mind spun rapidly as he pondered. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing provided him with the basis for his judgment. In terms of fighting strength, the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei, Xiandi Pipefish, Ryukyu, and the Dead Man were the strongest among the 6 Divine Kings. They were all peak Divine Kings who possessed super divine artifacts. Yi Yingzhu and Celestial Scar were slightly weaker. In terms of importance, Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin, and the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei, were undoubtedly the 2 most important people. One was the spiritual pillar, while the other was the brain that controlled the entire situation. Just like him and Hui Yuhao. As a result, the best way to defeat the enemy was to find an opportunity to eliminate at least one of the 2 core members of the enemy team. Then, without a doubt, the best target was the Zither Emperor, Yi Yingzhu, who was right in front of him. Yi Yingzhu's importance wasn't inferior to Chonggong Wei's. In terms of fighting strength, he was obviously weaker. Although he had the help of the Purple Emperor was at most a first-tier god. However, Tang San immediately thought of a problem. Who could guarantee that this wasn't a trap? The enemy team had been maintaining a 2-on-1 formation all this time. Why hadn't they changed their formation? Perhaps they were trying to tempt him. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Tang San's mind, but he didn't dare to make a move. Just like that, both sides entered a temporary stalemate. The god of strength, Zhou Weiqing, was standing next to Tang San. He sent a message through his divine sense, Lord Poseidon, what should we do? He respected Tang San very much. If it wasn't for Tang San, he wouldn't have become a god. He probably would have died at the hands of a strong enemy. When the god of destruction rebelled, it was because of Zhou Weiqing's betrayal that Tang San managed to turn the tide. Among the 6 members of the Dolua committee, Zhou Weiqing was the most obedient to Tang San. Tang San frowned. Weiqing, if I use you to exchange for the Emperor of Qin, would you be willing? Zhou Weiqing started momentarily before saying, I will follow your arrangements. As long as it is beneficial to the overall situation, I have no problem with it. Tang San nodded slightly. For us, there aren't many opportunities. I'll do my best to protect you, but if things don't work out, we'll have to make some sacrifices. You have to be prepared. Okay. Zhou Weiqing didn't waste any time. He had always been convinced by Tang San's judgment. Tang San quickly contacted the others with his divine sense. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He had to make a move before the other party figured out what they were up to. Dolua didn't make any changes to their positions. The god kings of the 6 divine realms also maintained their previous formation. At this moment, Tang San slowly walked out from the middle of his team and walked to the middle of the field. That's right, he walked out alone and went straight to Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin. His gaze was calm, and it looked like he was just walking normally. However, facing Tang San like this, Yi Yingzhu, who was sitting on the Purple Emperor's shoulder, suddenly felt immense pressure. He's coming, see God Tang San. He immediately transmitted this thought to everyone. Emperor of Qin, withdraw. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Chonggong Wei ordered. The Purple Emperor slowly retreated under Yi Yingzhu's guidance. A Jiao Xiaohuan zither appeared on Yi Yingzhu's knees, but he didn't play it. It was obvious that he was waiting for the best opportunity. Tang San didn't seem to feel anything. He continued to walk forward slowly. Soon, he had already walked past the middle of the field and into the territory of the other side. When he moved forward, the Purple Emperor retreated, maintaining the same distance as before. There was no doubt that the deeper he went into the enemy's territory, the more dangerous it was for Tang San. However, he acted as if he didn't know anything about this. He just did this. What was he trying to do? The same thought appeared in the minds of the god kings of the 6 great divine realms. Yi Yingzhu's fingers moved lightly on the strings of the zither. He didn't play a tune, but he released sound waves to sense the positions of the gods of Dolua. What surprised him was that whether it was Hui Yuhao, Zhou Weiqing, Ji Dong, or Blaze, they were all guarding their positions under the Deathlight Towers. They didn't seem to have any intention of going deeper. Was Tang San really going to go deeper alone? Because the other positions didn't move, the god kings of the 6 great divine realms didn't act rashly either. They were worried that after they provided support, the passageway they were guarding would be taken advantage of by the enemy. At this moment, Tang San's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next instant, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and shot out explosively. He went straight for Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin. At the same time, Tang San's loud shout rang out in Dolua's consciousness. Attack! The god of kindness, Blaze, and the god of evil, Ji Dong, immediately launched an attack. The 2 god kings held hands and like 2 flaming meteors, they went straight for the depths of the right path. This time, they didn't hold anything back. Instead, they maintained their full speed and rushed straight for the depths of the right path. Behind Tang San, the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing, let out a shout. He pulled the longbow in his hand into a full moon shape, and an arrow shot out explosively. It drew a beautiful arc in the air as it shot straight for the sky. Tang San almost instantly arrived in front of the Purple Emperor, the amethyst behemoth. His body also expanded rapidly against the wind and instantly became bigger. He raised his right hand and released the clear sky hammer. It instantly turned into a giant hammer and went straight for the amethyst behemoth. Yi Yingzhu's hands were like butterflies fluttering through flowers. Guqin shapeless swords shot out from the Jiao Shao Huanpei zither. At the same time, the music of ambush from 10 sides rang out. The Purple Emperor didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and punched out with both his fists towards Tang San. Purple crystal armor covered his entire body, and a terrifying monstrous strength burst forth from his body. At this moment, the entire ancient gods' ruins suddenly shook violently. Even the gods of the 7 divine realms who were watching the battle from the sky felt as if the ancient gods' ruins below them were shaking slightly. Whether it was Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor of Qin, the Divine King of Light, Changong Wei, Ryukyu, Shandy Pipefish, the Dead Man, or Celestial Scar, who had already retreated to the headquarters, all of them felt their minds go blank for a moment. Especially Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor of Qin, who used his Guqin to probe, completely lost control in an instant. He was no longer able to sense the location of the opponent's gods. On the left side, the golden vertical eye on Hui Yuhao's forehead almost instantly dimmed. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Just now, he used his Eye of the Soul to release a spiritual shock that covered the entire area. This undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. However, it had a miraculous effect in an instant. It's on the shelves. Dolua 4 has also been officially uploaded. All the remaining chapters of the Legend of Heroes will be released in one go today for everyone to read to their heart's content. After that, I'll have to trouble everyone to support our Dolua Continents for Ultimate Dolua. Love all of you. The disappearance of the Guqin music's detection meant that the 6 god kings were completely blind for a short period of time. In fact, because of the effects of this spiritual shock, the connection between their divine senses had also disappeared. The entire communication network had been completely cut off. This was one of Tang San's true trump cards. As the main control god king of the entire arena, Hui Yuhao's role was not as simple as communication. More importantly, he had suppressed the entire arena's spiritual energy at this crucial moment. This momentary suppression covered half of the arena on the side of the 6 god kings. As a result, even Scar, who was the furthest away, felt an intense spiritual shock. Yi Yingzhu's Guqin music was cut off almost instantly. His ambush from 10 sides had just started playing, but its rhythm had already stopped. The Purple Emperor's punches also became sluggish, and the light in his eyes became scattered. The Purple Emperor's cultivation was undoubtedly weaker than the Emperor Qin's. His strongest point was the strength of his body. In terms of divine senses, he definitely could not compare to the God King's. Hui Yuhao's spiritual shock was mainly aimed at this side. As a result, when the Purple Emperor was hit, he was also affected the most. Tang San's body suddenly shrank, and he passed through the Purple Emperor's punches. His punch landed on the purple crystal behemoth's chest. At the same time, strands of blue-silver Emperor vines crazily surged out from his fists and wrapped around the Purple Emperor's body. The clear sky hammer flew out and smashed towards Yinju. Meanwhile, Tang San used the punch that landed on the Purple Emperor's chest to soar into the air. The azure sword appeared again, and he furiously slashed at Yinju. Everything was within his calculations. As a result, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The Purple Emperor, who was hit by his punch, was sent flying backward. Yinju, who was on his shoulder, was thrown off. Furthermore, the Emperor of Qin and the Purple Emperor had a symbiotic relationship. When the Purple Emperor was hit by the punch, Yinju, Emperor of Qin, let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The soul shock couldn't last for too long. At this moment, the Emperor Qin had already woken up. However, the clear sky hammer also arrived in front of him. Yinju had no choice but to use the Jiao Shaohuan zither in his hand to block the attack. How powerful was the clear sky hammer? In his haste, he was instantly sent flying along with his zither. Then, Yinju saw a blood-red light descend from the sky and appear before him in an instant. Not good, Yinju sighed inwardly. In the end, he still fell for it. At this moment, he couldn't hesitate at all. This was not only related to his own safety, but also related to everyone present. With a buzzing sound, the Jiao Shaohuan zither in his hand lit up. In an instant, a group of dragons coiled around Yinju's body. It was as if 7 dragons had transformed into 7 zither strings that floated in front of him. He pushed with both hands, and the zither strings buzzed. Amidst the vast and abundant sound of the zither, the azure blood sword was bounced up in response. At this critical moment, the Emperor of Qin finally used the power of the center of the God Realm, which came from the Emperor of Qin's God Realm. Behind Yinju, a huge light figure that looked exactly like him floated there. A zither was placed horizontally on its knees, and the melodious sound of the zither rang out. It was a song, a male phoenix seeks a female phoenix. Tang San's mind suddenly went into a trance. In that instant, it was as if he had returned to the beginning, to the first time he met Xiao Wu. My name is Xiao Wu. Wu as in dance. Amidst the sound of the zither, Tang San's movements were clearly half a beat slower. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Yinju's expression was grave and stern. The Jiao Shaohuan zither in his hand vibrated again, and at the same time, he played Ambush from 10 sides. Ambush from 10 sides and A Male Phoenix Seeks a Female Phoenix were 2 completely different songs. At this moment, the zither and the zither harmonized. The probing ability that originally came from the Zither Emperor also appeared once again. However, this time it caused his expression to change abruptly. Base camp. Yinju didn't have time to worry about disturbing his state of mind. Almost without hesitation, he shouted through his divine sense, letting his voice travel far and wide. Just as Celestial Scar, who was in the base camp, was in a daze, he saw an arrow fall from the sky. As if it had been calculated, it struck the Buddhist prayer beads strung together by the 18 Buddha sariras on the ground, and then soared into the sky again. On the spiritual level, the Buddha sariras were almost unsolvable existences. If one couldn't obtain its approval, even a god couldn't take it away. However, to an external object, it was just a string of Buddhist prayer beads. When Rong Mianbing saw the object placed in the base camp, he roughly guessed what kind of existence it was based on the judgment of the god of emotions. Therefore, the arrow that Zhou Weiqing had shot earlier wasn't aimed at Yinju, but at the string of Buddha sariras in the base camp. At this moment, Celestial Scar was a substitute. Before he swapped places with his teammates, he couldn't do anything. Even if he just watched, he couldn't do anything. Once the Buddha sariras flew out of the base camp, it meant that they had lost this battle of the gods. At this moment, the Buddha sariras suddenly moved, and a low Sanskrit chant was heard. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky and struck the long arrow with a rod, turning it into fine powder. At the same time, it grabbed the Buddha Sariras and descended from the sky, placing it back in the center of the base camp. It was none other than Shandi, Lei Xiang. The reason why Lei Xiang dared to use the Buddha Sariras as the center of the base camp was because he was closely related to the Buddha Sariras. At a critical moment, he could use the Sariras to teleport himself to the center of the base camp. As long as Shandi wasn't done with the competition, he could return to the base camp to protect the Sariras at any time. The Emperor of Heaven heaved a sigh of relief. However, they immediately sensed that Yi Yinzhu, the Emperor of Qin, had contacted the center of the God realm. Not only was there a problem on Yi Yinzhu's side, but there were also changes on the other two sides. Chang Gongwei was the most stable. When he was hit by the soul shock, he immediately rushed to the center, leaving Ryukyu alone on the right side of the 6 God realms. In other words, Dolua's left side was guarded by Hui Yuhao. He also told Lei Xian to attack where the enemy must be. On the other hand, Shandi and the Grim Reaper were facing the God of Good and the God of Evil. In order to save the Buddha Sariras, Shandi instantly teleported away. Only the dead man was left to face Jidong and Blaze. Dump's figure transformed into countless phantoms. In terms of combat skills and attack power, he was at the peak of the 6 God Kings. However, he was facing 2 people who didn't even bother to talk about combat skills with him. Blaze's entire body was burning with the cold Netherian primordial fire, while Jidong's body was burning with the pure Yang primordial fire. The 2 of them were like 2 flaming meteors as they charged straight at Dumb. Wherever they passed, even the air was sliced open with a pitch-black mark. The damaged cracks couldn't be closed for a long time. He couldn't block it. He definitely couldn't block it head-on. Dummy reacted immediately. Therefore, in desperation, he had no choice but to mobilize the power that came from the center of his own God realm. A huge figure appeared behind Dumb, but it wasn't him. It was his father, Hades, the god of the underworld. Dumb's figure instantly merged with Hades. The god of the underworld frowned slightly. He held the god of the underworld sword in his hand, which suddenly became slender. He slashed it in the air, and a long sword shadow flickered. It turned into layers of gray air waves, blocking the frontal attack of the 2 divine kings. A huge explosion suddenly rose from the right side. From high up in the sky, one could even see a red, blue, and gray mushroom cloud rising. Blaze and Jidong's bodies were shrouded in gray air. They had consumed a large amount of their divine power. Dumb's situation wasn't very good either. He was fighting against 2 people at the same time. Even with the support of the center of the God realm. His clothes were still in tatters. He wasn't good at defense. His wrist, which was holding the god of the underworld's sword, had already cracked. Faint reddish-gold blood flowed down from it. He was still injured in the end. However, he still managed to block the joint attack of the 2 divine kings. This was the effect of the center of the God realm in battle. A figure blocked the path of the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei. It was the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. Raising his giant hammer, Zhou Weiqing didn't say anything. He simply launched a fierce attack at Chang Gongwei. He had to create an opportunity for Tang San. He had to buy time for Tang San. On the other side, Ryukyu madly rushed forward. He had already reached the bottom of the first Deathlight Pagoda. Here, he just happened to see the god of emotions, Lei Xiang. The golden road amidst withering resplendence. Lei Xiang bounced up from the ground. A golden light spread from his feet. At this moment, his mind was filled with the scene of him hugging Tang Wutong. After becoming a god, the martial soul fusion skill no longer required the strength of 2 people. As long as he had her in his heart, he would be able to unleash this powerful ability as a divine skill. Ryukyu did not dodge. The mad god armor on his body emitted a layer of dark golden light. Although the dark golden light was quietly dissolving under the influence of the resplendent withering golden road, the speed of dissolving was clearly not as fast as the speed of recovery. With Tang San's sudden eruption of his full strength, the battle finally reached its climax. The God Kings no longer held back at all. They all unleashed their full battle prowess. Hui Yuhao stood still in his original spot as a golden light shone down on him. Figures appeared beside him one after another. They were his 6 spirits. Two peerlessly beautiful figures held hands and overlapped with each other. Snow white and jade green blended together. It turned into a huge beam of light and shot towards Mad God. The pride of the ice and snow empresses. At the same time, a beam of death light descended from the death light pagoda and struck Mad God's body. The Golden Road, the pride of the ice and snow empresses, and the death light. The three attacks all hit. However, at this moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly saw a trace of unprecedented wildness in Mad God's eyes. No, to be precise, it was madness. An indescribable aura suddenly blossomed from Mad God's body. The 12 pitch-black wings on his back and his eyes seemed to change at the same time. The 12 wings instantly turned as red as blood. His eyes were completely covered by the color of blood. The aura that was already extremely powerful seemed to have risen by a large level in an instant. The dark golden color of Mad God's armor turned into a pure gold color in an instant. The 12 wings flapped, and the 3 attacks that landed on Lei Xiang's body seemed to melt instantly. His figure suddenly enlarged in front of Hui Yuhao. 6 figures stacked up in front of Hui Yuhao, blocking his path. Another beam of death light descended from the sky. However, none of this was enough to stop this man who had a super divine weapon and had turned into a 12-winged blood-red angel. What was a divine king? The king of the divine realm, whether it was Ryukyu, Shandy Pipefish, the divine king of light, Chonggong Wei, celestial scar, or the dead man, Yi Yinzhu, or emperor of Qin. Each of them was a sovereign of a divine realm, the highest ruler of a divine realm. Their true strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Although Hui Yuhao was not weak, and although he could control the entire situation, he was still just a first-level divine king, and he did not have a super divine weapon on him. Therefore, when Ryukyu went all out and merged the bloodthirsty berserker transformation with the fallen angel transformation, and finally unleashed his most powerful transformation skill, Hui Yuhao could not block it. His 6 spirit souls scattered in all directions, and in the next moment, Lei Xiang's body slammed into Hui Yuhao's body. Boom! Hui Yuhao's entire body was covered in a bloody light as he flew backwards. Although he had used all of his abilities in that instant, he was still unable to block Mad God's all-out attack. Not only that, but Ryukyu's 12 wings flapped, and with a single step, the first tower of death light instantly collapsed. The 12 wings sped up again, and continued to chase after Hui Yuhao. Switch! At that moment, a somewhat helpless voice rang out, and a rainbow blade wheel descended from the sky. At the same time, Hui Yuhao was struck by a silver light, and in the next instant, he was teleported far away. Rong Yanbing's 7 luminaries transformed into countless streaks of light in the air, and met Ryukyu's 7 attacks head-on. Amidst the deafening explosions, Rong Yanbing retreated 7 steps, and with each step, a rainbow halo bloomed from his body. Mad God in his 12-winged blood angel form was simply too powerful, and with the amplification of his super divine weapon Mad God battle armor, each of his attacks was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Rong Yanbing's 7 luminaries suddenly shone brightly, and from the ground, a huge rainbow tornado rose up. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat, and in the next moment, the rainbow tornado was smashed into pieces by the 12-winged blood angel. However, that short period of time was enough for Rong Yanbing to quickly retreat, and with his control of the power of space, he quickly left the battlefield. Lei Xiang flapped his 12 wings, and as if he had teleported, he chased after him. After entering his 12-winged blood angel form, his fighting strength was raised to the extreme, and so was the pride in his heart. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would charge forward bravely, right? 1,000-pound clear jade universe. A loud roar sounded in the sky, like a bolt from the blue. A giant staff more than 1,000 meters long fell from the sky, and the air exploded, and the ground cracked. A terrifying explosive force surged from all directions. Shandy Pipefish's master was the victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. This set of 1,000-pound staff techniques was later developed by Pipefish, and he truly became a celestial being, and even surpassed his master. 1,000-pound clear jade universe was the true essence of 1,000-pound staff techniques. The will to fight against the heavens and the earth, and never admit defeat, erupted incisively and vividly. The evil god Jidong and the good god Blaze, who had already forced the dead man to retreat, faced the sudden attack, and the two were still holding hands. The yin and yang flames merged into one, and with their bodies as the center, they turned into an incandescent sun. A huge light with a diameter of 100 meters met the Jingu staff descending from the sky. Boom. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Large swaths of land around them exploded and rolled over. What was even more terrifying was that large swaths of crystal-like existence appeared on the cracked land. That was the result of being instantly carbonized by the ultra-high temperature. Even if it was an ancient god's relic compressed by divine power, it was still somewhat difficult to resist such high temperature. Shandy Pipefish somersaulted in the air. In terms of single-target attack power, he was not as good as the dead man, but in terms of head-on combat, Dumb was far worse than him. After somersaulting, the golden staff in Shandy's hand shone again. In an instant, darkness fell and light gathered. 6 staff shadows appeared clearly in this strange world. Thunderbolt 3 strikes plus God, human, and ghost, the strongest. 6-hit combo. Shandy Pipefish did not know how many years he had practiced this move. He had already merged this 6-hit combo with the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was his real strongest attack. Blaze and Ji-dong only felt that they had fallen into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation in an instant. All kinds of chaotic thoughts involuntarily flashed through their minds. The two were clearly holding hands, but at this moment, they clearly felt that they were facing Shandy Pipefish's attack alone. The evil god Ji-dong seemed to have returned to his most painful moment. In order to save him, his beloved Blaze chose to die so that his soul could return to his body. When he woke up, he felt Blaze's message. 3 steps to white hair. From then on, he closed his heart and only fulfilled Blaze's last wish. The good god Blaze seemed to have returned to the moment when she made a bet with the previous evil god. That bet made her suffer for 10 whole years. Her lover was clearly by her side, but she could not tell him that she was Blaze. She could only be by his side as Chen Xishuan and try her best to make him say I love you to her. But the stubborn Ji-dong, even at the last moment, would rather pay with his life than say it. The 10 years of torture were still in front of her. No, 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 I don't want Blaze to die. I want to become strong. I want to protect my geocentric red lotus. No, 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 I don't want to make a bet. I just want to be by his side and hear him say I love you. Their hearts surged at the same time, causing this pair of lovers who had experienced deep pain to tense up almost at the same time. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling light burst forth from their eyes. The suppression of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared in an instant. They looked at each other and saw him, her beside them. At that moment, unparalleled courage burst forth from their hearts. For the sake of their loved ones, they absolutely could not lose. In the air, Immortal Emperor Hai Long unleashed his strongest attack. He didn't expect the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation to have such an effect on the couple. He didn't know what kind of suffering they had gone through. In the 7 great divine realms, each divine king had their own lover, and they had also been conservative in the process of love. But if one really wanted to judge the difficulty of the process of love, then no one could compare with Ji-dong and Blaze. Ji-dong was a human being, while Blaze was once the empress of the core world. Because the divine realm could not tolerate it, Blaze could never come to the ground. By chance, Ji-dong was sent to Blaze by an unidirectional transmission scroll. Suddenly, an unexpected guest came to the lonely Blaze's side. Because of a cocktail, Blaze's red lips became faded. She taught him to cultivate fire magic, and he mixed drinks for her. Just as the two gradually developed feelings for each other, Ji-dong suddenly encountered a great disaster and could not support himself in the face of a strong enemy. In order to save him, Blaze desperately came to the ground and turned the tide, but she was also exposed to the eyes of the divine realm. The divine hunter came down to the mortal world to arrest her. Blaze fought back, just because she was unwilling to leave Ji-dong. When both sides suffered, Ji-dong and Blaze finally confessed their feelings. The divine hunter attracted Ji-dong with his powerful divine power and handsome appearance, and let Ji-dong kill Blaze. But Ji-dong told him that if there was no Blaze, all of this would be meaningless. The divine hunter fought back before his death, and Blaze blocked the attack for Ji-dong. When Ji-dong wanted to use his own life to protect her, Blaze used the last of her divine power to save his life. If that was the case, then this would be a tragic ending. But in fact, many times, some things were even more terrible than a tragedy. Blaze was taken to the divine realm and saw the good god and the evil god at that time. Because the evil god did not understand why she and Jidong would do anything for each other, he made a bet with her. He gave her the most beautiful face, the best figure, powerful strength, and noble birth. He let her return to the mortal world. He let her pursue Jidong, but she was not allowed to tell Jidong that she was Blaze. If Jidong said the 3 words "I love you" to the new her, they would be allowed to be together. What a vicious wager it was. If Jidong said those 3 words to the new her, then it proved that he had betrayed Blaze's feelings. If he did not say it, they would never be together. Jidong's persistence fully proved the power of love. 10 years, 10 whole years, Blaze, who was incarnated as Xianxia, could not make him say those 3 words to her. Until the last moment, she had already suffered a fatal injury for him. Before she died, she begged him to say it, but he chose to return her life to her. 10 years of suffering, his lover was by his side, but he could not tell her. Jidong had suffered countless tortures, but how could Blaze not be the same? It was because of such a great ordeal that after they finally became gods, they were recognized by the divine kings and inherited the divine position of the good god and the evil god. And from that day onwards, they had never been separated. In their hearts, there had always been a special power, a power that even the previous generation of the good god and the evil god could not comprehend. Love. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, all the pain of the past seemed to return in an instant. At this moment, the power in the depths of Jidong and Blaze's hearts completely erupted. Jidong's eyes became clear almost in an instant, and it could even be said that he was full of calmness. His first action was to pull Blaze into his arms and hug her tightly. Raging Flames was the same. Her mind was a little absent-minded, but she murmured, "We will never be separated." The moment she said these words, their bodies suddenly became pure colors. Good was white, and evil was black. The black and white colors turned into 2 huge spots of light. With their bodies as the center, everything around them dimmed. Only the black and white color spread in an instant, turning into a huge yin-yang fish. At this moment, all the divine kings in the battle clearly felt the energy fluctuations on this side. Even Tang San and Chang Gongwei, who were at the same level of cultivation, could not help but be shocked when they felt this energy fluctuation. In the next instant, a huge black and white pillar of fire soared into the sky. Dragons had reverse scales, and touching them would make them angry. Gods also had reverse scales, and for Jidong and Blaze, their reverse scales were each other. Xiandi's 6 consecutive attacks with all his strength were annihilated by the huge dual-colored pillar of light. At this moment, he felt as if he was in a huge furnace, and all the 6 paths of reincarnation were collapsing under the alternation of good and evil. The entire ancient gods' ruins shook violently, and then the gods overlooking the battlefield from the sky were all shocked. The huge black and white pillar of light pierced through the entire ancient gods' ruins, making it look as if the entire battlefield had been pierced by a huge pillar of light. Xiandi Pipefish and the dead man were sent flying by the terrifying explosion. The power of the center of the god realm lit up behind the 2 of them, barely protecting their bodies. But they were very clear that this was because they weren't directly in front of the terrifying pillar of light. The pillar of light exploded from above and below. If they were directly in front of it, they couldn't imagine what would happen. They couldn't imagine that the power of 2 god kings working together could be so strong. This seemed to have surpassed the level of a god king. In this instant of explosion, Pipefish and Dumb were implicated. They spat out blood at almost the same time, and their injuries weren't light. The black and white flames lasted for a long, long time before they finally disappeared. When Jidong and Blaze's figures appeared again, their expressions had become peaceful. They hugged each other tightly with tears streaming down their faces. This reincarnation had ignited the fire of love in their hearts. The fusion of good and evil, an unprecedented collision of hearts. The power of the 2 ancient godly kings had fused together in a strange way. It was like the martial soul fusion skill of the soul masters of the Dolua continent. To them, this could be called a god-king fusion skill. The only pity was that this god-king fusion skill couldn't be controlled, and it wasn't something they could use whenever they wanted to. Similarly, after this attack, the aura of the 2 fell rapidly, and their faces were abnormally pale. It was hard to say whether the injured Xiandi and Death God situation was worse, or whether they had consumed more energy. After all, the power of this attack didn't completely affect their opponents. A huge hole pierced through the ancient god ruins, as if it had been carved by a knife and an axe. It was a cylindrical hole with a diameter of several hundred meters. Ji Dong and Blaze flew to the edge, and their eyes were a little absent-minded at this moment. He tightened his grip on her hand and whispered, "Or we'll live together." Blaze smiled, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him gently on the lips. "Or we die together." The attack just now was named the fusion of good and evil, life and death together. Shandy Pipefish and the dead man landed in the distance, their eyes revealing a bit of bewilderment. If the power of that attack could really be mobilized, the two of them wouldn't be able to block it at all. Even if they borrowed the power of the God World's core, they still wouldn't be able to block it. But from the looks of it, the other party didn't seem to have the ability to control such power. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. At this time, the middle lane had also changed. Zhou Weiqing's body flickered with golden lightning as he was struck by the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei's holy sword of light. The holy radiant sword was in no way inferior to the azure blood sword. Zhou Weiqing's ringless ground purging set could only be considered as one of the weaker super divine weapons. Moreover, in terms of cultivation base, there was still a huge gap between him and Longbo Wei, who had long become a godly king and ruled over a world. However, even though he was continuously forced back by Chang Gongwei's attacks, he did not retreat a single step, and defended his bottom line to the death. He didn't allow Chang Gongwei to break through his line of defense. On the other side, after sea god Tang San punched the Purple Emperor, he suppressed the Zither Emperor and the Purple Emperor with his own strength, forcing the two of them to retreat. The azure blood sword burst forth with bloody light, filled with endless killing intent. Every time it slashed out, it was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were condensed. One had to know that the azure blood sword was the sword of law in Dolua, and it had killed countless gods. Even the dragon god, who was once as strong as a divine king, was cut in two by the azure blood sword. In terms of sharpness, the azure blood sword was fully deserving of its title as the strongest weapon in the ancient god ruins. Only the dead man's Hell King's sword could barely compare. Yi Yingzhu had already switched to his third Guqin, but he still couldn't block Tang San's attacks. It seemed that another Guqin was about to be destroyed in an instant. When the Purple Emperor was hit by Tang San's punch, his entire defense seemed to have collapsed. He only felt that the divine power that Tang San used to attack his body was very strange. It wasn't a pure divine power, but a divine power that was filled with killing intent and tolerance. The two were clearly opposites, but they were strangely compatible. He had already done his best, but he still couldn't get rid of him. The Zither Emperor and the Purple Emperor worked together, but they were still being suppressed by Tang San, and they were in a precarious situation. Chang Gongwei knew very well what Tang San wanted to do. Exchange, he wanted to use Zhou Weiqing to exchange for the Emperor of Qin. However, for the 6 divine realms, the Emperor of Qin's importance as the main divine king was unquestionable. Without him, the other divine kings would be like blind men. On the other hand, Zhou Weiqing was obviously much less useful to Dolua. If they used Zhou Weiqing to exchange for Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor of Qin, Dolua would undoubtedly make a profit. Dolua's greatest disadvantage wasn't the fact that they had many gods, but that they only had the support of one divine realm. Thus, Tang San still didn't dare to rashly use the power of the divine realm's central hub. Under his constant guidance, the 6 divine realms on the other side had already released the power of the divine realm's central hub several times. The number of times the divine realm's central hub could be used was limited. Once it was used, it would be used up. Once Yi Yingzhu was swapped out, then the outcome of this battle of the gods would be very difficult to predict. Chang Gongwei saw all of this clearly. At this point in the battle, everything that the other side was doing had become an open conspiracy. They were telling the other side what to do, but it was very difficult to stop them. The Emperor of Qin couldn't be allowed to collapse. This was something that Chang Gongwei was very clear about. Thus, even though he knew that Tang San might still have a backup plan, he didn't dare to wait any longer. Chang Gongwei slashed out with his sword, once again causing Zhou Weiqing's body to stiffen. Ripples appeared on the surface of the ringless ground purging set, using pure strength to resist the corrosion of the light element. At this moment, a strange beam of light suddenly shot out from the radiant saint sword. Immediately after, The surface of this beam of light rippled with halos. Then, one by one, the artifacts were separated from the speed of light. A strange chant reverberated in the air. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the divine war armor, invulnerable to all evils and demons. A blue armor suddenly appeared in the air, flickering with a misty blue brilliance. A divine aura filled with battle intent revolved around the radiant saint sword in the center. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the deity horn, its sound piercing through the 9 heavens. With a flash of white light, the deity horn appeared. The pure white horn emitted a humming sound, and a pure and benevolent divine aura revolved around it. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the hammer of strength, shaking the heavens and earth to protect the righteous path. The huge hammer of strength flickered with a yellow light as it floated in the air. The yellow light immediately emitted from the hammer of strength, and a domineering divine aura rose. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the shield of thunder, able to block all blades. A small red shield appeared. The red light bloomed in the shape of a round shield, and a thick divine energy condensed like a mountain. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the bow of wind, able to rapidly flash the invisible arrow. With a flash of golden light, a small golden short bow appeared, emitting a faint green light. The green light enveloped the bow and combined with the other 5 rays of light, forming a 5-colored halo that surrounded the radiant saint sword. Changgang Wei's eyes seemed to have something more. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past, as if he had returned to the moment when he fought alongside his comrades. His eyes were filled with determination and light, and he shouted in a deep voice, "The Divine King has bestowed upon me the radiant saint sword, able to illuminate the heavens." Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Back when he was in the Child of Light's world, he relied on the 6 divine weapons bestowed by the King of Gods to turn the tide and defeat the invading demon kings to protect the human world. He also became a god because of this and eventually became the king of a realm. However, when the great calamity came, his companions died one by one in order to help the god realm resist the calamity. In particular, his 5 closest companions joined forces to help him resist the invasion of space-time turbulence in the end. However, they all died due to overexertion, leaving behind only the seed of life. The 5 divine weapons they controlled also fused with the holy radiance, eventually raising the holy radiance to the level of a superdivine weapon. At this moment, Longbo Wei was using the method of restoring the 6 divine artifacts to increase their power to the extreme. A strong sense of uneasiness appeared in Zhou Weiqing's heart. The surrounding air seemed to have become sticky at this moment. Every divine king had a trump card. There was no doubt that the Divine King of Light, Changgang Wei, was about to display such a terrifying combat power. What made Zhou Weiqing feel even more helpless was that Changgang Wei's target was not him, but Tang San, who was not far away. When the 6 divine weapons all floated up, a strange divine territory also appeared. This divine territory forcibly suppressed him and temporarily made him unable to move. As the core leader of the 6 divine realms, Changgang Wei would not hesitate at a critical moment. Sensing the changes on his side, Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin on the other side, also became spirited. He played the guqin in his hand even more skillfully. The Purple Emperor did not hesitate to block in front of him with all his strength. He did not hesitate to get injured to block Tang San's fierce attacks. 12 golden wings of light spread out from Changgang Wei's back. Although the bright golden wings of light looked transparent, there were many strange golden patterns on the surface of the wings. The 6 divine weapons floated. Changgang Wei's eyes had already turned a clear gold, so much so that a large area around him was dyed the same color. The light attribute was also an eternal attribute in the universe. All stars were a part of light and were the source of light. At this moment, the Divine King of Light, Changgang Wei, seemed to have turned into a star. His whole body was filled with an indescribable surging light element. The long incantation reverberated through the air, as if resonating with the entire space. No matter Tang San or Zhou Weiqing, in that instant, they felt as if time had stopped, as if it had slowed to a crawl. At the same time, the incantation from all around them could be heard clearly. The light of heaven and earth. Bless me, mighty light element, my eternal friends, please bring me the final hope. The light of illumination in the east, the light of warmth in the west, the light of life in the south, and the light of destruction in the north. Please gather around the light of hope and activate the blessing of light. Lend me your divine power and activate the holy sword of radiance's ultimate light of destruction. Destroy the source of evil in front of us and bring eternal hope to the earth. The incantation came to an abrupt end. Changgang Wei's eyes burst with golden light, and he raised the holy sword of radiance high in the air. Holy sword restriction, light of destruction. The golden light suddenly spread out, turning into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Then, it merged back into one and turned golden again. A huge golden sword of light over 100 meters long silently appeared above Changgang Wei's head. The instant the sword of light took shape, it seemed as if all the light from the 7 divine realms was completely absorbed, so much so that the whole ancient god's ruins became much dimmer. Seeing this scene, even Tang San's expression couldn't help but change. The divine king of light, Changgang Wei, was actually this powerful. The overall energy fluctuations from this attack were definitely not as strong as the good and evil god's life and death together, but this was still a controllable attack. Clang! All the strings of Yi Yingzhu's guqin snapped at the same time, letting out a loud boom. Tang San's body instantly stiffened. How could Changgang Wei let go of such an opportunity? The light of destruction instantly shone, and the huge sword of light almost instantly swept across the sky, heading straight for Tang San's chest. In outer space, Xiao Wu, who witnessed this scene, almost instantly clenched her fists. Everyone could see how powerful Changgang Wei's attack was. Would Tang San be able to block this attack when he was attacked from both sides? For Dolua, he was the true core, and this core was even more important than Changgang Wei on the side of the 6 divine kings. If Changgang Wei's all-out attack seriously injured Tang San, then the outcome of this battle of the gods would be almost certain. However, although the gods in outer space couldn't see it, Changgang Wei and Yi Yingzhu could clearly see that when the light of destruction was about to descend on Tang San, they saw Tang San smile. Yes, a smile. It was a kind of smile with a hint of slyness. What was he smiling about? Could it be that he had a way to avoid a collision? Changgang Wei was also a strategist, but at this moment, he couldn't think of any way that Tang San could escape from his attack and avoid a head-on collision. Especially when he was still being controlled by Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin's Guqin. At this moment, Tang San moved, and everything around him seemed to change. The halo of light distorted. In the next instant, Tang San disappeared into thin air. He disappeared without a trace. The huge light of destruction pierced through the air, but it didn't find any target. It shot out and directly penetrated the ancient god's ruins, disappearing into the darkness. How is this possible? The Purple Emperor almost cried out. It should be known that when a divine king's all-out attack was completely locked on, the surrounding space would be sealed. Even a divine king with powerful spatial power couldn't escape through teleportation. But how did Tang San do it? How did he disappear? While they were in a daze, Zhou Weiqing, who was closest to Changgang Wei, turned around and ran. There were 3 of them, and 2 of them were divine kings. If they didn't run now, what were they waiting for? Changgang Wei didn't give chase. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He had just released a god's forbidden spell, and it had consumed a lot of his energy. He also needed to catch his breath. Yi Yingzhu. The Emperor of Qin was also very suppressed by Tang San previously. Even his zither strings were broken. He wanted to chase after Zhou Weiqing, but he was powerless. Therefore, he could only watch as Tang San used this short time to catch his breath to escape. At this moment, Changgang Wei even thought that all of this was part of Tang San's plan. It was all part of Tang San's plan. See God Tang San, this guy was really too terrifying. With a flash of light, Tang San appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, he slashed out with the Shura sword in his hand without hesitation. Moreover, he used his strongest Shura blood sword right from the start. The blood light filled the air, and an incomparably sharp and harsh aura erupted, turning the surrounding air red. And within the range of the blood sword's coverage, there was also a blood-red figure. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Tang San had come too suddenly, without any warning. He was in the middle of a fierce battle, so he was caught off guard. He could only barely turn his body and punch out. Clang, amidst the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the blood-red figure was sent flying. It was also at this moment that the seven-colored light turned into a wheel of light and slashed at the blood-red figure one after another. With a muffled groan, Ryukyu rolled and landed on the ground. The blood-red light on his back suddenly exploded, and his 12 wings exploded into a huge ball of blood-red light. Even with Tang-san's cultivation, he and the demon chef of ice and fire, Rong Yanbing, were blown back by the explosion. With the help of the exploding blood-red light, Mad God had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Rong Yanbing praised him from the bottom of his heart. He was decisive. This fellow is really strong. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Yes, the place where Tang-san had teleported to was Dolua's left flank. It was his timely arrival that had defeated Mad God. Tang-san looked regretful. What a pity. If he had been just a little bit slower, we might have had a chance to keep him here. Rong Yanbing said, what's going on with the right flank? According to the plan, it shouldn't be like that. When did the God of Good and the God of Evil have such strong offensive power? A hint of worry appeared in Tang-san's eyes. Apart from the huge explosion on the right flank, everything else had gone according to his plan. However, the change on the right flank was likely to render many of the things he had done previously useless. From the very beginning, Tang-san didn't think that they had a chance of winning quickly. He was also very clear-headed to put himself in the position of the challengers. Their opponents were really too strong. With the support of the 6 great divine realms, their overall strength was definitely above theirs. If they wanted to win this battle of the gods, it was definitely not something that could be done in one go. They had to find the right opportunity. And this opportunity, more importantly, came from exhaustion. That's right, from the very beginning, Tang-san had been luring his opponent into a battle of attrition. Regardless of whether it was the arrangement at the beginning, or the fact that he took the initiative to attack the Emperor of Qin and acted as if he was determined to kill the Emperor of Qin, it was more to lure the other party into expending a large amount of energy. Even the flaws that Hui Yuhao had revealed were intentional. Of course, if the other party really couldn't save the Emperor Qin, being able to directly defeat the Emperor Qin was what he wanted to see. Under his constant mobilization, sure enough, because the 6 divine realms had the support of 6 divine realms, they were still somewhat careless. This was to the extent that Xiandi Pipefish, the Dead Man, Ryukyu, Yi Yinzhu, and the Emperor of Qin had all used the power of the Divine Realm's central command one after another. On the other hand, Dolua's side didn't even use the power of the Divine Realm's central command once. The only problem lay with the God of Good and God of Evil. Tang-san didn't expect the two of them to suddenly erupt with such a large amount of energy. The energy in the universe was conserved, so a large amount of energy was bound to be consumed at a rapid rate. Even if it was because they had fused with each other and complemented each other, the consumption would still exist. It was just that it was relatively small. I'll go back first. Rong Yanbing and Tang-san high-fived each other. Tang-san nodded and glanced at the withered blue-silver emperor not far away from him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although the consumption at the beginning wasn't enough, he couldn't care less now. He had to carry out the second step of the plan. Otherwise, if the God of Good and God of Evil couldn't hold on, the situation would become troublesome. Thinking of this, he quickly disappeared into the forest. At the same time that Zhou Weiqing retreated, the God of Good and God of Evil also retreated. They didn't continue to attack and retreated to the area protected by the Deathlight Towers. Rong Yanbing took Hui Yuhao's place once again, and used his spiritual detection sharing to connect everyone together. Jidong, Blaze, how's your consumption? Tang-san immediately asked. Jidong said in a low voice, I'm sorry, big brother Tang-san. We're a little exhausted. About half of our divine power was used up in the collision just now. We don't know what happened either. Our minds were affected by the other party's attack, and that happened. Although the attack was powerful, we couldn't control it. However, the other party's Xiandi and Grim Reaper should be injured. They didn't consume as much energy as us, but their origin was damaged. It won't be that easy to recover. All right. It's fine. Tang-san said succinctly. Although it was still different from what he had predicted, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. In any case, both sides were injured, and they had even activated the power of the other party's center of the God realm. Both sides entered a short period of rest. The collision just now was so intense that both sides had consumed a lot of energy. The 6 great God realms were also evaluating their gains and losses. We're a little exhausted. The power of the God realm's center has been activated many times. The other party seems to be deliberately luring us into exhausting our energy. Chang Gongwei said solemnly. Yi Yingzhu said in a low voice, "See, God Tang-san is very powerful. Everything seems to be within his calculations. They're always able to provide support at the crucial moment and prevent further exhaustion. Overall, we're slightly more exhausted than them. I just don't know what happened after the God of Good and God of Evil unleashed that kind of attack." Shandy Pipefish said, "It won't be too good. It should be the first time they used that kind of attack. It's like an emergency response, triggered by my 6-hit combo and the 6 paths of reincarnation. It should be because of some unpleasant past. But that attack was really too terrifying. It's not something that any of us can block directly, not even with the power of the God Realm Center. I have to say, this Dolua is really not weak." Ryukyu said in a low voice, "In terms of overall strength, they're still inferior to us. But that Tang-san seems to have 2 super divine weapons, which is a little troublesome. He hasn't used the Golden Trident yet. As the enemy's main brain, he's definitely hiding some powerful abilities. Meanwhile, we've already exposed a lot of our trump cards. Longbow, let's finish this battle in one fell swoop. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we'll really be dragged to the same level as them." Chang Gongwei's brows were tightly furrowed. The strategy he had formulated was to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. This was because there was a gap in strength between the two sides. Thus, according to his original plan, as long as they fought steadily and fought with the other side in a battle of attrition, the side of the 6 great divine realms would definitely win in the end. But who would have thought that under Tang-san's guidance and maneuvering, especially when he unleashed that super powerful light of annihilation just now, they were actually able to calmly teleport away. After a few collisions, their side's consumption was obviously greater. Thus, the gap between them was narrowed. This was already a strategic failure. Because he had been in charge of the 6 great God realms this whole time, Chang Gong Wei was duty-bound to deal with any problems with their strategy. But judging from the current situation, it wasn't particularly bad. The enemy's consumption wasn't small either, just a little more than theirs. Lei Xiang continued, "I've tried. Their tower-shaped building's offensive power is indeed very strong, but its defensive power is average. With our strength, it's still relatively easy to break through. Why don't we just charge through the middle in one go? We'll use our advantage in strength to directly overwhelm them and not give them any chance to use any skills." Shandy Pipefish nodded. "I agree. Buddha's Saraira isn't something that can be easily touched. If they use other methods, I can quickly teleport back to the main camp to stop them. If they want to snatch Buddha's Saraira from me, they'll need at least 2 God Kings. In the middle, it's 4 against 3. Don't tell me we can't win? Let's charge through the middle and take them down in one wave. We can't give them any more chances." Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chang Gongwei looked at Yi Yingzhu. As the main controlling godly king, his will was also very important. Yi Yingzhu thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I think it's possible. We've already mobilized the power of the center of the God realm several times, and the number of times we can mobilize it will be very limited. We can't waste it anymore. Let's break through directly. Since Shandy can use the Buddha's Saraira to teleport back at any time, we can naturally deal with it. If it really doesn't work, we can immediately send someone from the front lines to withdraw from the battle. The Emperor of Heaven at the headquarters can substitute and guard the Saraira with Shandy. We can advance or retreat at any time." The dead man said, "I don't have any objections." "Alright, since that's the case, let's break through from the middle. Emperor of Qin, I'll have to trouble you to create some time for everyone." "Alright." Yi Yingzhu replied in a low voice. Chang Gongwei sighed in his heart. It seemed like a good idea, but in reality, they were already being led by the nose by their opponent. This was a method that couldn't be helped, or it could be said that it was the best way to deal with the situation at hand. But could it be that this was already within the opponent's expectations? However, given the disparity in strength, perhaps this was the best open scheme. He had never been an indecisive person. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. Emperor of Qin, let's begin. Chang Gongwei said to the Emperor of Qin through his divine sense. Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin didn't reply. He solemnly sat cross-legged on the purple emperor's shoulder. A streamlined guqin that looked like it was carved out of crystal was placed across his knees. Sheikh Lyra. This was a guqin that he had made with various godly items after he became a god. He had made it with his own hands. Compared to other guqins with a long history, it lacked a trace of foundation, but it was filled with incomparably powerful explosive power. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. In an instant, with Yi Yingzhu's body as the center, a powerful murderous aura erupted. Streams of light and shadows started to spread out with his body as the center. They were like thousands of soldiers and horses lining up in a formation. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that they were warriors in armor. Although they were only formed by light, their powerful aura seemed to be no different from real celestial soldiers and celestial generals. As the music grew louder, the warriors gradually became clearer. They could clearly see that there were different patterns on their chest armor. There were plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum patterns. Back in the Zither Empress world, Yi Yingzhu was a member of the 8 sects of the East Dragon. The 8 sects of the East Dragon were the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum martial arts sects and the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting magic sects. Yi Yingzhu's family belonged to the bamboo sect, but his master was the elder of the zither sect. He cultivated both the zither and bamboo, and that was how he became a legend. At this moment, he was using the heaven-shaking zither's self-composed song, Loyalty to the Country, to commemorate his former sect and country. The countless warriors condensed from the melody were the convergence of his beliefs. The auras of the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, the dead man, Shandy Pipefish, and Ryukyu were almost all hidden among these soldiers. It was impossible to detect their auras. In an instant, the 6 godly realms had a magnificent aura. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were pressing down on the border. From the sky, one could see that the powerful aura was faintly turning from illusion to reality. Amidst the sonorous guqin music, it grew stronger and stronger. It was possible that a thunderous attack could erupt at any time. This was the Emperor of Qin's true strength. It was also his trump card. Since he wanted to finish this battle in one fell swoop, he couldn't hold anything back. The Purple Emperor stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield. The purple crystal armor on his body grew brighter and brighter. He had already recovered from his previous injuries. Behind him, Yi Yingzhu had summoned thousands of soldiers and horses. At this moment, he was like the supreme commander of this army. He raised his right hand high and waved it forward. In an instant, guqin music exploded, turning into countless cheers and roars that shook the sky. Kill, 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 kill. For the sake of restoring the homeland, for the sake of civilization, advance bravely, this was the true essence of the song Loyalty to the Country. At this moment, several figures silently moved at high speed amidst the thousands of soldiers and horses. In the middle, under the outermost death ray tower of Dolua, Tang stood there quietly. He could even see the Purple Emperor leading the army in large strides towards him. At this very moment, Tang was the only one standing under the Deathlight Pagoda. In the face of the thousands of soldiers and horses surging towards him, he seemed so tiny, yet so tall and lofty. He stood there proudly like a divine needle that stabilized the sea. The Purple Emperor's figure was getting closer and closer. It shook the lyra like the beating of a giant drum. The deafening roar caused the morale of the 8 sects of the East Dragon to soar to the extreme. A group of soldiers passed by the Purple Emperor and rushed towards Tang like a bolt of lightning. Tang slowly raised the azure blood sword in his hand. A blood-red color suddenly spread out from his body. It was a dignified and solemn blood-red color. Blood-red figures emerged from the ground. Their figures were illusory, and their appearances could not be seen clearly. However, each of them was filled with an austere aura. They held huge blood-red scythes in their hands. As they waved their scythes, rays of blood-red light swept across the battlefield. The first group of cavalry from the 8 sects of the East Dragon was almost instantly submerged in the blood-red light. The hunters of the sky gods were directly under the Azure gods' control. They were the guardians of Dolua and also the enforcers of the law. Any incident that occurred in the lower realm was handled by them. Back in the God of Wine's world, Blaze and Ji-dong had been separated under the hunters of the sky gods. Every single heavenly god hunter was extremely powerful. At the very least, they were equivalent to a third-rank god. In this battle of the gods in the primordial god's ruins, Tang San naturally could not dispatch a large number of hunters to participate in the battle. That would be a violation of the rules. However, the Azure sword, as the super-divine weapon of the enforcers, was an existence bestowed upon the hunters of the sky gods. Therefore, it could naturally summon the souls of the hunters of the sky gods to help it in battle. The number of hunters of the sky gods was far less than the 8 sects of the East Dragon army. The army on the other side seemed endless, but the wall of hunters of the sky gods was like an impregnable fortress. It instantly blocked the charge of the 8 sects of the East Dragon army. The blood-red scythe in his hand continuously reaped the lives of the hunters of the primordial god. Although Lyra was powerful, she was still a distance away from a super-divine weapon. She had only reached the level of a pseudo-super-divine weapon. The Azure sword, on the other hand, was a true top-grade super-divine weapon. At this moment, Tang San stood behind the thousands of hunters of the sky gods, looking like he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. What was strength? This was strength, true strength. Everyone was constantly revealing their trump cards, but in the eyes of the Zither Emperor, Yi Yinzhu, this sea god Tang San's trump cards were always revealed a little slower than theirs, and also a little less. However, it also gave them a feeling of near limitlessness. A grayish-black light shot out from the Death Light Pagoda behind Tang San, instantly arriving in front of the Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor raised his arms to block the Death Light. However, he also took half a step back. The Death Light Pagoda that Tang San approved of was indeed quite powerful. Tang San's gaze was calm as he looked past the army to the Emperor of Qin on the Purple Emperor's shoulder. No emotion could be seen from his face. Not a single companion could be seen beside him. The Purple Emperor suddenly roared, then rushed toward Tang San in large strides. A powerful purple-gold light spread out from his body, and all the soldiers of the 8 sects of the East Dragon who were enveloped by this light instantly grew several times in size. Their auras also grew stronger. Covered in a layer of purple-gold light, they followed the Purple Emperor and rushed toward the Sentinel Spirit. Tang San waved the Azure blood sword toward the ground, and the Sentinel Spirit quickly parted as if they had received an order, revealing a passage in the middle that was large enough for the Purple Emperor to pass through. The Purple Emperor led his elite army through almost instantly. He ignored the Sentinel Spirit and rushed straight toward Tang San. Getting rid of Tang San was the key to this battle. As long as they could defeat Tang San, they would win this battle. The resentment that Tang San had previously suppressed seemed to erupt at this moment. The Purple Emperor raised his right hand and a beam of purple light lit up. A purplish-gold spear appeared in his hand. In the next instant, the purplish-gold spear had already appeared in the air. He threw it out and it instantly appeared in front of Tang San. The Azure blood sword swung, and with a flash of blood, the spear exploded into fine powder in the air. Tang San took a step and turned into a phantom, instantly arriving in front of the Purple Emperor. The Shura's blood sword seemed to follow the laws of the world and slashed towards the Purple Emperor's armpit at an unbelievable angle. At this moment, a grey figure silently appeared. A grey blade of light, like the fangs of a king of the night, gently touched the Azure blood sword. Both of their bodies shook at the same time, but the grey figure had already split into thousands of different forms and surrounded Tang San. Buzz. It was unknown when another Guqin had appeared. Yi Yinzhu already had 2 Gyukins on his legs. His hands created countless illusions on the strings of the Guqin. 2 completely different songs were clearly played at the same time, complementing each other. Other than Loyalty to the Country, the other song was Forbidden Sky Withered with Dragon. Tang San's body fell almost instantly. On the other side, grey shadows had already swept over from all directions. There were countless clones of the Netherworld King. This was the 4th sword of the dead man's 9 arts of darkness. Behind the purple emperor, another figure leaped out. The club in his hand brought with it an incomparably majestic aura. Shandy Pipefish, 1,000-pound club technique, 1,000-pound clear jade universe, thousands of rays of golden light scattered and merged, forming the strongest strike. The Jingubang came crashing down. Facing the attacks of two god kings at the same time, Tang San did not panic. He used the ghost shadow perplexing track and shuttled through the clones of the Netherworld King. The azure blood sword in his hand constantly created rings of light in a small area. In front of the blood-red rings of light, the shadows were constantly disintegrated. At this moment, under the influence of the withered wood dragon's cry, he had no choice but to land on the ground. At this moment, the ground exploded, and a blood-red figure rose up. 12 blood-red wings flapped, and like a blood-red meteor, it crashed towards Tang San. A pincer attack from above and below, and the clones of the Netherworld King were restricting him. Without a doubt, this was a dead end. A dead end covered by Xianxia and Lyra's loyalty to the country. It was as if the moment Tang San rushed out of the Deathlight Pagoda, everything had already been decided. However, it was also at this moment that two huge fireballs suddenly appeared in midair. The two fireballs were black and white respectively. They coiled around each other in the air and merged with each other. Their attributes were clearly opposite, but they stuck together like glue. In the air, they transformed into a Tai Chi ball that was only about 1 meter in diameter and fell from the sky. It did not have any majestic radiance or powerful aura. It looked like an ordinary ball of light. However, the moment it fell, Xianxia, Emperor of Qin, felt all the pores on his body tighten. An unprecedented sense of fear spread throughout his body. The black and white flames had appeared once before. That was the intertwining of good and evil. That attack had once pierced through the entire ancient god ruins. What to do now? Shandy, Mad God, and the Grim Reaper were ready to kill Tang San. The goal of that ball of light falling was obviously not to save Tang San. Its target was only the Emperor of Qin. At this moment, if they did not save the Emperor of Qin, it was very likely that the Emperor of Qin would be defeated by this attack. He might even die. However, at the same time, they also had a very high chance of killing the enemy's strongest god king. How should they choose? Shandy, Mad God, and the Grim Reaper's movements were slightly hesitant. This was because they could not forget that Tang San had suddenly teleported and disappeared under the attack of the Divine King of Light, Wei. What if at this moment, a teleportation like that happened again? Everything they had done so far would be for naught. However, the enemy's god of good and evil had a very high chance of defeating Xianxia. This was a difficult choice. Destroy Tang San. A loud shout rang out, and a golden light suddenly rose behind the purple emperor. The powerful golden light was like a blooming divine flower, and it instantly met the black and white ball of light descending from the sky. The black and white ball of light was instantly detonated, and a terrifying explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The pinnacle of the dual flames of yin and yang, the fusion of good and evil. Although this was not a life or death attack, the form of the energy was extremely similar. As a god king, with his previous understanding, his imitation of this attack was definitely at least 60%. The golden halo rolled back and turned into a huge shield of light that enveloped the purple emperor, the Emperor of Qin, and the Divine King of Light, Wei. At this moment, everything seemed to stop, and a terrifying explosion instantly descended. At the same time, on the other side, Tang San, who was surrounded, suddenly raised his head, and a golden vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. An indescribable strange color exploded from the golden vertical eye. The vertical eye enlarged and covered Tang San's entire body. Whether it was Shandy, the god of death, or the god of hell, they all felt that the vertical eye was looking at them. In the next moment, all their attacks were already pouring down, but a golden light lit up behind the vertical eye, and the owner of the vertical eye instantly disappeared in the golden light. Teleportation from the center of the god realm. Teleportation from the center of the god realm meant that one had left the battlefield, and it also meant that one had given up on this competition. This was an ability that all god kings possessed. Once they felt that there was a possibility of their lives being threatened, they could use this method to leave the battlefield. Tang San had left the battlefield? Was he going to admit defeat? Unfortunately, the god of death, Mad God, and Shandy did not have the ability to think at this moment. Before Tang San teleported away, the final attack had dealt them too strong of a mental blow. The fusion of good and evil also exploded at this moment, the explosion of the two extremes of good and evil. Not only did the terrifying explosion engulf the holy light spiritual formation set up by the Divine King of Light, but it also covered a huge area. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the Grim Reaper, Mad God, and Xianxia, who were still in a daze, were all sent flying and landed far away. What none of them noticed was that when Tang San was teleported away by the center of the God realm, his super divine weapon Shura Blood Sword was not teleported away with him. It was still floating in the air. And in the instant that the polarities of good and evil exploded, an unknown blade of grass on the ground suddenly expanded against the wind, and a slender figure appeared just like that. He was right below the Purple Emperor's feet. The Shura Blood Sword instantly fell into his hand, and in the next moment, his figure had already soared into the air. The Holy Light spiritual formation was already on the verge of collapse from the polarity of good and evil explosion. When the blood-red figure silently descended, the Holy Light spiritual formation instantly shattered like an eggshell. Not good. Gongwei shouted. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor and smashed into Xianxia, Emperor of Qin, who was on the Purple Emperor's shoulder. Due to the effects of the polarity of good and evil explosion, the Emperor of Qin's withered wood dragon chant had already been cut off. Xianxia also cooperated with Gongwei. The two of them and the Purple Emperor's strength were only barely able to support the defense. As the user of the Holy Light spiritual formation, the Divine King of Light, Gongwei, bore the strongest impact. When the explosion was at its strongest, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of God's blood, barely stabilizing the Holy Light spiritual formation. At this moment, the figure that descended from the sky and the blood-red figure appeared when the Emperor of Qin and the Divine King of Light were at their weakest. Xianxia, the Grim Reaper, and Mad God were all sent flying, and they were also affected by the powerful divine sense attack from before. They definitely would not be able to save them in a short time. Everything seemed to have been planned long ago. It just happened to descend at this moment. The Purple Emperor roared and raised his arms in an attempt to block the figure descending from the sky. However, the figure brought with it unparalleled heavy power. Boom, the Purple Emperor's huge figure actually knelt on one knee under the terrifying pressure from the sky, and the ground beneath him cracked. Affected by the contract of same level, the Emperor of Qin's body, his entire body roared and blood Emperor of Qin's mouth and nose and mouth. Of God of Qin's attacks was of Qin, was of Qin, God of Qin's body of Qin. However, at this moment, he was completely powerless to save the radiant God King Gongwei below. Clang! The Holy Light Sword protected its owner and barely blocked the Shura Blood Sword's attack. However, Gongwei was hit and could not help but spit out another mouthful of golden blood. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because the person who held the Shura Blood Sword and used it to break his Holy Light spiritual formation and severely injure him was Sea God Tang San. Yes, it was Tang San. Tang San's eyes were calm, and he did not give him any chance to breathe. The Shura Blood Sword in his hand suddenly shot out a blinding blood-red light, and he slashed out 3 times in a row. Gongwei had already activated the power of the center of the God world in order to block the good and evil dual explosion. He was at his weakest now. The cultivations of the 2 divine kings were originally similar. However, under such circumstances, he was unable to unleash his true strength at all. He could only allow Tang San to slaughter him. For a moment, he retreated 3 steps. With each step, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had already injured his source. Tang San sighed inside. If he still had the golden trident, he definitely would have been able to directly defeat the tough radiant God King before him with the power and control of the trident. However, he had given the golden trident to his son, who was far away in the Dolua continent. He had one less superdivine weapon. Otherwise, with 2 superdivine weapons in his hands, he would definitely be the strongest God King present. A blood-red sword light appeared in the sky. Tang San suddenly took a step forward and waved his right hand. A huge claw light appeared and slapped away the longbow in front of him. At the same time, he had already risen into the air, the Azura blood sword in his hand bringing about a shocking blood-red light. It swept upwards. Clang, the Purple Emperor's arm, which was protecting the Emperor of Qin, fell. The sure blood sword tapped the Emperor of Qin's chest lightly. Tang San turned around again and pounced towards Chang Gongwei on the ground. At this moment, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared. A scarlet ball of light suddenly exploded. Tang San quickly separated from his opponent. He waved his right hand and grabbed the falling god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. His body swayed, and he forcibly changed direction in the air. He flew towards the Deathlight Pagoda. Ryukyu's expression was gloomy as he blocked Chang Gongwei's side. He did not chase after him, because none of them knew if the sea god Tang San had any other plans. The dead man and Shandi and Lei Xiang returned a little later because of their resistance. The three great divine kings clearly felt that they were still dizzy at this moment. It was obvious that their divine souls had suffered a certain amount of damage. Yi Yinzhu, the Emperor of Qin's face was full of wry smiles. He sighed softly and shook his head. You guys can do it. After saying this, the center of the god realm behind him, which belonged to the Emperor of Qin's world, shone brightly. In the next moment, he and the Purple Emperor had already disappeared without a trace in the envelopment of the light. There was no doubt that when the sure blood sword tapped the Emperor of Qin's chest, Tang San had shown mercy and did not really attack. However, at their level, in this battle of the gods, no one could act shamelessly. The Emperor of Qin had to leave the battlefield because nominally, he had already died in this battle. There was another person who had died together with him. Naturally, that person was the Purple Emperor, who had a life-bonded contract with him. The Qin and Purple Emperors had been eliminated. Similarly, on Dolua's side, the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, had been eliminated. That's right, the one who had charged head-on and fought the Qin and Purple Emperors with the sure blood sword wasn't Tang San. Instead, it was the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, who had used his spirit eyes to imitate Tang San's appearance. Hui Yuhao had already been injured in the previous clash with Ryukyu. The mad god in his blood-red angel state was really too strong. In addition, Hui Yuhao had already expended a considerable amount of energy previously. How could he feel good in a head-on clash? Previously, he had already been swapped out. Even the six god realms' preparations to finish this battle in one fell swoop was within Tang San's calculations. That was why the scene just now had occurred. Hui Yuhao in exchange for the Emperor of Qin. It seemed that the six god realms had not suffered a loss. However, don't forget that Tang San had also taken advantage of the situation to severely injure the Divine King of Light, Chang Gongwei. After all, Chang Gongwei was the soul of the six god realms, while Yi Yinzhu and the Emperor of Qin were the brains. Without their brains, the soul of the six god realms had been severely injured. Without their main controlling god king, the six god realms were obviously not in a good situation. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. On the other hand, on Dolua's side, Tang San was still there, and he was in perfect condition as Tang San. The gap between the two sides was undoubtedly narrowed again. The Divine King of Light, Chang Gongwei, Dead Man, Ryukyu, and Shandi Pipefish, the four divine kings stood there silently. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. Without a doubt, the opponent's plan had always been to target the Emperor of Qin. Truth and falsehood were constantly changing. In the end, the Emperor of Qin was defeated by Tang San with the help of Hercules. What was even more frightening was that Chang Gongwei was also targeted by Tang San. If the Divine Sword of Light's defense was not strong enough, it was very likely that the Divine King of Light would have been sent away as well. If that was really the case, there would be no need to continue the competition. They could just admit defeat. At this point, their originally great advantage seemed to have been reduced by a lot. The gap between the two sides did not seem that big anymore. We still have the advantage, Chang Gongwei suddenly said in a deep voice. The other three divine kings looked at him at the same time. Chang Gongwei took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. Our loss is not as great as you think it is. In the end, he did not defeat me. Yes, the disadvantage was not as great as they thought it was. Dolua. Under the Deathlight Tower, Tang San's hands were pressed on the backs of Jidong and Blaze, helping them to harmonize the chaotic divine power in their bodies. The good and evil polarity explosion was not that easy to release. In a situation where they had already used up a lot of energy, the good and evil gods had actually borrowed the power of the center of the god realm for that attack. In Tang San's plan, he had wanted to bring Chang Gongwei along with him. However, Chang Gongwei's strength and the defensive power of Radiant Sacred Sword still exceeded his expectations. Therefore, they had not only lost Hui Yuhao, but also Jidong and Blaze. What will they do next? Blaze asked Tang San. Tang San frowned. The Divine King of Light, Chang Gongwei, is not easy to deal with. In that situation, he was still able to block my attack without collapsing. This is enough to prove that his strength and character are equally tenacious. There's no other way but to go all out. Jidong turned to look at Tang San. If the god of life and god of destruction can sacrifice themselves for the god realm, so can we. From his eyes, Tang San could see an unparalleled determination. Yes, in terms of determination, Tang San had never doubted the two in front of him. They had endured too many hardships. There's no need. If there's really no other way, you can return to the center of the god realm. I'll take care of everything. Tang San's voice had been very calm, but there was a strong conviction in this calmness. In Tang San's plan, the original overall disadvantage had been turned around by a lot at this time. We will definitely win, Zhou Weiqing said in a deep voice. The physical punishment and elemental jewels on his wrist shone brightly, and the halo in his eyes was extremely strong. He was very dissatisfied with himself. If he had defeated the Qin and Zi emperors directly just now and given Tang San a little more time, he might have been able to bring Chang Gongwei away. If he could do that, they would be in the lead. Tang San smiled. Let's wait for them to come. We'll fight and retreat. If I'm not wrong, their strategy won't change. That's because they don't want to compete with us in terms of strategy. His eyes narrowed, and he sent his divine sense far away. Let's begin. Dolua's headquarters. With a faint smile on his face, the demonic chef Rong Yanbing laughed and muttered to himself, this guy is always good at strategizing. With him here, if I can really go back, I'll really have to leave and travel. As he said that, he waved his right hand, and the 7 kitchen knives flew out, outlining light shadows in the air. The light patterns merged, and a magic array began to gradually take shape on the ground. Tang San's judgment was correct. They did not rest for too long, and in the middle, 5 figures appeared. Besides the 4 remaining divine kings, Celestial Scar also appeared in the team. All the forces of the 6 great god realms had gathered here. Tang San smiled, stepped forward, and said in a clear voice, "Are we going to fight to the death?" Brother Chang Gongwei did not look like he was seriously injured. He said calmly, "Yes. It's time to decide the winner." Brother Tang San's strategy is truly admirable. It's also true that we don't understand you enough. But let's stop here. You still have no chance of winning. After all, you're just a god realm, and you're the only one with such strength. Tang San's expression changed slightly. He had to admit that Chang Gongwei had seen it very clearly. Without the support of the God Realm's core and super divine tools, the only one on their side who could truly compete with the other side was himself. If he still had the golden trident, with 2 super divine tools, Tang San was even confident that he would be invincible in a one-on-one battle. Even the divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, would not be his opponent. However, in the opponent's camp, other than Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, and Celestial Scar who were slightly weaker, the other 4 divine kings were all experts on the same level as him. The divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, Ryukyu, Shandy Pipefish, and the dead man. All of them were very strong and had super divine tools. More importantly, they were all supported by the God Realm's core. If it was a one-on-one battle on his side, other than himself, even Rong Yanbing would find it difficult to defeat any one of them. If it were not for the great disparity in strength, why would he have racked his brains to come up with such a strategy? Chang Gongwei had obviously seen through this point, which was why he said this now. His meaning was clear. Even though he was severely injured, there were still 3 other experts at his level. But what about the rest of you? The good and evil god had expended a lot of energy. Zhou Weiqing was at most on the same level as the Emperor of Heaven in a one-on-one battle. There was also the ice and fire demon chef, Rong Yanbing, a divine king without a super divine tool. It was easy to guess who would win. Therefore, just as Tang San predicted, Chang Gongwei did not try to compete with them through strategy. Instead, he used the simplest method of charging through the middle. He wanted to crush them with his advantage and strength. Tang San sighed softly. Come on then. Maybe you're right. However, if you want to defeat us, it's not enough to rely on your imagination. Chang Gongwei smiled. All right. Then let's not waste any more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Celestial Scar, who was beside him, raised his left hand. The demonic god bow shook, and a demonic god arrow was already in front of Tang San like a shooting star. Bang! A large hand caught the demonic god arrow firmly. The god of strength, Zhou Weiqing, had a serious look in his eyes. He exerted force in his wrist and shattered the demonic god arrow. Archery? You can't do it. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, The huge longbow was bent like a full moon, and an arrow shot out. Its target was the headquarters of the 6 divine realms in the distance. Again? Shandy Pipefish snorted coldly. The Jingu Bang in his hand left his hand and transformed into thousands of staff shadows in the air in an attempt to stop the arrow. But a strange scene occurred. The arrow suddenly changed direction in the air and fell from the sky, heading straight for Scar's head. Scar's eyes flashed, and the space above his head suddenly split open. A pitch-black crack easily swallowed the arrow. Ryukyu roared and took the lead, brazenly rushing toward Dolua. Tang San strode forward with his head held high and a Shura sword in his hand. The dead man shook his body and turned into a phantom to follow from the side. His speed was incomparably fast. His target was not Tang San, but the good god and evil god behind him. Jidong and Blaze had consumed a lot of energy, so it was undoubtedly the best way to deal with these two uncertain factors first. There was no one more suitable than the Grim Reaper. Blaze and Jidong held hands, and a black and white halo lit up under their feet. Their hands shot out at the same time, and the pure Yang divine fire and the netherworld true fire covered a large area, blocking the Grim Reaper from approaching. Boom! Tang San and Lei Xiang collided, and the collision between Poseidon and Mad God immediately caused a roar in the air. Both sides retreated, and Shandy Pipefish's Jingu Bang fell from the sky and enveloped Tang San. Zhou Weiqing swung his giant hammers and leaped from the ground to meet Shandy's attack head-on. But he was smashed to the ground. In terms of attack power, the Jingu Bang was still a level higher. Scar's demonic god bow shook constantly, and arrows were always shot from the most tricky angles, interfering with Tang San's side. The divine king of light, Chang Gongwei, had no intention of making a move. He only held the holy radiant sword and walked over step by step. The Deathlight Pagoda flashed. Shandy, who had knocked down Zhou Weiqing, was repelled. At this time, the authority to use the Deathlight Pagoda had been completely given to Tang San by Hui Yuhao. With enough power, Tang San could attack any divine king at any time. The 3 divine kings, under the Deathlight Pagoda, attacked Tang San's side, and for a while, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Just as Chang Gongwei said, in terms of strength, Dolua's side was still inferior. Even if it was 4 against 3, and with the Deathlight Pagoda, they did not have the upper hand. Chang Gongwei narrowed his eyes. The ice and fire demonic chef, Rong Yanbing, had not appeared until now. This was what he was most concerned about. What did it mean to have one less person, because both sides had lost their main divine king? At this time, neither side could detect where the other divine king was. The ancient god's ruins suppressed divine sense very strongly. This was also the reason why Chang Gongwei did not enter in time. He was the backup, ready to meet Tang San's tactics at any time. The two sides continued to clash, and so did the Deathlight Pagoda. Naturally, both sides' divine power was also being consumed. But relatively speaking, because of the Deathlight Pagoda, Dolua's side's overall consumption was relatively lower. After all, the Deathlight Pagoda's attack power was still very strong, and blocking it required a lot of divine power. Changgong, what are you waiting for? Pipefish suddenly shouted. The divine king of light, Chang Gongwei naturally understood what he meant. The holy radiant sword in his hand flew out, and rapidly expanded in the air. Its target was the Deathlight Pagoda. Ryukyu shouted, and the 12 wings on his back glowed brightly. His divine sense firmly locked onto Tang San, not giving him a chance to save the Deathlight Pagoda. If he did, it would be equivalent to facing the combined attacks of Mad God and the Divine King of Light. Tang San's expression changed, and he shouted, "Retreat!" The Deathlight Pagoda released one last attack, blocking Ryukyu, and he himself quickly retreated. At the same time, vines appeared on the waists of the God of Good, God of Evil, and God of Strength. Under the pull of Tang San, they were instantly thrown back to their side. The 4 divine kings quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them and the 6 divine realms. Boom, the Deathlight Pagoda could not withstand the full force attack of the Holy Radiant Sword, and with Ryukyu's charge, it shattered. It turned into countless fragments. Pipefish descended from the sky, and the 5 divine kings gathered together. Chonggongwei said without hesitation, "Continue the attack." But at this moment, an arrow suddenly soared into the sky, flying into the distance. They wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Pipefish's expression could not help but become somewhat ugly. Bastard. In the next moment, his figure had already disappeared from where he was. Without a doubt, that arrow was shot by Zhou Weiqing, and its target was the Buddha's Saraira in their headquarters. Shandy Pipefish was already regretting using the Buddha's Saraira as the representative of their headquarters. Although he could be teleported back at any time, if he wanted to return to the battlefield, he would need to fly back. Due to the influence of the ancient god's ruins, he could not reach the battlefield with just a somersault cloud, and still needed to fly for a while. And without him, their main fighting force, the 6 divine realms' speed of advance would naturally be suppressed to a certain extent. They even had to worry about being counterattacked. At the very least, with one less person, they would not easily rush into the Deathlight Pagoda. They had to calmly go and take a look. At this moment, Tang San had already retreated to the second Deathlight Pagoda with his companions. "How is it?" He looked at Ji Dong and Blaze. At this moment, the 2 divine kings' faces were somewhat pale. As the saying went, plans could not keep up with changes. The explosion of life and death together was too sudden, and the consumption was too great. This was beyond Tang San's expectations. So much so that when they needed to work together to explode, the 2 of them did not have much divine power left. Ji Dong smiled bitterly, "There's less than 30% left. Unless we mobilize the central power of the divine realm to replenish it." To the side, Zhou Weiqing's expression immediately changed. The good god and evil god had less than 30% of their divine power left. This meant that even if they worked together, they would at most be able to barely block one of the opponents. Of the 5 divine kings on the other side, 4 were almost in perfect condition. Only the divine king of light, Chonggongwei, was in a slightly worse condition. But the other side still had 4 superdivine tools. How could they block that? Tang San smiled calmly, "It's alright. Just do your best." At this moment, they saw the divine king of light, Chonggongwei, Ryukyu, the dead man, and celestial scar appear in their field of vision. Shandy Pipefish, who had rushed back to help, had not yet returned. Chonggongwei stood outside the range of the Deathlight Pagoda, observing the 4 people on this side. He smiled faintly, "Brother Tang San, just admit defeat. You won't have any chance. We also won't give you a chance to transfer Shandy away." Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. As he spoke, Celestial Scar had already risen into the air, holding the demonic god bow in his hand, ready for battle. In terms of archery, he was indeed inferior to Zhou Weiqing, but the quality of his demonic god bow was in no way inferior to the longbow that came with Zhou Weiqing's ringless ground purging set. In a situation where he only used it to defend against Zhou Weiqing's sneak arrows, it was impossible for Zhou Weiqing's arrows to escape his defensive range. Tang San returned a smile. "In my dictionary, the word surrender has never existed. If you want to beat us, then come at me." Chonggongwei said, "There's no hurry. It's not too late to attack when Shandy returns. In any case, it's not that easy to replenish the divine power consumed, isn't it?" As he spoke, he even nodded in greeting to the God of Good and God of Evil. Tang San said, "Brother Longbow, how are your injuries? Don't damage your origin. Otherwise, even if you win, I'm afraid you won't be able to become the decision-maker in the end. After all, Mad God, Death God, and Shandy are all equally powerful." Chang Gongwei laughed. Brother Tang-san, are you already trying to sow discord? It won't have any effect on me. However, to be honest, I really admire you. In a situation where you're clearly at a disadvantage, you're able to use tactics to change the situation on the battlefield. In this aspect, you're better than me. Tang-san shook his head. You can't say that. Both sides are in different situations, so naturally, their strategies and tactics are also different. If I were you, I'd also choose to fight steadily and surely. After all, in terms of strength, you still have a clear advantage. I admit that. However, advantage never means victory, don't you think so? Chang Gongwei's eyes flashed. Alright, then let's see where victory lies. With a flash of light, Shandy descended from the sky, and the 5 divine kings gathered once again. Pipefish stared fiercely at Zhou Weiqing. You're mine. Zhou Weiqing raised his eyebrows. I don't like men. Pipefish's mouth twitched. You won't have a good ending if you have a cheap mouth. Zhou Weiqing laughed. I've been like this since I was young. If you're not convinced, come fight me. Very good. Pipefish waved the Jingubang in his hand, but his face suddenly became solemn. His aura began to rise at an extremely fast speed. He didn't activate the power of the center of the God realm, but everyone could vaguely feel that he was resonating with the celestial realm they were in. This was a sign that the immortal realm was in complete control. In a way, it also meant that he was like a projection of the entire immortal realm. In space, Yi Yingzhu, Emperor Qin, and the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, had all returned to their respective locations. They were also paying attention to the match. Sula and Yi Yingzhu held hands and asked in a low voice, Yingzhu, can we win? Yi Yingzhu said, it's hard to say now. We'll have to see the next collision. Tang San's trump card is the demonic chef of ice and fire, Rong Yanbing, who is in his headquarters. However, we still can't tell how strong Rong Yanbing's combat power is. In terms of overall strength, we still have a clear advantage. Now, we'll have to see if we can turn our advantage into victory. I really admire Poseidon. His schemes are really endless, and he's also very decisive. Speaking up to this point, he glanced at Hui Yuhao, who was also in space in the distance. There was no doubt that Hui Yuhao's contribution to the current situation couldn't go unnoticed. He was in control of the entire match and had forcefully controlled the match twice. It was precisely because of his existence that Tang San could remain calm and fearless. However, the Emperor Qin didn't understand why Tang San would choose to exchange Hui Yuhao for himself. Judging from his control of the match, the god of emotions seemed to be above him. Sensing the Emperor Qin's gaze, Hui Yuhao responded with a smile. After today's battle, the other party wasn't the only one who admired them. Similarly, after understanding the strength of the 6 great divine kings, how could they not respect them? Moreover, a battle was the best reflection of a person's temperament. From the beginning of the battle until now, both sides were getting to know each other more and more. They didn't only understand each other's strength, but also their personalities. No matter the situation in the match, how could they not admire each other? The god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, and Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor Qin, were the main controllers of both sides. Although they hadn't clashed directly with each other, in reality, they were constantly clashing with each other. There was no doubt that Hui Yuhao was stronger in terms of support, as his omnidirectional spiritual detection gave his side greater control over the situation. On the other hand, Yi Yingzhu's role as the core of the match was more obvious. His zither music was ever-changing and controlled the entire match from many aspects. Of course, this was also because Dolua had Tang San as the core. However, if Tang San didn't have Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, he wouldn't have been able to display his strategies and tactics so vividly in the previous matches. The Emperor Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he took the initiative to fly towards Hui Yuhao. The gods of the Dolua divine world shuddered involuntarily, but they quickly relaxed again. Emperor Qin. Hui Yuhao went forward and nodded in greeting. Yi Yingzhu, the Emperor Qin smiled and said, I've learned a lot. I'm afraid that no one can compare to the god of emotions in terms of divine sense. You're too polite. I'm only slightly better at it, Hui Yuhao said modestly. Yi Yingzhu smiled bitterly and said, you're only slightly better at it, and you've already made us so miserable. What if you're very good at it? However, I'm very curious to know what other tactics Poseidon has in store for us. Now that I think about it, everything seemed to be under Poseidon's control. I'm afraid that only the eruption of the god of good and god of evil was unexpected. Hui Yuhao glanced at him and hesitated. Yi Yingzhu said, "We've already left the battlefield. There shouldn't be anything that can't be said, right?" Hui Yuhao thought for a moment and said, "I'm from the Dolua continent. There's a profession called Soul Master on the Dolua continent. Soul Masters can transform into a myriad of things, because everyone has different martial souls. Martial souls are the source of our strength. My martial soul is mainly good at spiritual power, so I have some specialties in this area. Among us Soul Masters, there's a type called Control Soul Masters. They control the entire battlefield and command the team." Yi Yingzhu nodded thoughtfully. Hui Yuhao continued, "Among the god kings who participated in today's sparring, my father-in-law also came from the Dolua continent. He used to be a Control Soul Master." As soon as he said this, the Emperor of Qin immediately understood. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although Hui Yuhao didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of his words was very clear. The reason why the other party dared to let a Control God King leave the battlefield and risk his life was because they had another Control God King. I should have thought of it. Yi Yingzhu couldn't help but feel a little vexed. Wasn't Tang also controlling the God Kings? Almost the entire battlefield was led by the nose by him. Even though his side had been advancing steadily, the tempo was still being led by him. Hui Yuhao controlled the battlefield, but Tang controlled the hearts of the people. Yi Yingzhu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there was an accident. If not for the god of good and god of evil's sudden eruption of energy, the situation would have been very bad. Now, it was up to them to see if they could take down the other party in one go. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Countless staff shadows fell from the sky, each of them heavier than 1,000 caddies. The terrifying pressure made Zhou Weiqing feel a little breathless. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, steadily taking on Shandy Pipefish's crazy attacks. The Alexandrite cat's eye on his wrist kept flashing, injecting energy of different attributes into his ringless ground purging set. He barely blocked the opponent's attack. The dead man still went around the back, targeting the good god and the evil god. Ryukyu attacked from the front, standing together with the sea god Tang. Celestial Scar supported the whole field, shooting out threatening arrows from the demonic god Bao. The radiant god king, Chang Gongwei, was calmly observing the entire battlefield. They were already more powerful than their opponents to begin with, and with the addition of another person, the Dolua divine realm was completely suppressed. Ding, with a crisp sound, the Hell King's sword bounced up. The god of death held the two swords on his back and suddenly swung them out. The dazzling brilliance changed from the previous dead silence, suddenly becoming full of vitality. This feeling of coming back from death made Jidong and Blaze feel an extremely uncomfortable change. The endless cycle of life, this was the technique that the dead man cultivated. His Hell King's sword needed to constantly devour life energy. Once it was used, there must be a harvest. At first, in the good god of death's world, every time Dumb used it, it would definitely devour the opponent's life. Only after becoming a god, the dead man could barely control its power, relying on the life energy of the endless cycle of life to support the use of the Hell King's sword. At this time, he changed to a pair of swords, and his fighting style changed greatly. The two swords were heavy and continuous, like a vortex, sweeping Blaze and Jidong. Because the previous consumption was too great, Jidong and Blaze could only passively defend. The True Yang Divine Fire and Netherine True Fire were constantly sprinkled, always able to complete the defense at the right time. The two of them were firm, stabilizing the rear. Sea God Tang faced Ryukyu. Lei Xiang's attacks were extremely fierce. Tang used the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, and the Shura sword seemed to be everywhere. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Celestial Scar's movements suddenly stopped, and then his whole body instantly. The demonic god Bao in his hand bloomed with bright light, and behind him, two vortexes, one in the front and the other in the back. Black and silver intertwined. The darkness and space, the two attributes. Terrifying energy gushed into the demonic god Bao, and a black and silver arrow gradually took shape. At this moment, god of death, and blaze. A strong sense of danger. The celestial emperor was indeed one of the weaker ones among the 6 great divine realms. However, no matter how weak he was still a divine king of a generation. Their combined strength was not too far off. Previously, he had been suppressed very badly, and did not seem to be of much use. However, when he unleashed his full strength, he could still easily threaten any of his opponents. Scar's eyes lit up. He seemed to have returned to the era when he was struggling to survive. He still remembered clearly that his girlfriend left him. After a night of drinking, his ability awakened. Relying on his space and darkness abilities, he walked step by step to the heights of a judge, and finally became the guardian of the world. In his heart, how could he not be obsessed with victory? At this moment, the longbow was drawn, and his mind was as one. Essence, energy, and spirit merged. This arrow was the real demonic god's arrow. He did not know as many techniques as Zhou Weiqing, but he was more focused. The black and silver arrow pointed forward. No one knew who his target was. A ray of light shot out from the Deathlight Pagoda, and the target was Scar. Obviously, Tang San had felt the threat from him. A golden light flashed, and Changong Wei stood in front of Scar, blocking the deathlight with his holy radiance sword. However, he himself had to take a step back before he could regain his balance. In fact, it was not that he did not want to participate in the battle, but his injuries were more serious than they looked. Tang San's previous frenzied attacks had caused great damage to him. At this moment, his condition was far inferior to the good god and evil god. That was why he stayed outside and did not enter the battle. But now, he just needed to buy some time for Scar. The demonic god bow moved, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged. The surrounding space distorted at this moment. Behind sea god Tang San, good god Blaze, evil god Ji Dong, and god of strength Zhou Weiqing, spatial cracks appeared. But, where would the demonic god arrow come from? And at this moment, the Deathlight Pagoda not far behind Tang San suddenly shone brightly. In a situation where it had clearly just released an attack, it actually flashed 3 times in a row. 3 death lights appeared in an instant, and all of them bombarded Ryukyu in front of him. Lei Xiang was caught off guard, and had to resist with all his strength. The death light's attack power was quite high, and 3 stacks in a row, even if he had Mad God's armor to protect his body, he did not dare to not block. And at this moment, Tang San passed his sword to his left hand, and grabbed the void with his right hand. There seemed to be a loud dragon roar in the air, and a huge green claw covered in scales silently grasped at the air. The surrounding space, which had been moving abnormally, instantly became sluggish, as if the entire space had been sealed. Heavenly green sluggish divine claw, not only that, but behind Tang San, a huge clear sky hammer rose into the air, and suddenly bombarded the air. In an instant, an invisible barrier rose around the 4 people on his side. Clear sky hammer, 1,000 catty barrier, all of this seemed to take a long time, but in truth it all happened in a flash. Right at this moment, the black-silver arrow finally appeared, but its target was not Tang San, but the Titan god Zhou Weiqing. The air around Zhou Weiqing's body froze, and in that instant, it was as if the whole world was collapsing. Even the 1,000 catty barrier was unable to completely block the power of this attack. However, with the heavenly green debilitating claw and 1,000 catty barrier blocking it, Zhou Weiqing was able to buy enough time. The 4th Alexandrite cat's eye jewel on Zhou Weiqing's left wrist flashed, and everything around them twisted and warped, even the powerful demonic god arrow paused for a moment. Time reversal. Not only that, but a giant tiger with a pair of wings on its back and a scorpion's tail appeared behind him. Its cold eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire world. Dark demon god tiger, it had once caused a lot of trouble for Tang San in the Dolua continent, and was later killed by Tang San. Its essence traveled through time and space to the heavenly jewel world, and was coincidentally absorbed by Zhou Weiqing, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single step, and eventually become the core strength of a god. At this moment, strange dark purple balls of light burst out from his body. Zhou Weiqing did not even try to block the attack behind him. After these dark purple balls of light appeared, his entire aura changed abruptly. The twin hammers in his hands and the ringless ground purging set on his body turned dark purple in an instant. His entire aura rose instantly. Just like how Scar was one of the weaker god kings in the 6 great divine realms, he was also one of the weaker ones on Dolua's side. However, was he really that weak? Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. If he was really so weak that he could not compare to the others, he would not have been able to become Tang San's right-hand man in the Divine Council. All the dark purple balls of light shot backwards, and a series of explosions rang out behind Zhou Weiqing. A strange smile appeared on the Titan's face. Who said that he was only good at strength? The dual god strength hammers in his hands suddenly flew out, one in front and one behind, towards Shandy Pipefish like a meteor chasing after the moon. At the same time, his right hand made a grabbing motion, and the Overlord Bow, which had evolved countless times, appeared in his hands. Taking a deep breath, the giant tiger above his head suddenly swooped down, completely merging into the longbow. In the next moment, the bowstring vibrated, and the fierce tiger flew out in another form, its long tail curling backwards, aiming at Scar. Immortal Emperor Hai Long was infuriated. This guy actually dared to attack others when he was facing him. The Jingu Bang in his hand swept out, blocking the first hammer. He had fought with Zhou Weiqing for so long, and he was very familiar with Zhou Weiqing's strength. He had to admit that the god of strength had his own strengths. Therefore, his Jingu Bang was also very powerful. Puff the first hammer of the dual god strength hammers was destroyed by the Jingu Bang. However, what Yu Hailong did not expect was that the hammer, which looked so imposing, did not have the slightest bit of strength. He used his own divine power, and his body suddenly lost control and began to spin in the air. No matter how strong Pipefish's control was, it was impossible for him to control everything in an instant. However, the second hammer had already arrived, smashing hard on his back. The Celestial Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of god energy. He felt a sweet taste in his throat. If not for the fact that Zhou Weiqing had to divert his attention to other things, this hammer strike would have been even heavier. Even so, Pipefish's vision turned black, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Trump card. Who did not have a few trump cards? Zhou Weiqing's dual legendary hammers had been used to scam countless people in the heavenly jewel world. The worst thing about his pair of hammers was that they could be both real and illusory at the same time. In all the previous collisions, his twin hammers were solid and full of strength. How could the strength of the Hercules be weak? But in reality, they were all digging a hole for Pipefish. Zhou Weiqing had confronted Pipefish several times. Every time, he would confront Shandy head-on. Therefore, he created an illusion in Pipefish's mind. This trap was only revealed now, which made Shandy suffer a loss. No one would have thought that the 6 great god realms would be counterattacked at this time when they had originally been in an advantageous position. Facing Zhou Weiqing's dark demon god tiger arrow, Scar had no choice but to switch to the demon god arrow, striking out with all his might. However, he had just unleashed his full power, and did not expect to be counterattacked. His reaction and condensed divine energy were slightly slower. With a loud boom, he was sent flying by the powerful force of the arrow. At this moment, the Death Light Pagoda that had just unleashed 3 consecutive attacks exploded. After overdrawing, it could no longer be maintained. Retreat! Tang San shouted calmly. Suddenly, thousands of vines drilled out of the ground, covering a wide area. The 6 great god realms god kings were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They subconsciously retreated. Tang San led Ji Dong, Blaze, and Zhou Weiqing to retreat quickly, increasing the distance between them once again. However, the second pagoda that they were defending had already been lost. All that was left was the last Death Light Pagoda in front of the main camp, and the God-transmitting pagoda inside the main camp. Pipefish was so angry that his face turned green, but he did not chase after them. Of course, it did not feel good to be fooled, but it would be even more stupid if he rushed over now. If he fell into the enemy's trap, it would only be more troublesome. Chonggongwei looked at Pipefish in surprise. Originally, he was ready to pull Pipefish back, but he did not expect him to be able to remain calm in his anger. As expected, no one who could become a god king was simple. Rays of holy light rose from Chonggongwei's body and shone on everyone, healing their injuries with a gentle halo. The one who was more seriously injured was Scar. The demon god armor in front of his chest clearly showed signs of shattering. Although it had already begun to repair itself, it was very obvious that it had damaged his core. What was even more frightening was that his face was already ashen. Even under the rays of holy light from Changgang Wei, it could only delay the ashen color from spreading. Poison? Ryukyu asked with a frown. Deadly poison. Scar gritted his teeth. Shandy Pipefish's face was also filled with anger. That sly bastard, I really want to beat him to death with a single blow. Without a doubt, both of them had been tricked by Zhou Weiqing. This guy who had always looked like the weakest of the enemy suddenly exploded at such a time. Pipefish was slightly better. He was powerful, and with the protection of the Jingu Bang, he was not seriously injured. However, Scar had been hit by the dark demon god Hook's most terrifying poison. Even as a god king, it would not be easy for him to detoxify it in a short period of time. We can't wait, continue to advance. Changgang Wei made a prompt decision. Although the enemy had repeatedly used strange moves to obstruct their advance, it could be seen from the previous collision that they still had the upper hand. Shandy, Mad God, and the Grim Reaper, the three powerhouses' overall strength still had an overwhelming advantage. Without the support of the Deathlight Pagoda, Tang San and the others would not have been able to hold on. Although Scar was injured, Zhou Weiqing's trump card had also been revealed. Both sides were expending energy. With more support from the God Realm's central hub, it was acceptable for them to expend more energy. Changgang Wei only had one thing to do now, and that was to force Dolua's gods to fight them to the death without giving them any chance to delay. Tang San had fully proven his strength in battle tactics. The longer the battle dragged on, the more chances he would have to use more battle tactics. Therefore, no matter what, they could not wait any longer. Even if they knew that there was something fishy in the enemy's base, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack as soon as possible. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they had to take down the enemy. In front of the base, the Deathlight Pagoda was on the path that they had to pass through. It was surrounded by mountain ranges, forming a natural basin around Dolua's base. Inside the headquarters, the ground was already covered in golden lines. The ice and fire demonic chef, Rong Yanbing, was standing in front of the god-imparting tower. He had a serious expression on his face as he continuously waved his hands. The 7 kitchen knives reverberated in the air as they continued to form silk-like streaks of light. There was no doubt that this was a magic array that only existed in the god realm. Its complexity was simply indescribable. Even just looking at a corner of it gave one a dazzling feeling. It was as if every small area was a world of its own. A faint smile appeared on Tang San's face. His hands were clasped in front of his chest. Every time the light in his eyes flickered, the air would slightly distort. Returning to the Deathlight Pagoda, the first thing he did was look at Rong Yanbing inside. Right now, neither side had a god king to scout from afar, so neither side knew what the other was doing. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. The 5 divine kings had gathered, so naturally, there were no changes. However, Rong Yanbing, who was in the headquarters, had long been preparing for this. Rong Yanbing naturally sensed their return and nodded at Tang San. He took a deep breath, and the 7 divine knives around him lit up at the same time. Following this, a strange scene appeared. Many figures separated from Rong Yanbing's body. They were all him, and they looked as real as him. Every single one of them seemed to be real. In an instant, they filled the entire headquarters. If one looked closely, they would see that each of these Rong Yanbing's feet were on the nodes of the magic array, and they were connected to each other through the magic array. As they appeared, the magic array on the ground lit up, as if it was lit up by their figures. Not to mention their upcoming opponents, even Tang San, Zhou Weiqing, and the good and evil god were seeing this ability for the first time. If it was in his original world of ice and fire magic chefs, this would be called magic. However, at Rong Yanbing's level, how could this be explained by magic? This was a true divine art at the divine king level. Rong Yanbing's incantation was finally recited. Intertwine. With the sun's light and the moon's guidance, illuminate the path of gold on the pitch-black path. All of the Rong Yanbings turned golden at this moment. Their faces shone with a sacred light as they chanted piously. The various elements in the air seemed to have stopped at this moment, listening to his magnetic voice. Flowing spring water. Endless white silk, please respond to my call and gather into a river of dreams. Pass through the silent mountain range and pour into the real sea. Let the seed of hope take root in the promised land. Grow into an evergreen world tree and bear yellow fruits. Spread your pure white wings and soar on the broken earth. Ignite the eternal flame of indestructible fire, transform it into endless red lotuses, weave each other's wishes, scatter the burning oath, and awaken the sleeping earth. Hundreds of Nian Bing were chanting the same incantation. In that cadence, his chanting speed was extremely fast. In the air, 7 divine sabers appeared. Each divine saber transformed into a figure. Those were the saber souls of the 7 divine sabers. They stood in 7 places, which happened to be the 7 most important positions of the formation. It was at this moment that the god kings of the 6 divine realms finally arrived. From afar, they could already hear the melodious chanting. With so many Rong Yanbing chanting, how could their voices be soft? Chang Gongwei's expression changed. He was also a mage, and was especially proficient in the light element. But just now, he suddenly felt an intense palpitation, as if all the light essence in the air was about to leave him. At this moment, all the light elements seemed to have completely betrayed him, abandoned him, and even became his enemy. Ever since he gained control of the light element, he had never encountered such a situation. Not good, we have to hurry. Chang Gongwei led the god kings to speed up. In the distance, they could already see Dolua's base camp. In front of the base camp, under the Death Light Tower, Sea God Tang San, Good God Blaze, Evil God Ji Dong, and Herculean God Zhou Weiqing were lined up in a row. At this place, they already had no way to retreat. In the previous process of retreating, they were actually only doing one thing, and that was to buy time for Rong Yanbing. Because of the Emperor Qin's detection, Rong Yanbing couldn't directly use this terrifying divine technique. Otherwise, if it was discovered too early, he wouldn't have enough time. The reason why Tang San wanted to get rid of Yi Yinzhu, Emperor Qin, as quickly as possible, and even didn't hesitate to let Hui Yuhao perish together with him, was because of this divine technique. Therefore, from the moment the Emperor Qin left, the majority of the divine technique was only completed now. Seeing the densely packed Rong Yanbing in the base camp, and then seeing the 7 blade souls floating in the air, Yi Yinzhu's expression changed. Celestial Scar's expression changed slightly. I'm afraid they've been preparing for this for a long time. They should have been trying to break away from time. Should we retreat first? This doesn't seem to be a good time to fight. Chang Gongwei abruptly interrupted him. No, we have to act immediately. Since Tang San dared to arrange such a tactic, and was clearly stalling for time, then this divine technique in front of us is definitely not something that can be stopped by distance. He must be very competent to do this. If we retreat now, we will give them enough time to complete the divine technique. The only right thing to do is to attack immediately and interrupt the divine technique, or at least prevent this divine technique from being fully activated. Chang Gongwei's words were resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Scar was also abruptly awakened by his words. Let's go. Mad God's answer was very simple. The 12 wings on his back suddenly flapped, and he took the lead, charging straight at the enemy. The Tower of Death Light flashed, and the first death light fell on Ryukyu's body. Lei Xiang crossed his arms above his head, and a bloody light burst out from his body. Although he was hit by the death light, he endured it just like that. Inside the base camp, along with Rong Yanbing's incantation, a dense radiance began to rise. These rainbow-colored halos gathered and intertwined, forming a huge rainbow-colored tornado with the base camp as its cross-section. Looking down from space, one could clearly see the appearance of the huge tornado, and it was a magnificent sight. In fact, the gods of the 7 divine realms who were watching the battle had long seen Rong Yanbing's arrangement there. The gods on both sides were nervous. However, one side hoped that they would discover it sooner, while the other hoped that Rong Yanbing would be faster, and that Tang San and the others could hold on for a little longer. Although none of them knew what Rong Yanbing's divine technique was for, or what kind of strength it could achieve, they all understood that this divine technique was very likely to be the key to victory in this battle of the gods. Who would win and who would lose would all depend on this one thought. At this moment, seeing the rainbow-colored tornado rising into the sky, both sides could not help but become nervous. Hui Yuhao clenched his hands. In a sense, Rong Yanbing was his teacher. Back then, it was this demon chef of ice and fire who had passed on the deity position of the god of emotions to him. Even when Tang San deliberately made things difficult for him, it was Rong Yanbing who helped him a lot. However, he had actually never seen his teacher in action. Even when the god of destruction rebelled, Rong Yanbing did not use this divine technique in front of him. At this moment, everyone saw a scene that made them even more nervous. This was because, behind Rong Yanbing, the center of the divine realm that belonged to Dolua had finally appeared, and it was extremely clear that it was diagonally behind him. Incomparably powerful divine power poured out of the center of the divine realm without reservation, enveloping every Rong Yanbing in the base camp. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Yes, even when the battle was tough, Tang San was not willing to use the power of the center of the god realm, but at this moment, he gave it all to Rong Yanbing, the demon chef of ice and fire. There was no need to doubt his intention, it was to help him unleash the power of this divine technique to the extreme. On the battlefield, Chonggong Wei and the others naturally saw this scene, and the 5 divine kings couldn't help but change their expressions at the same time. Even though there was only one divine realm hub in the Dolua divine realm, the fact that the Dolua divine realm was able to oppose all 6 of their realms indicated that its divine realm itself was naturally more powerful than any one of their realms. As such, the Dolua divine realm's divine realm hub was undoubtedly the most powerful one. After injecting all of the available divine power of the divine realm hub into this formation, one could only imagine how fearsome the attacks that were about to be unleashed would be. Ryukyu's attack was already in front of Tang San. With a punch, thunder rumbled in all directions, and the surrounding space seemed to have exploded. The boiling power of Mad God was incomparably turbulent. Tang San grasped the Shura sword with both hands, and pointed to the sky and earth. A bloody light burst forth, forcibly unraveling the divine power crazily attacking in front of him. The expression on his face also became grave and stern. Shandy Pipefish naturally did not hesitate to find Zhou Weiqing. He hated this guy to the core, and the Jingubang in his hand displayed the 1,000-pound staff technique to the extreme. It turned into layers of staff shadows, and poured down on Zhou Weiqing. This time, Scar did not use the demon god bow. Instead, he held the demon god sword, and together with the dead man, went to find the god of evil and the god of good. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven's face was ashen. Obviously, he was affected by the strong poison, but even so, he could not retreat in the slightest. At this time, the 2 sides had reached the most critical point. Whether they could defeat the other side or not depended on this fight. Tang San might be able to beat Mad God by a little, but with Mad God's toughness, they would not be able to determine the winner in a short time. As for the other 2 sides, the situation was the opposite. Shandy Pipefish was indeed stronger than the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. Furthermore, Zhou Weiqing's previous outbursts had consumed a lot of energy. Under the heavy blows of the Jingubang, he had no choice but to retreat step by step. The dual god strength hammers could barely protect him. On the other side, the situation of the good god and evil god was even worse. They had used up too much energy. The previous 2 times they had combined their powers had caused their cultivations to be less than 30% of their peak. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to unleash their full strength. No matter how miraculous the pure Yan divine fire and the netherworld primordial fire were, they still needed to have enough power to support them. However, it was obvious that they had no other choice. Especially now that the power of the center of the god realm had been borrowed by Rong Yanbing, it could not help the others at all. Fortunately, there was still the Death Light Tower, which would attack once every 5 seconds. The attack power of the Death Light was still quite strong. At least, other than Lei Xiang who had the Mad God armor, the others did not dare to use their bodies to take it head-on. Only then could they barely hold on. At this time, the only one who had not entered the battlefield was the Divine King of Light, Chonggong Wei. Chonggong Wei did not look at the battle between the gods. Instead, he focused his attention on Dolua's headquarters, where Rong Yanbing was still chanting his incantation. Combine the power of 7 luminaries that has been passed down since ancient times. Countless Rong Yanbing shouted loudly. Suddenly, the 7 colored halos that were originally entangled with each other in the air suddenly merged inwards, forming an even more harmonious and intimate light system. Seeing this, Chang Gongwei took a deep breath. It was precisely because he was a mage that he knew that at this time, Rong Yanbing's divine art would be very difficult to stop. Tang San's plan had succeeded once again. Rong Yanbing's divine art was nearing its end. With the support of the entire center of the God realm, the completion of the incantation would continue to accelerate. Moreover, if they wanted to break into Dolua's headquarters now, they would first have to face the direct impact of Tang San's divine art. At the same time, don't forget that there was still a legendary pagoda in the headquarters. This legendary pagoda was undoubtedly an enhanced version of the Deathlight Pagoda. They still didn't know how powerful its attack would be, but it definitely wouldn't be bad. Therefore, although Tang San and the others seemed to have nowhere to retreat, in fact, in a situation where they couldn't resist, they could still give up on the last Deathlight Pagoda and retreat into the headquarters, where they could resist with the help of the legendary pagoda. There wasn't enough time. Thinking of this, Chang Gongwei sighed softly and subconsciously raised his head to take a look. A warm smile appeared on his face. He had faced such a scene in the Child of Light's world before. Moreover, compared to that time, the current situation was already considered good. Therefore, he wouldn't panic. He just had to face it head-on. It was also time to reveal his last trump card. Incantation, I know it too. The Divine King of Light slowly raised the holy sword of light in his hand high above his head. Behind him, a huge golden pillar of light emerged. It was the center of the Child of Light's world. Not only that, but a cluster of golden flames also rose from under Chang Gongwei's feet and burned. It was the fire of life. Once, in the Child of Light's world, when he faced the powerful Demon King, he had no choice but to do this. But at that time, he was still in the early stages of the divine realm. The final result of burning the fire of life was definitely death. It was the King of Gods at that time who saved him. And now, he was already at the Divine King level. His life had long become endless. The burning of the fire of life would only make him weaker and take a longer time to recover. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the divine war armor. It is invulnerable to all evil and obstructs evil. As the incantation was recited, a blue light separated from the holy sword of light and shone on Chang Gongwei's body. It turned into an azure divine war armor that covered his entire body. The blazing fire of life also burned even more fiercely. With the protection of the divine war armor, the crazy burning energy immediately restrained a little. The Divine King of Light, Chang Gongwei's expression also became calmer. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the divine horn. The horn's sound penetrates the 9 heavens. With a flash of white light, the divine horn also separated from the holy sword of light and floated to the left of Chang Gongwei's body. He took a deep breath, calmed the surging energy in his body, and continued to recite, The Divine King has bestowed upon me the divine hammer of strength, shaking the heavens and earth to protect the righteous path. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the shield of the Thunder God, able to block thousands of blades. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the bow of the Wind God, able to rapidly flash the invisible arrows. Under the incantation, the hammer of the God of Strength, the shield of the Thunder God, and the bow of the Wind God appeared one after another around Chang Gongwei's body. The Divine King has bestowed upon me the holy sword of light, able to illuminate the heavens. The holy sword of light suddenly turned silver at this moment. Under the support of the energy of the divine realm's center, the light of the 6 divine weapons rose and burned like never before. Chang Gongwei closed his eyes. It was as if he had already separated himself from the entire world. In his consciousness, there was only the moment when he and his companions saved the world together in those glorious years. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. It was as if he had returned to the days when he sacrificed his life to protect the entire world. For his companions, for the future. He could not lose, and he was never willing to lose. In the battle of the gods, it was not only about tactics, but also about willpower, persistence, and the desire to never admit defeat. On the other side, Rong Yanbing's incantation was not disturbed by Chang Gongwei, and he continued to chant. The incantations of both sides resonated with each other, and there was even a strange feeling of complementing each other. Perhaps it was because they were triggering the power of many elements, but the various energy molecules in the air became countless times more violent than before. The energy fluctuations of both sides became unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, the first to have a problem was the good god and the evil god. They could not stop it. Puff, the Hell King's sword slashed across. Ji Dong used his body to block Blaze, and a wound was cut on his back by the Hell King's sword, followed by the demon god's sword. Although the Emperor of Heaven was also sent flying by their explosive flames, Ji Dong and Blaze were also sent flying at the same time. Ji Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, and they looked at each other at close range. Both of their eyes lit up with determination, and the fusion of good and evil seemed to be happening again. Do you want to die? Go. Tang San's voice instantly appeared in their ears. In the next moment, a ray of light lit up from the inside of the headquarters, enveloping Ji Dong and Blaze, causing them to be instantly sucked back into the center of the god realm and disappear. How could it be so easy to use the life and death spell that was considered a forbidden spell at the God King level? With their current physical condition, if they really used it, they would really have to live and die together. This battle of the gods was fierce, but after all, it was only a battle of personal feelings, and not a battle of life and death. If the origin collapsed, there would be no room for maneuver. The good god and the evil god left. Heaven and earth, who had crawled up, and death, who was panting slightly, naturally looked at Tang San. On the other side, Zhou Weiqing was also retreating under Shandi's attacks. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. At this moment, the ice and fire demonic chef, Rong Yanbing, was nearing the end of his chant. Snow goddess, you are the gentle blue moon. God of fire, you are the red sun. God of wind, you are the cyan flowing moon. Goddess Gaia, you are the yellow sun that gives birth to all life. God of space, you are the silver moon. God of light, you are the golden sun of glory. God of darkness, you are the representative of endless devouring, the purple sun of silence. Resonate on the dark earth, break the wheel of fate that has been sealed for a long time, shatter the fantasy of losing oneself, and emit your most beautiful radiance, annihilation. 7 luminaries awakening. As the 7-colored light rose into the sky was already covered with dark clouds. When the last sentence of the chant was completed, the terrifying energy fluctuation also rose to the extreme. With the support of the center of the heavenly realm, Rong Yanbing's theurgy had been magnified many times. All the Rong Yanbing instantly merged into one, and the 7 swords suddenly shot out and flew to the surrounding corners. Mad God, Shandi, Death, and Emperor of Heaven, who were fighting, suddenly realized that their bodies were frozen, and they could not move at all. In the cloudy sky, 7 cracks appeared, and 7 balls of light lit up at the same time. The blue moon, the red sun, the cyan moon, the yellow sun, the silver moon, and the golden sun surrounded the purple sun that was filled with a dignified aura, bringing a gorgeous 7-colored light between heaven and earth. The 7 stars in the sky simultaneously shot out a beam of light with a diameter of 3 meters. The beam of light looked completely solid, and the 7-colored beam of light only flashed slightly before condensing together in the sky. The power of the 3 moons and 4 suns condensed into one in the sky. The 7-colored light suddenly dimmed, and a huge 7-colored crystal ball formed out of thin air. This crystal ball looked very small, but when it fell from the sky, an indescribable terror rose in everyone's hearts. In the end, the demon chef Rong Yanbing of ice and fire completed his attack at the last moment. The corner of Tang San's mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile. His plan was finally completed. This attack was aimed at all the opponents. Whether or not they could succeed in one fell swoop depended on this one move. At this time, Chonggong Wei's incantation was completed. On behalf of the War God, the Sky God, the Titan God, the Thunder God, the Wind God, and the God of Light, mighty King of Gods, please bestow upon me your boundless divine power. Let me combine the power of the gods into one, preside over justice in the world, destroy all evil, and bring peace to the earth. Forbidden, chant of the awakening gods. The phantoms of the 6 gods appeared one by one behind Longbo Wei. Gradually, they overlapped and fused together. The phantoms of the 6 gods condensed into a huge beam of blue, white, yellow, red, green, and gold light that soared into the sky. It met the crystal ball descending from the sky. At this moment, all the gods, including the gods of the 7 god realms watching the battle from the sky, focused their gazes on the 2 beams of light. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. At this moment, a collision occurred. An indescribable shock appeared in the hearts of all the gods present. Each of them could clearly feel their god positions trembling. Even the king of gods was no exception. Looking down from the sky, one could see a cloud of light exploding into something similar to a mushroom cloud. Space was silent. Everyone, including Hui Yuhao, Yi Yinzhu, and the god of good and god of evil, who had just been teleported out, stared nervously at the ancient god's ruins. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. This was already the strongest collision between the two sides. Victory and defeat would be decided in this collision. There was no doubt that Dolua, led by Tang San, was able to persist to this extent in a situation where they were clearly weaker than their opponents. This was already something to be proud of. However, pride was not enough. More importantly, they had to win this battle and become the leader of the escape from the black hole. Even gods had their own selfish motives. Whoever was the leader would naturally be the first to return to their side after the escape. Even the future of the god realm was the same. Who didn't want to be able to cover their original world after the return of the god realm in the future? This was the most important thing that everyone was fighting for. Who had won? Due to the huge cloud of light, it was impossible to see the situation below from the sky. At this moment, light flashed on several god realms in the distance one after another. This situation had happened before. It only happened when a king of gods left the battlefield. Someone left the battlefield in the explosion and ended the battle. The first thing that everyone saw was a flash on Dolua's side. Immediately after, a figure flew out of Dolua and towards them. It was the god of strength, Zhou Weiqing. He had also left the battlefield. Seeing his figure, Hui Yuhao, Ji Dong, and Blaze's hearts sank. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. This was a 6 versus 6 battle. They had already sent out so many people, but there were still 5 god kings from the 6 divine realms on the battlefield. It was also at this moment that the strange-looking star-scar divine world, which was made up of 3 spheres, flashed. Then, a silver crack appeared in front of everyone. Celestial Scar, who was obviously in a sorry state, appeared. His face was still very ugly, obviously a symptom of being deeply poisoned. Seeing Zhou Weiqing, Scar couldn't help but grit his teeth. This guy was really despicable. Zhou Weiqing naturally saw him as well. With a flash of light in his hand, a purplish-black ball of light flew towards Scar. Because of this small action, the gods from both sides became nervous. However, Scar was stunned when he saw the purplish-black ball of light. He shouted, "I'm fine." Then, he caught the purplish-black ball of light in his palm. Immediately, wisps of gray air flew out from his body and merged with the purplish-black ball of light. When the light on the ball of light disappeared, Celestial Scar's face returned to normal. Detoxification, that's right, Zhou Weiqing didn't give him this ball of light to provoke him. It was to help him detoxify the dark demon god tiger's poison. Otherwise, even a god king wouldn't be able to break free from the poison without a long period of cultivation. Scar glared at Zhou Weiqing in annoyance. Zhou Weiqing chuckled as if nothing had happened. In terms of the thickness of his skin, this guy was definitely the true king of gods. At this moment, another flash of light appeared. This time, the light appeared above the brightest divine world. Seeing this flash of light, the 6 divine worlds' faces changed. That was because the light came from the Son of Light's divine world, yes, the Son of Light's divine world, which belonged to the divine king of light, Chang'an. The meaning of this light was very clear. As the leader of the 6 divine realms, the true soul of the divine king of light, Chang'an, had left the battlefield. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Mu Zimo personally returned. Chang'an, who was clearly very weak, arrived in front of the gods with his support. Although the divine king of light's face was pale, his eyes were filled with emotion. "We can't be considered to have won this battle," he said, making the expressions of the gods become strange. "Not considered a win?" What kind of explanation was this? Celestial Scar sighed. "It was Tang San who helped us return. At that time, none of us could move, only he could. Because Brother Longbow and I were injured, we couldn't escape on our own. The energy storm was too powerful. If it weren't for Poseidon's help, we might have really disintegrated there." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the women changed. For a divine king to say something like this, it could be seen how terrifying the explosion at the core of the collision was. Originally, everyone thought that whoever came out first would lose, but after hearing Scar's words, Mad God, Shandy, and the Grim Reaper's family members, who hadn't appeared yet, became even more anxious. At that moment, another light flashed in Dolua's direction. Another divine king came out of Dolua? It must be known that there were only 2 divine kings left in Dolua's ruins. One was the sea god Tang, and the other was the ice-fire demon chef Rongyanbing. If another divine king came out, it meant that there was only one person left on the battlefield. After waiting for half a day, the ice-fire demon chef, who looked very miserable and couldn't even keep his clothes intact, finally came out. The 7 kitchen knives beside him had long since disappeared, and he looked like he was covered in dirt. His situation wasn't much better than Chonggongwei's. When Rongyanbing arrived in front of the gods and saw Chonggongwei in an equally sorry state, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "That divine technique of yours is really troublesome." Chonggongwei sighed. "But I still can't beat you, can I?" Rongyanbing shrugged. "That's because you were too badly injured. If it were just the 2 of us, I wouldn't be able to win because my divine tools aren't as good as yours. But there's no point in talking about this now. You've won." When he said the words "you guys have won," the scene fell into silence again. Without a doubt, this battle of the gods was more intense than anyone had expected. The 2 sides clashed many times, a battle of wits and courage, until the final clash. If it were an outsider, they would definitely find it fascinating. In fact, this was already the most exciting and intense battle that the gods had ever seen. However, this battle of the gods meant that whoever would become the final leader would naturally be the future leader and master of the merged divine realm. This was something that neither side was willing to give up, and was also the crux of their struggle. At this moment, Rongyanbing's declaration of victory meant that the outcome of the match had been decided. To both parties, this was a very significant decision. The 6 great divine realms were naturally beaming with joy. Although this battle had been more difficult than they had expected, they had still won in the end. However, only the divine king of light, Chonggongwei, and celestial Scar didn't look happy. Chonggongwei sighed softly. "We can't be considered to have won. At that time, he would have had a chance to attack us. If he hadn't chosen to save me and Scar and send us out of the battlefield, he would have been able to defeat the 2 of us at least. There would have been enough time. At that time, only one of us would have been able to remain in the divine realm. If it was one-on-one, your chances wouldn't have been lower than ours." Scar also sighed. "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. However, I have to say that in terms of individual ability, the sea god is the best." From their narration, everyone could already hear some hints. Yes, it was precisely because of this great collision of the century that both sides had fallen into great trouble. The explosion caused by the collision between the 7 luminaries awakening and the chant of the gods was simply too powerful, so powerful that even the divine kings had a chance of dying. At that time, the exhausted and heavily injured divine kings were already unable to protect themselves. At that time, on the 6 great divine realms side, Chonggongwei was using divine arts and couldn't move at all. As for the other 4 divine kings, they were also immobilized by the 7 luminaries awakening and could only passively defend. Celestial Scar, who was deeply poisoned, was the first to be unable to hold on. At that time, he had even sensed the danger of dying. At that time, sea god Tang braved the powerful shockwaves of the explosion and rushed to his side, temporarily blocking the outside explosion for him and giving him a chance to teleport out. Then came Zhou Weiqing, followed by Chonggongwei and Rongyanbing. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Rongyanbing could still be considered to have teleported out on his own, but Zhou Weiqing, Scar, and Chonggongwei, who had already been heavily injured, would have all died if Tang hadn't temporarily blocked the terrifying explosion for them. And in the time it took for him to block the explosion for them, Tang would have had the time to defeat at least 2 god kings. In fact, if he didn't care about the god kings on his side, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to completely defeat the 6 great divine realms just by relying on his ability to move. It was even possible that he could have left the 5 god kings of the 6 great divine realms in the battlefield of the ancient gods' ruins forever. But the premise was that either Rong Yanbing or Zhou Weiqing would have to sacrifice one of them. In such a short period of time, they didn't even have the chance to make a decision. However, Chang Gongwei and Scar couldn't help but admire Tang San's choice. Even though they were his opponents, they were now wholeheartedly convinced by this Poseidon. If the 5 god kings of the 6 great divine realms were all killed, and only Yi Zhu, Emperor of Qin was left, then Dolua would even have the possibility of directly annexing the 6 great divine realms. Although this would greatly reduce the chances of them escaping the black hole, there was no doubt that Dolua would become the leader of everything. Tang San would naturally become the highest god king. However, he didn't do that. What he chose was a method that would protect both sides. And the only flaw in this method was that, the ancient god's ruins. All kinds of colorful halos turned into ribbons of light that scattered into the distance. In Dolua's headquarters, all of the formation patterns had already disappeared, and even more than a third of the god's transmission pagoda had been damaged. At this moment, Tang San was leaning against the god's transmission pagoda, gasping for breath. An intense feeling of weakness invaded his entire body, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. The huge explosion just now had been too incisive and vivid. The power of the explosion had exceeded his expectations. Therefore, when he saw Scar, Chang Gongwei, and Zhou Weiqing unable to teleport away, he couldn't help but be shocked. Without much consideration, he immediately helped them escape from the battlefield. Then, Rong Yanbing couldn't take it anymore and quit. However, Tang San's heart was very heavy at this time. The Divine King of Light and the Emperor of Heaven had indeed left the battlefield. However, Shandy Pipefish, Ryukyu, and the Dead Man all relied on their powerful divine power and super divine weapons to block the explosion in the end. They were all blasted away and nowhere to be found. However, the only thing Tang San was sure of was that all 3 of them still had the ability to fight. Tang San's Azura sword was no longer in his hand. Even a super divine weapon had a limit to what it could withstand. Just now, he had relied on the Azura sword's power to barely suppress everyone, giving them a chance to teleport away. When he saved the last person, the Azura sword's divine power had been exhausted. It had to be nourished, otherwise the super divine weapon would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the current Poseidon could only be a Poseidon with his bare hands. And what he would have to face were 3 divine kings. Moreover, they were the 3 strongest divine kings on the other side. Thinking of this, Tang San's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself, I didn't expect that I would lose to myself in the end. With his judgment, how could he not have judged how to obtain the final victory in that situation? Although the 3 divine kings had been blasted away, he still had a clear view of the direction. He had plenty of time to do many things. None of his tactics were wrong. In fact, they were almost perfect. There were 2 problems. One was because Jidong and Blaze's attacks were too powerful and consumed too much energy. The other was his own problem. This was the disadvantage of being a good person. Tang San couldn't help but mock himself in his heart. However, if he was given the chance to choose again, he would probably still choose the same. He believed that he must have been so. Was he really going to lose? Even if he had a super divine weapon in hand, how could it be easy for him to defeat those 3 divine kings? Moreover, he didn't even have the Azura sword now. His consumption wasn't small either. In the huge explosion just now, the power of the center of the god world on both sides was almost completely exhausted. It could be said that he had achieved all his goals. However, he was still going to lose. He laughed at himself. At this moment, his mood had already fallen to the bottom. He had spent so much effort and almost arranged everything, but in the end, he lost to himself. This feeling was obviously not good. The most painful thing was that he didn't know how to explain it to Xiao Wu. Thinking of Xiao Wu, a flame suddenly rose in Tang San's heart. No, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. Using both hands to support himself, he stood up again. Yes, he hadn't lost yet. He couldn't lose. If he lost this battle of the gods, it meant that he would lose control of the fusion of the god world. He wouldn't be able to go back to find his son. If he couldn't find his son, his wife's illness wouldn't recover. For Xiao Wu and for his son, he had to persevere. He had to hold on. When Shandy Pipefish got up from the ground, his first reaction was that the Jingu Bang was gone. Ever since he obtained this super divine weapon, it had never left his control. However, he had lost that heavy feeling. The moment he was blown away, his mind went blank. The Jingu Bang automatically protected its master. After that, he couldn't remember anything. At this moment, he got up from the ground. The first thing he did was to look around. His whole body was in pain. His head felt like it was going to explode. Those two divine arts, which could be considered as forbidden spells in the divine world, were simply too terrifying. The core of the explosion was so close to them. At this moment, Shandy felt like his insides were burning. His body felt like it was on fire. If not for his strength and the Jingu Bang, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, the power that the center of the god world could borrow was used up in the explosion. After calming himself down, he finally separated a strand of his consciousness. Finally, he found his treasure. He found himself on top of a mountain. The Jingu Bang was stuck in the ground not far away. However, this Poseidon Needle Rui Jingu Bang's light was dim. Just like the Shura sword had a limit, so did the Jingu Bang. It blocked relatively little for Pipefish. Although its light was dim, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be used at all like the Shura sword. Pipefish quickly pulled it out. He shrank the Jingu Bang a little and wiped it on his tattered clothes. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Good treasure. At least you're still here. With this time to compose himself, his consciousness recovered a little. With the Jingu Bang in hand, he slowly walked forward. When he reached the edge of the cliff, what he saw was the direction of Dolua's headquarters. He also saw the sea god Tang standing in front of the god pagoda. He seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. He's still here. Will the final battle be between us? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. The moment before he was blown away, Pipefish clearly saw that Tang San had helped Scar block the explosion, and Celestial Scar had instantly teleported away. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In that situation, even if they wanted to save their companion, they didn't have the ability to do so, but Tang San did it. Even though they were opponents. If you respect a person, you have to face him with strength. Pipefish tightened his grip on the Jingu Bang, and a powerful will once again burst out from his body. He was Pipefish, the only immortal, Shandy Pipefish. At this time, a vigorous vitality burst out from another mountain not far away. A pair of swords supported the ground, and although the slightly thin figure was covered in wounds, he still stood there proudly. The aura of the Hell King's sword hanging in front of his chest had dimmed a lot, but how could it not be a soul-stirring existence? He was Dummy, the kind Grim Reaper, the Grim Reaper Dummy. He was still here. Pipefish looked at Dum with some surprise. Dum was also looking in his direction, and nodded slightly to indicate that he could still fight. Looking at Dolua's direction, there was only Tang San left in the whole Dolua. 2 against 1, Tang San, who didn't even have a super artifact in his hand, had no chance. But this was not the end. At this time, on the other side of the mountain, a crazy aura burst out. His figure was the most eye-catching, because he had wings. More importantly, he had as many as 12 wings. 12 wings gently flapped, and a terrifying bloodthirsty aura filled with madness. His hair, his eyes, and even his entire body, including the armor on his body, were all deep blood red. Mad God's armor was damaged in many places, but this didn't affect his arrogant aura at all. He was Lei Xiang, Mad God, and Ryukyu, the 3 divine kings stood proudly on 3 different mountain peaks. And they only had to face sea god Tang San, who had lost his super artifact. At this point, without any teammates or even a super artifact, they had already won. They saw Tang San, and Tang San naturally saw them too. Both sides looked at each other from a distance, and their gazes didn't give way. At this moment, Tang San's body suddenly shuddered as a strange look appeared in his eyes. A golden pattern in the shape of a trident lit up on his forehead. His fighting spirit seemed to be ignited by this golden pattern, and suddenly became vigorous. Admit defeat. Although in our hearts, you have already won. But the final result can't be changed, said in a deep voice. He didn't want to fight anymore. In this situation, they were already in a situation where victory was certain. In their hearts, they had already acknowledged this Poseidon. Tang San smiled. Do you think you have one? Shandy Pipefish frowned. At our level, can there still be an accident? Tang San smiled indifferently. Originally, there wasn't. But now that my son is here, there might be. So, I still want to try. Son, watch carefully. Daddy will let you feel the true power of the Poseidon trident. At this point, Tang San raised his right hand and suddenly waved in the air. In the sky, a huge crack suddenly appeared, and then a golden light fell from the sky, bringing with it an unparalleled brilliance. It suddenly fell into Tang San's control. Yes, when the golden pattern lit up, he felt his son's aura. The Poseidon trident was an extremely powerful superdivine tool. It was easier said than done to control it. Tang San had given the Poseidon trident to his son, Tang Wulin, who was in the distant Dolua continent. However, if Tang Wulin wanted to truly use the power of the Poseidon trident, it would take a long time for him to gain the approval of this superdivine tool. The Poseidon trident originally belonged to Tang San. Back then, he had also passed the Poseidon's 9 tests before he was truly recognized by this superdivine tool. And as his son, Tang Wulin naturally had to go through the same process if he wanted to obtain this superdivine tool. And every time he was tested by the Poseidon, as the original owner of the Poseidon trident, Tang San could clearly feel this aura. As the saying went, there was always a way out. Even Tang San had already admitted in his heart that he couldn't defeat his opponent. In the distance, Tang Wulin had just started his 3rd test of the Poseidon trident. It was also at this time that Tang San felt his existence. The flow of time in the Dolua continent and the God realm was completely different. Therefore, even Tang San couldn't determine how old his son was now. However, he could clearly feel that his son's strength was already very strong in the human world through the aura transmitted by the Poseidon trident. At this moment, Tang Wulin, who was in the unique space of the Poseidon trident, just happened to be holding the Poseidon trident. And this was also the only time when Tang San could borrow the Poseidon trident. In this battle of the gods, he had encountered 2 accidents in succession, leading to a situation where he was almost bound to lose. Finally, when an accident occurred for the 3rd time, it was a good scene. Holding the Poseidon trident in his hand, the superdivine tool he was most familiar with, he felt his son's aura in the distance. At this moment, the Poseidon was burning. He was Tang San, the sea god Tang San of the Dolua continent. He raised the Poseidon trident high in his hand. Son, this is a battle of the gods. No matter what, I won't lose. Because only by defeating them can Dad go back to find you. Wait for me, my son. No matter what, Dad will obtain the final victory. The long blue hair behind his back fluttered without wind, and an incomparable golden light burst out from Tang San's body. A layer of golden armor suddenly separated from the Poseidon trident and covered his whole body. The powerful superdivine tool instantly completed the Poseidon's nourishment. In the eyes of Mad God, the Grim Reaper, and Shandy, the sea god Tang San, who was incomparably weak a moment ago, was rejuvenated at this moment, and was once again filled with an incomparable fighting spirit. The dead man looked at him and couldn't help but recall everything that happened before. When he was facing the bombardment of the 2 forbidden divine techniques, the Hell King's sword in front of him was also protecting him. However, the main power of the Hell King's sword was an attack. In terms of defense, it was much worse than Mad God's battle armor and the Jin Gubang. Under such circumstances, he already felt that he was about to collapse. Therefore, he was the last one to be blown away. He saw with his own eyes how Tang San rescued Scar and Chonggong Wei. At that time, Tang San's eyes also looked at him. It was also at that time that the face of his wife appeared in Dump's mind, as well as the faces of his parents who had put in so much effort. He couldn't fail, and he couldn't fall here. At that moment, an incomparably powerful thought burst out from his heart. He wanted to live, he wanted to defeat his opponent, he pushed the life-secret art to the extreme, and finally, with the power of the dual swords combined with the Hell King's sword, he was sent flying and didn't perish in the big explosion. At this time, what he felt from Tang San's body was similar to what he felt when he broke out, and it was even much stronger. What kind of thought was this? And when this thought appeared, the dead man knew that they were no longer in a situation where they would definitely win. Genius remembered this sight's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Come on. Ryukyu's blood-red eyes shot out a bloody light. Without any hesitation, the 12 wings on his back flapped and he soared into the sky from the top of the mountain. Like a blood-red meteor, he took the lead and pounced towards Sea God Tang-san. Shandy Pipefish was the second to attack. To respect an opponent, he had to defeat him. In the heavens and on earth, he was the only immortal, Jingu Bang, 3 thunderclap strikes, and 6 consecutive strikes of deity, human, and ghost. Layers of afterimages appeared in midair as they charged towards Sea God Tang-san. Dummy was the last to fly out. No matter who won or lost, it was no longer important to him. Because in the big explosion just now, he had fully seen the kindness of the man in front of him, who had persisted until the last moment. He was as kind as himself. In space, everyone clearly saw the final collision of the 4 divine kings. Xiaowu was already in Tang Wutong's arms, tears streaming down her face. Of course, she knew that everything Tang-san did was for her and her son. She also understood how much pressure her husband had been under since the great calamity of the God realm. At this moment, she suddenly felt extremely ashamed. All the grief from before turned into an unprecedented strength. She knew that she was wrong. As a wife, she shouldn't be so weak, especially as the wife of a divine king. When she heard Tang-san call out the word son, she suddenly understood. How could her husband not miss their son in his heart? How could he not hope to return to his son's side? His pain had never been any less than hers. And she had always been a burden to him. No, I don't want to continue like this. I must get better. I must stay by his side and accompany him to find our son. Xiaowu suddenly raised her head. Even though she knew that her husband couldn't hear her, she suddenly shouted hysterically in the direction of the ancient god ruins, "Third brother, you can do it." Her voice was filled with strong conviction and indescribable emotions. Even the gods of the 7 divine realms couldn't help but look at her. Tang Wutong hugged her mother tightly. How could she not be crying too? Dad really didn't have it easy. For this family, for the god realm, he had always been under the greatest pressure. He had always been using everything he had to face everything. Behind all his calmness and wisdom, how could there not be a weak side? However, he had never shown this weakness because he didn't want them to worry. In the ancient god ruins, Tang-san, holding the Poseidon trident, seemed to have become another person. Previously, he could only use the Azura sword, but in reality, between the 2 god thrones, he was undoubtedly more compatible with the sea god thrones. After going through the 9 trials of the sea god, his relationship with the divine throne had become even more harmonious. The same went for the sea god's trident. He had relied on his powerful strength and conviction to gain the recognition of this super divine tool step by step under extremely difficult circumstances. The Azura god throne was passed down to him after he became a god. In order to be able to leave the god realm, the ancient Azura god also thought highly of him. Therefore, the Azura god passed down the god throne to him. Therefore, even though they were both super divine weapons, Tang-san's usage of the sea god's trident and the Azura sword was different. There was no doubt that the Azura sword was sharper and more offensive, but the Poseidon trident was more comprehensive and balanced. It was also more in line with Tang-san's character. At this moment, he held the Neptune's trident in his hand and felt the perfect fusion between himself and the super divine weapon. With the support of his strong conviction, he had returned. The strongest Neptune had returned. Facing the 3 divine kings, Tang-san didn't rush up to meet them head-on. Instead, he took a step back. This step back just happened to let him return to the depths of his headquarters. The first to rush over was Ryukyu. With the flapping of his 12 wings, his figure was like a blood-red meteor. But at this moment, behind Tang-san, a strong light suddenly shone down from the god pagoda. Different from the Death Ray Pagoda's grayish-black light, this light was exceptionally bright. What was even more frightening was that when it appeared, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. The light was very thin, but the moment it shone on Mad God, Lei Xiang only felt his whole body turn cold. His boiling blood seemed to have frozen in an instant. His imposing figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. What made Lei Xiang even more shocked was that he was originally in the blood-red angel state. After being hit by the light, his body actually turned stiff. Then, because of the calming of his blood and the extreme cold, he returned from the blood-red angel state to the fallen angel state. For a moment, his aura dropped greatly. What the hell was this? When he saw this scene, the happiest person was the god of emotions, Hui Yuhao, who was in space. Before he became a god, he had a title on the Dolua continent. The highest level of soul masters on the Dolua continent was called the title Dolua. Hui Yuhao's title was Spirit Ice. Spirit was his spirit eyes, and was his main martial soul. Ice was his second martial soul. Almost all of his 6 spirits were of the ice element. Whether it was the Sky Dream Ice Worm, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, the Snow Lady, the Snow Empress, the Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass, or the Ice Bear King, which one of them wasn't of the extreme cold. In terms of extreme cold, he had an extremely strong understanding of it. The cold in the god realm was naturally different from the cold in the human world. When Hui Yuhao created the god pagoda, he fused his understanding of ice and the mysteries of ice into it. Although a portion of the god pagoda had been destroyed by the aftermath of the previous explosion, most of its power was still present. When the extreme cold storm came down, it immediately caused Mad God to suffer greatly. In fact, from a certain perspective, Spirit Ice Dolua Hui Yuhao's extreme cold storm was the most effective against Mad God. Mad God's blood-red angel transformation was built on the foundation of the fallen angel transformation and the bloodthirsty berserker transformation. The bloodthirsty berserker transformation caused one's blood to boil and stimulate one's potential. However, how could one's blood boil in the extreme cold? Ryukyu, in particular, wasn't prepared at all. When he was struck down from the sky, his aura greatly decreased. Tang San's Poseidon trident arrived almost instantly. With a boom, Mad God's frozen body was sent flying like a baseball. Shandy was startled by the sight of Mad God falling from the sky. She subconsciously shifted her attention to him. At the same time, sea god Tang San's golden trident drew circles of light in the air. One circle to the left, one to the right. It looked very casual, but it followed the principles of the universe. Shandy Pipefish didn't even have time to react before the rings of light wrapped around him and he was immobilized. Wind Wave was a 2-pronged trident, unbounded wind. Tang San's most powerful control skill. Only when he wielded his golden trident could he use this skill to its fullest extent. It could be said that this was the most powerful control skill in all of Dolua. It was unknown how many people had suffered greatly under the indefinite storm. Back then, the main reason why the sea god was able to stand above all the first-tier gods and stand on equal footing with the god kings was because of this unpredictable tempest. Shandy turned pale with fright. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Only the golden-banded staff automatically protected her. Tang San took a step forward, and his figure turned at lightning speed. He did not attack the sea dragon. The golden trident in his hand was brandished once again, and everything around him became ethereal, as if there was an endless flow of time. Watch the sea turn into mulberry fields, and the clouds pass for 1,000 years. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. When the dead man's Hell King's sword stabbed into it, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood. He had returned to that cold little town. The dark clouds in the sky slowly floated, as if they were about to bring another snowstorm. In a dark alley in Ninua City of the Tianyuan continent, several people wearing tattered cotton-padded jackets were gathered together. One of them was a middle-aged man with a scar on his forehead. He was glaring at a little girl with black hair and black eyes. She was only 12 or 13 years old and was wearing thin clothes. The little girl's body was very thin, and her face was sallow. Her half-length hair covered everything above her nose, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Her whole body was trembling, and her big bright eyes looked at the middle-aged man in fear through her black hair. Pa, the middle-aged man slapped the little girl to the ground and angrily scolded, "You damn girl, you're so stupid. You can't even complete such a simple task. If it weren't for dumb pulling you back, you would still be apologizing to that old lady. I was really blind at that time. How could I have taken in a trash like you? All day long, you only know how to eat and nothing else." Beside the middle-aged man, a boy who was slightly taller than the little girl stepped forward and helped the little girl's trembling body up. He carefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said to the middle-aged man in a daze, "Uncle Lee, please forgive the little girl one more time. I will go and catch a few more fish later. Uncle Lee snorted and looked at the similarly black-haired and black-eyed boy. His voice softened a little as he said, "Dumb, every time you plead for her. Can the few fish you bring back be enough for everyone to eat? In my place, no one can reap without sowing. Little girl, today I will let you go once for Dumb's sake. If there is a next time, let's go." After saying that, he walked out with the other young children. Before they reached the entrance of the alley, Uncle Lee turned back and said to Dumb with a pleasant expression, "Don't forget what you just said. It's best to catch a few big fish, understand?" Dumb nodded in a daze. Only then did Uncle Lee leave with satisfaction. Uncle Lee's figure finally disappeared at the end of the alley. The girl threw herself into Dumb's arms and burst into tears. Dumb stared blankly at the petite body in his arms. He wiped the snot off his face and carefully patted the girl's shoulder. "Girl, don't cry. Does it hurt a lot?" After a while, the girl stopped crying. She lifted her face, which was red from the cold, and looked at the boy in front of her. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Brother Adai, being alive is really painful." Dumb obviously didn't understand the girl's meaning. He took out half of a steamed bun that was as hard as a rock and handed it to her. He said blankly, "Girl, eat this. You won't feel pain when you're full." The girl looked at the silly but sincere boy in front of her. She took the steamed bun and sobbed a few times. "Big brother Dumb, why are you so good to me?" Dummy pulled the girl to a corner and took off his tattered cotton-padded jacket. He draped it over their shoulders and snuggled up to the girl. "Have I been good to you?" he asked innocently. "Have I been good to you? Eat the steamed bun. You won't feel cold after eating it. I still have to catch some fish later." As he spoke, he looked greedily at the steamed bun that was as hard as a rock in the girl's hand. The girl looked at Dumb's honest face and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She used her strength to split the steamed bun into two and handed one to Dumb. Dumb swallowed his saliva and said, I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself." The girl stuffed the steamed bun into Dumb's hands and said, "I have a small appetite. I can't eat that much. Let's eat together." As she spoke, she held the steamed bun with both hands and took a big bite. Dumb made an "oh" sound and wolfed down the steamed bun. Because he ate too quickly, he couldn't help but choke. "Ah, woo." The girl looked at Dummy's flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle. She patted Dummy's back while grabbing a handful of snow from the ground and stuffing it into Dummy's mouth. Dumb worked hard to turn the snow into water. After a long time, he finally swallowed the steamed bun in his throat. He let out a long breath and patted his chest. "Thank you." After a long while, the girl finally finished eating her steamed bun. She suddenly said to Dumb, "Big brother Dumb, when I grow up, I'll marry you, okay?" Girl, what a familiar name. Girl, suddenly, Dumb felt an intense pain in the depths of his heart. Because he clearly remembered how the girl had died in the end. Even though he had taken revenge for her and cut her up inch by inch, he would never be able to bring her back to life. In his life, other than his mother, there were only two women. One was his wife, Xianxia. The other was the girl whom he had depended on when he was young but had left him later on. This name had always been a pain in the depths of his heart. Dumb never thought that he would see the girl again one day. But at this moment, he was like this. What he didn't realize was that his divine power had returned to the way it was when he was in that cold little town. At this moment, a large hand silently pressed against his forehead. "Go, death god." Dumb's body was thrown into the air. All the illusions disappeared in an instant. His eyes were a little sluggish. Of course, he knew what had happened. Even though he didn't understand how the other party had done it. But at this moment, Dumb suddenly realized that his heart hadn't recovered along with his position as the death god. In the depths of his heart, there were always a few weak spots. If he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't have been immersed in the illusion of the millennium white clouds and the reversal of time. However, his body was weak to begin with. In the previous explosion, he, who was the weakest in defense, was the one who suffered the most injuries out of the three divine kings. Whether it was a human or a god, when one's body was weak, one's mind would naturally be weak. What he didn't expect was that the sea god Tang's first target was him. A single move, millennium white clouds, sent him back to that cold little city, and also sent him away from this battle of the gods. Light flashed and the center of the god world lit up behind him. The dead man was teleported away and the competition ended. At this moment, Shandy Pipefish had just broken free from the indefinite storm and Ryukyu on the ground was also released from the ice. The two divine kings had seen with their own eyes how Death God Dummy was enveloped by Tang San's golden trident. Dummy's body had shrunk, and its aura had become stagnant. It had not even been able to resist before it was thrown out by Tang San. Tang San obviously didn't hurt him, but this also meant that they had one less teammate. 3 thunderclap strikes, the 1,000-pound staff technique was used again. This time, there were no more preparatory movements. Shandy Pipefish only had one goal, and that was to not give Tang San a chance to use that move again. Tang San raised the golden trident in his hand and turned his body in a half-turn, fully activating his power. He was using the wild splitting wind hammer technique that his father had taught him. Regardless of whether it was human power or divine power, they were of different levels, but many techniques were common. Boom boom boom. Tang San retreated in response, and Pipefish was also sent flying. Ryukyu punched out, mad battle of the heavens, the explosive energy suddenly increased. But at this time, he still hadn't recovered his blood-red angel transformation. His attack power was naturally much weaker. Tang San used the ghost shadow perplexing track. Although his body was retreating, he didn't panic at all. His right hand was trembling because of the 1,000-pound staff technique's attack, but his left hand swung out the clear sky hammer, and the 1,000-pound wall appeared again, meeting Mad God's attack head-on. Mad God and Shandy didn't back down, and immediately launched a fierce attack. At this time, Tang San showed his superior strength. With the newly acquired Poseidon's trident, his defense was much stronger than before. The sea god's trident, which was now more balanced, allowed him to unleash his cultivation to its fullest potential. Blocking left and right, he actually stood firm in a 1 versus 2 situation. One had to know that Ryukyu and Shandy Pipefish were both famous for their attack power. Even if they weren't in their best condition, their attack power was ferocious. Even in outer space, one could clearly hear the clanging echoes of the battle between the 3 god kings. Tang San used the ghost shadow perplexing track, and used everything he had learned to the fullest. At this moment, he only felt carefree and unrestrained. He didn't know how many years it had been since he'd encountered such pressure. The Shura sword could only attack, but not defend. The Poseidon's trident's attack power was inferior, but it was both offensive and defensive. For a moment, the 3 figures crisscrossed, constantly colliding. Each collision was heavier than the last, and each was more tragic than the last. "You hold him back, I'll destroy that tower," Mad God shouted to Shandy. The previous extreme cold storm had left a deep impression on him. The key to victory in this battle of the gods was whether or not they could destroy the enemy's base camp. Moreover, as long as the base camp was destroyed, no matter how powerful Tang San was, it would be useless. Victory and defeat had been decided. Pipefish naturally understood what Ryukyu wanted to do, and so did Tang San. His biggest problem now was that he had to fight 2 people at once. The golden cudgel in Shandy's hand emitted thousands of rays of light, converging toward the center from all directions. Tang San's Poseidon's trident also vibrated, and it also transformed into countless lights and shadows to meet the attack. He had once left this move to his son, and he had imparted it to his son through a wisp of his avatar. Xianjun Qingyu had a taste of the same destination by different means. But at this moment, all the cudgel shadows suddenly retracted upward. Shandy Pipefish roared, and it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck. At this moment, the space in front of Tang San suddenly became empty, and all his attacks fell on empty air. It was also at this moment that he had enough time to block Ryukyu. However, Shandy Pipefish, who had risen into the air, his body already arched. He held the golden cudgel with both hands and raised it high. Heaven and earth changed colors. There was no doubt that if Tang San blocked Mad God at this moment, then he would have to use his body to face Shandy Pipefish's strongest attack. How difficult would it be to choose? If the pagoda was destroyed, Dolua would lose. Ryukyu was attacking the enemy's vital point. But how terrifying was Shandy Pipefish's all-out attack? Even in the previous battle, he had never used it. This move was called Desperate Gambit. It was the strongest killing move of the Qianjun cudgel technique. Even with Pipefish's cultivation, he had to store up energy before he could unleash this attack. Its power was unimaginable. However, to Mad God and Xiandi's surprise, Sea God Tang San didn't even hesitate. His figure flashed, and he was already beside Mad God. The Poseidon trident in his hand transformed into countless rays of light, which turned into halos that enveloped Mad God. It was the unpredictable storm that he had used before. Was he courting death? Xiandi was puzzled, but he was also somewhat angry. Was he looking down on his attack power? Although Mad God's attack was strong, it was clearly aimed at the pagoda. In the end, he couldn't break free from the unpredictable storm and was trapped by the halos. His body suddenly froze. However, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. With the protection of Mad God's armor and Xiandi's attack about to land on Tang San, the outcome of the battle was already decided. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw Tang San smile in front of him. This guy. As soon as he saw this smile, Xiang had a bad feeling. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the top of the god-transmitting pagoda and landed on the immortal emperor. A frigid storm, another frigid storm. The power of Desperate Gambit was terrifying, but after being hit by the frigid storm, Pipefish felt his entire body turn cold. His divine power felt sluggish, and his vision turned snowy white. No. No matter what, nothing can stop me. It was as if he had returned to the immortal world, when he had used the Jingu cudgel to fight against the heavens and the earth. The intense battle intent made Xiandi return to the era when he was the only immortal. That extremely cold storm only caused him to slow down for a moment, but the throw of the universe still landed. Boom! It hit. Pipefish was overjoyed. The battle was over. He didn't believe that anyone could take a direct hit from his desperate gambit and still have the strength to fight. That was simply impossible. Was the battle finally over? However, when he took a closer look, he was shocked. The one who was sent flying was not Tang San. Metal fragments flew in the air, and half of Ryukyu's shoulder collapsed. Unpredictable wind and desperate gambit, Mad God couldn't take it either. Yes, Tang San had never thought that the frigid storm could really hurt these God King level powerhouses. It was already a pleasant surprise that it could restrain Mad God. Therefore, he only needed that moment of delay to give him a chance. Although Pipefish's desperate gambit wasn't interrupted when he was hit by the frigid storm, his divine sense that was locked onto Tang San was interrupted. Although the process was too short, it was enough for Tang San to switch places with Mad God, who was hit by his unpredictable wind. Therefore, Xiandi's extremely violent desperate gambit didn't land on Tang San. Instead, he completed a perfect cooperation with Tang San and sent God King Xiang, who had the strongest defense, flying. As he expected, Xiang had lost his ability to fight. You idiot! Mad God spat out a mouthful of divine blood with a depressed expression. The center of the god realm behind him lit up, and in a flash, he left the battlefield. Pipefish watched this scene with his mouth agape. This was completely beyond his expectations. He really wanted to explain to Mad God that it wasn't him who was an idiot. It was Tang San, this guy, who was too cunning. However, Xiang didn't give him a chance to explain at all. He had already left the battlefield. He was really wronged. At this moment, Mad God felt like crying but had no tears. What the hell was this? However, he still had to face what he had to face. At this moment, from the beginning until now, out of the 12 God King level powerhouses, only Xiandi Pipefish and Sea God Tang San were left, one-on-one. The Poseidon's trident flashed with golden light. Tang San looked at Xiandi with a gentle smile on his face. Pipefish was clearly panting. He had used up a lot of energy. If not for the Poseidon's trident returning to help him recover, Tang San would have used up even more energy than him. However, at this very moment, the situation before them had undoubtedly reversed. Xiandi had used up a lot of energy, be it the Jingu Bang or himself. Tang San's situation was clearly better than his. Don't think you've won, Pipefish said to Tang San fiercely. Tang San was stunned. Of course I don't think I've won before the fight is over. Pipefish's eyes suddenly focused. He looked behind Tang San and exclaimed, You haven't left? Tang San was stunned. His hair stood on end. The golden trident in his hand transformed into thousands of rays of light that protected the teleportation pagoda behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pipefish did a backflip, stepped on the somersault cloud, and shot back in the direction he had come from. Where was the god behind him? Tang San stared dumbfoundedly at Shandy. Was this guy cheating? Did he run away? That's right. Shandy Pipefish had run away. If he didn't run now, then when? He was already in a disadvantageous situation. If the teleportation pagoda's extreme cold storm was added, he could only wait for death. He had to get out of the range of the extreme cold storm first. Besides, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance. Tang San frowned slightly. His expression was a little serious. Because he had suddenly thought of a problem. The problem was very simple. Shandy Pipefish had teleported back to the Six Divine Realms headquarters several times to protect the Buddha's Saraira. Then, under these circumstances, if he went to the enemy's main camp, Pipefish would be able to take the opportunity to rush over and destroy the god-transmitting pagoda. If he reached the enemy's base camp first, Pipefish could also teleport back using his connection with the Buddha's Saraira. Protect the Buddha's Saraira. In other words, if he left the headquarters now, it was very likely that Pipefish would have a chance to turn the tables. But if he didn't go, how could he win? Relying on the vegetation in the ancient god's ruins, Tang San could barely sense Pipefish's approximate location. After a short while, Pipefish returned to the center of the ancient god ruins. Then he stopped. He was obviously waiting. They waited for Tang San to leave. Although Tang San didn't know how Pipefish could detect his situation, he didn't dare to leave the legacy pagoda. Because he didn't have the ability to teleport back to the headquarters instantly like Pipefish. It wasn't that Tang San didn't want to keep Shandy, but that he had just used Unpredictable Storm consecutively and couldn't use it again. He didn't have the means to keep this person. He had also used Arctic Storm. It wasn't easy to keep a top-level Divine King here. Moreover, Tang San had another problem to consider. Since the Buddha's Saraira was used as the symbol of the headquarters, then, in Pipefish's hands, what kind of power could this Buddha's Saraira unleash? If something went wrong and he was controlled by the Buddha's Saraira for a moment, with Shandy's attack power that even Mad God's armor couldn't withstand, there was no doubt that he could be turned around. Things were a little troublesome. Many times, the more complicated the situation, the easier it was to come up with a countermeasure, because there were more things that could be used. On the other hand, the simpler the situation, the less chances there were. It was like two people playing dice. Whether it was bragging or playing poker, there were always some skills and tactics to speak of. But if you met someone who just wanted to compare the size of your dice, no matter how good your skills were, it would all depend on the heavens. Tang San was now facing such a situation. Pipefish's words about not thinking you've won were indeed very reasonable. In space, Lei Xiang, who had already removed the Mad God's armor, had already recovered from his external injuries after receiving treatment from the God Realm's central hub. At this moment, all the divine kings were looking down at the ancient god's ruins with strange expressions. This idiot is finally smart for once. But isn't this a stalemate? Lei Xiang looked at Chang Gongwei. Chang Gongwei slapped his forehead. There's no other way. Let's see how they're going to break out of this stalemate. Yi Yingzhu, Emperor of Qin, looked at Chang Gongwei and said something to him. Chang Gongwei nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he looked at Dolua and said to Rong Yanbing, the demonic chef of ice and fire, Brother Rong, how about we make a deal? Why don't we end this battle of the gods as a draw? There doesn't seem to be any point in continuing. Everyone was smart, so Rong Yanbing naturally understood what he meant. He nodded and said, I have no objections, as long as the parties involved agree. Then let's go over, Chang Gongwei said. Please. Rong Yanbing made an inviting gesture. Dolua could be proud that this battle of the gods had reached such a level, even though it was 1 against 6. Tang San also fully displayed his elegance as a master tactician. Rong Yanbing believed that his strength and ability were enough to subdue the other party. It was easy to see who would be in charge of the next move. There was no need to determine the victor in this battle. Rong Yanbing could see this from the expressions of the other god kings. After all, Tang San had given up the chance to win in order to save them when he could have defeated the enemy long ago. Just this point alone was enough to render the opposing god king speechless. The 10 great god kings slowly descended and arrived at the edge of the ancient god ruins. Chang Gongwei said in a clear voice, "Brother Tang, the situation is now in a deadlock. Why don't we end it as a draw?" Hearing Chang Gongwei's voice, Tang San frowned slightly and said in a clear voice, "If it's a draw, then what's the point of today's battle? Who will be in charge of our next move?" Chang Gongwei was silent for a while. "I'm willing to let you be in charge. The ability you displayed today is indeed above mine. And to the realm of the gods, escaping from this black hole is the most important thing. A strong leader will give us more opportunities." Hearing him say so, Tang San secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At this time, he absolutely would not be courteous. As the saying went, one should not pass on one's responsibilities. For his wife, for the sake of finding his son, he could not give in no matter what at this time. Since that's the case, Tang San had just said until here when suddenly, a voice came over from far away. "I don't agree to a draw. I haven't lost yet." Without a doubt, the one who transmitted this voice was precisely Shandy Pipefish. Tang San's brows furrowed slightly and did not continue speaking. Chang Gongwei was also stunned. Pipefish's voice came from far away. "Poseidon, I indeed admire you. However, I was not convinced by this competition. You didn't win in terms of strength. You have to admit this point. To be able to reach this situation before your eyes, you actually took advantage of many areas. If it happens again, you all won't have any chance. Therefore, to let me end it in a draw with you like this, I'm still somewhat unconvinced. Why don't we make a bet?" Tang San said without batting an eyelid. "How does Shandy want to bet?" Pipefish said, "As long as you can pick up the string of Buddha relics I left in the base and put it down, it's your win. Otherwise, it's my win." Tang San was stunned for a moment, then he narrowed his eyes. "I'm not betting. Are you afraid?" Pipefish's voice was obviously full of provocation. Tang San shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid, but I don't like gambling." Pipefish chuckled. "You just don't like gambling that you're not confident in. You're just worried that you'll lose to me." "You're right," Tang San said indifferently. Shandy Pipefish said disdainfully, "Coward." Tang San said indifferently, "Childish." "Who are you calling childish?" Pipefish was furious. In space, Ryukyu rolled his eyes. "Is this guy an idiot?" Deadman said coldly, "He's not very clear-headed." Scar's mouth twitched. "I'll go back first and continue calculating. Let me know when you're ready to move." With that, the Emperor of Heaven flew away without looking back. Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, patted his forehead. "Now you know why I didn't agree to let Shandy be the leader. This guy's thinking is different from others. Pipefish, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Hurry up, don't waste time." A delicate voice suddenly shouted. When everyone turned around, the one who spoke was Pipefish's wife, Lyra. Honey, how can you say that? I'm doing this for..." "Don't waste time, honey. The most important thing is for everyone to work together and leave the black hole quickly." Misty Immortal was also speechless. His husband's competitive nature could not be changed no matter what. Pipefish said somewhat indignantly, okay, I'll listen to you guys. Poseidon, for the sake of my wives, let's call it a draw. However, this match is considered a draw. Even if you become the commander of the new god realm in the future, it's fine. However, I still want to make this bet with you. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. The bet is also simple. If you lose, you just have to tell me that I, your brother, have lost. That's all." Tang San really felt that there might be something wrong with this guy's brain. This was really quite childish. "Alright. Let's make a bet then. Come here. I'll see you at halftime." Tang San sighed. Some brainless people were really. As he spoke, he was already flying towards the midfield. On the other side, Pipefish was also flying towards the midfield with the Buddha's Saraira in his hand. The two sides met again in the center of the arena. Pipefish looked more miserable than Tang San. "You lost." This was the first sentence Tang San said when he saw Pipefish. Pipefish was stunned. "What do you mean, we lost?" Tang San said, "You lost the Battle of the Gods." Pipefish asked doubtfully, how did we lose? Tang San pointed at his hand. According to the previous agreement, we each put an item in the base camp. If the item is taken out of the base camp or destroyed, it's considered a loss, right? Pipefish finally understood. He said angrily, we already agreed to call it a draw just now. Tang San said, that's your agreement. When did I agree? You were already about to agree. Pipefish said and suddenly stopped. That's right. Tang San was about to agree earlier, but he was interrupted by him. Therefore, Tang San did not say that he agreed. The God King's words carried enormous weight, but he really did not agree. Looking at the Buddha's saraira in his hand, Pipefish almost couldn't breathe. Ryukyu was already rolling his eyes in the air. You're not afraid of a godlike opponent, but you're afraid of a pig-like teammate. Why didn't I see it before? You let me win. Tang San smiled slightly. The golden trident in his hand flashed with golden light and he withdrew it. He nodded slightly to the gods in the air. No one would have thought that this battle of the gods would end with such a dramatic ending. Poseidon was still standing there at this time, his face alternating between green and red. Tang San shook his head somewhat helplessly. He walked slowly to Poseidon and raised his hand to take the Buddha's saraira in his hand. Pipefish's eyes returned to normal. He looked at Tang San in front of him with shining eyes. Tang San held the Buddha's saraira in his hand and closed his eyes. Time passed by minute by minute. The eyes of the gods in the air were also focused on him. Pipefish was even more focused on looking at the guy in front of him. Although he already admired him in his heart, he was not convinced no matter what. After a long while, Tang San opened his eyes and handed the Buddha's saraira in his hand back to Pipefish. Just now you said that if I can pick it up and put it down, I win, right? Then what should you do? Pipefish's eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief. One had to know that although there were only 18 Buddha's saraira, it represented the Buddha's presence in person. It was where the Buddha's countless reincarnations of memories were. Being hit by this impact, if someone was not recognized by it, it might even cause their mind to sink. Pipefish was already prepared to wait a few days to save Tang San. But he had already broken free from the illusion of the Buddha's saraira in the time it took to eat a meal. This was really incredible. It was simply unimaginable. How was this possible? Brother, you've won. Tang San patted him on the shoulder. Without saying anything else, he soared up. He directly flew out of the ancient god's ruins. In space, except for Celestial Scar, who had already returned, the other god kings were all there. Changongwei looked around at the god kings on his side. What does everyone say? Pipefish, who flew out with Tang San, was the first to speak. If you agree to a bet, you must accept defeat. Since you've lost, you must admit it. Dolua, I have no objections. Ryukyu glared at her fiercely. I have no objections either. The dead man's eyes were a little complicated, but he still said, if you agree to a bet, you must accept defeat. Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin, and the Divine King of Light, Changongwei looked at each other. Changongwei said, Brother Tang, then we'll have to trouble you next. Let's take a break first, then discuss how to leave together. What do you think? All right. Thank you for your trust, everyone. Let's work together to find our home. I also promise all of you. After leaving the black hole, there will be no restrictions on you. If anyone is willing to leave and leave a part of the God realm, I will do my best to help. We all have our own homes, and everyone has their own obsessions. Obsessions don't need to be put down, they need to be found. If you need my help, I will do my best to help. Thank you. The dead man nodded heavily to Tang San. The battle of the gods had thus ended. Only now did the spectating gods of the 7 god realms let out a sigh of relief. Dolua's side was naturally elated. They had fought against 6 god realms with the strength of 1 god realm and won in the end. At this moment, they were more than just excited. Dolua would be the next leader. As long as they could leave this place, there was a possibility of returning to the god realm. What could make them more excited than this? At the same time, Tang San's reputation in Dolua had reached an unprecedented height. It could be said that this victory was orchestrated by him. Without his control, this final glory would not have been possible. Third brother. Her soft and tender body suddenly pounced into Tang San's embrace, hugging him tightly. Tang San hurriedly hugged his wife and gently stroked her long scorpion braid. Don't cry, don't cry. Didn't we win? Moreover, the God Kings are all very good partners. We should have a very good chance of leaving this place. Xiaowu raised her head and looked at Tang San with tear-stained eyes. Her big, moving eyes were filled with guilt. Third brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You have to bear too much alone, and I'm always causing trouble for you. I'll definitely get better. I'll definitely help you find your son. Third brother, I'll be fine. I'll always be by your side. Hearing Xiaowu's words, Tang San couldn't help but tremble. He lowered his head and looked at her seriously. He saw that Xiaowu's beautiful face was flushed red. More importantly, he could clearly feel the determination in her voice. At the same time, along with this determination, his previously lifeless wife seemed to have been rejuvenated at this moment. Her entire spirit seemed to have changed. Xiaowu. Tang San's vision was a little blurry. No matter how strong he was, he still needed a shelter. Nothing was more important than family. He wasn't afraid of any hardship or tiredness. What he was most worried about was his wife's illness, seeing that Xiaowu was really showing signs of getting better. His excitement at this moment was even greater than when he had defeated the 6 god realms. He had won. This was a true victory. Xiaowu stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the lips. She said in a determined voice, if there's another battle of the gods in the future, I'll definitely be by your side to face the strong enemies together. We'll be husband and wife as one. I'll never let you face it alone again. Promise me that no matter what happens, we'll be together, okay? Okay. Tang San hugged her tightly. His voice was already choked with sobs. The battle of the gods had finally come to an end, but the most important moment for the 7 god realms had yet to come. The most important thing was whether they could break free from this black hole and return to the universe. All of the gods returned to their respective god realms. To the god kings, they all needed to rest after such a huge battle. Third brother, why is the golden trident back? Did you contact Wulin again? Xiaowu asked impatiently as soon as they returned to their residence. Tang San nodded, that's right. And I contacted our son again. Even though it was only for a very short moment, he should have already taken the 3rd trial of the Poseidon. Furthermore, I can sense that he's at least at the Dolua level. It seems that the flow of time on our side is quite different from that on his side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sense his consciousness. I'll send the golden trident. Before we left, we Wulin es Dolua, we Wulin the future. From the looks of it, it's very likely that it will fall on our son. Dolua? Our son has already grown up? Xiaowu's eyes were a little glazed over. She could still clearly remember that Tang San was already in his 20s when he became a titled Dolua. After that, he became a god at the age of 25, setting an unprecedented record. Who would have thought that their son would also be a titled Dolua now? In her memory, a titled Dolua was already very capable of protecting themselves on the Dolua continent. Did our son say anything else? Xiaowu asked. Tang San shook his head with a wry smile on his face. At the time, I only sensed it for a very short moment. Our son is doing well, so don't worry. Father and mother are looking after him, so he'll be fine. Xiaowu heaved a long sigh, and a gentle look appeared in her eyes as she leaned into Tang San's arms. I'm sorry, third brother. I was too egotistical. I was only thinking about my own grief, and I neglected you. I won't do that again, I'll get better. I definitely will. Tang San smiled, and said, I'm even happier that you're connected to us than I was when we won the Battle of Gods. We'll definitely find our son, so don't worry. Our top priority now is to charge out of the black hole. Xiaowu nodded, and said, Third brother, you should get some rest. You've expended so much energy, so you should recover as soon as possible. After that, we can prepare with the other divine realms. All right. Tang San nodded, and said, Before that, I'll send the Poseidon trident back to our son. His eyes lit up as he spoke, and the golden trident rune on his forehead abruptly lit up. Tang San made a grabbing motion, and the Poseidon trident appeared in his grasp. Tang San took a deep breath as he took a deep look at his most precious divine tool. Wait for me, Wuling. No matter what difficulties you face, you'll definitely be able to persevere. The golden trident in Tang San's hand abruptly transformed into a streak of light as he spoke, and it abruptly disappeared into his glabella. Tang San's entire body shuddered, and he closed his eyes as if he were immersed in this sensation. After a long while, he opened his eyes again, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "I've sent it back." Xiaowu hugged her husband tightly again, and she didn't say anything as both of them could clearly sense how much they missed their son. Third brother, what did you feel when you held that Buddhist Saraira? Are you all right? Buddhist Saraira? A contemplative look appeared in Tang San's eyes. The Saraira contains reincarnation. Reincarnation? Does that mean we'll return to the past? Xiaowu asked. Not only that, but there's an even earlier time. With that in mind, Tang San's heart rippled involuntarily. This was because what he saw in the world of Buddhist Saraira wasn't the Dolua continent. Instead, he saw everything from an even earlier time, before he had transmigrated to the Dolua continent. At that time, he was still in a place called Earth, and at that time, he was still in the Tang sect of that world. It could be said that everything that he possessed on the Dolua continent was due to the foundation that he had established back then. It was precisely because he had learned the Tang sect's secret techniques that he was able to bring them to the Dolua continent and fuse them with the Soul Master system, thereby creating a miracle in the end. Tang San was very clear that the reason why he had been able to escape so easily was because he had lived with a clear conscience. A clear conscience in his heart, in his family, in his companions, and in the divine realm, hence, in the end, he had been acknowledged by Buddhist Saraira, thereby allowing him to escape. Even his divine sense had undergone a slight qualitative change after being baptized by Buddhist Saraira. One had to realize that for a god king like him, it was extremely difficult for his spiritual power to undergo a qualitative change. However, he had managed to do it. The 7 divine realms fell into a momentary silence. Compared to the silence and devouring of the black hole, there was another chance of survival here. With Dolua's addition, the soul-locking formation became even more stable. After the deep exchange during the Battle of the Gods, everyone had a better understanding of each other. Dolua also began to release the center of his divine realm, and released his divine power to stabilize the soul-locking formation. There was no time in the black hole. When Tang San had completely recovered to his peak condition, the other god kings had basically recovered as well. The damaged or consumed divine artifacts were also restored to their best condition under their respective nourishment. Under Tang San's invitation, the divine kings of the 6 divine realms set foot in Dolua for the first time. The divine king of light, Chonggong Wei, Ryukyu, Dead Man, Shandy Pipefish, Celestial Scar, and Yi Yinzhu, Emperor of Qin. The 6 divine kings had all arrived. On the Dolua divine world side, the ice and fire demon chef Rong Yanbing, the god of kindness Lai Yan, the god of evil Ji Dong, the god of strength Zhou Weiqing, and the god of emotions Hui Yuhao, who had participated in the battle of the gods that day, were led by the sea god Tang San to welcome him in front of the Divine Realms Committee. Under Tang San's guidance, the divine kings walked into the divine council. Shandy Pipefish looked around and pursed his lips. What's the difference? They all look the same. Ryukyu glared at him. No one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Shandy was furious. You want to fight, don't you? Idiot. Mad God rolled his eyes. Mad God had been very dissatisfied with Shandy ever since the end of the Battle of the Gods. It's done. Long Gongwei frowned. Tang San smiled. Let me give you a brief introduction of Dolua. Dolua is a protector of many planets in its original region. In the Divine Realm, the Divine Council reigns supreme. The Divine Council was originally jointly controlled by the 5 divine kings. They were the god of kindness, the god of evil, the god of destruction, the god of life, and the god of Azura. Back then, I entered the Divine Council because I inherited the god of Azura and the god of Poseidon. When the space-time turbulence arrived, the god of life and god of destruction sacrificed themselves to protect the god realm. So, only Blaze, Ji Dong, and I were left. In order to maintain the normal operations of the Divine Council, he invited Nian Bing, Yu Hao, and Wei Qing to manage the Divine Council's affairs together. They barely managed to survive in the chaotic flow of spacetime. Who knew that when I finally found an opportunity, I would be sucked into this black hole? After listening to Tang San's explanation, Chang Gongwei said thoughtfully, the Divine Council? This seemed to be a pretty good model. Is there a master and a subordinate? Tang San said, basically, there isn't. The original Divine Council also votes according to voting. When it comes to major events, we should try to be as democratic as possible. But the current situation is a little special, so I'm in charge of more things. Chang Gongwei said, I think this method is pretty good. In the future, the 7 God realms will merge together, and the Divine Council will control the God realm. This seems like a pretty good choice. Tang San nodded and said, I have the same idea. That's why I invited everyone here to discuss it first. According to the situation of our fight that day, everyone understands each other. So, after the fusion of the God realms is completed, the Divine Council will have enough power to support expansion. The 12 of us will manage the Divine Council together. We'll decide by voting. My only hope is that if we can escape the black hole, we won't separate from the God realm for the time being. The stronger the God realm's energy, the stronger our speed and consciousness will be. I want to return to my original world to find my lost son. As long as I can find my son, it's okay even if our family has to leave the God realm. Ryukyu said, the 12 of us will manage the God realm together? An even number doesn't seem too good. What if it's 6 votes? I think it's more reasonable to have an odd number. Why don't we remove one person? Remove one person? On Dolua's side, the expressions of all the God Kings froze. Remove one person from their side? Indeed, Tang San's proposal seemed fair, but Dolua was a single entity. If half of the God realms were taken up at once, the 6 God realms would be somewhat worried. Tang San didn't answer directly. He also began to think about what Mad God meant. But who knew that Ryukyu's gaze wasn't on Dolua's side? Instead, he looked meaningfully at Shandy Pipefish. What are you looking at me for? Pipefish was instantly angered. Ryukyu said coldly, some idiots shouldn't participate in the management of the God realm. Otherwise, who knows what will happen. Go back and accompany your wife. Do you want to die? Pipefish couldn't take it anymore. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ryukyu. When had Mad God ever been a coward? He immediately stood up and looked at Shandy with disdain. Alright, what time is it now? Yi Yingzhu hurriedly pulled Lei Xiong back. On the other side, Chang Gongwei pushed Shandy away. Tang San was also somewhat helpless. These two really were a very compatible pair, Chang Gongwei said, I agree with Poseidon's opinion. In the previous battle of the gods, everyone can see that our goals are the same. As for the establishment of the God realm, how to manage it in the future is a matter for us to deal with after we leave. We can discuss it again when the time comes. I'll make my stance clear first. I support Poseidon to go back and find his son. After you find him, we'll fulfill the wishes of the others. Whether it's the splitting of the God realm or other things, we'll talk about it when the time comes. So, for now, let's just focus on the 12 divine kings. Tang San nodded. With Chang Gongwei's support, he knew that his idea could basically be realized. The others also quieted down. Chang Gongwei was right. The most important thing now was how to leave the black hole. Before leaving the black hole, anything else was meaningless. Chang Gongwei looked at Scar and said, Emperor of Heaven, tell us about the current situation. Scar nodded and said, according to our detailed calculations, the addition of Dolua will greatly increase the probability of us leaving the black hole. Like I said before, if we want to leave the black hole, we have to simulate a collision similar to the Big Bang of the universe. Using the energy produced by the explosion, we can temporarily blast open a gap in the black hole. The Big Bang of the universe is both a great destruction and a great creation. So, the most important thing for us is to find that critical point. Before that, we have to do a lot of preparation work. For example, we have to integrate all the gods and the core existences of the various god realms into the center of the god realm. When the collision occurs, only the god realm will be affected. The center of the God realm and the other core existences will wait for the moment of the Big Bang to merge with each other and use the explosive force to rush out of the black hole. The expressions of all the divine kings became serious. No matter what the probability was, destruction and creation were almost always separated by a single thought. Previously, the Emperor of Heaven had said that if they were struggling at death's door, they would still be able to survive for a period of time. However, as the black hole continued to devour the God-immobilizing formation, their overall energy would become weaker and weaker. In the end, they would not even have the chance to fight to the death. Therefore, if they wanted to rush out, they had to take advantage of the current situation, when the 7 God realms still had sufficient divine power. Tang nodded. I believe that everyone has already made up their minds. Then, Emperor of Heaven, please tell us what we should do. Scar hesitated for a moment, then said, originally, my idea was to choose a core point and have all the God realms collide at the same location at the same time at a similar speed to trigger this huge explosion. However, after the Battle of the Gods, I had a new idea. After using the model to calculate, the results are better than expected. The probability of success is already more than 60%. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel their spirits rise. It must be known that before Dolua's arrival, the probability of success was only 30%. However, after Dolua's arrival, the probability had actually doubled, and it was more than 50%. This meant that the probability of success was already more than 50%. This was of course a great thing. Emperor of Heaven continued, my new idea is to use one God realm as the target, and have the other 6 God realms collide at the same time. In a situation where there is a target and the God realms themselves are spherical, the timing of the collision and the speed of contact at the moment of collision will be the most stable. It is also most likely that they will collide at the same time. Naturally, the success rate will be greatly increased. Hearing this, the expressions of Dolua's God Kings could not help but change. If it was to be the target, there was no doubt that the strongest God realm would be the most suitable, and naturally, it would be Dolua. Tang raised his hand to stop Rong Yanbing, who was about to speak, and said in a deep voice, Emperor of Heaven, I want to know the specific collision method. Scar couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Tang. After listening to what Tang had just said, the first thing that would come to the mind of a normal person would be that the divine realm would be the first to be destroyed. Wouldn't that mean that all the gods in the divine realm would be buried together with Tang? With Tang intelligence, he obviously would not have missed this point, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he asked about the exact method of collision before making a decision. This calmness was enough to earn the admiration of all the God Kings. Pikefish and Lei Xiang glanced at each other. If it were them, they would have immediately questioned him. Scar said, after all the divine realms have completed their fusion with the center of the divine realm, we will come here and use your divine council as the command center. As the commanders of the divine realms, we will be here to cause the divine realms to collide. Then, we will combine the power of the 12 God Kings and the entire Dolua to complete the collision with the 6 divine realms. When the collision results in a huge explosion, we will forcefully separate the centers of the divine realms from the explosion and suck them into the divine council. Then, they will fuse with the center of Dolua's divine realm, complete the creation process, and rush out of the black hole. All of the God Kings from the Dolua divine realm heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Without a doubt, the God Kings of the other 6 divine realms were the only core of their respective divine realms. It was naturally the safest place for them to be stationed in the Dolua divine realm. They could not ignore their own lives, Scar said seriously. According to my detailed calculations, we should be able to reach a balance with the 6 divine realms if all of us use our superdivine artifacts at the same time. In addition to our own power, Dolua Center, and the power of Dolua Center, we should be able to reach a balance with the 6 divine realms. When the explosion comes, we will be able to receive it. Tang said, in theory, this should be possible. However, at that time I will only be able to use one superdivine artifact. The Poseidon Trident will not be able to be used. I will have to trouble you to include this in your calculations. Scar said, this is not a problem. At that time, each of us will only be able to use one divine artifact. I will give everyone the detailed data in a moment. After that, I will have to trouble all of you to complete the fusion of your divine realm centers as soon as possible. The sooner we complete the preparations, the sooner we can begin. This will also give us more energy to complete the separation. The God Kings nodded in agreement. This was the most logical way to go about it. Scar began to explain in detail his analysis of the data, the angles of the collision, how to trigger it, the destructive force after the collision, and what the God Kings should do at that time. He explained everything in detail to the Divine Realms. In terms of personal combat strength, he was ranked near the bottom among the 12 God Kings. However, in terms of technology, the Space Speed Star Scar world was definitely the strongest among the 7 Divine Realms. A series of complicated calculations were made, including how to trigger the 6 Divine Realms through the center of the Divine Realms. Scar explained every detail with great familiarity. The other God Kings also asked questions one by one if they had any questions. There was only one chance, and there was no room for error. Under such circumstances, there could not be any problems. All the preparations had to be done to the fullest before they could begin the final operation. After an unknown amount of time, the basic process had been confirmed. Only then did the God Kings of the 6 Divine Realms bid farewell and go back to prepare. Before the actual operation, they decided to communicate at least 3 more times to confirm the situation of their respective Divine Realms. It was only after the God Kings of the 6 Divine Realms had left that Rong Yanbing asked Tang San, "Will there be any problems with this plan?" According to the Emperor of Heaven's calculations, Dolua needs to fly to the center of the 6 Divine Realms first. Then, they will start rotating at high speed from all 6 directions and collide at the same time. But what if we really reach the center and the 6 Divine Realms directly collide with us? They won't follow the agreement and come to our side to command. Rong Yanbing's question was also what Blaze, Ji Dong, and Zhou Weiqing wanted to ask. This was related to the survival of Dolua. Tang San shook his head and smiled. At this time, we can no longer doubt our allies. First of all, based on my observations, the God Kings of the 6 Divine Realms are all upright and upright. Of course, this is only my subjective perception and can't be used as a standard to judge them. But at our level, the judgment of the divine sense is often the most accurate. Secondly, they don't dare to take risks, nor do they have any need to. I've already said that after the Divine Realms merge, I won't restrict them. Once they leave here, they can withdraw if they want. There's no reason for them to insist on destroying us. At this point, Tang San paused and his eyes turned cold. Most importantly, I believe they also understand that we may not be able to stop them. If they really want to do that, we still have the ability to destroy jade and common stone at all costs. It's either live together or die together. They won't take the risk. Rong Yanbing nodded thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. As long as there are no other tricks, I believe they won't do anything. Hui Yuhao smiled. I agree with father-in-law's point of view. At this time, everyone needs to work together. They also need our strength. If we find that something is wrong, it won't be too difficult to disrupt their actions. During the Battle of the Gods, they already understood our strength. That Battle of the Gods wasn't just a fight for dominance, but also a process of mutual understanding. I believe they won't be so stupid as to do something that will harm others and themselves. Although he also knew that Tang San did not like him, he was completely convinced by this father-in-law of his and had incomparable trust in him. Tang San glanced at Hui Yuhao and said, "That's right. That's why, from now on, everyone should prepare with all their might. Our God realm is the largest, and we have the largest number of God puppets. Next, we need to compress the God realm to a certain extent. At the same time, all God puppets, starting from level 3, will move into the center of the God realm. After that, we'll move into level 2, level 1, and finally our families. Is everyone alright with this?" No problem. This was a process of working together. Only by putting others before oneself could the confidence of the entire God realm be strengthened. The 7 God realms moved at almost the same time. Every single one of them was making preparations in full swing. Not to mention the busiest Dolua, the other God realms were also doing the same thing. Space Velocity Star Scar God Realm. Scar, are you really going to move the central computer to Dolua? Lilium asked worriedly. One had to know that the central computer of the Space Velocity Star Scar God Realm wasn't just technology. It had been infused with God power and used God power as its source of energy. It could be considered a powerful life form. Moreover, it was closely connected to the center of the entire space velocity star Scar God realm. If something happened to the central computer, the center of the God realm would be unable to be controlled. Scar chuckled and said, "Now is the time to work together. Under these circumstances, the first thing we need to do is strengthen everyone's confidence. See, God Tang-san is a powerful being. From the beginning to the end, he never doubted my plan and trusted me. However, that might not be the case for his subordinates. Dolua is very powerful. He's not the only one who has the final say. There are other God Kings. Since we're going to work together sincerely, we need to give them some confidence. If I move the central computer over, it'll be equivalent to mortgaging it. Although Dolua is the leader this time, we are the true commanders. We need to put down all our defenses before the other God realms can do the same. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Lilium nodded and said, "No matter what you decide, I'll listen to you. I just don't want to be separated from you." At this point, her eyes couldn't help but redden. Before the centers of the 6 divine realms collided, they still needed their respective divine realms to act as centers. Only then could the God Kings use them to remotely control the divine realms. In other words, before the collision, the centers of the various divine realms would not be able to fuse with Dolua's center. They would have to wait for the moment of collision, and only after the explosion would they be triggered by their respective divine kings. Before that, the gods in the center of the God realm naturally had to be separated from their God Kings. Scar hugged Lilium and gently stroked her long hair. His eyes were filled with determination. "Do you still remember the first time we met? You have always been the goddess in my heart. You are kind and persistent. Believe me, we will succeed." All calculations were just data, and the most important factors for success were confidence and determination. Actually, what I didn't tell the other God Kings was that the battle of the gods greatly increased our chances of success. Because we understand each other, we have more confidence in each other's strength. At the same time, we can also see that everyone has an obsession in their hearts. This obsession belongs to everyone. Everyone's. We all want to live, we all want to return to our original universe. Look at God Tang-san. How could he not give it his all in order to go back and find his son? We all have our own obsessions. That is the most important thing. Therefore, I believe that each of our obsessions will become a percentage that will be added to this operation. We must first believe that the final result will be 100% success. We will definitely be able to create a brand new divine realm. Only then will we have the greatest chance of success. Lilium hugged her husband tightly. "No matter what decision you make, I will stand by your side. Of course, I believe that you will protect our family. Go, whatever you want to do, the entire divine realm will support you. You don't have to worry about the family. I will guide everyone to complete the integration. If you need any data, feel free to contact me with your divine sense. We will communicate immediately." After a short moment of weakness, this goddess, who was once the most respected in the space speed star Scar world, began to calm down. Because she was very clear that at this crucial moment, what she should do the most was to be a good wife to her husband, and help him complete everything that came next. After kissing Lilium's forehead, Scar turned to a golden cube behind him. This cube was not big, but it projected a huge screen of light into the sky. Within the screen of light, countless runes and numbers were spinning rapidly. Scar walked to the front of the golden cube and said in a deep voice, "Space speed, begin to shrink." "Let's go." "Yes, Master." "Begin to shrink immediately." Rays of light flickered, and the screen of light in the sky began to transform into streams of light and merge with it. Scar smiled. Scar, let's get ready to go." A golden phantom silently appeared beside Scar and circled around him. It seemed to be in the shape of a dragon, but it also seemed to be in other forms. It seemed to be constantly changing. Starstreak was his mount, as well as his most important companion. However, it did not appear in the Battle of the Gods. If one had to define the Emperor of Heaven in the Battle of the Gods, it would be, balance, only I am in the immortal world. Pipefish stood at the top of his heavenly court and watched silently as the heavenly priests walked into the center of the immortal world. His expression was a little ugly. The ethereal holy man and Lyra were by his side. Including Ming Yun, his other wives had already taken the lead to enter the center of the immortal world. That was because he had to express his determination to all the immortals in the immortal world. His family would also stay in the center of the immortal world and live and die with everyone. Don't be too stressed. We will succeed. The ethereal holy man held on to Pipefish's hand. Pipefish nodded his head gently. I'm fine. Lyra pursed her lips and said, maybe he can't wait to get rid of us, so that he can be free in the future. Pipefish creased his brows and didn't say anything. The ethereal holy man shot a look at Lyra, hinting for her to stop talking. Tianqin, however, acted as if she did not see his gaze, reprimanding him, are you looking down on us? Are you despising us for tormenting you? You. Enough. Shandy Pipefish shouted angrily. Are you done? Lyra was stunned at first. Then, her brows furrowed. You're fierce to me. Pipefish turned around suddenly. His eyes were already red. I despise all of you? If I despise all of you, will I be at your mercy every day? Will I listen to whatever you say? If I despise all of you, will I be by your side every day? Will you do whatever you want? If I despise all of you, will I allow you to arrange everything for me? It's because I love all of you too much that I'm like this. All the pain and suffering on the surface is just an act for all of you to see, so that all of you can have more fun. In fact, I'm enjoying myself too. I'm enjoying the joy of being with my family. As soon as he said that, Lyra's face was already covered in tears. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. I can't bear to part with you. I can't bear to part with you. Don't leave us, okay? I'll let you fight back, okay? I won't bully you anymore. You can do whatever you want. You can sleep with whoever you want. Don't leave us. We can't live without you. How could she really question her husband at this time? She was just sad and couldn't bear to part with her lover. They had to repeat the same or similar life every day. Even if the immortal world didn't seem to lack anything, their hearts were more or less empty. However, when it came to the possibility of ending such a life, Lyra realized that she was extremely afraid. What she was most afraid of was losing her husband. No one could predict what would happen after the Big Bang. There was a chance of success, but there was also a chance of failure. However, if it failed, they would be separated forever. Perhaps everyone would die. However, Lyra was most worried that he would leave and she would still be alive. They all knew that in this collision, Dolua, who was at the center of it all, was the most dangerous. Misty the Immortal stood at the side, and his eyes were also red. When all the women left earlier, all of them were suppressing their emotions, afraid that they would affect Pipefish. Lyra finally couldn't hold it in and her emotions exploded. Pipefish bit his lower lip, and his eyes became extremely determined. I'll be back. We'll never be separated. I promise you. So what if it's a black hole? Even if it can swallow everything, I'll poke a big hole in it. I'll take you back and continue to live our carefree lives. Lyra, believe me, we'll never be separated. Lyra raised her head and looked at him with tear-stained eyes. Hubby, you really didn't blame me for all these years? Pipefish looked at her beautiful tear-filled eyes. Silly girl, why would I blame you? Have you forgotten how much you sacrificed for me in the world where I was the only immortal? Those little things will always linger in my heart. As long as you are by my side, you can do whatever you want. I will only pamper you, spoil you, and accompany you. Lyra burst into tears again. She hugged Pipefish tightly and refused to let go. Misty Immortal Sovereign wanted to persuade him but didn't say anything in the end. Perhaps, at this time, with such a tie, he would be more confident and their operation would be smoother. She put her palms together in front of her and prayed silently. Mad God Realm. Lei Xiang stood at the highest peak of the god world, gazing into the distance. In the distance, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Mad God's god realm always had two sides, just like when he first entered the god realm and faced the great war of the gods. Brother Tiramandes, if only you were still here. If I had you by my side, I wouldn't have to face all of this. No matter how powerful a god was, there were times when his heart was weak. It was the same for him. Mad God's god realm had also started to move the center of the god realm. Mou was personally directing there. She told Lei Xiang to calm down, rest, and relax his mind. They would take care of everything else. That was why Lei Xiang had some free time now. The past flashed through his mind. To him, the most precious memory was before he became a god. As a mixed blood of the human race, demon race, and beastman race, his proudest thing was that he used his own power to finally make the three races peaceful. The happiest thing was that he had 4 wives. He still clearly remembered that because of Xian's disappearance, he had abused Mou. That was the most despicable thing he had ever done in his life. He had always felt that he owed Mou. But, he didn't regret it. Because, if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been with Mou. After all, Mou was the princess of the demon race at that time. And he was a spy of the beastman race in the human world. Thinking back to the past, Lei Xiang couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It was as if he had returned to his youth. If he could do it all over again, it wouldn't be bad. Just then, a pair of cold little hands covered his eyes from behind. Lei Xiang smiled, Xiao Shui, right? Humph. How can you guess it every time? So boring. Zixue walked out from behind him and sat down beside him. Very naturally, she leaned her head on his shoulder. Lei Xiang chuckled, of course I can guess, because only a silly girl like you would do that. Zixue pouted, then can't you pretend that you can't guess? My sisters are directing everyone to enter the center of the god realm. I have nothing to do, so I came to accompany you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Why would I? Lei Xiang hugged her and gently touched her tender face. Zixue, do you still remember the first time we met? Zixue smiled, of course I remember. At that time, I thought, where did this silly big guy come from? Hee hee. Lei Xiang said unhappily, forget about the big guy, how am I silly? You are silly. You are silly. Zixue giggled. Lei Xiang said proudly, so be it. In any case, I managed to trick you into my hands in the end. Zixue was stunned, you're poisonous. Do you know? My sisters and I both think you're poisonous. Otherwise, why would we fall for you so irredeemably? Lei Xiang lowered his head and kissed her lips. Zixue didn't struggle. She hugged his neck tightly and responded in a childish manner. The poisonous ones are you too. Lei Xiang let go of her lips after a long time and looked at her closely. Zixue blushed, how am I poisonous? Lei Xiang chuckled, I'm poisoned. What should I do? Hurry up and help me detoxify. The one who started it needs to be untied. As he said that, he turned and pressed Zixue under him. Zixue exclaimed, it's broad daylight, and we're in the wilderness. What are you doing? Lei Xiang smiled evilly, what do you think I'm doing? Everyone has gone to the center of the god realm. No one can save you, my little lamb. Zixue pushed his face away with her small hands, no, no. Aren't you going to do something big soon? How can you? Lei Xiang said, it's precisely because of this that I need to relieve the pressure now. Don't you know that this kind of thing is the best way to relieve pressure? You. Woo-woo. The kind-hearted god of death. Xianxia sat on Dump's lap, her face resting on his shoulder as she gently blew into his ear. Looks like we are the most free people here. Xianxia smiled. Dump turned to look at her, why don't you come with me to Dolua? Xianxia shook her head, no, I can't go with you. The others didn't bring their families, but you brought me. How can the other god kings be at ease? I will stay here and take care of our home. Don't worry. Dump pursed his lips and held her hand, you, do you know? That day, I thought of that lass. Xianxia was stunned, you thought of the past? Dump nodded, I don't want to think about the past. It's too painful. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem so painful anymore. Maybe it's because I have you by my side. Dump paused for a moment before saying, it's been hard on you, you. For so long, our god world only has you and me. You have always accompanied me and Gudu without any complaints. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to the fusion of the God world. That way, we won't be alone anymore. We will also have companions that we can communicate with every day. Xianyu looked at Dum in surprise. In her heart, she had always thought that Dum liked peace and quiet. This was the first time he had said something like this. Dum smiled and stroked her long hair. Even if we go back to look for them in the future, we need a home of our own. A strong home. At the very least, we won't have to face dangers like this. So as long as you agree, I won't leave after the fusion of the God world. Actually, I've never wanted to be a God king, much less a ruler. I just want to be with you and live a happy and peaceful life. It's a good choice to have some friends and companions. So whether it's Long Bao or that sea god Tang San, I don't have any objections to them ruling the God world. Anyway, it can't be me. From the battle of the gods, it can be seen that they are all trustworthy people. I can also relieve myself of my responsibilities. Dolua's arrival can be confirmed as a good thing through the battle of the gods. I just want to help everyone escape from the black hole with all my strength. Then, we will have a new home. I've been to the Dolua Divine Realm, and it's really beautiful. The new Divine Realm should be based on the original Dolua Divine Realm. When the time comes, we will find a place where we belong. We will be very happy. Hearing his words, Xianyu's beautiful eyes revealed a look of longing. If that's the case, that would be great. You've always carried too many things on your shoulders. Are you ready to let them go now? Dummy sighed softly. It's time to let go. What's there to not let go of? Child of light. With his hands behind his back, Long Gongwei habitually stood in front of the center of the God realm and observed it. Mu Zimo stood beside him and asked softly, "Are you disappointed?" Chang Gongwei turned to look at her. "Why?" Mu Zimo said, "You lost in the end. And it's not in terms of strength." Chang Gongwei smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm not disappointed. In fact, after I saw through Tang San's character, I didn't even think about winning." Eh? Mu Zimo looked at her husband in surprise. In her heart, her husband had always been a very competitive person. Chang Gongwei smiled. "Why do you want to win?" "I'm different from them. In fact, I don't have any obsession. I'm very satisfied with my current life. There are regrets. My former companions are gone, but we can't bring them back to life. So, I can only accept my current life and cherish the past. So, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Being the leader gives me a sense of accomplishment, but in fact, I have to bear more responsibilities. I'm not interested in responsibilities at all. If it weren't for Yingzhu and the others forcing me to do something beyond my ability, I wouldn't have thought of being the leader. Now, Dolua is here. Sea God Tang San is here. He has conquered everyone with his performance. He's a more suitable leader than I am. Moreover, with him in charge, I can rest assured. Isn't this good? After the fusion, the divine realm might really evolve into a divine star. That's what I want to see. Once the new divine realm becomes a divine star, we'll be the peak existence in the universe. Unless we encounter another divine star, there's very little that can threaten us in the universe. Even if we encounter another black hole, it's nothing. Divine star? Mu Zimo said, "I've never heard you say that you had such a wish before." Chang Gongwei smiled. "That's because I never saw hope before. Now, there's finally hope. Of course, I have to think more and do more." Mu Zimo sighed softly. In fact, the heavens have treated us exceptionally well. Compared to ordinary human beings, our lives are already so long. I don't have any wishes. As long as I can be with you, I'll accompany you no matter what you want to do. Chang Gongwei turned around and gently touched Mu Zimo's head. "Everything I do is to give you a stable environment to live in. For you, I'm willing to love the whole world." The melodious sound of the zither was like the gurgling sound of flowing water. Yi Yingzhu, Emperor Qin, was dressed in white. His long hair was scattered behind his head, giving him a somewhat otherworldly feeling. The sound of the zither reverberated in the bamboo forest. From time to time, one could see the bamboo forest rippling and smell the bamboo fragrance. It was indescribably moving. His zither music was tranquil, but his eyes were full of reluctance. He was really reluctant to part with the divine realm that he had created with his own hands. A big collision, a big explosion, and everything here would no longer exist. The divine realm that he had created with his own hands would completely disappear. Z was sitting not far away from him, quietly listening to his zither music. They had been brothers for many years. The life contract of the same level had already connected them as one. He didn't need to ask to understand Xianxia's current mood. What's more, in his heart, how could he be willing to part with everything in front of him? The construction of the divine realm had originally been part of his strength. Xianxia's wives weren't there. Only the two of them were left in the room. It was rare for it to be so quiet. Z, have you really decided to stay here? Xianxia pressed his hands on the zither strings, erasing the vibrating sound waves. Z nodded. Do you blame me? Xianxia, Emperor Qin shook his head. No, I know what you mean. You're doing this to strengthen my conviction. In fact, if my family is gone, what's the point of living alone? It's just that I've already gotten used to having you by my side. Without you, I'm a little timid. If outsiders were to hear the Emperor Qin say that he was a timid son, they would definitely be so shocked that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. However, in front of the Purple Emperor, the Emperor Qin wouldn't hide anything. They had long gone beyond the category of friends. From the moment they met, they were already brothers. Brothers with two bodies and one life. Z smiled. He rarely revealed such an expression. He stood up and walked to Xianxia's side, his broad and strong hands pressing down on his shoulders. You won't be timid. Or rather, even if you are, you'll turn your timidity into strength. That's the Xianxia I know. Other than the Zither faction, you also have the Bamboo faction. The tenacity of bamboo is something that you never lack. I believe you can do it. Even more than I believe in myself. I'm leaving. I'll wait for you. Back then, we were able to create the divine realm with our own hands. Now, we can still bring our families and rebuild our home. After saying this, Z patted his shoulders again. Then, he stood up straight and strode out of the bamboo house with his head held high. Xianxia opened his mouth. He wanted to call out to him, but in the end, he couldn't open his mouth. He sighed and shook his head. However, a faint smile appeared on his face. That's right. With so many ties tying him down, although he was timid, his trembling had ignited a fighting spirit that hadn't appeared in a long time. The last time this fighting spirit had appeared, it was when he had charged into the enemy country alone with his zither. In order to take Sula away, he had charged into the arena. In the end, he and his zither had taken the beauty away from him with a song of a phoenix seeking for a phoenix. Thinking back to those extraordinary years, Xianxia's body unconsciously began to glow with a gentle white light. It was as if something had been ignited in his eyes. Hey, don't mess around. It's not done yet. We'll eat later, Rong Yanbing said to Kitty helplessly. But Kitty didn't care. She giggled as she picked up a piece of half-finished fish and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Didn't you say that fresh fish is the best? Kitty giggled. Rong Yanbing said helplessly, I already said that I'm going to make you a slow-cooked dish today. This is my latest cooking method. Stew it in warm water at about 40 degrees Celsius for more than 8 hours. It keeps the food fresh and doesn't let the meat get old. It's especially delicious. It's still not time yet. Kitty giggled. Okay, I'll wait a little longer. By the way, my sister said that they're starving and want you to hurry up. Rong Yanbing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But it can't be fast. If it could be fast, wouldn't they have been fast a long time ago? Kitty leaned forward, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. I'll go out first. Watching her skipping away, Rong Yanbing's gentle gaze gradually turned into a trace of nervousness. Looking at the 7 kitchen knives in his hand, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, this definitely won't be my last meal. It definitely won't. He always had a wish, which was to be able to travel the universe, to find other places with life, to find all kinds of delicious food. He never thought of himself as a magician. He preferred to be a chef. Only a chef would be able to satisfy himself and others the most. Back then, when he learned cooking from his teacher, Zhaji, he fell in love with this profession. Until now. His fingers moved, and a light knife appeared at his fingertips. It was like a faint blue light jumping up and down. Rong Yanbing, the demon chef of ice and fire, never only had 7 kitchen knives. He had an 8th knife, the ghost-carving godly knife. Ghost bewildering moon, ice stream shattering, carved into a jade phoenix returning. Divine music playing a clear tune, the sound of the knife moving the clouds, startling the birds. This acrostic poem was the portrayal of the ghost-carving godly saber. Even sea god Tang didn't know that the demon chef had such a knife. It was the demon chef of ice and fire's 8th knife. Even during the battle of the gods, he did not use his 8th saber. This was because he didn't want to use the ghost-carving godly blade in a spar. Who said the ice-fire demon chef didn't have a super divine tool? He didn't use it in the battle of the gods because he didn't want to kill anyone, and he didn't want to expose all of his trump cards. When he saw Tang save Celestial Scar, the divine king of light, and Chonggong Wei, he knew that the outcome was already decided. Winning or losing was no longer important. Therefore, he silently put away the ghost-carving godly saber in his hand when he finished the incantation. However, this time, he might really have to use it. If he didn't use it now, he might never have another chance. Dazzling flames rose as the pure young god fire and netherine true fire fused together. Black and white gradually moved from within, forming a tornado that rose into the sky. It still doesn't work. I can't find the feeling I had before, Ji Dong said helplessly. He and Blaze were the most relaxed of all the divine kings because they didn't have to face the separation of their families. They only had each other, and they would face everything together. However, in order to face everything better, they had been searching for the profound meaning of the intersection of good and evil that they had used before. Of course, they could also feel how powerful the power of live and die together was. If they could control that power, there was no doubt that it would be an excellent defense against the next big explosion. Dolua was the core, and Dolua's center of the divine realm was the most important. The most important thing about the great explosion was that the explosion of the 7 divine realms created an enormous amount of energy. Dolua's center of the divine realm had to complete its defense, and at the same time, he had to pull the centers of the other 6 divine realms over and fuse them with himself. Only in this way could he finally succeed and take the opportunity to escape the black hole. He had to return to the universe and find an opportunity to create a brand new divine realm. Therefore, the most important thing was to defend against the power of the great explosion. This all depended on their strength. According to the agreement, on Dolua's side, Tang would be in charge of the defense of the center of the divine realm. The 6 divine kings of the 6 divine realms would be responsible for pulling the centers of the other divine realms together. Everyone worked together and cooperated with each other. During the Battle of the Gods, Blaze and Ji Dong had become burdens because they had been triggered by the great explosion. Otherwise, if they had followed Tang San's plan, they wouldn't have been so passive in the end. Although Tang San and the others didn't say anything, Ji Dong and Blaze had always felt guilty. After the 2 returned, they had been working hard to cultivate, hoping to master the profound meaning of that move. Blaze said, "Don't worry. Let's take it slow. Without the state of mind at that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to release the yin and yang true fire. This isn't something that can be done overnight." Ji Dong said with a wry smile, "Yes. It's because we don't dare to recall it, and we don't want to. No matter how much we force ourselves, we can't really enter that state because of self-protection." "Damn it," Blaze said, "at least we have touched the edge of the yin and yang real fire. We can still use the simplified version. Moreover, when it's time to take action, maybe we will enter that state again. At that time, we will naturally be able to use it." Ji Dong nodded gently, a faint smile on his face. "Well, let's take it slow." The flames on their bodies rose again, and they solidified. Blaze shook her body and changed into another appearance. Although she was beautiful, she was different from the original her. She looked exactly like Princess Jin Sichuan of the Eastern Wood Empire. Looking at her in front of him, Ji Dong began to recall. Zhou Weiqing struggled to break free from the entanglement of their limbs and quietly got out of bed. Walking to the courtyard, he put his hands on his waist and let out a long sigh. Today, the family members of each family were going to enter the center of the god realm. He didn't know what the other families were like, but his 3 wives had chosen to ruthlessly squeeze him dry. Even with his Herculean physique, he couldn't bear it. But he had to admit that this was the best way to reduce stress, at least for him. After the temporary backache was resolved, he felt refreshed. At that time, in the world of the heavenly jewel change, he had the title of hating the sky without a handle and hating the earth without a ring. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to those glorious days. He stretched his body and muttered to himself, "When we succeed, we will fight 300 rounds with them and let them know how powerful I am." He. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong held hands as they floated in midair, gazing at the immortal clouds in the distance. "You can't bear to part with her?" Hui Yuhao asked softly. Tang Wutong giggled. "There's nothing to be reluctant about. No matter how beautiful the god realm is, you won't be able to appreciate its beauty after staying in a place for too long. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the Dolua continent for fun." Hui Yuhao laughed. "I should be glad that you're so playful." Tang Wutong shrugged. "That's why you're so lucky. Tell me the truth, do you regret it? If you hadn't chosen me, perhaps you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Father loves me too much, so he can't bear to let me get married. It's not that he's targeting you. No matter who my husband is, I'm afraid he won't have a good time." Hui Yuhao smiled. "Why should I regret it? Without father-in-law's encouragement, I wouldn't be where I am today. Father-in-law only treats me harshly on the surface, but I know how good he is to me. If it weren't for his recognition and care, how could I have entered the Divine Council? He's never let me face any real danger. In fact, I feel more and more that he's starting to love me for my sake." Tang Wutong smiled. "That's because you did well. Otherwise, father wouldn't have acknowledged you so quickly. In fact, he already acknowledged you when he allowed you to marry me. It's just that he's too stubborn and unwilling to admit it. Most importantly, he can't bear to part with me." Hui Yuhao sighed softly. "At least I've had enough. Father-in-law is under a lot of pressure. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help father-in-law in the Divine Council." Tang Wutong giggled. "What if he makes you the highest god king one day?" Hui Yuhao turned pale with fright. "That can't be. Father-in-law can't cheat his son-in-law like that, right?" Tang Wutong rolled her eyes at him. "You're such an unambitious person, aren't you?" Hui Yuhao said without hesitation, "I joined the Divine Council to curry favor with my father-in-law. I don't want to be the highest divine king. Father-in-law is working so hard, so let someone else do it. I think the evil god isn't bad either." Tang Wutong said, "The god of evil cannot become the highest god king, much less the god of kindness. Dad mentioned it to me last time. But after so many things happened, he didn't say anything more. Dear wife, if you want me to spend more time with you, you must not let father-in-law have this idea." Hui Yuhao could see how much pressure Tang San was under. Moreover, he really had no intention of ruling over a realm. Tang Wutong glared at him. "I don't know who was the one who said that he wanted to share his father's burden. How long has it been? You're going back on your word." Hui Yuhao smiled bitterly. "I'm not going back on my word. I can share his burden, but I don't want to take his place." Tang Wutong giggled. "Then do as you deem fit." Hui Yuhao hugged her. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. I'm willing to do anything for you." Tang San slowly put down his palms from Xiao Wu's back and side. When he opened his eyes, there was obvious joy on his face. After a short while, Xiao Wu turned around and threw herself into Tang San's arms. She hugged his neck. Tang San smiled. "Much better. The pent-up energy in your body is gone. Next, you'll slowly recover. With the nourishment of divine power, it won't take long for you to recover." He was the happiest that his wife's health was improving. Naturally, he was in a good mood. After Xiao Wu connected her thoughts that day, the battle of the gods ended. Naturally, her body's condition improved, and she recovered without any medicine. "Third brother, you've worked hard these days. Not only did I not help you, but I also kept dragging you down and making you worry. I won't do it again. No matter what happens, I'll face it with you. We'll face all difficulties together. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Just like when we faced Bibi Dong and Xianxia on the Dolua continent, I'll always be by your side. Our son is very important, but you're also the most important man in my life. Tang-san hugged his wife tightly and said gently, I'm satisfied that you can get better. As long as I can see you healthy, lively, and cheerful, it's enough for me. I'll take care of everything else. You don't have to worry. This time, we'll definitely be able to charge out and find our son. Yes. The two of them hugged each other tightly and didn't speak for a long time. They enjoyed the rare silence. After a long time, Xiaowu suddenly twisted her body in Tang-san's arms and said softly, Third brother, I think my body's condition is okay. We haven't done it in a long time. As she spoke, she touched Tang-san's chest. Tang-san's heart warmed. He hesitated and said, No, I'll wait for you, alright then. Xiaowu suddenly agreed. Tang-san's expression stiffened. He really wanted to say that he was just being polite. After all, they hadn't been intimate for a long, long time. How could he not want to? A strong sense of loss filled his heart. Xiaowu giggled. I'm just teasing you. Little rascal. Humph, I won't let you off. No, another long time passed. He gently stroked her scattered scorpion braids and whispered in her ear, Darling, I'm willing to love the entire world for you. Dolua, the Divine Council. At this moment, the entirety of Dolua was filled with a strange silence. It wasn't just Dolua. The Son of Light Divine Realm, Mad God Divine Realm, Death God Realm, Lone Immortal Divine Realm, Space Speed Star Scar Divine Realm, and Emperor Qin Divine Realm were all terrifyingly quiet. Not a single living being could be sensed. Only in the Divine Council were 12 figures standing in a circle around Dolua. They were the 12 Divine Kings, the 12 Divine Kings who represented the survival of the 7 Divine Realms. Poseidon, Azure God Tang-san, Hui Yuhao, God of Emotions, Rong Yanbing, Demon Chef of Ice and Fire, Zhou Weiqing, God of Strength, Blaze, God of Kindness, Ji Dong, God of Evil, Divine King of Light, Changgang Wei, God of Light, Ryukyu, God of War, Dead Man, God of War, Shandi Pipefish, God of War, Celestial Scar, God of War, Yi Yinzhu, Emperor Qin, God of War. The 12 Divine Kings sat cross-legged around the center of Dolua's divine realm. They held their breaths and focused, adjusting their state of mind. If one looked closely, they would discover that all 7 divine realms, including Dolua's, were smaller than before. Even the Godlock Formation's area of control had shrunk by a third. Divine power was stored inside, waiting for this historic moment to arrive. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website, all the adjustments had reached the final stage. The 6 Divine Kings kept their promise and all of them came to Dolua. At this moment, the 12 Divine Kings were no longer separated from each other. They all had the same thought, which was to leave this place, to leave the black hole. To find a chance to be reborn. Every one of them had a solemn look on their faces. They all had their own nervousness. If they succeeded, they would be able to see the world. If they failed, everything would disappear. In fact, what the Divine Kings were most worried about was not failure, but a certain degree of success. This was especially true for the Divine Kings of the 6 Divine Realms. If the big explosion succeeded and they finally rushed out of the black hole, but if they were unable to draw the center of the Divine Realm that they were originally in over here, then their friends, family, and companions would remain in the black hole forever. Without the protection of the God-stabilizing array, they would definitely not have a corpse left, therefore, at this moment, their hearts were all filled with obsession. They only had one thought, which was to succeed in this breakthrough no matter what. Celestial Scar was the first to open his eyes. Silver light flickered in his eyes. Affected by the change in his aura, the other Divine Kings opened their eyes one by one. The 12 Divine Kings all had different auras, but at this moment, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. The 12 of them stood up at almost the same time. Celestial Scar nodded at Sea God Tang-san and said in a deep voice, It's about time. All the preparations for the God-stabilizing array are ready. We're just waiting for your order. We can begin now. Tang San took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. He said in a deep voice, "The next moment will be the most difficult moment we've ever faced. For our families, companions, for our future, for the obsession in our hearts. No matter what, no matter the cost, we must succeed. At this moment, we are one. As the leader of this operation, I will also do my best. Brothers and sisters, for the future. For the future." The 11 divine kings shouted in unison. At this moment, the blood in their chests was already boiling and burning. Every divine king's eyes seemed to have flames dancing in them. Their blood had already been ignited. Their faith had been raised to an unprecedented level. Tang San's eyes shone brightly. Purplish gold light flickered in his clear eyes as he shouted, "Begin." As soon as he shouted, the sea god Tang San, the god of emotions Hui Yuhao, the demon chef Rong Yanbing, the god of kindness Blaze, the god of evil Ji Dong, and the god of strength Zhou Weiqing all stepped forward and entered the inner circle. At the same time, they extended a hand and pressed it against the center of Dolua's god realm. Suddenly, the originally quiet center of the god realm shone brightly, and an incomparably powerful divine power gushed out from the center of the god realm. Within Dolua, whether it was the chirping of birds, the fragrance of flowers, the fields and thatched cottages, whether it was the lingering immortal clouds or the clear springs and streams, everything shook at this moment. Along with the enormous amount of divine power coming from the center of the god realm, the entire god realm began to show signs of accumulating divine power. All of the divine power that made up the god realm began to flow in the direction of the center of the god realm. At the same time, the divine king of light Changgang Wei raised his right hand, and the radiant holy sword shone brightly, and an incomparably rich light element gushed out from his body. The divine king has bestowed upon me the radiant holy sword. Radiant light illuminates the firmament. A golden pillar of light shot out from the radiant holy sword, illuminating the horizon, and also passed through the god stabilizing array, steadily landing on the Son of Light's god realm in the distance. In an instant, the entire Son of Light's god realm became completely bright, and a dazzling golden light surrounded the god realm, giving people an indescribable feeling. The brilliant golden light was faintly discernible, and it emitted an intense fluctuation of divine power. Every time the divine power changed, it gave people an unimaginable feeling of surging. The Son of Light's god realm moved, and the golden god realm slowly changed, and as it moved, the god stabilizing array on his side began to collapse, and the entire god stabilizing array also began to shake somewhat irregularly. Ryukyu, equipped with the mad god's battle armor. He loudly chanted, "Darkness gathers the soul, and only the fallen can be free. Awaken, the endless demonic power slumbering in my blood." Pairs of wings spread out behind him, and he turned into a 12-winged fallen angel. Immediately after, a bloody light burned in his eyes, and an incomparably powerful battle intent erupted like a volcano, instantly dyeing the 12 wings on his back red. Blood-red angel transformation. After the blood-red angel took shape, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of blood energy suddenly erupted from Mad God's body, and instantly poured into the Mad God realm in the distance. The Mad God realm's surface lit up with a layer of dark red light, and under the guidance of this incomparably powerful divine power, it slowly moved in the direction of Dolua together with the Son of Light's God realm. Dead man, for the first time, he used both hands to hold the hilt of the Hell King's sword. At this moment, there were only 3 figures constantly flashing in his mind. The clearest figure was his wife, Mystic Moon, and the other 2 figures were the ones who gave him life, but also brought him endless pain and suffering. The Divine King and the Underworld King. I will go back. I will definitely go back. No matter what, I will ask you clearly face to face. A sharp and cold aura suddenly burst out from Dead Man's body, and he suddenly pulled out the Hell King's sword from his chest, and a gray light that emitted a crystal light cut through the sky, slashing towards the kind god of death's god realm from afar. The kind god of death's god realm's central golden room, and Mystic Moon, who sat in the central room, responded to him from afar. The god realm trembled, and with a faint gray aura, it flew towards Dolua's direction. Shandy Pipefish, the Jingu Bang pointed to the horizon, and at this moment, he appeared incomparably solemn. He could not forget the tears of his wives, and in his heart, he never lacked stubbornness. A strong will to fight against the heavens and the earth, and a crazy battle intent that would never admit defeat, all of these caused his aura to reach a peak at this moment. A green light shot out from the tip of the Jingubang, and behind Shandy, an illusory figure that was exactly the same as him was constantly changing, as if it was performing his 1,000-pound staff technique. And in this process, his aura was also constantly rising. Only my immortal god realm was affected, and began to move. Space Speed Star Scar Divine Realm, Celestial Scar. The demonic god bow was drawn to the maximum, and a demonic god arrow was shot towards the Space Speed Star Scar Divine Realm. In his mind, a pair of bright eyes lit up, and that was his wife, the wife who changed his life. How difficult was everything in the past, but they all survived, and all of the calculations were done by him, and he was also the one who had the most confidence among all of them. Come. The time to create a miracle has come. Genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. The Star Scar Divine Realm, which was composed of 3 small planets, spiraled and flew towards Dolua, the Emperor Qin's divine realm. Yi Yingzhu played with both hands and placed 2 gyukins on his knees. Behind him, the Purple Emperor's figure was faintly discernible. He was one with the Purple Emperor, resonating with him from afar. The sound of the zither was sometimes like the sound of high mountains and flowing rivers searching for a soulmate. Sometimes it was like the sound of spring thunder. Sometimes it was like an ambush from 10 sides. Sometimes it was like weeping and complaining. A phoenix seeking a phoenix, this was the moment that belonged to the Emperor Qin. His zither music was like a war drum, causing the momentum of the divine kings to rise continuously. His Guqin music also drew the Zither Empress Divine Realm toward the Dolua Divine Realm in the distance. Amidst the sound waves, the Zither Empress Divine Realm flew straight toward the Dolua Divine Realm. The 6 godly kings worked together as one, and all 6 divine realms flew toward the Dolua Divine Realm at almost the exact same time. At this moment, there was only obsession in their hearts. All of their nervousness had been temporarily cast aside, because at this moment, nervousness was no longer important. What was important was to complete this historic moment, and make history return to zero. The 6 divine kings of Dolua, led by Tang San, were also going all out at this moment. The attraction of the 6 divine realms would put a great burden on the divine king of light, Chonggong Wei, and the others. However, when the collision arrived, the greatest burden would still come from Dolua. This was the collision of 6 divine realms. One mistake, and they could lose everything. The moment of collision was the most important. Tang San was fully focused, and he controlled Dolua to shrink effectively. The smaller the shrinking volume, the greater the mass of the divine realm, and the more it could withstand the impact. Celestial Scar calculated very detailed data for him. Before the 6 divine realms collided, Dolua had to be controlled within that range. Only then could the collision be balanced, and the effect of the explosion would be maximized without damaging the core of the 7 divine realms. The most difficult moment for the 6 divine realms was when they just started moving. This was because the moment they moved, the entire God-fixing formation would be affected. The 6 divine realms were the 6 pillars of the God-fixing formation. Now that they were changing, the pillars of the divine realms were changing as well. The entire divine realm began to tremble violently. During this process of change, a single mistake could cause a huge disaster. Celestial Scar's eyes seemed to be constantly flickering with streams of data. The Space Speed Star World's core was different from the rest of the divine realms, and it was a high-tech existence. At this moment, countless calculations of the divine realms. The 6 divine realms were of different colors, but at this moment, they were all accelerating. Gradually, they began to transform into meteors, and flew towards Dolua with a majestic momentum. Behind them, amidst the distorted light, the soul fixation formation began to distort violently due to the change in the fulcrum. Get ready, the God-fixing formation is about to break. Scar shouted. The senses of the souls of all the God Kings were pushed to their limits at that moment because they knew very well that the moment the God-locking formation was destroyed, everything would be irreversible. They would not have the chance to start over again. It was either they succeeded or they died for a righteous cause. Tang San took a deep breath, and the Azura sword floated behind him. He shouted, double palms. The 6 divine kings in the inner circle stretched out their second palms at the same time, and 12 hands pressed on Dolua's core. Immediately, the light emitted by the core of the divine realm became even stronger, and the entire Dolua began to collapse as it shrank even faster, this was different from when the destruction god opened the divine realm and then shrank it. At that time only the outer barrier was opened, and the divine realm needed time to expand. Thus, when it shrank, it only shrank the barrier, and did not affect the divine realm inside. But now, it shrank even further, which was equivalent to destroying Dolua. Originally, everything formed by divine power in the divine realm would be transformed into divine power as it shrank. This, in turn, increased Dolua's strength. Wung, an unprecedented buzzing sound rang out. In that instant, the 12 divine kings all felt different. The 6 divine kings in the inner circle were fine, but they suddenly felt a huge suction force from the outside. It came from the suction force of a black hole. The 6 divine kings in the outer circle trembled violently, and almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood onto their super divine tools. The God-fixing formation's destruction caused them to suffer a backlash. But it was also at this moment that the huge amount of energy produced by the destruction of the God-fixing formation became a boost for the 6 divine realms. The black hole had already begun to devour the divine power of the 7 divine realms, but it could not stop the 6 divine realms from speeding up like 6 meteors. It was like a meteor chasing the moon as it charged straight towards Dolua. All of this was within Celestial Scar's calculations. According to Scar's calculations, the speed at which the 6 divine kings were pulling the 6 divine realms was not enough to meet the requirements of the Great Explosion. Thus, they did not sever their connection with the God-fixing formation before the explosion, and allowed the formation to protect them as they completed the collision. Doing things to the extreme was Scar's usual style. Thus, he included the energy of the destruction of the God-fixing formation in his calculations. The moment the God-fixing formation exploded, it produced an enormous amount of energy. It was not just the energy of the 6 divine realms, but also the energy left behind by the fallen divine realms. After careful calculations and adjustments, he was able to make the explosion of the God-fixing formation the driving force behind the destruction of the 6 divine realms, and not affect them. Following the explosion of the God-fixing formation, although they were affected and injured, and even consumed a lot of energy, reality proved that the Emperor of Heaven's calculations were correct. The 6 divine realms were flying towards Dolua at almost 3 times their original speed. There was no doubt that the collision would be incomparably fierce. Poseidon, it's up to you. The Emperor of Heaven raised his voice once more. The 6 divine kings in the outer circle could only do their utmost to maintain the connection with the center of their divine realms, and at the same time, guide their divine realms in the predetermined direction to crash towards Dolua. Tang did not speak, but he took a deep breath. The eyes of the 6 divine kings in the inner circle became incomparably solemn. In this short period of time, Dolua had shrunk by more than a third of its original size. At this very moment, the protective barrier on the surface of the remaining 2/3 of Dolua's surface had already taken on a viscous amber color. Come, success or failure depends on this one move. The 6 divine realms were getting closer and closer. Before they even collided, Dolua's surface had already begun to ripple with depressions. This was the effect of the terrifying projection of divine power. Dolua felt an enormous pressure, and the center of the divine realms had already begun to tremble slightly. This was a premonition of the impending disaster. However, at this time, they had to endure this disaster. Whether or not they would be able to make a comeback depended on this one move. Tang San's eyes shone brightly. Get ready. The 6 divine kings straightened their backs, and their auras became heavy. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. The moment of collision would be the moment of greatest pressure. First, they had to ensure that the center of Dolua's god realm would not be destroyed in the collision. Then, they had to borrow the power of the explosion to escape the black hole. And this process would be incomparably dangerous. It was coming. It was getting closer and closer. The whole of Dolua was trembling slightly due to the pressure from the 6 god realms. This trembling might be due to fear, but it was also due to excitement. Whether or not it could bring about a new life depended on this collision. The collision had finally arrived, and the terrifying collision almost arrived in the next instant. 6 god realms, 6 meteors. At the same time, from different directions, they collided with Dolua at the same time. Rumble. An indescribable sound exploded in an instant. In the black hole, no matter whether it was light or sound, it was impossible to transmit outside. However, at the moment of collision, whether it was the inner circle or the outer circle, all 12 God Kings felt that they had lost their ability to hear and see. Their eyes were blank. That terrifying collision could no longer be described as heart-wrenching. It was the feeling of an explosion that had reached its peak. The only thing the 12 God Kings could do now was to subconsciously release their divine power with all their might. They did not dare to hold back in the slightest. If the center of any god realm was destroyed, it would mean the destruction of a god realm. The terrifying explosion seemed to have lasted as long as a century, but also as short as an instant. When Tang finally regained some consciousness, what he saw was a blank space in front of him. Everything around him seemed to have been destroyed in the previous collision. His entire body was in intense pain, and his divine power was flowing away like it was free. Tang fiercely bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. At the same time, he used his consciousness to shake the surroundings and call for the other God Kings. Looking over, Tang was shocked to find that his surroundings were still blank, and only a white light existed. However, he could still feel his hands, and he felt that he was still pressing on the center of the God realm. He could not see the other God Kings, but he could barely feel their existence. His consciousness could still feel their resonance. "Wake up!" Tang roared in his consciousness. At the same time, he ignited his divine power without holding back. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else because once he failed, he would be completely destroyed. Buzz, another divine sense became clear, and a golden figure appeared diagonally behind him. Tang immediately felt his existence. Then, a strong light attribute aura resonated with his azure sword. The divine king of light Wei. Yes, he was still there. He had woken up. The two great divine kings' divine senses resonated with each other. Immediately, the surrounding space became clear. Without any hesitation, Tang tossed out a blue-silver emperor vines, which wound around Wei's waist and connected their powers at the same time. Immediately after, another divine sense became clear beside Tang. Furthermore, it took the initiative to complete the connection with their divine senses. When his divine sense became clear, everything around him also became clear. Tang could finally see the center of the god realm in front of him. The third person to wake up was his good son-in-law, the god of emotions, Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao's eyes were closed, and only the vertical eye on his forehead was open. His divine sense was wildly released, and it was precisely because of his divine sense sharing that everything around him became clear. Only now could Tang see clearly that he was surrounded by a huge white world. This was undoubtedly the terrifying explosion energy produced after the collision. Even with the black hole's ability, it was impossible for it to swallow all the energy in the explosion of 7 god realms. Most of the god kings in the surroundings were still in a daze. However, what made Tang happy was that the 12 god kings were all present. None of them had died in the explosion. However, everyone did not seem to be in a good condition. The God King's auras were somewhat weak, and most of them were not clear-headed. Fortunately, they were the ones who woke up first, so the divine senses of the God Kings began to awaken one by one. "Draw the center of your God realm here." Tang divine sense was greatly shaken, and he transmitted his thoughts. At this very moment, the 12 God Kings were all bleeding from their 7 orifices. At this moment, they could see the effect of the superdivine weapon. The God Kings who had the superdivine weapon were obviously in a better condition. Those who did not have it were in a worse condition. The physical body of the God realm had completely disappeared. What was left was only the center of Dolua, which was dim in front of Tang and the other 6 God Kings. As for the center of the other 6 God realms, they could not see it for the time being. "The God Kings have bestowed upon me the sword of light, illuminate the firmament." Wei's divine sense trembled, and the holy sword of light finally reappeared. At this very moment, the 6 God Kings who woke up in the outer circle were all anxious. They had finally overcome the first hurdle. At least, the 12 God Kings were still alive after the great collision and explosion. The center of Dolua's God realm, which was its core, was still there. However, whether or not they could draw the center of their respective god realms over was too important for the 6 god realms. Because if they were not careful, it was very likely that they would be completely destroyed. Their families and friends were all in the center of their respective god realms. The 6 god kings could not be bothered to check their own situation. They released their divine power almost simultaneously to draw the center of their respective god realms over. Tang San and the other 5 in the center did not stay idle either. They hurriedly poured their remaining divine power into the center of the god realms to protect the center of Dolua. Tang San was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a lot of energy in the white world around them. This energy was so pure that even the center of the god realms could not absorb it directly. However, it could be stored. The beginning of chaos. This was the power of chaos. Previously, Tang San had heard Celestial Scar talk about the possible situations after the collision. The most important one was the power of chaos. The power of chaos was the purest form of energy that would only appear during the Great Creation. Even if it was just a drop, it could raise the level of an ordinary god. It was also the only type of energy that the black hole could not devour. Therefore, Scar specially reminded Tang San that if the power of chaos appeared, they must collect it at all costs. This would be of great benefit to them when they rebuilt the god realms in the future. Now that they discovered the existence of the power of chaos, Tang San naturally did not hesitate to work together with the other god kings to draw the power of chaos into the center of the god realms. At the same time, they were also looking for a way to leave the black hole. At this moment, everyone was not in a good state. They could not fully explore the outside world and could not do anything at all. They must first adapt to the situation before them. At this moment, a golden beam of light descended from the sky. The golden beam of light was dim, but when it appeared, even the divine king of light, Wei, could not help but cheer. He waved the holy radiance in his hand. Rays of golden light curled up and turned into rays of light. They forcefully entangled the beam of light and stuck closely to Dolua's center of the god realms. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Tang San immediately felt a strange sense of compatibility between himself and Wei as the 2 god realm centers merged. He turned his head and gave Wei a thumbs up. Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body seemed to have withered. The 7 god realms shattered at the same time, and every god king had to bear the backlash of their own god realm's destruction because they were the ones who controlled the centers of the god realms. On Dolua's side, although they were the ones on the receiving end of the collision, they had 6 god kings to share the burden, so their situation was relatively better. The god kings of the other 6 god realms had to bear the brunt of the collision alone, and they also had to divert some of their attention to guide the centers of their god realms, so they were naturally severely injured. Tang San didn't dare to be negligent when he saw him in such a state, and his blue-silver emperor vines once again wrapped tightly around his body. Then, he nervously looked at the other 5 god kings. At this moment, they were all in different situations, but all of them were channeling their divine power with all their might. Celestial Scar's situation was the worst. Almost half of his demonic god armor was damaged, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His entire body was trembling violently as he channeled his divine power. Tang San was just about to try and help him when Scar shouted, "Don't come over, you guys in the inner circle, prepare yourselves and store up your power. We'll need even more divine power to charge out, so we'll have to rely on you guys." Tang San knew that he was telling the truth, and at this moment, there was no time to think too much. In the original plan, everyone knew that it was very likely that some of the god realms would fall. And the number of god realms that could escape would be the number of god realms. One of the reasons why Tang San wanted to fight for the leading position was because he was worried about this. Because Dolua was too strong, it was very likely that the other god realms would ostracize it, because they might snatch the right to live from others. But after the battle of the gods ended and he heard the details of Celestial Scar's plan, he realized that he was worrying too much. At a time like this, whoever was stronger would have a chance at survival. A green light flashed, and a green light descended from the sky, and a huge green rhombus-shaped crystal adhered to the other side of Dolua. It was the center of the immortal realm, the center of the god realm. Shandy Pipefish, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper, could not help but reveal a smug expression. He raised the Jingubang high and said in his divine sense, "Between the heavens and the earth, I am the only immortal." The second central hub of the god realm was now attached to it. What was even more surprising was that Pipefish was clearly in a better condition than the Divine King of Light, Chonggongwei. He glanced at the surrounding Divine Kings and appeared behind Celestial Scar in a flash. He pressed his hands on Scar's back and poured his divine power into him without holding back. Scar's body trembled at first, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. He gripped the demon god sword tightly with both hands and slowly waved it in front of him. A silver crack gradually appeared in front of him with great difficulty. The two Divine Kings were clearly not in good condition, and their bodies were trembling non-stop. However, Scar's grip on the demon god sword was abnormally stable. This concerned his family and the survival of the entire Space Speed Star Scar Divine Realm. Finally, a silver light flashed, and a square ball of silver light rushed out of the crack. It flew to Dolua's center and stabilized. Celestial Scar and Shandy Pipefish went limp at almost the same time, and only managed to float away by relying on the pull of their blue-silver emperor vines. They had already done their best. Scar turned around and hugged Pipefish. However, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto Pipefish's face. Pipefish could not help but laugh as he scolded, "Is this how you repay me?" At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven was truly speechless. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. He could only use his head to nudge Pipefish's shoulder 3 times to express his gratitude. Then, he closed his eyes and hurriedly adjusted his state of mind. At the same time, another ray of light flashed, and heavenly music buzzed. The center of the Divine Realm from the Emperor of Qin had arrived. Within the center of the Divine Realm, purple light flowed. The moment Yingzhu went limp, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The same fate, although he did not have a super divine weapon, the Purple Emperor in the center of the Divine Realm was simply too close to him. With Purple's cooperation, he finally relied on his own strength to guide the center of the Divine Realm over. At this moment, only the center of the Mad God Realm and the Kind Grim Reaper Realm had not arrived. The two Divine Kings' conditions were relatively stable. After all, they both had super divine weapons. The center of the Divine Realm that had already appeared began to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy on its own. Dolua's absorption speed was the fastest, and he also absorbed the most. At this moment, Tang San suddenly sensed the outside world. As his consciousness recovered, he discovered that they were still in the black hole. However, the black hole was indeed unable to invade the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy was the energy of creation. It was the most original and purest energy in the universe. Within the chaotic energy, they did not need to worry about being swallowed by the black hole. However, there was also a problem. This was because there was no other energy in the black hole apart from the chaotic energy. And the chaotic energy needed to be converted into various types of energy with the help of other substances. Therefore, they had to leave this place. However, Tang San still did not know how to do it. This was the first time that all the Divine Kings had faced such a situation. With a flash of red light, the dark red center of the Mad God Realm finally arrived. Lei Xiang let out a long breath. The 12 blood-red wings on his back instantly faded and turned black. His entire body also weakened. 5 of the 6 Divine Realm centers had already arrived. This was definitely a gratifying and pleasant surprise. At this moment, Scar finally caught his breath. After thanking Pipefish beside him, he said to Tang San, "We've succeeded. With the chaotic energy protecting us, we've basically succeeded. This is really great. Now, what we need to do is to open up a passage within the chaotic energy. A passage to the outside world that will transport us and the center of the Divine Realm out." Tang San asked curiously, "How do we open up this passage?" Scar said, "The chaotic energy is the most original energy in the universe. Its level is also the highest. Even the black hole cannot swallow it. Moreover, it has all the characteristics of other types of energy. There are no other types of energy in the black hole. We just need to create an explosion within the chaotic energy and let it resonate with the energy outside the black hole. Naturally, it will form a passage that receives the energy from the outside world to bring us out." Upon hearing the word explosion, all the Divine Kings' expressions changed. Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Another explosion?" Scar said, "Don't be anxious. We don't need to be as strong as before. As long as we each use our abilities and attack the same point, the strength of the resonance should be enough. However, there's no time to lose. We have to start as soon as possible. Tang-san asked curiously, didn't you say that we won't be swallowed by the black hole within the chaotic energy? Scar smiled bitterly, but look at the centers of the divine realm. When we encounter the chaotic energy, even if we don't activate it, it will greedily absorb it. The chaotic energy is limited. Once it's completely absorbed, it will become an existence within the center of the divine realm. However, without the chaotic energy outside, there's no way for us to resonate with the energy of the outside world. Therefore, we have to complete the resonance before they finish absorbing the chaotic energy. Haven't you noticed that the surrounding white is starting to thin? After Celestial Scar's reminder, Tang-san realized that the darkness outside was indeed faintly discernible. It was not like the pure white world from before. Then when do we start? Tang-san asked. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile reading website. End of chapter 83. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.